Faye, I had never felt so unprepared in my life. As Alexander's car rolled to a stop in front of his mother's house, I could barely keep my palms from sweating. The place was enormous, elegant in a way that carried both authority and warmth. Not like some mansion meant to intimidate, but graceful and commanding, the kind of house that told you its owner belonged to a legacy older than you could wrap your mind around. I could immediately see where Alexander got his taste. It was a beautiful sight. Still, none of that beauty did anything to calm the nerves thrumming through me. Meeting his mother under these circumstances, it was almost cruel. When the door opened, I braced myself. I had imagined a woman draped in regal severity, someone older, with gray hair swept up in a stern bun, the type of mother who could burn holes through you with a single disapproving glance. What I saw instead almost made me blink twice. She was younger than I had pictured, far younger. Her long hair was glossy, her features striking, and her smile radiant enough to light up the grand foyer behind her. The warmth, it was so familiar. In her brightness, I could suddenly see Irene too. Her eyes landed first on her son. "Well, well," she said, voice rich and smooth with just a touch of playful sarcasm. She leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. Look who remembered where his mother lives after an entire year. Alexander let out a small sigh, as if bracing for this very jab. "Mother." "Don't you mother me," she cut in smirking, not giving him the chance to defend himself. "I already know, you're busy. You're always busy. You don't need to finish the sentence." He pressed his lips together in a way that made me want to laugh. For once, the almighty Alpha looked like a boy caught red-handed. She smirked again, clearly pleased to have disarmed him, then waved a hand as if to say she'd circle back later to scold him properly. That was when her eyes turned on me. I nearly melted under the weight of her gaze. My throat went dry, my legs heavy. For all her warmth, there was no mistaking her sharpness. She didn't just look at me, she looked into me. And for a terrifying moment, I thought this was it, that she'd see right through me, to every fear I carried, to the strange illness, to the gnawing doubt about whether I was strong enough to stand by her son. But to my complete shock, her first words weren't cold or suspicious. They were kind. "Oh, my dear," she said, stepping forward slightly, her eyes softening. "You are more beautiful than I imagined. I have been dying to see you." My lips parted in disbelief. "I'm honored to meet you," I managed. It sounded dumb to me. Why didn't I say something more natural? You can't imagine how many times I tried. Her gaze flicked to Alexander, and she gave him a look full of mock reproach. But of course, a certain someone decided it wasn't my right to meet my own son's mate. Alexander smirked, his expression halfway between irritation and amusement. He almost rolled his eyes but restrained himself. Something about their little exchange, their rhythm, was so absurd that a laugh bubbled out of me before I could stop it. Nervous laughter, but laughter all the same. "Come," she said, motioning gracefully. "Sit. You must be tired." I obeyed, perching on the edge of the soft, cream-colored sofa. Alexander remained standing beside me, but before I could settle into this strange dynamic, his phone buzzed sharply. He glanced at the screen, frowned, then muttered an apology. "I need to take this," he said quickly. "Just a moment." And just like that, he slipped into the hall, the door clicking behind him. Panic crawled over me. Of course he'd leave me alone with her. Despite the warmth in her welcome, despite her compliments, there was still the unshakable awareness that this was Alexander's mother. A woman of power, knowledge, legacy. A woman who had likely already formed 1,000 opinions about me in the short time she'd been looking my way. I wished, oh how I wished, that Alexander would walk back through that door and spare me. At least his presence was familiar, grounding. Without him, I felt like a child left alone in front of a teacher who already knew I hadn't done my homework. Was she aware of why we had come? She didn't look like it. She hadn't given me that piercing, otherworldly stare that screamed she already knew I was sick, already knew what lived in me or what cursed me. I had almost expected her to take one look at me and launch straight into explanations, unraveling the mystery before I could even open my mouth. Instead, she sat down across from me, graceful as a queen in her own domain, and poured herself a cup of tea from a porcelain set on the low table between us. The silence pressed down on me, and I fought the urge to fidget. Should I say something? Should I thank her? Should I ask if she knew why I was here? I opened my mouth, but the words stuck. Mercifully, just before I could stumble through something awkward, Alexander returned. Relief rushed through me like air into starved lungs. He slid his phone into his pocket, his jaw a little tense from whatever call he'd taken, but he gave me a quick, reassuring glance before his mother stood and clapped her hands lightly together. "Dinner is ready," she announced. "Come, let's head to the dining room." And just like that, the audience I'd been dreading was postponed. After dinner, Helen guided me to a room upstairs, her hand brushing lightly against my arm as though to reassure me. "This will be yours for the night," she said warmly. "Freshen up, relax, and I'll see you later." I smiled and murmured my thanks, relief flooding me when I realized she hadn't simply assumed Alexander and I would share a room. Maybe some mothers would have done that, teased us, or made light of it. But Helen seemed too refined for such assumptions. It was a kindness I hadn't expected, and I was grateful for it. The room was spacious, softly lit, the walls painted a calming shade of cream. A massive window opened to the garden below. Everything was neatly arranged. Towels by the bath, folded sheets neat as though they'd never been touched. It should have made me feel at home, but instead it deepened the strangeness of it all. I showered, the warm water chasing away the remnants of dinner conversation, then slipped into my nightwear. The fabric was light, airy. I brushed out my hair slowly, deliberately, as if stalling the emptiness of the room itself. That was when the knock came. "Come in," I called. The door opened, and Alexander stepped inside. For some reason, seeing him framed in the doorway was more grounding than anything else tonight. He closed the door behind him and asked, "Are you comfortable?" I gave him a small smile. As comfortable as I can be in a strange environment. I let out a light laugh. "It's different here, and I'm just waiting for your mom to address the reason we came. Did you even tell her?" He nodded, moving a little further into the room. "I did, but my mother doesn't rush into things. She never has. Everything with her is timing and order, you'll see." So that was it. Timing and order, a polite way of saying patience. I tried to exhale some of the restlessness clinging to me, reminding myself that he was right. Helen had exuded control in every word, every gesture. If she meant to delay, it was deliberate, not forgetfulness. I just hope I don't have another episode right under her roof tonight. "I understand," I said quietly. Then, after a pause, "She's sweet, though, warm, not what I expected." Alexander's mouth tilted into the faintest smile. "Yes, she is." He studied me for a second, then he nodded. "Try to get some rest. If you need anything, call me. I'll be in the room down the hall. I'll be checking on you anyway." I nodded too, pretending that was enough. But when he turned to leave, something inside me sank. The room suddenly felt colder, and I felt empty. Maybe it was the unfamiliarity of the house. Maybe it was the exhaustion of the whole situation. Or maybe it was simply him, the only familiar figure here, about to step out and leave me behind. Before I could stop myself, before I could even think twice, the words slipped out. "Wait." He turned, brows lifting slightly. "Please stay," I said. The sound of my own voice startled me, too vulnerable, too raw. But the truth was, I didn't want to be left alone. I didn't want to be here without him. He didn't answer right away. He just looked at me, as if weighing what I hadn't said out loud. Why? I wanted to tell him to forget it, but I couldn't. I wanted him to stay. I stumbled, searching for a way to make it sound less desperate. "It's a strange place, that's all. You're the only thing I recognize here. Just for a little while. You can leave when I sleep off." Alexander walked back into the room, closing the distance between us. He stopped just near the bed, studying me with a gaze that was hard to meet. "Are you sure you want me to stay?" he asked finally. His voice was gentle, not mocking, not stern, just careful. "Yes," I swallowed. "I'm sure." "Alexander." I don't know how long I had been asleep when the heat started to press against me. At first it slipped into my dreams, like flames licking at my skin, fire curling around me. But when I startled awake, my breath heavy and sharp, I realized it wasn't a dream at all. The fire was real, Faye. She was lying beside me, her body twisting slightly under the sheets, her skin burning so hot it seared even through the damp cloth of her nightwear. I touched her arm, and it was as though I'd pressed my hand to molten steel. She was shivering, violent, uncontrolled tremors that made her lips part with tiny, broken sounds. "Faye," my voice cut low. I shook her gently, but her eyes didn't open. "Faye, wake up." No response. I cursed under my breath and pushed off the bed. My instincts screamed to get her cooled down immediately, but I remembered my mother. Helen was just down the hall. I hurried into the corridor, my footsteps echoing against the quiet. I didn't bother knocking. I threw her door open. She was already awake, as if she had sensed something. "What is it?" she asked sharply, rising from her bed. "It's Faye," I snapped. "She's burning up again, worse than before." Without another word, she grabbed a small wooden case from the table and followed me. Back in the room, she moved to Faye immediately, touching her forehead with the back of her hand. Her lips tightened, but she said nothing. I stood uselessly at the foot of the bed, fists clenched at my sides. She pulled Faye's eyelids up, one after the other. Then she finally pulled away. "Help me sit her up," my mother instructed. I slid an arm behind Faye's back, lifting her carefully. Her head lolled against my shoulder, hair damp with sweat. She was still trembling, the heat rolling off her in waves. Helen opened her wooden case, pulled out a vial of thick liquid, and poured it into a small cup. She brought it to Faye's lips, tilting gently until some of it trickled into her mouth. At first, it dribbled down the side of her chin, but then, mercifully, she swallowed. "Again," Helen murmured, coaxing her until half the cup was gone. Within minutes, the trembling slowed. Her breath evened, the sharp, erratic gasps softening into deeper, steadier rhythm. The unbearable heat seemed to dull, leaving her skin still warm but no longer burning. She sagged against me, her lashes fluttering, then stilled into sleep. I eased her back onto the pillows, pulling the blankets loosely around her. My hands lingered at her sides, reluctant to let go until I was sure she was steady. Finally, I turned to my mother. That was when I noticed it, the strange look on her face. Her expression was composed, but her eyes were sharp, too sharp. They studied Faye as though seeing through her skin into something hidden. She looked concerned for a moment before she masked it, but I had already caught it. "What is it?" I demanded. She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she turned back to her wooden case, methodically wiping the cup clean, setting the vial back in place. "Mother," my voice dropped lower, firm. "What's wrong with her?" Helen exhaled, a quiet sound, then sat down at the chair by the bed. Her hands folded neatly in her lap, but her eyes never left Faye. "I know what this is, but I've never thought it was possible," she said finally. My chest tightened. "Then say it." She turned to me, her gaze steady. "It is not illness, Alexander, not in the way you've thought. It isn't something medicine or rest alone will cure." I frowned, my jaw tense. "Then what?" Helen's eyes softened slightly, as though weighing how much truth to give me at once. Then she said, "You told me she is a twin." The statement caught me off guard. "Yes," I said cautiously. "Sage is her twin, but what does that have to do with?" "It has everything to do with this." I stared at her. She leaned forward, lowering her voice, though the room was empty except for us. "Twins are rare in our kind, rare and never without consequence. When twins are born of strong lineage, their gifts are divided, one gift to each, balanced, complementary. That balance is what keeps them whole." I said nothing, just waited. "But Faye," Helen's eyes returned to the sleeping figure on the bed. For some reason, she absorbed both gifts, both powers. They have been lying dormant within her all this time, hidden beneath the surface. And now, she paused, "now that dormancy is breaking." The words sank in slowly, heavy, each one pressing into me. "You're saying," I forced the words out, "that she's carrying two powers inside her?" Helen nodded once. "And they are fighting for dominance." I stared down at Faye, her face finally calm in sleep, her lips parted slightly with the softness of rest. The thought of unseen forces tearing inside her, powers battling within her body, it churned my stomach. "And that's what's causing her fever," I said tightly. "Yes." My mother's tone was gentle. "The heat, the trembling, the fainting, it is energy. Pent-up, unbridled energy, surging through her veins with no direction, no balance. Her body is struggling to contain it. Every episode will feel like it is breaking her apart." I dragged a hand down my face, exhaling hard. "How do we stop it?" Helen's lips pressed into a thin line. "You don't stop it." I whipped my gaze back to her. "You can only help her endure it," she continued calmly. until the powers settle, until one finds its place and the other yields. My jaw clenched so hard it ached. And if they don't, Helen looked at me. If they don't, her body will break under the strain. I took a deep breath. Is there something you can do to help her manage it? Faye. I sat on the couch, hugging my knees loosely to my chest, staring at Alexander but not really seeing him. My mind was still stuck on the words he had just told me, words that seemed too heavy to belong to me, too strange to even make sense. I had spent my whole life thinking I was just ordinary, average even. I never saw myself as the kind of girl who stood out in a room, let alone someone who carried a secret this massive in her own body. But now, sitting here, I was supposed to believe that something had been hiding in me all along, waiting for the right moment to claw its way out. The thought that both powers were now fighting inside me, struggling for dominance, made my stomach twist painfully. It was the scariest thing I had ever heard. Did my parents know? Had they suspected something and just decided never to tell me? And if the gifts were meant to be split between Sage and me, why was I the one who ended up carrying both? Did that make Sage empty? Did it mean she was cheated of something that was hers? I couldn't breathe for a moment as guilt crashed over me too. Alexander hadn't said a word since explaining, and for once his silence didn't comfort me. Usually he was steady, unshakable, someone I could lean on even when he wasn't speaking. But now, he was just watching me with that blank look. A horrible thought crossed my mind. Was he looking at me like I was some strange creature now? A mystery he didn't know what to do with? Something dangerous to handle? I didn't want to say the word out loud, but the idea that he might be scared of me left a bitter taste in my mouth. The silence stretched until it became unbearable. Finally, he shifted slightly and spoke. "Maybe your parents would have part of the answers," he said softly, like he'd been weighing the words before releasing them. I looked up at him, blinking. My parents, of course. But if they knew, why didn't they ever say anything? Alexander leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, and exhaled slowly. "At least," he murmured, "we now know it isn't an illness. That's something. A kind of relief, don't you think?" I didn't answer. Relief? Maybe for him. For me, it felt like the ground had shifted under my feet, leaving me to stumble in the dark. Still, I gave him a small nod, because I didn't have the energy to argue. Before I could say more, the door opened, and Helen walked in as though the air in the room wasn't weighed down by her revelation from the night before. She was cheerful. Her smile was bright. It amazed me how composed she always seemed, like nothing could rattle her. "Alexander," she said warmly, "let me borrow Faye for a moment." Her tone was so casual it almost sounded like she was asking for sugar from a neighbor, not requesting a private conversation about life-altering truths. Alexander looked at me with hesitation, but I nodded. If there were answers to be found, I needed them. Helen gestured for me to follow, and together we walked out of the room, down the hallway, and out. She strolled slowly, and I matched her pace. "I know," she began gently, "you have a lot of questions, and you should. Some of them have answers. Others," she hesitated, her eyes flickering away, "others may take time to reveal themselves." I bit my lip, staring at the path under my feet. At least she was honest about it. That was something. Helen glanced at me, her expression softening. This whole situation must feel overwhelming. That was too small a word, but I nodded anyway. "I want you to remember something," she continued, her voice kind but carrying a strange weight. "What you carry is not a curse. It is a gift. In fact, it is two gifts, and they were given to you for a reason." She looked at me a second longer than necessary before adding, "A reason that even I don't fully see yet." "But why? Why now? All my life, even up until a few days ago, I never felt anything. No signs, nothing strange. Then suddenly, everything spiraled out of control. Why so fast? Why like this?" Helen's eyes lingered on me, and she sighed softly like she had expected the question. "In the supernatural, nothing happens without the right string being pulled," she explained. "Something triggered this, Faye, something that is beyond us." I listened carefully. She lifted her gaze to the space ahead of us. "It could be age. Sometimes when a child of power comes of age, the gifts awaken suddenly. It could also be the mate bond, the connection between you and Alexander. That bond alone has the strength to stir what is dormant inside you the moment the bond began to grow stronger." My cheeks flushed, and I immediately looked away. There was nothing that serious about my bond with Alexander. How could she not see that? And I didn't see how it was growing stronger. It was probably just the age and nothing else. And sometimes, she added thoughtfully, a spell can jumpstart it too. Her eyes narrowed faintly, as if remembering something. Then she shook her head. But that, I don't believe, is the case here. I glanced at her quickly. Why do you say that? Because I don't see any dark energy hovering around you, she said simply, but her tone left me wondering if that was the only reason. I thought about it for a moment, then just nodded. Helen smiled. So we'll go with age or the mate bond. Whichever it is, Faye, the important thing is that you are not powerless in this. It may feel like everything is happening to you, but you will learn to control it. You will not be consumed. Her certainty wrapped around me like a warm blanket, but the doubt in my heart wouldn't fully let go. I wanted to believe her. I truly did. But when I remembered the fever burning through me, the uncontrollable shivers, the way my body betrayed me, I felt more like a fragile vessel being torn apart by forces I couldn't contain. Why me? I whispered, more to myself than to her. Helen didn't answer right away. For the first time, I noticed the faintest flash in her eyes. Finally, she reached out and brushed her fingers gently along my arm, a small gesture of comfort. Because, she said at last, you were meant for this, and one day you'll see why. I stared at her, searching her face for any crack, any sign of doubt, but there was none. She believed every word she had spoken. Helen stopped walking and turned to face me. Her expression shifted into something more contemplative, as if she had been weighing a decision in her mind. I have something for you, she said quietly. My brows furrowed, but before I could ask, she reached up and unclasped the necklace she was wearing. The chain slid gracefully into her palm, the sunlight catching on the emerald pendant at its center. At first glance it looked simple, elegant but understated, yet something about it pulled at me. The way the stone glimmered, alive somehow, made it obvious this wasn't just jewelry. She held it out to me, her smile soft. It belongs to you now. I hesitated, staring at the piece of jewelry in her hand. My throat went dry. This wasn't just a necklace. Her tone told me enough. After a moment, I accepted it. The chain felt cool against my skin as I slipped it around my neck, and as the emerald rested against my collarbone, a strange calmness spread through me. Like the world had been wobbling beneath my feet all this while, and suddenly it steadied. Helen watched me closely. It will help keep you stable, she explained, while your gifts try to find balance. For the first time since last night, I managed a real smile. The weight of the necklace wasn't heavy, yet somehow it felt grounding. So, no more dramatic entrances for them. Her laughter rang out, soft and genuine. I like your sense of humor, she said warmly. You're right, my dear. But then, just as quickly, her face sobered. Her eyes darkened, and she looked at me with a seriousness that made me stand straighter. A storm is coming, she said suddenly. Her voice was calm, but her words carried the weight of thunder. One that will threaten to swallow Alexander up. My breath caught. A storm? She let the words hang between us for a moment, then pressed my hands gently. I hope you'll be by his side when that time comes. For a moment, I just stood there, blinking at her, unable to speak. I wasn't sure I had any more shock left in me. Confusion had already taken permanent residence inside me, and this... I opened my mouth to ask what she meant, but Helen simply looked away, as if she had already said more than she intended. Silence stretched between us until footsteps broke it. I turned to see Alexander approaching, his expression composed but with that little crease between his brows that meant he was in a hurry. Mom, he said, his tone polite, we need to get going. Helen nodded easily. She turned back to me. We'll have a better time together soon, she promised, her eyes twinkling again. Some proper girl time. I'll invite Irene too. We'll leave Alexander alone to focus on his serious business without us disturbing him. I laughed a little. Alexander smirked, stepping closer. Unbelievable, he muttered, though there was fondness in his voice. Then he leaned in and kissed his mother's cheek. As I turned to leave, Helen pulled me into a hug. Remember, everything will make sense in due time, she whispered in my ear, silver hollow. Sage had always told herself that she hated silence, but lately even noise couldn't drown out the strange restlessness stirring inside her. Her body didn't feel like her own. Some days she would wake up with her head pounding, as though a drumbeat pulsed in her skull. Other days she was just angry for no reason. She told herself it was nothing. Stress, exhaustion. Tonight, though, was different. The ache in her chest wouldn't go away. She lay on her bed staring at the ceiling, her fingers twitching as if she could claw the air. Her body felt hollow, drained, like something essential had slipped away without her noticing. But that was impossible, wasn't it? One couldn't lose what one never had. Eventually sleep claimed her, or what felt like sleep. The dream did not come softly. It pulled her under like a tide, cold and heavy, until she opened her eyes and found herself standing in a place that wasn't real. The world around her glowed with an otherworldly light, but the center of it all was Faye. Faye was standing in the middle of the dreamscape, her body shimmering, her skin radiant as though fire and moonlight had merged and chosen her as their vessel. Her hair lifted in the air, moving as if stirred by a wind only she could feel. The ground beneath her feet cracked, light seeping through like molten gold. Sage's throat tightened. "Faye," she whispered, but no sound came out. She tried again, louder, desperate. Nothing. Her voice was swallowed, silenced. She could only watch. And Faye, her sister, her rival, her other half, didn't even notice her. Faye's eyes were shut, her face serene, as though she belonged in this strange place, as though she had been chosen. Then the dream twisted. Darkness coiled around the edges of the glow, trying to consume it. The light fought back, brighter, fiercer, until it seemed to burn Sage's eyes. She shielded her face, but even then she felt it. The heat, the raw power vibrating in the air. She wanted to scream. She wanted to reach out. She wanted Faye to look at her, see her, just once. But the dream wouldn't allow it. When Sage finally jolted awake, her heart was pounding, her body slick with sweat. The room was dark, quiet, but the image remained. Faye, glowing, untouchable, lost in a power Sage could neither understand nor claim. For a long time, Sage sat on the edge of her bed, pressing her hands against her face. She hated that her sister had followed her into her dreams. She hated the jealousy curling in her chest. And yet beneath the bitterness was something colder, sharper, fear, because the dream hadn't felt like a dream at all. In the morning, Sage sat on the bench outside her parents' house. Her eyes were shadowed from lack of sleep, and when she noticed her mother approaching with a basket of vegetables, she hesitated, but then spoke before she could change her mind. "I had a dream," she blurted. Her mother slowed her steps. "A dream? About what?" Sage swallowed. "About Faye." Her mother gave a light smile, the kind meant to soothe. "Well, that's only natural. You miss your sister. Dreams are just the mind's way of holding on to what it longs for." But Sage shook her head, her voice sharp. "No, it wasn't like that." She stared at her hands as she tried to describe it. She was glowing, like light was pouring out of her. It was beautiful, but there was something else, something dark. It was trying to pull at her like it wanted to eat up the light. She didn't see me. I just stood there watching, in the dark. The smile on her mother's lips froze. For a fleeting moment, her face went pale, eyes widening ever so slightly. She quickly lowered her gaze to the basket in her hands, fiddling with the vegetables to mask the reaction. Sage frowned. "You think I'm being ridiculous, don't you?" Her mother forced her voice calm. "No, of course not. But dreams are strange things, Sage. Sometimes they reflect our fears more than anything real. You've always felt your sister has everything good handed to her, haven't you? Maybe this dream is just your mind playing with that idea." Sage studied her carefully. She had lived long enough to know when her mother was hiding something, and right now, every instinct screamed that she was. The way her mother's hands trembled slightly as she rearranged the vegetables, the way her voice carried a weight behind the casual words, it wasn't just dismissal. But her mother didn't say more. She reached over, brushing a strand of hair from Sage's face. "Don't dwell on it, my child. It was just a dream." Sage finally brushed it off and rose from the bench and muttered something about Jason waiting for her. She walked off. Her mother stood watching until Sage disappeared through the gate. Only then did she exhale and turn toward the other end of the courtyard. Her husband sat beneath a tree, relaxing as if he hadn't heard a word of the exchange. But she knew better. You heard her, she said quietly, more accusation than question. He didn't look up. I hear plenty of things. She let out a frustrated breath. Don't play dumb with me. That dream she described, doesn't it remind you of that night? That got his attention. He glanced up at her. What night? She glared at him. The night they were born, the prophecy. The word slipped out like it carried a curse. For a heartbeat, silence stretched between them. Then he smirked, shaking his head. You're reaching. It was just a dream, nothing more. People dream strange things all the time. Her eyes narrowed. Strange, yes, but that exact vision? Light, darkness, swallowing. How can you not see the connection? Her voice cracked with urgency, and she pressed a hand to her chest. What if it means? He cut her off with a low chuckle, though there was no true humor in it. You always were the worrier. If it will help settle your mind, why don't you call Faye? Ask her how she's doing. If she's fine, then you'll know this is nothing more than Sage's imagination. Faye. I stood outside Alexander's room door for what felt like an eternity, rehearsing the words in my head. It was ridiculous that I had to practice something so ordinary, asking to get a job. But with Alexander, nothing was ever as simple as it should be. Still, this mattered to me, more than I wanted to admit, even to myself. I raised my hand to knock, let it fall back down, then raised it again. Finally, I knocked before I could talk myself out of it. The door opened, and there he was, standing, wearing some casual outfit like he didn't plan to go to work today. Faye, do you need something? He asked. I want to talk to you about something, I said quickly before I lost my nerve. He gave a small nod and stepped aside to let me in. I walked in, trying to calm the nervous flutter in my stomach, while he shut the door and followed. He moved past me, settling onto the couch. I stayed standing, unsure if I should sit. When he looked up at me, one eyebrow lifted. You're really going to stand there like a guest in a room you've slept in, eaten in, and even dressed in? Heat rushed to my cheeks, and I realized how silly it was that I hadn't sat down already. I laughed awkwardly and rubbed the back of my neck. I have a feeling you wouldn't let me hear the end of that. A rare ghost of amusement flickered across his face. You're right about that. I sat down finally, smoothing my hands over my lap. He didn't press me with questions, just watched, which was somehow worse. So I decided to go straight to the point. I wanted to let you know, I want to get a job, outside the pack. For the first time in a while, I caught him off guard. His brows drew together. A job? Yes. I straightened a little, bracing myself for whatever lecture was about to follow. His next words, though, almost made me laugh out of disbelief. Why? I repeated, giving him a look. What do you mean, why? Isn't it normal for an adult to want to work? He leaned forward, forearms resting on his thighs, his eyes locked on mine with that same unyielding seriousness he always carried. It's not like that. You don't need to work. I'm providing everything you need. If there's something you want that you don't have, you only need to tell me. So did something happen? Something I don't know about? The sincerity in his expression caught me off guard. He wasn't being condescending. He genuinely thought my decision meant something was wrong. I shook my head. No, nothing happened. Honestly, I've always thought about getting a job since I moved here. I just needed to adjust first, balance things out. The Luna responsibilities, this whole new environment. Now I finally feel like I can handle adding more. Plus, I paused, touching the necklace on my neck, the one I got from his mother. I need some kind of distraction, something that'll keep my mind off things. He was silent for a moment, just staring at me. Then he said simply, "That's fine." I blinked at him, caught off guard, again. "That's it? That's fine?" He nodded once. I smiled, surprised at how easy it had been. I had prepared myself for an argument, a long battle of words, maybe even his outright refusal. Alexander could be unnecessarily overprotective whenever it came to me stepping outside the pack's territory, but maybe I had underestimated him. That thought lasted all of 2 seconds before he spoke again. "You could come work for me." I turned my head sharply, not sure I'd heard him correctly. "What?" "My company in town," he said casually. "If you want a job, I'll give you one there. I'll employ you myself, pay you well." For a moment, I wasn't sure if I should laugh or be offended. The whole point was to be independent, to carve out an identity beyond being Luna of Blood Crescent, or Alexander's mate, and his brilliant solution was for me to still go work under his shadow in his company. "You can't be serious," I muttered. He frowned slightly, as if he truly didn't understand the problem. "Why not? You want a job, I can give you one. You'd be safe, I'd know you're taken care of." "Because that's not the point, Alexander." I leaned back against the couch, shaking my head. "I don't want to be handed a position because of who I am to you. I don't want to be your employee. I want something that's mine, separate from you. Do you understand that?" His eyes held mine for a long moment. Then he said, "You don't need my permission to do that." "No," I agreed. "I don't. That's not why I'm telling you this. I'm telling you out of respect for your authority. You're Alpha. I wouldn't just disappear and take a job without letting you know." Something in his expression softened at that, but only briefly. His face returned to its usual expression. "Fine. Do you have somewhere in mind?" "Not yet," I admitted. "I'm still figuring that part out." He leaned back, folding his arms. "Then when you decide, let me know." I narrowed my eyes at him, suspicion immediately rising. "Why? So you can use your influence to make sure they hire me? Or so you can have the place monitored before I even start working there?" He didn't answer. He didn't have to. The silence told me I was right on both counts. I let out a short laugh and shook my head. Exactly what I thought. He exhaled slowly, as though letting the matter go. "Fine. Do what you want. Anything else?" I hesitated, then shook my head. "No." Just as the silence between us started to feel heavy, my phone rang. The sharp sound made me jump a little, and I instinctively reached for it where it lay on the coffee table. I glanced at the screen and muttered, "It's my mom," half to myself, half to Alexander. I don't know why I even said it out loud. Maybe because I felt his eyes still on me. Maybe because a part of me wanted him to know who it was before I picked up. His expression didn't change much. He just leaned back slightly, watching, not intruding. I swiped to answer and pressed the phone to my ear. "Hi, Mom." Her voice came warm. "Faye, sweetheart, how are you? Are you doing okay?" I froze for a moment. The question seemed so simple, so innocent, and yet it pressed on all the weight I had been carrying for days. The heat in my body, the fear of what I was becoming. I opened my mouth to say, "I'm fine," but the words wouldn't come out. Instead, silence stretched between us, and I could feel Alexander's gaze sharpen just a little, like he was trying to read the thoughts racing through me. Was I supposed to tell her everything? That I had two gifts clawing at me from the inside out, threatening to tear me apart? That her daughter might not even survive what was happening? Or should I protect her from that knowledge? Let her go on believing I was all right? I hated how quickly my mind began splitting in two directions. The part that longed to pour everything out and be her little girl again, and the part that knew opening my mouth could only cause her worry she didn't deserve. "Faye, are you there?" Maya sat stiffly on the stool opposite her father, her head bowed, hands folded tightly in her lap, as if bracing herself for an inevitable storm. Gerald leaned against the table, arms crossed, his eyes narrowing as he studied her. He had spoken already, but Maya had not moved. "I said," Gerald repeated slowly, his voice edged with irritation, "you are going to take this ring and put it in Luna Faye's purse. Did you not hear me?" Maya's lips parted, but no words came at first. When she finally spoke, her voice made it clear she was afraid. "I heard you, Father, but what if the consequences aren't serious enough? What if Luna Faye isn't removed? Then she'll know. She'll know it was me. I'm the only staff with full access to her room and her belongings. She'll figure it out in a heartbeat, and when she does, she won't spare me." Gerald's eyes flashed with disappointment, almost disgust. He slammed his palm flat against the table, making Maya flinch. "Do you hear yourself? Do you even understand what we are dealing with?" He leaned forward, his shadow falling over her. "The discovery of this ring on her person will not lead to something as mild as suspicion. It will not be a matter of her scolding you or demanding answers. No." Maya blinked rapidly, her breath caught in her throat. Gerald's voice dropped, as though he wanted each word to etch itself into her bones. "According to the laws of the Blood Crescent Pack, such offense is not taken lightly. Do you know what it means if it's found in her possession? Treason, Maya. They will call it treason against the Alpha, against the entire pack. Do you understand the weight of that?" Maya shook her head slowly, her hands trembling. Execution, Gerald continued sharply. That is the penalty. Unless, by some miracle, they choose leniency. Then, banishment. Stripped of her title, her place, her honor, cast out like a dog, and if she dares return. He dragged his thumb across his throat, his eyes never leaving hers. She loses her head. That is the consequence. Maya felt her stomach twist. She stared down at her hands, her throat tightening until she thought she would choke. Execution, she whispered. Gerald straightened. And yet you sit there, quivering like a leaf, talking nonsense about her finding out you planted it. Do you think she'll be alive long enough to figure anything out once it's discovered? Do you think anyone will even care about your involvement when she stands condemned by the laws of this pack? Maya pressed her lips together. Her mind raced. She had grown up under her father's authority, learning to obey, to never question. But this felt like stepping into fire. She looked up, her eyes glistening. But father, what if something goes wrong? What if someone sees me? What if? She stopped herself, biting her lip. Gerald spun around, his gaze sharp enough to cut. If something goes wrong, you'll fix it. If someone sees you, you'll deny it. You've been serving in that house long enough to know how to move unseen. Or have I raised a coward? Maya swallowed hard. The words stung more than she cared to admit. I'm not a coward, she whispered, almost too softly for him to hear. Then prove it, Gerald barked, slamming the ring down on the table between them. Its dark silver gleam caught the reflection of the light, the carved crest of the three-eyed wolf glaring up at her as if mocking her fear. Take it and do what you're told. For a long moment, Maya just stared at the ring. It seemed heavier than it should, carrying with it all the weight of her father's schemes and her own dread. She wanted to push it away, to tell him she couldn't, but Gerald's eyes bored into her. Her fingers shook as she reached out, brushing the cold metal before finally curling her palm around it. The touch chilled her skin. Gerald exhaled, though it was not relief. It was impatience. Sometimes I truly wonder if you are my daughter at all, he muttered bitterly. He turned away, his voice dripping with disappointment. You are not sharp, not cunning. You second guess, you hesitate. A wolf who hesitates is already dead, Maya. Do you understand that? Maya lowered her gaze again, clutching the ring in her hand until it pressed painfully into her skin. Yes, father, she murmured, though her voice cracked. Gerald shook his head, muttering to himself as he poured a drink from the table behind him. Not smart at all, nothing like me. Sometimes I wonder if the blood that runs in your veins is even mine. He took a long gulp, shaking his head again, almost speaking more to the room than to her. A daughter who fears shadows instead of wielding them is no use to anyone. The words cut deeper than she could let him see. She stood, bowing her head, as though his disappointment were a physical weight pressing her down. I'll do it, she whispered, though her chest tightened. I'll plant it in her purse. Gerald turned sharply, setting his glass down. Good, that's the spirit. When the ring is found, everything falls into place. Faye will be removed, and then, he smirked, a shadow of triumph flashing across his face. The way will be clear for the rightful Luna to take her place. Maya glanced up at him, but didn't say anything. Gerald froze for just a fraction of a second, then waved his hand dismissively. Go on, do your part, Maya. That's all that matters. Maya's brows furrowed, but she didn't dare press further. She tucked the ring into her pocket. With a small bow, she turned to leave the room, her steps heavy. As the door closed behind her, Gerald exhaled again, running his hand over his face. He moved back to his drink and muttered under his breath. A fool, that's what she is. Not clever enough, not bold enough. If she weren't my daughter. He shook his head and let the words trail into silence. Faye. I stayed standing in Alexander's room even after the call with my mother ended, the silence thick between us. My phone screen had already gone dark, but I still stared at it for a moment as though I could disappear into the reflection. I had lied. Boldly lied. Technically, it wasn't a lie, at least not in the way lies are usually defined. I told my mother that everything was all right with me, and in some sense it was true. I was alive. I was breathing. I wasn't bleeding out or being torn apart by the fever that nearly knocked me down. By that standard, yes, I was all right. But it wasn't the full truth. The words I didn't say hung heavy on my tongue. I hadn't told her about the sudden fever that had left me gasping for air. I hadn't told her about the revelation Alexander's mother had dropped on me like a stone in a still pond, rippling everything I thought I knew about myself. I pressed my lips together, shifting awkwardly as I felt Alexander's gaze on me. He had been watching me all through the phone call, silently, but his silence wasn't light. It was heavy. Even now that I had ended the call, he still looked at me the same way, as if he were peeling back layers I didn't want him to see. I sighed and finally spoke. "Before you say anything, there's a reason I didn't tell her, about the fever, or about what your mother said. I know she would only panic, and she'd probably assume I was dying or something dramatic like that. I didn't want to worry her unnecessarily." Alexander didn't even blink. He simply shrugged, as though my words barely grazed his attention. "It's not my business whether you tell your mother the truth or not." I blinked, my mouth falling open slightly. Really? That was it? No lecture? No argument about responsibility or honesty? "I just explained myself," I muttered, half embarrassed, half annoyed. And here I thought I was justifying why I cut myself short and gave a little laugh, rolling my eyes at him. "Never mind. Thank you for your time, Alpha," I added, deliberately cheeky. He raised an eyebrow but said nothing, and I took that as my cue to leave. I walked out of his room and down the hall, letting out a soft sigh I hadn't realized I was holding in. By the time I reached my door, I felt lighter. Or at least I thought I did, until I slipped my hand into my pocket and pulled out my key. The key slid into the lock too smoothly. My heart sank. I froze for a second before trying again, and that was when I realized the truth. I hadn't locked my door. Again. For the love of the moon. I shook my head. Alexander would lecture me for the rest of the day if he had seen it. He was already on my case about security, about how careless I could be sometimes. Forgetting to lock my door was practically an open invitation for him to lecture me until my ears fell off. "Great, Faye," I muttered to myself. Brilliant habit to keep repeating in a pack house full of eyes. I turned the knob and pushed the door open, mentally preparing to scold myself harder when my eyes fell on the figure standing inside my room. I stopped dead in my tracks. "Maya?" The young maid startled at the sound of my voice. She had been standing near my dresser, and the way she flinched told me she hadn't expected me to walk in at that exact moment. "Oh, Luna Faye," she blurted out quickly, straightening her posture, her hands fiddled with the cloth in her grasp, her eyes darting to the floor before flicking nervously back up to me. My brow arched instinctively. "What are you doing here?" Maya swallowed hard, her cheeks flushing as though she'd been caught stealing. I brought in your laundry, Luna." I folded everything and placed it neatly in the wardrobe. I was just about to leave. My eyes flicked to the wardrobe and then back to her. "Oh?" I softened my voice, not wanting to make her more nervous than she already looked. "Thank you, Maya." She bobbed her head quickly, clutching the cloth tighter. "Yes, Luna, of course. Always." She backed away as she spoke, her movements hurried, almost clumsy. When she reached the doorway, she nearly tripped over her own foot. "Maya," I began, instinctively stepping forward to steady her, but she righted herself quickly, muttering something about being fine. Then, with another hurried bow, she scurried off down the hall before I could say another word. I stood there in my room, watching her retreating figure until she disappeared around the corner. That was strange. Maya was always polite, always quiet, but this was different. She had looked rattled, nervous, almost guilty. I glanced around my room slowly. Nothing seemed out of place. The bed was neatly made, the laundry folded just as she had said. The wardrobe door stood slightly ajar, but I suppose that was normal since she had just put things away. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe I was just imagining things. But the way she practically ran out of her. My thoughts circled back to the last time Maya had been caught up in something, when Alexander had interrogated her. I remembered how pale she had looked afterward, her hands trembling as though she'd been dragged to the gallows. Since then, she'd been different, more conscious, more timid. Maybe this was just the aftermath of that trauma. Maybe she was still afraid of slipping up, of giving Alexander any reason to turn his piercing gaze on her again. And it's also his fault that I'm being paranoid now. Faye. I slouched a little in my chair, trying not to make it obvious that I was fighting the urge to yawn. These elders could talk about absolutely nothing for hours and still manage to make it sound like the fate of the world depended on it. I didn't even know why I was here. They'd woken me up from the best nap I'd had in days, telling me that I needed to represent Alexander in an urgent council session. Urgent, my foot. I glanced around the table again, letting my eyes move over each of the elders. They were debating some minor political issue I couldn't care less about, something that could have easily waited until tomorrow's regular council meeting. That was how it had always been done since I arrived here. Morning sessions, structured, predictable. Never this kind of ambush in the middle of the afternoon. Alexander hadn't even bothered to warn me. Again, I'd woken up to just a knock at my door telling me the elders were waiting. The irony wasn't lost on me. He wanted me to act like a Luna when it suited him, but he couldn't be bothered to tell me where he ran off to half the time. I sat there, purse resting on my lap, trying to remind myself that I didn't need to let his absence or the elders' pretentiousness get under my skin. I just needed to endure this, smile, nod, and get out. My eyes flicked toward Gerald, who was speaking at the moment. He wasn't just an elder, he was a performer. Every word he uttered was coated with this oily smugness that made me want to roll my eyes so hard they'd get stuck in the back of my skull. He had that glint in his gaze again, the one that always seemed like he was waiting for someone to mess up just so he could pounce. I hated that look. The minutes dragged, the same points circled. By the time one of the elders suggested adjournment, I was already halfway out of my seat in my head. Finally, I rose when the meeting closed, relieved to be done with the endless chatter. I swung my purse strap over my shoulder, except it didn't stay on my shoulder. Instead, there was a sharp snap, and the strap slipped completely free. My purse fell, hitting the floor with a loud, humiliating thud that echoed in the chamber. Everything spilled: my comb, my handkerchief, a pen, a folded piece of paper, lip gloss, and my phone. I bent down quickly, embarrassed, ready to scoop them up, and then I froze. Rolling across the floor like it had been waiting for its moment, a small silver ring. Not just any ring. I didn't recognize it, but I didn't need to. The expression on Gerald's face when he picked it up said it all. The instant the elders' gasps filled the room, I knew it was something I should never have had. Then Gerald threw it at me. "Can you explain this?" I stared at it. The three-eyed wolf stared back at me from its engraved surface. My blood ran cold, my body frozen in place. It was the ring Alexander had shown me, the very one he said Officer Derek had sent a picture of. I just knelt there, staring, wishing it would vanish, wishing someone would believe me if I said I had never seen it before in my life. But Gerald moved faster than thought. He swept forward and picked it up again, holding it high between two fingers like he'd just unearthed proof of my darkest crime. His voice cut through the stunned silence. "What treachery is this?" He boomed. "Our Luna, consort of the Alpha himself, carrying the emblem of the enemy?" The chamber erupted. Voices overlapped in disbelief, in shock, in disgust. My heart pounded in my ears so loud I could hardly hear anything else. I wanted to say something, to deny it, to laugh, to scream, but my tongue felt like lead. My chest constricted until I couldn't breathe. It wasn't mine. It wasn't mine. I wanted to shout it, but no words would come. How did it get into my bag? I had no idea. Gerald stepped closer, eyes gleaming with triumph. "The Blood Crescent laws are clear. We do not take treason lightly. Possession of this ring is not mere suspicion. It is proof. We all have heard about this ring, haven't we? The Luna harbors disloyalty and perhaps worse." No. The word barely left my lips, barely a whisper, but it was drowned in the sea of voices. Then Cole spoke. "With all due respect, Elder Gerald, this doesn't make sense. You think she planted this on herself? You think she'd sit here in front of all of us with something so damning in her purse?" "Do you doubt your own eyes, Cole?" Gerald thundered, cutting him off. He lifted the ring higher, turning it so every elder could see. "Do you doubt the judgment of the council?" "I doubt convenient accidents," Cole shot back. "This reeks of silence." Gerald's command hit the chamber like a whip. "You overstep, boy. The law is not yours to question." Cole's jaw tightened, his fists curled at his sides. He looked at me, searching for me to say something, anything, but all I could do was stare back at him with wide eyes, paralyzed. Gerald's gaze returned to me. By the authority of this council, the Luna will be detained until judgment is passed. Two warriors moved forward instantly, as if they had been hanging around, waiting. They hesitated for a moment, but then they shook it off fast. "No, wait." My voice cracked at last, breaking through the fog, choking me, but it was too late. Strong hands seized my arms, pulling me upright. My purse dangled uselessly from one guard's grasp, its contents scooped up like evidence. I stumbled, my feet dragging as they led me toward the doors. My mind spun, searching for logic. How had this happened? Why me? Who could have? The whispers tore at me from every side as the elders watched me pass. Traitor. Deceiver. Alexander's shame. Their voices sliced deeper than the warrior's grip on my arms. Elder Rowan, one of the few elders who used to have a little bit of regard for me, just stared at me, shaking his head in disappointment. Cole tried one last time, his voice desperate. "This isn't right. At least let her explain herself." "Enough," one of the elders snapped. "The council has spoken. The Luna will answer for her crime." The doors groaned open. My body felt weightless, detached, as if I wasn't really there. This wasn't real. This couldn't be real. And yet the last sound I heard before they slammed shut behind me was Gerald's voice, cold and final. "Lock her away." Cole's jaw was tight as he watched the guards seize Faye by the arms, dragging her out. Without wasting another second, Cole pulled his phone from his pocket and dialed Alexander's number. He kept his eyes fixed on the doorway where Faye had disappeared, his other hand clenching into a fist. The line rang all the way to the end without an answer. Cole swore under his breath, cutting the call and immediately hitting redial. This time Alexander picked up. "Cole?" Alexander's voice came through. "Alexander, where are you?" Cole asked sharply. His gaze moved toward the elders seated across the chamber. "I'm on my way back to the pack house." "Why?" Alexander sounded puzzled. Cole hesitated for only a heartbeat before replying. "Then hurry. You need to get here now." There was a pause on the line. "What's going on?" Alexander pressed, his tone hardening. "It's the Luna," Cole said, his voice clipped. "What's wrong with Faye?" The calm in Alexander's tone cracked. "Is she all right?" Cole drew in a steadying breath, struggling to keep his words clear. "She's fine, for now. But the elders, they've labeled her a traitor. They've already taken her away." Alexander scoffed. "You're not making sense, Cole. What do you mean? Labeled her a traitor, taken her away?" Cole's voice cracked a little. "Just get here." "Fine, I'll be there in 20 minutes, Alexander said. Alexander. The line went dead, and I dropped the phone. What the hell did Cole mean by, "They've taken her away"? Taken who exactly? Faye? My foot slammed harder against the gas, the engine growling as I pushed the car faster down the road. I didn't care about the speed, only that every second wasted meant something could be happening to her. "She's fine for now," Cole had said. For now. The words kept repeating in my head, pounding like a drum. What was that supposed to mean? And why did he sound so damn cryptic? If she was fine, then why the urgency in his voice? Why couldn't he just tell me plainly what was going on? I gripped the wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. "Damn it, Cole," I muttered under my breath, my patience thinning with every passing mile. I pushed harder on the accelerator, the needle on the dashboard climbing, my thoughts racing faster than the car itself. "What the hell is going on back there?" I muttered again. As I drove through the gates, Cole was already there, standing right at the center of the compound, like he'd been waiting all day for me to show up. His posture was stiff, his face tight. That alone was enough to set my nerves on edge. Cole never looked like that unless something was terribly wrong. As I stepped out of the car, the first thing I noticed was the pack members, small clusters of them scattered around the compound. Their voices carried low, like hissing snakes in the grass. Gossip, whatever story they thought they had gotten their hands on, it was spreading like wildfire. The second they caught sight of me, though, everything shifted. Some broke apart immediately, scurrying off like rats caught stealing grain. Others didn't move, only stood there watching me, their eyes sharp, expectant, hungry, waiting. I could feel it, the weight of their curiosity pressing against me. They wanted a reaction, something to feed the fire already burning through the pack house. But I wasn't about to give them that. Not yet. Cole moved quickly to close the distance between us. His eyes darted briefly toward the onlookers before settling firmly on me, as though to say this wasn't a conversation meant for prying ears. I didn't need him to say it. I already knew. "What happened?" I demanded. His shoulders shifted uneasily, and I could see it. The hesitation, the careful calculation in his eyes. He was weighing how much to say, how to say it. That alone made my gut twist. "The ring," he said finally. "It was found on her." I blinked, the words not sinking in at first. "What ring?" "The one." He dragged a hand through his hair, his voice cracking with strain. "The one with the three-eyed wolf. The same one Derek sent you the picture of the other day. It fell out of Faye's bag, right there in front of the elders." For a moment, my thoughts just stopped. My body kept moving, breath still drawing in and out, but my mind froze. The words felt foreign, impossible, as though Cole had switched to a language I couldn't understand. "The ring," I repeated, more to myself than him. "That ring? How?" "Yes, they all saw it. I saw it too." Cole cut me off, his words spilling faster than he could control. "The elders, every damn one of them saw it, and they didn't even hesitate, Alexander. He shook his head hard, almost like he was trying to knock the memory loose. "They think she's the enemy, or working with the one who staged the border attack. That'll make her a—" He trailed off, but I didn't need him to finish. I already knew the word he was avoiding. A traitor. My hands curled into fists, fingernails biting into my palms. My first instinct was denial. It had to be a mistake, some trick, some setup. But then the questions flooded in, crashing against each other in my skull. Had she been hiding something all along? If it was all some kind of game, if she'd been playing me this whole time, then she was good. Too good. Because I'd believed her. Every word, every look, every desperate insistence that she wanted to help. I'd trusted her instincts, her drive, the fire in her eyes when she demanded answers. Had it all been an act? No, damn it. My gut rebelled against the thought. Faye wasn't a liar. Not like that. Not capable of that level of deceit. But the evidence, if what Cole said was true, it painted her in the darkest light imaginable. I shook my head, trying to clear it, but the questions clawed their way back in. If she wasn't guilty, then how had the ring gotten there? Why had it been in her possession at all? Nothing was adding up at the moment. Cole must have seen the storm brewing on my face as I stood still, because he asked carefully, "What are you going to do?" I didn't answer. Couldn't. My mind was too tangled, too heavy with possibilities I refused to accept. Instead, I turned my gaze back to him. "Where is Faye now?" Cole hesitated for a second, then lifted his chin toward the east side of the compound. "They've locked her up, in the dungeon." Faye. The damp chill of the dungeon seeped into my skin the longer I sat there, the rough stone pressing into my back like it wanted to remind me where I was. My hands trembled, not from fear, at least that's what I told myself, but from the cold. The silence was worse than the cold, though. It was thick, suffocating, broken only by the occasional drip of water echoing from somewhere deep within the walls. I pressed my knees to my chest and tried to steady my breathing. It still felt unreal. One moment I had been sitting through a council meeting, irritated and bored as always, and the next I was being dragged out like some criminal, a traitor. The elders had spat the word at me like it explained everything, like it justified the humiliation of being seized without even a chance to defend myself. My lips pressed into a thin line. I should have screamed. I should have fought back, said something, anything. But shock had stolen the words from me, and by the time I found my voice, it was too late. They had already branded me guilty. I leaned my head against the damp wall and closed my eyes. Alexander. Everyone could believe whatever they wanted. What I really cared about was his opinion. My chest tightened at the thought of him. Did he know by now? He had to. Cole was there. He wouldn't have just stood by. He must have called him immediately. But what good would that do me? I wasn't sure what was worse. The thought that Alexander might not believe me, or that he would. If he believed me, if he stood up to the elders on my behalf, then he would be going against them. The same elders who had guided him since childhood, who saw themselves as the keepers of the pack's traditions, the guardians of its stability. To defend me meant to divide himself from them, maybe even to divide the pack. Would he do that? For me? And if he didn't? if he believed them instead. Then what did that say about me? About us? The air grew heavier, and I rubbed at my arms as if that could warm me. They never wanted me here. Not really. From the very beginning, the whispers had followed me through the hallways of the pack house, the stares that lingered too long, the smiles that never quite reached their eyes. I had told myself I could endure it, that I would prove them wrong over time, that if I stood by Alexander, if I showed my loyalty, then eventually they would see me as one of them. But sitting here, caged like some dangerous beast, I realized just how wrong I'd been. It was too easy for them, too convenient. The moment something suspicious happened, I became their scapegoat, the outsider, the easy target. I pressed my fists against my temples, trying to drown out the rising panic. Whoever had done this, whoever had set me up, they knew exactly what they were doing. They had counted on the fact that almost no one here would lift a finger to defend me, that the elders wouldn't even hesitate before condemning me, that Alexander's absence at the time would make it easier. But why? I bit down hard on my lip. The question bothered me as much as the cold did. Who? Out of all the faces I had seen since coming here, who would hate me enough to frame me like this? The list was too long. Almost everyone had made it clear, one way or another, that they didn't want me around. Which meant it could have been anyone. I exhaled shakily, lowering my head onto my knees. The stone floor bit into my skin, but I welcomed the sting. It grounded me, reminded me that I couldn't afford to fall apart. I wasn't going to cry. I wasn't going to let them see me broken. I was still trying to process my situation when I heard sound. Footsteps. I scrambled to my feet, brushing dust from my palms, even though it didn't matter. My heart thundered, and when the figure finally appeared, my chest squeezed so tight I thought I might collapse. It was Alexander. For a moment, I simply stared at him. He didn't rush forward, didn't call my name, didn't ask me anything. He just stopped in front of the bars and looked at me. He was angry, I could tell. I couldn't take it. I shook my head quickly, the words spilling out before I could stop them. I didn't do it, I swear. I'm innocent. My voice cracked, shame prickling my skin because I hated how desperate I sounded. But what else could I say? He hadn't spoken yet. He hadn't told me what he thought. And the silence was worse than any accusation. Deep down, a part of me was screaming. What if he believed them? What if he looked at me now and saw only the traitor they claimed I was? Finally, after what felt like an eternity, his lips parted, eyes softening a little. I know. Just 2 words. My knees nearly buckled at the sound of them. He didn't demand an explanation. He didn't press me to defend myself. He didn't doubt. He just knew. How did he know? And in that moment, something inside me cracked open. I didn't know if it was relief or something far deeper, but it left me shaken. Without another glance at me, Alexander turned to the guard stationed outside the cell. His voice was clipped. Let her out. The guard hesitated, shifting nervously. Alpha, with respect. The words barely left his mouth before Alexander's voice thundered, stripped of all patience. I said, let her out. The guard's face blanched. He fumbled with the keys, his hands trembling so badly I thought he might drop them. I stood frozen, my palms damp as I watched him finally unlock the gate. The hinges screeched, and the heavy iron door swung open. The guard reached as if to steady me as I stepped out, but Alexander's glare alone stopped him in his tracks. Good. I didn't need his hand. Alexander. My heart had broken when I saw her in that dungeon. The cold stone walls, the damp pressing in, her figure small in that dark place. The sight was enough to carve me open from the inside out. She didn't belong there, and I blame myself for not being there to shield her earlier. I knew she was innocent. My wolf knew it too. I could feel it. The certainty was deep in my bones. All I needed was a way to prove it, to the elders, to the whole damned pack if I had to. But proof could come later. What mattered now was the insult, the audacity, the blatant overstepping that had been done in my absence. They hadn't even had the decency to place her in the regular holding cells. No, they had chosen the dungeon, reserved for actual traitors, rogues, the worst of the worst, and they had dared to put her there, dared to treat her like filth over some stupid ring found in her purse. That alone told me everything. This wasn't justice, it was a plot, and I was going to root out every hand that played in it. The anger burned so hot in my chest I could hardly breathe. My wolf, Aiden, pushed against me, prowling just beneath my skin, snarling for release. By the time I reached the chamber doors, my anger was spilling out in every direction. My fists itched. My teeth ached with the urge to bear. I shoved the doors open with both hands, and they slammed against the walls with a crash that shook the chamber. Instant silence. The murmur of voices cut off like a throat slit. The rustle of parchment stilled. All heads turned. Every single elder looked at me, eyes wide, spines snapping straighter in their seats. I stood in the doorway, chest heaving, eyes burning with a rage I no longer cared to hide. I let them see it, let them choke on it. My gaze swept once across the chamber before it locked on the man I wanted most. Gerald. Cole had mentioned how he was the one who made the pronouncement. He sat at the far end of the long table, chin tilted high, wearing that practiced mask of composure, always pretending he was the voice of reason. "How dare you?" The words ripped from me. "How dare you take it upon yourself to send her to the dungeon?" The words spat from my tongue like poison. Dungeon. A ripple went through the council, unease shifting their gazes. Some flinched. Some dropped their eyes to the table, but not Gerald. He rose slowly, deliberately, as though his measured movements could soften the weight of my fury. "I see you've been informed," he said. "Well, she was caught with evidence that I didn't ask for excuses." The roar that tore out of me was raw, violent. It rattled the very air. Gerald's mouth snapped shut, his composure cracking just a fraction more. "You overstepped," I snarled, taking a step forward. "You acted without my word, without my presence, without so much as informing me." Gerald faltered, just barely, but before he could shape a reply, another voice piped up. Vincent, old fool, always eager to prove his loyalty to whoever seemed most powerful at the moment. He stood, wringing his hands, his voice trembling though he tried to sound firm. "Alpha, you must understand. The matter was grave. If she truly is what the evidence suggests, then I don't care if the moon itself came down with accusations in hand." I snapped, whipping my head toward him. Vincent stumbled back a step, nearly collapsing into his seat. "No one takes action like this without me. Not Gerald, not you, not anyone in this chamber." The silence after that was thick enough to choke on. These were supposed to be the wise ones, the guiding voices of the pack. The ones who kept tradition, who upheld law. Yet here they were, staring at me with wide eyes like children caught stealing. They knew it. They knew they'd crossed a line. Then Gerald finally exhaled, slow and deliberate, as if he thought he could steady himself. "Alpha, our actions were not meant to undermine your authority, but the evidence was plain. The council could not sit idle in the face of such a discovery." Plain? The word hissed out of me like poison. What's plain to me is that you let your fear, or your ambition, blind you. You let whispers of proof turn you into executioners before a judgment was even spoken. You presumed too much. Elder Marcellus cleared his throat. "With respect, Alpha, the council acted for the safety of the pack." I turned my gaze on him, on all of them. "Safety?" I asked. "Is this what you call safety? Throwing her into chains without trial, without defense, without me? If this is your definition of safety, then you've insulted everything our laws stand for." I forced myself to take a breath, not because the rage had passed. Oh no, it still burned like fire in my veins. But because I needed them to hear me now with absolute clarity. "If you truly believe she is guilty," I said, my voice loud, "then she will stand trial. She will face judgment the way our laws demand. But until that trial is held, until a verdict is passed," I leaned forward, my hands slamming down onto the table, "she is under my protection. I hope I've made myself clear." Faye. The water had long since cooled, but I didn't move. I just sat there in the bathtub, knees tucked close to my chest, watching the ripples fade as I shifted slightly. My mind was too loud to let me enjoy the bath anyway. All day, the same images circled like vultures. The cold dungeon walls pressing in on me, the heavy chains, the guard's eyes too quick to look away, my own helplessness. But above everything else, it was Alexander's face I saw most vividly. The way his eyes burned when he looked at me through those iron bars. Not with suspicion, not with accusation, but with something far fiercer. With anger, yes, but not directed at me. He hadn't even asked me for explanations. He hadn't demanded I prove myself. The words had barely left my lips, "I'm innocent," and he had simply said, "I know," just like that. I still couldn't believe it. He didn't care how it looked. Not to the guards, not to the pack, not even to the elders, who were probably salivating over the chance to whisper that their alpha was blinded by sentiment. He had dismissed all of it with one decision. I let out a shaky laugh, dipping my hand into the water and watching droplets slide down my wrist. What a mess my life had become. What a chaotic, unpredictable storm I had walked into by stepping into this pack. For a second, I wondered if Alexander had gone to reason with them, maybe try to negotiate a middle ground. But then I pictured the look in his eyes, the raw anger straining at the edges of his control. He hadn't gone to reason. He had gone to confront them, which would only make things worse. I sighed and finally pulled myself out of the tub, the cold air biting at my skin. My body ached, not from the dungeon, not really, but from the exhaustion that came with too much thinking, too much feeling. I dried myself off and slipped into my nightwear, slowly, as though my body were trying to stretch out the minutes before I had to face my thoughts again. I crawled into bed, the sheets cool against my skin, and stared at the ceiling. That was when it hit me. Not the anger, not the humiliation, but fear. Real fear. For the first time since I set foot in Blood Crescent, I felt it coil tight in my stomach, icy and suffocating. What would happen next? Even if, by some miracle, I got out of this one unscathed, what about the next trap? Whoever set me up had been bold enough to slip that ring into my belongings, bold enough to risk Alexander's wrath, which meant they would try again. They would stop at nothing until I was gone, discredited or destroyed, maybe executed. And I had no idea how to fight them. I'd fought wars before. As a Delta, I had led warriors into blood and fire, carved my place with blade and skill. I knew how to battle with teeth bared and enemies in sight. But this wasn't about strength. This wasn't about blades or claws, or even courage in the field. This was politics, deceit, silent daggers passed hand to hand in the dark. This was the kind of war where you didn't know the battlefield until you were bleeding. And I was hopelessly inexperienced. Sure, I could fight back. I could challenge them head on, prove I wasn't weak, maybe even run if it came to that. But running would make me guilty. Fighting them openly would make me reckless. Either way, I'd be playing into their hands. How much more could I take before I broke? The thought sat heavy in my chest. I had always prided myself on my strength, my endurance. I was the fighter who never yielded, the woman who could outlast pain and fear. But lying there in the silence, I felt it for the first time. My limits creeping closer. A chill spread through me, colder than the dungeon ever had been. My body trembled even though the night was still, and before I realized it, tears welled up in my eyes. I didn't stop them this time. For the first time since I arrived here, I let myself break. The tears slid down my cheeks silently, soaking the pillow beneath me. I curled in on myself, arms wrapped around my stomach as though I could hold the pieces together, as though I could keep myself from unraveling completely. I hated it. Hated the weakness, hated the quiet sobs I couldn't swallow down, but I couldn't stop. The emptiness inside me spread, swallowing everything, and I wept into the silence of my room. A knock at the door made my heart lurch violently. I froze, my breath catching, every instinct on high alert. For one terrifying second, I thought they had come for me again, that the elders had found some new excuse, that I was about to be dragged back behind bars. I sat up quickly, wiping my face with my sleeve, trying to erase the evidence of my breakdown. My hands shook as I pushed my hair back. Whoever it was, I refused to let them see me like this. The knock came again. Swallowing hard, I rose from the bed and walked to the door. I yanked it open faster than I meant to, my frustration spilling over, but everything stood still when I saw who it was. It was Alexander. He stood there in the doorway, eyes scanning me with an intensity that made me feel as though he could see straight through the flimsy mask I'd just put on. I blinked, thrown off balance. "What?" "I came to check on you," he said simply, his voice softer than I expected, steady in a way that contrasted the storm I'd seen in him earlier. He stepped into the room without waiting for permission, and I moved aside because, really, what else could I do? The space seemed to shrink around him as he entered. He turned back to me and asked, "How are you feeling?" It was such a simple question, gentle, even, but it shattered me completely. I don't know what snapped inside me. Maybe it was the memory of his eyes in the dungeon, blazing, not with doubt, but with certainty. Maybe it was the way he stood here now, as though he didn't regret a single thing he had done for me tonight. Or maybe it was just that I was so tired, so damn tired of being strong. Before I could stop myself, before I could think better of it, I moved. I closed the distance between us and threw my arms around him. For one heartbeat, I thought he would stiffen, push me back, remind me of the walls that always seemed to stand between us. But he didn't. He just stood there, letting me bury my face against his chest. I clutched at him, desperate, because for the first time since this nightmare began, I felt safe. Not because the danger was gone, not because the fight was over, but because he was here. The tears came again, hot against my cheeks, and I didn't care. When her arms wrapped around me, I froze. Faye had never reached for me. Not like this. For a moment I simply stood there, stiff, caught completely off guard. Then instinct took over, and I pulled her close, holding her firmly against my chest. She was trembling, but she didn't let go. I realized she was breaking. "I'm here," I murmured, my voice low against her hair. Her shoulders shook, and I felt the dampness of her tears soak into my shirt. A fire burned low in my chest. Not just anger at the elders, but myself too. When she finally lifted her head, her eyes met mine. They were wide, glassy, and far too vulnerable for someone who had endured everything she had. My hand moved on its own, brushing a stray tear from her cheek. That was when I felt it, the shift. Her breathing hitched as my thumb lingered at her skin, her gaze flickering down to my lips before darting back up to meet my eyes. My wolf surged forward at that tiny, unspoken gesture. I leaned in, drawn by the pull that had haunted me since the first day I laid eyes on her. And she didn't look away. Instead, Faye tilted her chin up ever so slightly, closing the space between us. It wasn't hesitant. It was deliberate, desperate almost, as though she, too, had been holding back something for far too long. For the briefest heartbeat, her lips brushed against mine. Not a full kiss, but it was enough to send a shiver down my spine. The bond roared between us, wild and hungry. I wanted to seize the moment. But then I saw her, truly saw her. Her shoulders were still trembling. Her lashes clung to fresh tears. That small, fragile movement hadn't been a declaration of love or certainty. It was her clinging to the first scrap of safety she could find. She wasn't reaching for me as a man. She was reaching for me as her anchor, her escape from the storm. I couldn't let myself take advantage of that. I pulled back just enough to rest my forehead against hers. "Let's get some sleep." I guided her to the bed, my arm never leaving her. She clung to me until she was lying down, then held my hand as though she feared I'd vanish if she let go. I settled beside her, letting her head rest against my chest. Her breathing slowed, and soon she was asleep. Faye. I woke to the soft quiet of my room, the faint warmth beside me long gone. My hand instinctively reached across the bed, brushing against nothing but cool sheets. Alexander must have already gone to his office. For a moment, I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, trying to decide if I wanted to face the day at all. The thought of stepping outside my room felt like walking straight into a nightmare. I could already picture it. The stares, the whispers, the sideways glances that weren't subtle at all. Everyone in the pack had already branded me. Traitor, enemy. It didn't matter that I hadn't been given the chance to speak, that I was innocent. In their eyes, guilt had already been written across my skin. A knot formed in my chest. How was I supposed to survive this? To walk among them, knowing every word behind my back was poison? I pressed the heel of my palm against my eyes, forcing myself to breathe. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they think. That voice in my head was shaky, but I was determined. And then, as if something finally clicked into place, I realized the truth. The pack could look at me however they wanted. They could call me a traitor, spit in my direction, tear me apart with their stares. But Alexander, his opinion was the only one I needed. He had stood by me. He had believed me without question. He had pulled me from that dungeon, not once asking for proof of my innocence. If he, the Alpha, the one whose word was law in this pack, believed I was innocent, then maybe I could believe it was enough. That thought gave me the smallest flicker of strength, enough to finally drag myself out of bed. I padded across the room and into the bathroom, splashing cold water against my face. The reflection in the mirror didn't comfort me. It looked pale, my eyes shadowed with exhaustion, my lips drawn tight. I lingered there longer than I meant to, gripping the edges of the sink until my knuckles whitened. "Come on, Faye," I whispered to myself. My own voice cracked in the silence, but I forced it to be steadier on the second try. "You can do this. Head up, shoulders straight. Don't let them see you crumble." The pep talk wasn't magic. It didn't erase the worry in my stomach, but it was something, and I needed something. I freshened up, slipped into a simple outfit, and smoothed the fabric as though the small act could shield me from judgment. My steps to the door felt heavy, but I told myself over and over that hiding in this room all day would only let them win. Whoever set me up wanted me cowering. I wouldn't give them that satisfaction. When I finally pushed the door open, the hallway stretched out in front of me like a trial. My pulse quickened as I forced one foot in front of the other, down the familiar path that led toward Alexander's office. I paused when I reached the door, staring at the wood as though it might reveal what was happening on the other side. For a moment, doubt crept in again. What if he had changed his mind overnight? What if he regretted defending me so openly? The elders must have pushed back, surely. They must have warned him what it looked like, standing up for me. I raised my hand, hesitated, then lowered it again. Instead of knocking, I just stood there, until his voice came from within. "Come in, Faye." He must have smelled me, sensed me somehow. He was seated behind his desk, probably doing something on the computer, but his eyes lifted immediately to meet mine. And then he smiled. Not a full grin, not the kind that showed teeth, but something small, tugging at the corner of his lips, something soft. It made me falter. My tongue stumbled over the first word. "Hello." He didn't answer right away. He just kept looking at me, that faint smile still playing on his face. And suddenly I felt heat rush up my neck. Because I remembered last night, the tears, the way I'd clung to him, the almost kiss that hung between us. The feeling was unspoken but undeniable. His expression now, it almost looked like an inside joke, like he knew a secret no one else did, and that secret was me. I quickly dropped my gaze, blushing like some inexperienced girl. My feet carried me further into the office because standing frozen at the door made it worse. "You look bright this morning," Alexander said finally. His voice was low, steady, and there was something in his tone I couldn't place. I forced a smile. Bright. That wasn't how I felt inside, but if he wanted to see me that way, I'd give him what I could. "Thank you." He leaned back in his chair, studying me with that unreadable gaze of his. "It's good you're out. I was waiting for you to wake up." That made me blink. Waiting? For me? Yes. His tone was honest. "So we could go out." "Go out?" The words tumbled out awkwardly, confusion lacing every syllable. My first thought was that it must be packed business, patrols, council meetings, duty, something that required my presence as Luna, but right now I didn't see myself as Luna anyway, at least not yet. As I asked if it was packed duties, he only shook his head, amusement flickering in his eyes at my expression. "Not for work. I thought you might need a break from within these walls." His lips curved slightly again. "We could go out for breakfast." He paused, glanced at the clock. "Well, brunch now." I just stood there, staring at him. Of all the things I'd expected, harsh reminders, questions about the elders, this hadn't been anywhere on the list. A break? Breakfast outside the compound? The absurdity of it pulled a small, startled laugh out of me, and I realized how tightly wound I'd been, how badly I needed something normal, even if nothing about our lives could ever truly be normal. I swallowed, a smile tugging at my lips despite myself. I'd like that. I briefly thought about how the members of the pack would react, seeing me leave the compound. They might assume I was trying to escape, but I wouldn't let that stop me. I needed to clear my head and figure out who had set me up, and I couldn't do that within these same walls right now. Then it hit me. Alexander was probably thinking the same thing I was. It wasn't just about the food. It was about privacy, a chance to talk away from the mysterious listening ears lurking in the entire pack house. "Faye." Alexander drove in silence, his hands steady on the wheel, eyes forward like he was counting every thought in his head before speaking. It wasn't until we were well outside Blood Crescent territory that he finally pulled the car to the side of the road. My stomach twisted, not out of fear, but anticipation. He didn't usually stop unless something mattered. He turned to me slowly, his expression calm, though I could see the hint of something hard in his eyes. "Faye," he said, "we need to talk about what happened yesterday." I tensed. Of course. My throat tightened, but I forced myself to look at him. He leaned back slightly, still watching me. "I know you think I've been too suspicious, always looking over my shoulder, questioning everyone unnecessarily lately." I almost smiled bitterly. He wasn't wrong. I had thought that more than once. I even had an issue with him over it. "But after what happened," he continued, "you see it now, don't you?" I didn't answer. I didn't need to. He read my silence easily, the way he always did. His gaze softened for a moment, though the weight of his words didn't ease. "I don't trust the walls of that house right now," he said firmly. "Too many ears, too many eyes. That's why I wanted us to talk here." I nodded slightly. It made sense. Of course it did. But hearing it from him only pressed the truth deeper into me. He turned his eyes back to the road briefly before facing me again. The whole thing was obviously a setup, a careful one. Someone wanted that moment to happen, and they wanted everyone there to see it. I believe the plan had been in place for a while now. I drew in a shaky breath. The words were ones I already knew in my gut, but having him say them made them heavier, undeniable. He studied me for a beat, giving me space to absorb it, then added, "Whoever did this planned it down to the smallest detail. There was a spy, of course. That's how they knew about the investigation. They knew enough to spread the right whispers among the pack." My brows furrowed as I tried to follow. "You're saying spreading the news about the attack was because someone wanted to frame me?" The look he gave me said he couldn't believe I'd even asked. "Of course," he said quietly but firmly. "Think about it. Word of the border attack was still restricted, wasn't it? Only a few knew the details. Yet suddenly, half the pack is whispering about it, even the ring. Why do you think that happened? To prepare them, so that when you were caught with the ring, everyone would already know exactly how serious it was supposed to be." I froze, staring at him as his reasoning fell into place piece by piece. My chest felt tight, like I'd swallowed stones. "So," my voice came out soft, "you're saying someone made sure the whole pack was primed before it happened? So they'd all know what the ring meant?" "Yes," he said simply, his jaw tight. "They wanted the pack united against you before the ring ever fell out of your bag." I shook my head slowly, barely able to process it. That's insane. Someone really went that far just to destroy me?" His silence was answer enough. He let me sit with the thought for a moment, his eyes still on me. I had been the center of the whole thing all along, but I was too naive to see it. Or maybe the fact that I wanted to be accepted crippled my instincts. Then he said, "I asked for your belongings to be brought to me, everything that was confiscated yesterday." I swallowed, waiting, my fingers twisting nervously in my lap. "I checked the purse," he went on, "and it was obvious the strap didn't slip by accident. It wasn't wear and tear either. It was cut, cleanly." My heart skipped. "Cut," I echoed, barely a whisper. I was so confused by the whole thing that instant that I couldn't even think or notice anything like that. I didn't check to see why the bag slipped. I didn't even get the chance to check. "Yes," he said, his voice clipped with certainty. "Whoever planted that ring wanted it to fall out at the right moment. They cut your strap so it would give way at the perfect time, spill your things across the floor, and there it would be. Convenient, undeniable evidence." My pulse quickened, a rush of fear flooding through me. Who would hate me that much? He didn't answer. His eyes narrowed slightly, like he had ideas but wasn't ready to share them yet. Or maybe he didn't want to burden me with names until he had proof. Either way, the silence told me enough. He looked at me like I was asking the wrong question. "Who has access to your room, Faye? Who could go in even when you're not there?" I almost laughed. A sharp little smirk tugged at my lips before I could stop it. "No one," I said quickly. "No one has that much access. I mean, sure, I have the habit of forgetting to lock it sometimes while I'm inside, but I always lock it when I go out, even if it's just for a short while." The words came out with confidence, but halfway through them, something snagged in my memory. A tiny detail. My breath caught, and I faltered. I could have sworn I locked it yesterday before leaving. I always did. But when I walked back in, Maya was already there, in my room. She'd been folding laundry, smiling like it was the most normal thing in the world. I hadn't even questioned it. The realization hit me like a stone dropped in my stomach. My smirk faded, and I must have gone pale because Alexander was studying me sharply now. "What is it?" he asked. His voice was low, searching. "What just crossed your mind?" I hesitated, guilt pricking at me before I even spoke, saying it felt like betrayal, even though I knew I had to. My throat tightened, but I forced the words out. "Maya," I said softly. "She was in my room yesterday. I thought I'd locked it, but when I came back, she was inside already. She said she brought laundry." The look on Alexander's face didn't change much. If anything, his eyes narrowed in a way that told me he wasn't surprised. He leaned back slightly, almost like he'd been expecting me to land here sooner or later. I rushed to add, "I feel terrible even saying her name in something like this. She's the only one who goes in there, and she does it all the time, but I don't want to believe she'd ever—" Alexander's mouth curved, and in that instant, I knew exactly what he was remembering. How I'd been angry with him before. How I'd snapped when he questioned Maya, insisting she was harmless, insisting he was being paranoid. Now here I was, saying her name myself. The irony burned hot in my cheeks. "Could she possibly be involved?" I asked him. "Faye." The silence stretched for so long I thought Alexander wasn't going to answer me at all. He sat there with his hands resting loosely on the wheel, his jaw set, his eyes fixed on the empty stretch of road ahead. I turned toward him, trying to steady my voice. Why would Maya be involved in something like that? Spying? Setting me up? She has no reason to do that to me. It felt wrong even saying it out loud. Maya had been one of the only pack members who didn't treat me with open contempt from the start. She smiled when she saw me, brought things to my room without being asked, and tried, at least in little ways, to make me feel less like an intruder. To imagine her standing on the other side of the knife that had cut my purse strap, it made my stomach knot in protest. Alexander finally turned his head, his gaze landing on me. His expression softened, but there was something else beneath it too. "Maya may not have anything to gain directly from all this chaos," he said slowly, "but Gerald might. And if there's one thing I've learned, it's that he never dirties his own hands when he can use someone else's." I frowned, shaking my head. "Gerald? Yes." His tone was clipped, certain. "I can't say for sure yet what he's really trying to achieve, but I'd bet everything I have that he's involved somehow. And Maya, she could very well be his way in, his pawn, especially since you seem to trust her so much." I sat back against the seat, baffled. But why would Maya help him? She's just a servant in the house. What could Gerald possibly have over her? Alexander gave me a look that made my breath catch. It wasn't anger, not exactly, more like disbelief, as though he couldn't understand how I didn't already know. "Why not?" he said at last, his voice low, almost casual. "Gerald is her father. That should be reason enough." For a moment I thought I misheard him. My lips parted, but no sound came out. Her what? I had to ask, even though I was fully aware that he didn't enjoy dragging conversations. He was the one who brought it up, so he had to be ready to satisfy my curiosity too. "Her father," Alexander repeated, eyes back on the road, as though the words were nothing shocking at all. "You really didn't know?" I stared at him, stunned. "No, I never asked about her family. She never said anything either. My voice trailed off. How could I have missed something like that? The pieces slid into place with a sickening click. Gerald, the elder who had practically salivated over the chance to condemn me in front of everyone, the one who had pressed for my arrest before Alexander even walked in, and Maya, the quiet girl who always happened to be around at the right moments, who had free access to my room whenever she pleased. If she was his daughter, then Alexander's suspicions weren't far-fetched at all. I remembered the gleam in Gerald's eyes yesterday, the eagerness in his voice when he announced my guilt as though he had been waiting for that moment his entire life. If it hadn't been for Alexander's timely return, I was certain Gerald would have passed judgment the same day. and execution might have followed before I even had a chance to defend myself. A shiver ran down my spine. If Maya truly was his daughter, then perhaps Alexander was right. Perhaps the girl I'd tried to believe in was never truly on my side at all. My thoughts tangled into knots until I barely noticed how quiet I'd grown. I must have been staring blankly out the window because Alexander's voice cut through my haze gently. "Don't lose yourself in it, Faye," he said. "I'll get to the bottom of this, and when I do, you won't have anything to worry about." I looked at him, searching his face. There was no hesitation in his eyes, no trace of doubt. He meant every word. Still, I couldn't hold back the question that burned at the edge of my tongue. "But I'll be facing trial, won't I?" He looked away. Just briefly, but I caught it. His silence was heavier than any words. Then, finally, he nodded. "Yes, unless I uncover the truth first. If I can prove who was responsible, the entire case collapses. You'll be vindicated." I let out a laugh, hollow and humorless. The idea of me being vindicated seemed almost absurd. Vindicated? I can't even walk down the hallway without everyone whispering. They already see me as guilty. How do you erase that? His hand moved before I could think, reaching across the console to cover mine. My breath hitched at the contact. I doubt if I'll ever get used to his touch. "Look at me," he said. I hesitated, then obeyed. His eyes locked on mine. "Trust me, Faye. You are my responsibility, and I will protect you at all costs." Something inside me cracked wide open. Not from fear, not from the weight of suspicion or the judgment of the pack, but from his words, from the raw conviction in his voice. My heart thundered in my chest, pounding so hard I was afraid he might hear it. After everything with Jason, after all the lies, the betrayal, the wound I swore would never heal, I hadn't thought my heart could beat like this for anyone ever again. And yet, here I was. I swallowed hard, fighting the sting in my eyes. I didn't want to cry in front of him again. But Nova's voice stirred suddenly in the back of my mind, sly and bright as always. "You know it'll be easier if you just—" Nova started. Heat rushed up my neck and into my cheeks as I cut her off fast. "Nova," I hissed inwardly, mortified. "Shut up. I'm just saying," Nova added. I buried my face briefly in my hand, suddenly wishing I could sink into the seat and disappear before she actually embarrassed me. Alexander's chuckle broke the tension, a low, warm sound. He didn't comment on Nova's interruption, though of course he'd heard her. Instead, he only shook his head with a faint smile tugging at his lips, as if he found my embarrassment amusing. "Don't worry, I didn't hear anything," he said lightly, shifting gears as he started the car again. I rolled my eyes. "Can we actually go get something to eat, please?" I was very hungry at this point. I barely ate anything yesterday. I had just stepped out of the car, heading toward the house, when Bella appeared in front of me. The way she positioned herself, blocking my path with that smug little smirk, told me this wasn't by accident. She was waiting for me. I sighed inwardly. Of course she was. She thrived on moments like this, swooping in when I was least in the mood for her nonsense. And today I wasn't in the mood for anything. My chest was already tight from the stares I'd endured all day, the whispers that followed me everywhere. I knew exactly why she was here, to taunt me, to make sure the whole pack remembered just how much of a traitor I was. Bella wasted no time. She raised her voice deliberately, loud enough to carry across the compound to the few people milling about. She wanted witnesses. Well, she began, her tone oozing with mockery. "I can't say I was surprised when I heard you'd finally been caught. I always knew you were dangerous. Dangerous to Alexander. Dangerous to this entire pack. Honestly, what were they thinking, bringing a replacement with no business being here? No business leading Blood Crescent as Luna? It was bound to be a disaster from the start." Her words didn't even sting as much anymore, and I also refused to give her the reaction she wanted. My face remained calm as I walked closer to the entrance. "Are you done?" I asked flatly, meeting her eyes. "So you can move aside and let me pass. I don't have time for this." For a moment, I thought I saw her flinch at my indifference. But Bella was nothing if not relentless. She took a deliberate step closer, her lips curling with that false sympathy that made me want to spit. "Oh, don't worry, Faye," she continued, her voice dripping with exaggerated pity. "I don't blame you. Really, I don't. If it were left to me, you'd still be in the dungeon, curled up with the rats where traitors like you belong. But Alexander, ever so merciful, still spares you. I'm sure you know he's only protecting that little alliance with Silver Hollow. But that won't save you forever. Justice will come. And when the trial begins, I'll be front and center, waiting for everyone to finally see you for what you really are. Her words pushed at me, harder this time, trying to force me into the corner she'd built. I clenched my fists at my sides, refusing to let her see me bothered. Like I said, I don't have time for this, I muttered, stepping sideways to move past her. That's when her hand shot out. She grabbed my wrist, her nails digging slightly into my skin, and yanked me back. I'm not done talking, you dungeon rat, she hissed. Something inside me snapped. I had endured the stares, the muttered accusations, the weight of suspicion pressing down on me since yesterday. I had bitten my tongue, lowered my head, swallowed my pride. But this deliberate humiliation, this insult spat at me, was the last straw. I never tolerated being grabbed disrespectfully like that. It didn't matter who was crazy enough to try it. I'd put them in their place real quick. Before I even thought about it, my hand moved. The slap cracked through the air, loud, echoing through the compound. Bella stumbled backward, her eyes wide, nearly slamming into the side of the house. Shock flashed across her face, raw and unguarded, as though she had never considered that I might fight back. I took a step forward, my voice low, vibrating with anger. At this point, I could comfortably take out all my frustrations on her if she pushed me further. Touch me again, Bella, and I'll show you exactly what I'm made of. The entire place froze. For a breathless moment, no one moved, no one spoke. Even the breeze seemed to halt, waiting. Good. Then Bella's expression shifted. Her shock melted away in a moment. Her eyes darted past me, and I realized what she had seen. Alexander. I had left him in the car while he was making a phone call. He was crossing the compound, walking towards us. Bella, ever the opportunist, clutched her cheek dramatically and stumbled further back, raising her voice so it carried to him. "Alex," she cried, her tone trembling with mock outrage. "Did you see that? She attacked me. This is exactly what happens when you let traitors roam free. They lash out at innocent people. She's violent, unremorseful, dangerous. How much longer before she hurts someone else?" Her performance was perfect. I could see the way her voice cracked at just the right moment, the way her eyes watered on cue, and I hated her for it. Hated how easily she could spin the truth, twist it, make herself the victim. But I really had nothing to lose at this point. Alexander didn't respond until he got close enough. Apologized to Faye. For a second, I wondered if I had misheard. Around us, the pack members who had been watching exchanged stunned looks, their shock mirroring mine. But Bella's reaction was priceless. It was almost funny. Her mouth dropped open. Her eyes widened, flicking between me and Alexander as though the world had just tilted off its axis. She looked betrayed, humiliated, undone in a way that her composure couldn't mask. "What?" she stammered, her voice cracked. "You heard me," Alexander said, his tone calm. The silence that followed was deafening. Bella's mouth opened and closed like a fish gasping for air. The shock that had silenced her for a moment quickly hardened into defiance. She straightened, shoulders back, her hand still pressed to her cheek, as if displaying her wound would somehow justify her rage. "You want me to apologize?" she demanded, her voice rising an octave. "Alex, are you serious? She just slapped me. Right here, in front of everyone, and you're telling me to apologize to her?" I could hear the stirrings of murmurs from the onlookers gathered around the edges of the compound. They leaned closer, hungry for the drama, whispering behind their hands, their eyes darting between Bella's outrage and Alexander. I didn't move. My palms still tingled from the force of the slap I'd delivered, and part of me wanted to smile at Bella's audacity. Even now, she was scrambling to twist the narrative, desperate to make herself the victim again. But another part of me was tense, uncertain, watching Alexander, waiting to see which way he would lean. He didn't keep us waiting long, his gaze fixed on Bella. "You know I hate repeating myself, Bella." Bella laughed. "This is ridiculous. She jabbed her finger at me, her voice trembling with outrage. "She assaulted me, and you're siding with her?" Alexander's expression didn't change, but I could see it in his eyes. His patience was thin. "I heard you call her names. Dungeon rat?" Despite my warnings, repeated warnings. Not to disrespect her. She's my mate, and you're Luna. I'm sure you know what that means. Bella flinched, and I swear the entire compound seemed to lean back at once, as though the air had just shifted. I wanted to ignore the scene and walk into the house, but this was something I couldn't miss. For the first time since I'd known her, Bella seemed at a loss for words. Her lips parted, but no sound came out. Her face flushed red, then pale, as though she couldn't decide which humiliation stung worse, my slap or Alexander's rebuke. I stood frozen, torn between a strange satisfaction and discomfort due to the attention. Part of me wanted to savor the look on Bella's face, the disbelief in her wide eyes. Bella, the one who always strutted around with her tongue sharp as a blade, had just been cut down in front of everyone. But another part of me couldn't stop glancing at Alexander, wondering what was going through his mind. Bella's voice finally broke the silence, shrill with desperation. "You can't be serious," she. "If you continue to argue, I promise you will regret testing me further," Alexander said. The courtyard went deathly still. Bella swallowed hard. I could see the war inside her, the humiliation of bowing her head versus the terror of defying Alexander when he spoke like that. For once, her pride lost. She turned to me, her jaw clenched, her voice bitter. I'm sorry." The words sounded like they'd been dragged from her throat with hooks, but still she had said them. I met her glare. The slap had already spoken for me, but hearing her apology, even forced, was something I never thought I'd witness. Alexander gave a single nod. "Good." Then he took my hand. "Let's go." Maya stood among the trees with her father again, her arms wrapped tightly around herself, as though the chill in the air had seeped beneath her skin. She hated these meetings. She hated the secrecy of them, hated the way her father's sharp eyes bore into her whenever she came back with answers he didn't like. Tonight was no different. Gerald was waiting, and he was clearly frustrated. "What's going on in the pack house?" Gerald asked, his voice low. "Tell me, Maya, what are Alpha Alexander and Luna Faye up to?" Maya hesitated, shifting her weight from one foot to the other. She wished she had something that would satisfy him, something that would stop the edge in his voice from turning into rage. But there was nothing, not really. "Nothing," she finally said, her voice small. "Nothing's going on. They went out together today. That's all." The moment the words left her lips, she knew they were the wrong ones. Gerald's face twisted, anger flashing in his eyes. "Together?" he spat, the word laced with disgust. "He took her out? After everything? After letting her walk free like she hasn't betrayed him already?" he said, even though he knew deep down the whole thing was cooked up. "Alexander is weak. An alpha who doesn't even deserve the title. How can he still stand by her side after everything? After what we put in motion, it wasn't enough that he let her out of the dungeon and dragged his feet on the trial. Now he lets her walk freely? Freely." He turned on Maya, his voice rising. "She's supposed to be a prisoner, a traitor, an enemy inside the walls of that pack house. And yet," he broke off, shaking his head as though words couldn't capture the insult. Maya flinched at the anger in his tone, but she forced herself to speak. "I told you, Father. I told you this might not work." Planting the ring in her purse, "It was only ever going to work with the pack. They believe it. They look at her differently now. But Alexander? He's not fooled. He's on her side, Father. As long as he's standing beside her, nothing you do will stick. You can't take her from him that easily." The truth hung in the air, bitter and undeniable, but Gerald refused to hear it. He spun on her, eyes narrowing to slits. "Shut your mouth." Maya pressed her lips together. He hated being reminded of his failures, hated being told he couldn't bend things to his will. But she couldn't help it. She was tired. Tired of being dragged into his schemes, tired of living with the fear that one day she would slip and all of this would come crashing down on her head. Gerald's fists clenched and unclenched as he paced. His anger was a storm building, and Maya could feel the tension already. This wasn't how he planned things. It wasn't how it was supposed to go, and the fact that Alexander's loyalty to Faye remained unshaken only made it worse. "Maybe you should just let this go," Maya said softly, almost pleading. "It's not working the way you thought it would, and if they find out—" "Find out?" Gerald cut her off. "You sound like a fool. You think Alexander and his precious Luna scare me? You think their suspicions would stop me? He stepped closer, his shadow looming over her, his eyes cold. Don't be stupid, Maya. Her chest tightened. She hated when he looked at her like that, like she was nothing more than a tool to be used, a pawn in a game she had never wanted to play. I'm just saying, she whispered. I don't like how this is going. I'm scared of what might happen if they ever discover the truth. You keep pushing, Father, and one day... Enough. The word cracked. He stared at her for a long moment, and in that silence Maya's pulse hammered in her ears. She thought, hoped, that maybe he would let it drop, just this once. But then his mouth curled into a sneer. What about Bella? He demanded. What is she doing to speed things up on her end? Or does she think just sending me a picture of the ring was enough? If this plan isn't moving as fast as it should, why hasn't she done more? She lives under the same roof as them, with express access to Alexander himself. She should, find a way to turn his head, to make him see things more clearly. What good is she if she can't even manage that? Maya's stomach turned. She had never liked Bella, never trusted the way she smiled, and hearing her father speak about her like this only deepened her unease. Bella and Gerald working together was something to worry about. Sometimes Maya wondered if they had any limits left. I would call Bella to discuss a thing or two, but right now isn't a good time. There's too much tension and someone might be listening, Gerald said. Maya briefly wondered how he knew all that, yet still took the risk of calling her out here to give him updates. As if Gerald heard her thought, he simply waved his hand. Just go, and you better be ready when I need you. As Maya was about to leave, she thought she heard a sound. Did you hear that? She asked her father. Gerald shook his head. I didn't hear anything. Now leave and get useful. I'll give you a message for Bella later. Maya paused. I don't like this. She admitted quietly. I don't like Bella being involved. I don't like any of it. Can't you see? The more you pull at this, the more dangerous it becomes. You're still talking? Gerald's voice dropped low, cold. Maya swallowed hard. She wanted to stop, wanted to stay silent, but the words kept spilling out. I'm not going to put myself in danger anymore. If you want to know what's happening in the pack house, ask Alpha Alexander yourself. I can't keep doing this. Gerald shut her up with a slap. The crack of his hand against her cheek came so fast she didn't see it coming. Pain exploded across her face, her head snapping to the side. She stumbled, her hand flying to her cheek, the sting sharp and hot beneath her palm. Her breath caught in her throat as she looked back at him, eyes wide with shock, tears threatening to spill. Gerald stood over her, his hand still half raised, his chest heaving with rage. It's not over, he hissed. Do you hear me? It's not over until I say it's over. So you had better buckle up, Maya. You think you can walk away from this? You think you can wash your hands of me? You're my daughter, and you'll do as I say. Faye. The council chamber was suffocating. The walls seemed to close in as the elders bickered back and forth, each voice dripping with judgment and suspicion. They weren't even hiding it anymore. Every sentence was laced with the same accusation, that I didn't belong here. I sat there listening, watching as faces I had once respected twisted into masks of contempt. Over and over they repeated it. She is not supposed to be here. Until a trial is held, she has no place among us. She cannot be treated as equal when her innocence has not been proven. The words dug into me like splinters. I wanted to clench my fists, to scream at them to stop tearing me apart like I was some carcass laid on their table for dissection. Alexander shifted beside me, clearly ready to speak, but something inside me snapped before he could. I rose to my feet. My chair scraped loudly against the stone floor. Every head turned in my direction, some in surprise, others in disdain. I've had enough, I said, my voice sharp. I didn't know exactly why, but I suddenly had the strength to stand up to this people. Maybe it was the fact that I knew they were feeding off of my silence, or maybe it was just Alexander's support. Enough of sitting here and listening to you all talk about me as if I am invisible, as if I don't exist in this room. A ripple of shock passed over the council. Their brows furrowed, lips tightened. One of the elders, a man, Ezekiel, with a deep scowl etched permanently into his face, lifted a hand as if to silence me. Luna, with respect. I am still talking. I cut him off firmly, my tone cold. His hand froze in the air before lowering slowly. Gasps and murmurs echoed, but I refused to be intimidated. My heart pounded in my chest, but I forced myself to keep my voice steady. I will only say this once here, in front of every single one of you. I am innocent. I have never seen that ring in my life, and I will not sit quietly while you all build a cage of lies around me. Their murmurs grew louder now, a wave of whispers spreading across the chamber, but I lifted my chin and refused to sit. I'm not done talking. The silence that followed was strained, like a bowstring pulled to its limit. Gerald leaned forward from his seat with an impatient glare. "You're not making any sense," he said, his voice heavy. "It would be better if you sat down and let the council deliberate." I turned to him, locking eyes with the man who seemed most determined to bury me. "You might be an elder, Gerald, but that does not give you the right to silence me, nor does it give you the right to decide whether I belong here. I am a full member of this council by virtue of the alliance Blood Crescent holds with my pack, Silver Hollow. That fact alone secures me a place at this table." Gasps rippled through the room. My words were bold, perhaps reckless, but I didn't regret them. My voice grew steadier with each syllable. "So if any one of you has a problem with my presence here, you are welcome to stand and leave the room." Silence. Heavy, oppressive silence. No one moved. No one spoke. For the first time since this ordeal began, I felt the smallest measure of control return to me. I inhaled deeply, then continued. "It's the trial you're all so eager for, isn't it? Fine, I am not afraid of it. Before the goddess and before men, I will stand and face any trial you wish to subject me to. I have nothing to fear. I will not cower or hide." Faye Alexander's voice broke through the quiet. Calm, steady, almost protective. I turned to him, but I raised my hand gently. "Don't worry," I said, meeting his gaze. "I can handle this on my own. I don't need you shielding me, not if it only gives them an excuse to disrespect you. Let them see that I am not hiding behind you. If they want the trial, let it begin now." A low buzz spread around the chamber. Some members nodded, others frowned, but eventually the majority gave small murmurs of agreement. "Yes, the trial should begin. She has demanded it. Let us see." One of them cleared his throat. "Still, the trial cannot begin until the Alpha gives his go-ahead." All eyes turned to Alexander. He leaned back in his chair, composed. But I saw the way his jaw flexed, the way his fingers tapped idly on the table as if measuring his patience. Then Gerald's voice rang out again. "With all due respect, the Alpha cannot preside over this matter. We all know he is compromised. Faye is his mate by duty. His judgment cannot be impartial." I looked at Alexander instinctively, waiting for him to react, to counter the insult, to declare firmly that he was more than capable of ruling fairly. But he didn't. Instead, Alexander smirked faintly, almost amused. He didn't offer a word in response, didn't defend himself. He simply sat there, cool and collected, as if Gerald's attempt to discredit him wasn't even worth the air it was spoken with. And then I noticed it. He kept glancing at his watch, over and over again, casually, as if his mind was elsewhere, as if he had somewhere to be, something else pulling at him. Confusion flickered inside me. Why wasn't he engaging? Why did he look so detached, so preoccupied? Before I could dwell on it longer, the doors to the council chamber creaked open. Cole stepped in. He leaned down toward Alexander and whispered something in his ear. I couldn't hear the words, but I saw the way Alexander's eyes sharpened, his posture straightening slightly. He nodded once. He looked over the council, then lifted his hand slightly. "May I have your attention, please?" Faye. Every elder, every council member shifted uneasily in their chairs. Alexander let the silence stretch for a heartbeat longer, then spoke again. "As much as this discussion is important, your concerns, your arguments, I believe it is only fair that you all see something first, before we go any further." My brows furrowed. I glanced at him, but he didn't look at me. His eyes were locked on the council, sharp and unreadable. He gave the slightest nod to Cole, who was standing near the side of the chamber, like a shadow waiting for command. Cole moved immediately, pulling a small remote from his pocket. With a click, the screen at the far end of the room came to life, the projector humming as light washed over the wall. A moment later, images sharpened into a video. At first, I thought it was nothing more than the forest, trees, a clearing lit by the moon, but then I saw them as it zoomed in, Gerald and Maya. My breath hitched. The video wasn't grainy or blurred. It was crystal clear, sharp enough that the firelight of the torches glowed on their faces. Even their voices carried cleanly, echoing through the chamber as though they were standing among us now. "Nothing is really going on," Maya's voice rang out from the speakers. "They went out together today, that's all." My stomach dropped. The video continued to roll, and I could barely process all the words coming out. But I grasped a few. Alexander is weak. Weak. An alpha who doesn't even deserve the title. How can he still stand by her side after everything? After what we put in motion? It wasn't enough that he let her out of the dungeon and dragged his feet on the trial, now he lets her walk freely? Gerald really had Maya spying for him. Alexander was right after all. She's supposed to be a prisoner, a traitor, an enemy inside the walls of that pack house. And yet, Gerald added in the video. Gasps broke out around the table. I felt every eye shift toward me, then toward Gerald, then back again. My pulse raced, but my legs were rooted to the ground. This didn't prove my innocence. It only showed that Gerald was using his daughter as spy. Also, he had insulted the Alpha. I briefly wondered if there was a punishment for that. The video played on. "I told you this might not work." Maya's voice trembled slightly. Planting the ring in Faye's purse might have fooled the pack, but not Alexander, as long as he's standing by her. My blood turned to ice. I pressed a hand against the table to steady myself. It all felt like a dream. I didn't know how to react. The video cut him off only because his voice overlapped with Maya's desperate attempt to calm him. But it was too late. The council had already heard every damning word. Gasps, murmurs, and low growls echoed around me. Some elders shook their heads in disbelief. Others looked like they might leap to their feet. My own hands trembled at my sides, but not out of fear for myself. It was anger. Anger at the betrayal. Anger at the hatred in Gerald's voice, at how easily he had schemed to ruin me. I turned to look at Gerald. His face had gone pale, sweat glistening on his forehead. He looked like he wanted the ground to open and swallow him whole. His eyes darted around the room, panicked, wild, like a trapped animal. "Turn it off!" he barked suddenly, his voice rising. He stood, pointing a trembling finger at Cole. "Turn it off right now." Cole didn't so much as blink. His arms stayed folded. He didn't even grace Gerald with a glance. The video continued rolling, Gerald's words echoing louder than the silence of the room itself. When the video stopped, the silence that followed was deafening. No one moved. No one breathed. Gerald's panic flared into desperation. He slammed his hand against the table. "Yes, I said it," he shouted. "Yes, I called him weak, because he is. He's blinded by this outsider, this silver hollow wolf who doesn't belong here. Everything I've done has been for the pack, to save us from disaster." My gaze flicked to Alexander. He wasn't smirking anymore. The calm mask he wore, that faint amusement at the corners of his lips, it was gone. Gerald continued with his meltdown. "Alexander was never fit to be Alpha of Blood Crescent. He lets this filthy wolf girl in as Luna. That says a lot about him. I had to do something," Gerald said loudly. Alexander's expression was harder than I had ever seen. His jaw tightened, his shoulders squared, and his eyes, for the first time since I had known him, his eyes scared me. They weren't normal, and they weren't even the wild, glowing gold that signaled his wolf's dominance. They were red, completely. The sight of it froze me where I stood. My lungs squeezed tight, my chest aching with the sudden rush of fear. Not for myself, but for Gerald. Alexander's wolf was close, and whatever lived inside him in that moment looked far more dangerous than I had ever imagined. Gerald saw it too. His bravado ceased instantly. He stumbled back a step, then another, his face blanching, his hands trembling. His lips quivered, but no sound came out. He looked like he might crumble right there on the council floor. The others noticed as well. I heard the rustle of movement, the sharp intakes of breath. The room knew what it meant, and the tension was unbearable. She of them stood up and hurried out of the room. I was lost, but I knew there was no time to ask questions. I swallowed hard and forced myself to move. My steps were steady, even though my knees felt weak. "Cole," I said, my eyes never leaving Alexander's face. "Get Gerald out of here." Cole didn't hesitate. He snapped his fingers, and immediately guards materialized from the shadows of the chamber. They moved swiftly, grabbing Gerald by the arms despite his feeble protests. You can't. Let me go. I'm an elder of this pack." His words were cut off as he was dragged toward the doors. His shouts grew weaker. The chamber was silent again. Silent, except for the sound of my own heartbeat. I turned back to Alexander. He hadn't moved. He was still sitting, his body taut, every muscle wound tight. But his eyes, those crimson eyes, lingered, raw with something that felt abnormal. I had never been afraid of Alexander, even when he was angry at me. Never. But in that moment, I felt something close to fear, because this wasn't anger, it was rage. I drew in a breath and stepped closer, slowly, carefully, as though approaching a wolf ready to strike. "Alexander," I whispered. No response. His chest rose and fell heavily, each breath labored. I reached out and laid my hand against his chest. His heart thudded beneath my palm, rapid and unsteady. "Alexander," I repeated, softer this time, my thumb brushing lightly against the fabric of his shirt. For a long, heavy moment, he didn't move. His jaw clenched, his hands tightened against the arms of his chair. But then, finally, he shut his eyes. He inhaled deeply, his chest expanding beneath my touch. He held it for a second, then released it slowly, as though forcing the fire out of his lungs. When his eyes opened again, they flickered, crimson to gold, then back to crimson, before finally settling on gold. I blinked, wondering if my mind was playing tricks on me, but I knew what I had seen. They were still furious, still storming with barely contained anger, but they were his eyes again. I exhaled, realizing I'd been holding my breath all along. "Faye." I sat curled on the couch in my room, my knees pulled tight against my chest, my eyes staring blankly at the far wall. The day had been a storm I couldn't seem to step out of, and even now, wrapped in the silence of my room, the echoes refused to fade. The video, Gerald displaying pure hatred. He's evil. Maya's involvement. Gerald's meltdown when the mask finally cracked, and he realized he didn't need to pretend anymore. It all replayed in my head like a cruel memory that refused to blur. And then, Alexander. I pressed my forehead against my knees and shut my eyes, but it didn't stop the image from flashing again. The moment his eyes turned into red, I could still feel the chill that had swept across the room when it happened. It hadn't just been anger. No, anger I could understand. This was something else, something far more dangerous. Something even Gerald seemed to recognize instantly because he had shriveled into silence the moment those eyes locked on him. I exhaled. He had every right to be furious. So did I. Gerald had schemed against me, lied to the pack, tried to strip me of everything and bury me in shame. If there was ever a time to be angry, it was today. But Alexander hadn't moved. That was another thing that baffled me. He sat frozen in that chair, fury rolling off him in waves so violent I thought the room itself might shatter. His body hadn't shifted, and yet I was certain if he had stood, if he had so much as twitched in Gerald's direction, blood would have followed. Why hadn't he? And why did it feel like the only thing holding him back was some invisible chain I couldn't see? And why did it feel like everyone else in that room understood it but me? I remembered the council members shuffling out, their voices hushed, their eyes downcast, as if they knew exactly what was coming and wanted no part of it. Even Cole had looked slightly troubled, concerned, but not surprised, as if he'd seen this before. I rubbed my palms against my legs, trying to calm my thoughts. Obviously, there was a part of Alexander I didn't know. The silence of my room was broken by the sharp buzz of my phone vibrating on the table. I jumped, my heart jerking into my throat. I grabbed it quickly, almost desperately, as if I could stop the sound from echoing in the stillness. The name flashing on the screen made me pause. Alexander. For a moment, I froze, staring at it. My fingers hesitated, hovering above the screen. The image of those red eyes came back. I hadn't been afraid of him, but of whatever that was. I squeezed my eyes shut and forced the thought away. No, this was Alexander, the same man who had stood up for me. I pressed the answer button and lifted the phone to my ear. "Faye," his voice was calm. "Yes," I answered softly. "Can you come to the office?" He didn't sound like he was asking, but he wasn't ordering me either, just expecting. A beat of silence stretched between us before I said, "Of course." I lowered the phone, staring at the black screen long after the call ended. I wondered why he called. I guess it had to do with Gerald. I pushed myself up from the couch, my legs stiff and uncooperative. I reached for the jacket draped over the chair and pulled it around me. It felt good, in a way, knowing Gerald's schemes had finally been dragged into the light. That his poison was no longer festering in shadows. That I had been vindicated. But it didn't erase the trauma. It didn't wipe away the humiliation of standing accused in front of those who were supposed to trust me, the memory of cold stone walls in the dungeon pressing against my back. The scar of it lingered, even as justice crept closer. I exhaled, pulled my jacket tighter, and walked to the door. When I walked into Alexander's office, I sank into the chair across from him. "What's the matter?" I asked. A small thought crept in. Maybe, just maybe, he would explain what happened to him back there. That look in his eyes, that terrifying rage that had frozen him in place instead of making him lash out. But I knew better. If I wanted answers, I would have to fish them out myself. Still, first things first, I had to hear why he called me here. He leaned forward, hands folded on the desk, and said evenly, "I want you to see the rest of the video. After that, you'll decide what you want before I take action." "The rest of the video?" My brows furrowed. "There's more?" Without another word, he slid his phone across the desk to me. My pulse quickened as I picked it up. I pressed play. The video, which I thought had ended earlier, continued. Gerald's voice filled the silence. My stomach twisted when I heard him mention Bella's name. He said it plainly. It was Bella who got him the picture of the ring to begin with. So, Bella was involved. Of course she was. Deep down, I always knew Bella wanted me out of the way. She had made it clear from the beginning, in every sneer, every taunt, every deliberate attempt to humiliate me. But this was another level. She hadn't just plotted behind my back, she had actively fueled Gerald's schemes. My fingers tightened around the phone. I shouldn't have been surprised, but still, it stung. Alexander's voice pulled me back. That's how the ring came to be. Bella must have stolen the sketch from my phone and given it to Gerald. He had something similar crafted, and because no one knew the actual ring, it was easy for everyone to believe. I let out a sharp, dry laugh. So that's the depth she's willing to sink to. I'll deal with Gerald. He didn't just set you up and have you mistreated. He also spoke against you and against me. He's already buried himself. I tilted my head, curious despite myself. And what's his punishment going to be? I already had an idea, of course. Some things were universal across packs. To speak against the reign of a reigning alpha was one thing, but to do it the way Gerald had, to say Alexander was weak, unworthy of the title, unfit to lead, that was treason. The punishment was almost always the same: death. And Gerald had dared to say those words not just in the video, but to Alexander's face, and in front of the council. He'd be lucky if he even got the chance of a trial. "He'll get the punishment decided at the end of today," Alexander said. I swallowed hard, my chest tightening with a mixture of relief and unease. Gerald was finished, one way or another. Then Alexander spoke again. "You're going to decide whatever punishment goes to Bella and Maya. Faye." For a long moment, the room felt too small for the weight of the choice he just thrust at me. I blinked, hearing the blood in my ears. "Me?" I asked, because the idea of spelling out someone's punishment, deciding the shape of their days, the limit of their freedom, felt like a power I hadn't earned and a cruelty I didn't want to wield. "Yes," he said. "Bella and Maya's punishment will be whatever you decide." Something cold slid through me. He wasn't bluffing. He had the rare, quiet confidence of a man who meant exactly what he said. I leaned back and gripped the arms of the chair until my knuckles went white. Thoughts spun, sharp-edged and unruly. I pictured Bella's smile, the way she'd leaned into every chance to humiliate me. And then I saw Maya, how she had easily played me for a fool all along. How to punish them without becoming what I despised? "You want me to spell out the punishments?" I asked, because the idea was still dizzying. "Alexander, I can't." "You can," he interrupted softly. He wasn't impatient. He was patient in that terrible way of people who have made conclusions and will wait out any objections. "You're Luna. You have the authority and the right, so why not? At the same time, I'm the victim here," I said, raw honesty rising up before I could censor it. "I can't pretend my judgment won't be tainted. If I decide what happens to them, how do I know I'm not just settling a score in front of everyone? How do I know I won't make the punishment more about my anger than about justice?" Your judgment will be shaped by what you have experienced, he said slowly. That is true. It will be hard to separate feeling from fairness, but that is precisely why it must be you. Fine, I said at last. The word felt both like surrender and resolve. I'll do it, but I won't pretend I'm not biased. I won't pretend I'm not angry. I'll say it exactly as I feel it. He inclined his head, and there was no mockery in the gesture, only respect. That is what I expect. I thought of Maya first, her voice on that terrible replay, the way she flinched whenever her father raised his tone. There was a cruelty and coercion that deserved correction, but not the same correction reserved for a perpetrator who took pleasure in harm. Mercy and consequence needed to coexist if I wanted to be a leader who could claim moral authority. Maya will have mercy, I said aloud, testing the weight of the words, but not without consequence. She may not have orchestrated this willingly, but she chose to play along. For that, she cannot stay here anymore. I won't live in this house with a spy hovering around me, not after everything that's happened. She will leave the pack house. The words felt like a release. Alexander gave a small nod, approving, but said nothing. He was still letting me own this moment. Then there was Bella. Even saying her name in my mind brought a taste of bitterness. Bella hadn't acted out of fear or pressure. She had done everything she did out of sheer spite. She wanted me destroyed, humiliated, erased. There was no excuse for her. And Bella, I continued, my tone colder now, she deserves the full weight of punishment. What she did wasn't just betrayal. It was deliberate malice. The most mercy I can show her is this. She'll be banned from Blood Crescent territory until further notice. And if she ever dares set foot here again, she'll be treated like the criminal she wanted me to become. As the words left me, I felt something stir inside. Strength. For the first time since all this began, I didn't feel like someone struggling to survive. I felt like someone who could decide, someone who could stand without breaking. Alexander nodded. That's fair. Alexander, by the time I left the office, as expected, Cole was already waiting. I would be surprised if he hadn't showed up. You know we need to talk, right? He asked. I sighed and just sat on the couch. He sat across from me, his usual calm presence grounding, but even he couldn't hide the crease of concern between his brows. What is going on with you, Alexander? My wolf had been restless lately. No, not restless, dangerous. Adrian. The darker half of my wolf was clawing at the edges of my control, and it wasn't even the full moon yet. That fact alone unsettled me. I raked a hand through my hair, trying to steady the discomfort in my chest. My wolf is on edge, I admitted, my voice low. Too much on edge. I can feel him pressing forward, pushing at the seams like he's trying to break out. I don't even know what's happening. Cole sat there watching me. Maybe there is a trigger, he said carefully. I shook my head, frustration tightening in my chest. No, I don't know. One moment I was present, and the next, I exhaled sharply, clenching my fists. The next it wasn't me anymore. Adrian was there, his voice was in my head, loud, consuming, and Aiden was gone. Just silence. Nothing but Adrian's hunger to rip Gerald apart. The memory made my jaw tighten. Even now I could feel the echo of it. The sharp edge of violence, the raw need to tear, to destroy. It had been overwhelming. I don't think Aiden faded away completely. Cole's voice was steady, as though he'd already worked it out before I'd spoken. Think about it, Alexander. You've seen Adrian unleashed before, so have I. He doesn't hold back. He doesn't stop until there's nothing left. But this time... He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. This time, you did hold back. That wasn't just Adrian. That was Aiden. You fighting to stay in control. If Aiden were truly gone, Gerald wouldn't still be breathing. He was right. As much as I wanted to deny it, as much as it unsettled me, he was right. The only reason Gerald hadn't been torn to pieces was because some part of me had clung on, held back Adrian just enough to stop him. I rubbed at my temple, the weight of responsibility pressing harder. That doesn't make it any better, I muttered. Conscious or not, Cole, I'm losing my grip. I can't trust myself. And if I can't trust myself... I trailed off, forcing my gaze up to meet his. Then how can the pack trust me? How can I guarantee their safety? Cole didn't answer, but I could see the truth in his eyes. He knew what I was saying. He knew I was right to be worried. I stood and crossed the room, pacing just to keep my thoughts from boiling over. Finally, I stopped and turned back to him. My decision was already made, whether he liked it or not. "This full moon," I said firmly, "you're doubling up on precaution. Because I can't guarantee control, not right now. And if I can't, then I won't risk the pack. I won't risk innocent humans near the territory either." Cole opened his mouth like he wanted to argue, but then shut it again. He must have seen the resolve in my face. There was no room for debate. "Fine, I got you," he said. "Faye." The night of the full moon in Blood Crescent was supposed to be a night of joy, unity, and tradition. Laughter rang through the clearing, wild and free, rising with the sparks of bonfires that lit up the woods in shades of orange and gold. Wolves darted between trees in their shifted forms, pelts catching the glow of the moon as they chased one another in playful bursts. Others danced in human form around the fire, their feet pounding in rhythm with the drums, their cups raised high, their voices carrying songs of strength. I tried to let myself get lost in it. For a little while, I even managed. Irene had grabbed my hand earlier and spun me into the circle of dancers, her eyes bright as though she carried the moon inside her. I let her laughter fill the empty places in me, let my body move to the beat. But even as I moved with them, I felt it. His absence. Alexander. I told myself maybe he'd join us later. But when the music slowed and Irene and I slipped out of the circle, I couldn't help but ask, "Where's your brother?" Her smile reduced, just slightly, but enough for me to catch it. "He's not coming," she said casually. "What do you mean he's not coming? This is a full moon gathering. He's the Alpha. He should be here with his pack." Irene's gaze flickered away. She brushed at her sleeve like she needed something to do with her hands. "He doesn't participate all the time. Sometimes he watches from a distance. You know how he is." "That doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't he be present right here?" She hesitated, then looked back at me with eyes that carried something like warning. "It's better this way. Better this way." Her tone told me more than her words. This wasn't about work or disinterest. Something else was being kept from me. Something everyone knew, but no one dared say out loud. I straightened, crossing my arms. "Well, better or not, he's not going to get away with it this time. I'll drag him out here if I have to." Her hand brushed mine in a silent plea. "Faye, don't." But I was already moving. Her voice tugged at me, but not enough to stop me. No Alpha, no matter how brooding, got to hide away on a night like this. His wolves needed him. And maybe, deep down, I needed him too. The pack house was quiet when I reached it. Most of the windows were dark, only a few flickers of light showing from the kitchens. My boots echoed faintly as I stalked down the halls. His office, empty. His quarters, empty. Every room I opened swallowed me with silence. Where was he? I tried calling him on phone, but it was switched off. I was debating whether to search the far wing when I heard it. A sound that didn't belong. Low, guttural. It rolled through the night like thunder, tearing the sky apart. I froze, my breath catching. That wasn't part of the celebration. Then came another noise, sharper, vicious. Wolves. But not the playful howls from earlier. These were harsh, ragged. The hair on the back of my neck bristled. Something was wrong. I didn't think, I ran. My feet pounded the earth as I bolted back toward the clearing where the pack was gathered. The night air flowed past me, dread coiling in my chest. And then I saw it. Chaos. The clearing was no longer filled with laughter and dancing. It was blood and fire. Wolves I didn't recognize tore into my pack in numbers, their teeth glinting in the moonlight, their snarls ripping through the screams. The bonfires cast everything in a hellish glow, fur matted with blood, bodies crumpled, the ground was stained. Some of our warriors had shifted, fighting back tooth and claw. Others hadn't been quick enough. They lay on the ground, bleeding, groaning, or too still. My heart slammed in my chest. Who were these wolves? How had they gotten past our borders? Why here? Why tonight? 3 wolves circled her, their growls vibrating like a death song. She had already shifted, her snowy fur streaked with red. Her body was already staggering. She snapped and snarled, defiance blazing even as blood dripped from her side. I ran, my bones snapping, body twisting as my wolf ripped to the surface. My vision sharpened. My paws hit the ground with crushing force. I slammed into the first wolf before he even knew I was there, my jaws locking around his throat. The crunch reverberated through me, his body going limp as I flung him aside. Another lunged, claws tearing across my flank, but I twisted and raked mine down his ribs, ripping him open until he stumbled back, yelping. But more came. A tide of fur and fangs surged toward me. I rushed into them with force. My soldiers who had been slow saw me and rallied, their howls rising to meet mine. They fought harder, teeth snapping, claws slashing, every wolf refusing to fall while I stood. The enemies leapt at me, claws sinking into my flesh, teeth snapping, but I tore through them still. One pinned me to the ground, his jaws snapping inches from my throat. But he hesitated a moment, his mistake. I kicked hard with my legs, ripping into his belly until blood poured and he collapsed. Another tried to reach Irene, but I lunged, slamming into him with bone-cracking force. I glanced at Irene, and she looked like she had taken too many hits. I had taken my fair share too. Blood coated my muzzle, stung my eyes, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. Another wolf was about to jump on her, but I was faster, cutting him off, sending him crashing to the ground. Irene staggered beside me, panting, her eyes fierce despite the blood streaking her fur. She gave me a sharp nod. Gratitude, solidarity. Before we turned together, backs against one another, we were holding our ground. But then more of them poured in. Dozens. No way they all belonged to one pack. Their scents were wrong. This had to be a combination of two or more. The realization hit like a blade in my gut. We were outnumbered. Badly. I scanned the clearing, so many of ours already down. Warriors bleeding into the dirt. Mothers shielding their young, desperately trying to drag them toward the trees. The air was thick with snarls, screams, the smell of blood. My chest heaved. We couldn't win this, not like this. But I wasn't about to lay down and die either. I lunged at the nearest wolf, sinking my teeth into his shoulder and dragging him down with a feral roar. I tore into him, fury fueling me, even as another slammed into my side. Pain shot through me, but I pushed back, my claws raking across his fur and flesh until he stumbled away. The circle was closing in. I could feel it. Me, Irene, the others. We were fighting like hell, but we were drowning under the numbers. Then suddenly, a sound ripped through the night. A howl, not just any howl, deep, commanding, more than anything I'd heard before. It shook the earth itself, vibrating through marrow and stone. It was so brutal, silencing the clearing for the briefest heartbeat. I froze, my chest heaving, my fur bristling as the sound echoed through me. Alexander. He was close. Alexander. The light from the moon didn't soothe. It scraped. It pressed through stone and iron as if the sky itself wanted in. I'd felt it coming for days, a tightening under my ribs. Adrian paced the edges of my mind with a hunger that didn't bother to hide its teeth. That was why I had chosen one of my family's strongholds, why I'd ordered the chains, old wards carved into the lintels, ancestor ink worked into the mortar. Cole had argued until he was hoarse, then done as I asked, iron wrapped in runes, bolts scored into the bedrock. The links bit where they touched, leaving red welts where metal met skin, heavy enough to teach a wolf humility. They should have been enough. When the moon crested, everything changed. Sweat trickled down my spine, pooling at the small of my back. My muscles tightened until each breath felt like sand in my throat. The chains groaned. Adrian tested them, each scrape inside my skull a promise and a threat. Let me out. No, I rasped, though the word tasted thinner than it had yesterday. Pain answered me, white flashes, a locked jaw. For a heartbeat I thought the room itself would split, bone and will pulling in opposite directions. I imagined the pack safe, warriors steady, Faye standing among them. That image kept me upright when everything else wanted to fall. Then I heard it. A howl cut through the night. It tore past the wards, through the iron, through the last thin curtain of restraint I had left. Not a song of joy, but a call for blood, a call for aid. Faye, I breathed, my lungs filled with guilt and something raw protective, something that had no patience for chains. Another howl came, closer this time, louder. I pulled. The iron screamed. I broke. There was only one thing left. I stopped resisting. Adrian surged forward, triumphant, molten power ripping through me as I let him take over. Bones cracked, muscles tore and reformed. The chains shattered into twisted scraps across the stone floor. My body reshaped, fur bursting across skin, claws cutting into stone. The howl that ripped out of me shook the stronghold, and then I was running. The forest blurred beneath me, branches snapping, earth splitting under my paws. Each heartbeat matched the pounding ground, each breath dragged me closer. Blood, fire, enemies, and Faye. Her scent was a tether, pulling me straight into the heart of the storm. Alexander appeared bigger than any wolf I'd ever seen. Seeing him in his wolf form for the first time left me lost for a moment. Relief slid into me fast and hard, but something about his appearance made me nervous. There was nothing measured about his approach, no careful assessment, only the concentrated force of something built to hunt and break. His fur was darker than night, threaded with silver where the moonlight struck. He didn't run so much as become motion itself. The attackers faltered the instant they saw him, a small, crucial pause, and he used it against them. The first wolf that lunged was gone in the space of a breath. Alexander's jaws snapped, and the sound was a sick, wet crack. It shouldn't have been possible for one body to wreak so much damage so quickly, and yet there it was, flesh tearing, a terrible silence where a throat had once been. He didn't look back, he just moved on. I had fought. I had seen men break and other wolves fall. I'd watched blood and bone and heard howls like funerals. But whatever I had experienced counted for little against the spectacle in front of me. This wasn't battlecraft. This was something different, something that seemed to exist only to dominate, and it worked. The air itself shifted when Alexander tore into the enemy. Our wolves, the ones who had been pinned down and bleeding, straightened as if yanked to their feet. His arrival wasn't just seen, it was felt. The pack's movements sharpened, their strikes more precise, as though his strength had poured straight into their veins. Even the injured found breath again, howling as if to say, the Alpha is here. It was more than leadership. It was authority, absolute and undeniable, coursing through the bond we all shared. He didn't need to command. His very presence bent the battlefield to his will. Alexander's wolf passed close enough to cut a wind against my face. For one impossible second our eyes met. His red eyes, raw and bright, he recognized me, but he didn't look friendly. He didn't look welcoming. He looked like something that had been summoned and answered. And still, even in that fury, he didn't strike at our own. Not once. Every snap of his jaws, every shred of his claws was aimed at the invaders. He ripped into them with a precision that was almost worse than savagery, because it meant he knew exactly what he was doing, and no one could stop him. The fight broke quickly after that. None of the attackers could hold their ground. The ones who didn't fall tried to flee, but he didn't give them mercy. He was faster than they were, cutting them down with an efficiency that left nothing behind but blood and silence. The battlefield was changed. Our warriors weren't just surviving anymore. They were driving forward. Courage flared where fear had been moments before. He turned towards me, and our eyes met again for a brief moment. Then he spun away and vanished into the tangle of trees after the last of the attackers who managed to escape. Faye. I walked into the council chamber. Around the long table sat Alexander, Cole, Kyle, who looked like he'd been dragged through the pits of hell and barely stitched back together, and a few other warriors whose faces mirrored the weight in the room. Their voices hushed when I entered. Alexander's eyes moved to me instantly, just for a second before sliding away. His jaw locked in that careful, detached composure he wore when he didn't want anyone to guess what was going on beneath the surface. But I had seen him last night, not the careful, controlled leader. I had seen the storm, the fury, the raw wildness he carried like a second skin. And Alexander knew it. That was probably why he couldn't meet my eyes now. Did he feel exposed? Vulnerable? I slipped into an empty seat at the table, ignoring the subtle shift in air that followed me, the way every man's gaze acknowledged my presence, but none dared linger too long, not with him sitting at the head. Kyle was speaking. The eastern border was clear. Patrols didn't notice any breach until it was too late. They moved fast, too fast, coordinated. Whoever sent them knew the terrain. Cole leaned forward, arms crossed. And the survivor? Kyle shook his head. Stubborn bastard. He's clinging to life but refuses to talk. Won't even answer basic questions. I watched Kyle's hand tremble slightly as he rubbed his temple. His face was bruised, one eye swollen, his posture rigid with pain he was too proud to show. I briefly wondered why his healing was slow. He should have healed by now. and maybe he should have been resting, but here he was, still putting his duty first. My gaze moved to Alexander. He sat perfectly still, like a statue. He wasn't contributing much, only cutting in now and then with precise questions. Despite the issue on ground, I couldn't stop wondering, where had he been when the attack began? Why had he appeared from deep in the woods, as if he'd been caged and torn free? Why had he not been with his pack on the night of the full moon? I pushed the thought aside as the men argued about border strengths and surveillance patterns. My mind kept circling back to the prisoner. "How have you tried to make him talk?" I asked suddenly. "Perhaps you're going about it the wrong way." Several heads turned, except Alexander's. I thought of his claws from last night, dripping blood, the savage howl that had split the night, the terrifying beauty of the creature he became. And then I thought of the way he avoided my eyes now, as though if he met them too long, I'd see too much. I wanted answers. I wanted to demand them. But this wasn't the time. I must have drifted too far into my thoughts because I didn't notice Cole's question until his voice cut through my haze. "What do you think, Luna?" My stomach lurched. All eyes were on me. I hadn't been listening. I had no idea what they were deciding on. Instead of asking them to repeat it like any rational person would, the words flew out of my mouth before I could stop them. "Let me talk with the prisoner. Let me into the cell." The silence that followed was immediate. Every man at that table blinked, as though I'd suggested letting the moon fall from the sky. Even Alexander looked at me now, fully, his eyes locking onto mine with a sharpness that stole my breath. His voice was blunt. "No." I straightened, my chin tilting up. "Why not?" "It's too dangerous. You're not going that close," he said flatly, still holding my gaze. "Dangerous?" I almost laughed. He was just one wolf, broken and bound in our dungeon. Did Alexander truly think I couldn't handle myself? "Dangerous?" I echoed, my tone edged with disbelief. "He's chained and in our territory. What exactly do you think he can do to me?" After a moment of glancing at each other, Alexander simply shrugged. I followed behind Kyle as he led me to the prisoner. Every sense inside me was sharp, alert. I knew Alexander was right. It wasn't safe to go in, but it was usually more effective. The prisoner was waiting, bound, bruised, but far from broken. I'd seen men like him before, wolves hardened by violence, who'd been taught that silence was their only form of loyalty. They fed on fear, believed pain was the only language worth listening to. Men like him didn't crack under force. They cracked when you found the one thing they feared losing more than their own life. I stepped into the cell, arms loosely folded, and let my eyes sweep over him once. "Comfortable?" I asked lightly, as though we weren't standing in a place that reeked of rust and blood. He smirked, lips curled back against split skin. "I've had worse." "Don't waste your time, I'm not talking." Of course he had. They always had. I leaned casually against the wall, letting silence stretch until he shifted slightly, restless. That was all the opening I needed. "I know what drives you," I said, as if musing to myself, "but I wonder, is it worth losing everything for?" His brows twitched, just barely. It was the smallest reaction, but I caught it. He smirked again, forcing his confidence back into place. "You don't know anything. Maybe, maybe not. But I didn't need to know everything. I only needed to watch him closely enough to see where his armor cracked. So I began to speak in circles, throwing out pieces of nothing. "Let me guess. You're doing all you're doing to make sure you keep your family safe, because I bet you don't even care about your own life. It's always about the family," I said. "But the problem with that is, they're never really safe, are they?" Each word I spoke was bait, and I watched his eyes for the flinch, the hesitation, the one wrong breath. That was all it took. And there it was, the tiniest shift when I mentioned family. His nostrils flared, then stilled too quickly. I smiled to myself. "It's always the same. You think yourselves unbreakable, but tell me, what would your daughter think of you rotting away in a cage like this? What would she say if she knew the secrets you were keeping, knowing they'd cost you her precious life one day?" His mask cracked. Rage filled his face and he spat. "Don't you dare talk about my daughter." His voice rose, trembling with anger. "She's innocent. She's got nothing to do with this." That had to be the luckiest guess I'd ever made. I tilted my head. "Innocent?" My tone sharpened. You and your gang spilled the blood of innocent lives last night. Children were injured and traumatized. Don't speak to me about innocence as if you even remember what the word means. You think your daughter is untouchable? That she deserves mercy when you gave none? The growl that rose from him was raw, guttural. For the first time I saw it, the fear underneath. He believed me capable of going after her. He believed I could be the kind of Luna who would take blood for blood, joy for joy, until he had nothing left. And maybe I was. I leaned forward, letting my voice drop low. If you think I wouldn't make you watch me strip away everything you hold dear before I end you, then you've underestimated me. I will make you live with the consequences of your loyalty to that Alpha of yours. He broke. His eyes blazed, but the words tumbled out before he could stop them. He's not my Alpha. I froze for half a second, then let the faintest smirk tug at my lips. There it was. The crack had widened into a fissure, and the truth was spilling out. Good, I said softly, straightening. Then let's hear it. Who is he? The man's chest rose and fell sharply, his loyalty struggling to stitch itself back together. But he knew it was too late. He had spoken, and I was not letting go now. Finally, he muttered, Marcus. His name is Marcus. I studied him carefully, noting the shift in his shoulders, the way he spoke as though saying the name alone left a sour taste in his mouth. He doesn't belong to a pack, the man continued bitterly. Lone wolf with more money than sense. Enough to buy soldiers, enough to make us fight for him. He doesn't need loyalty, just blood. And his eyes burned into mine. He's coming for Alexander Blackwell. My heart clenched, though I kept my expression neutral. Why? The man smirked. Because your Alpha Alexander is sitting on his throne. The rightful Alpha of Blood Crescent wants his throne. Faye. The prisoner lay crumpled against the chains, his lips split and swollen, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth where Alexander's fist had landed only moments ago. He coughed wetly, his chest rattling with every breath, but his eyes still burned with defiance. Alexander stood over him like a storm barely restrained, chest heaving, his fists balled so tightly his knuckles were bone white. He was pacing now, forward and back, as though moving might keep his rage from consuming him whole. But I knew better. I had seen the way Alexander's entire body stiffened when the prisoner spat it out. The word alone had lit a fire in him. Say it again, Alexander growled, voice thick with threat, his eyes flashing with the dangerous glint of his wolf. Repeat it, and I'll rip your tongue out of your mouth before you finish the last syllable. The man just smirked, even as blood stained his teeth. Marcus, the rightful Alpha. That was when Alexander struck him. Again and again. I had rushed forward, catching his arm in the air. Alexander, stop! My voice echoed against the cold stone loudly. For a moment, I didn't know if he would even hear me. He's daring me, Alexander snarled, trying to pull away from me. He's lying. He doesn't get to spit that kind of filth about my pack and live to see another sunrise. He's already half dead, I said sharply, pushing him back with all the steadiness I could muster. If you beat him to death, what then? You'll have silence, but no answers. And we need answers, Alexander. Don't you see that? He's trying to get under your skin. The man coughed violently then, collapsing onto his side as his body heaved. Blood splattered the floor, and I knew if we didn't stop, there'd be nothing left to question by morning. I forced Alexander toward the door, shoving hard when he resisted. Out! I ordered. Just leave. For a moment I thought he'd refuse. His jaw worked furiously, his breath coming in harsh bursts. But then, with one last look at the prisoner, he stormed past me and shoved the cell door so hard it slammed into the stone wall. The clang echoed long after he was gone. I lingered a moment, watching the man's body curl inward, listening to the wheeze of his breath. He would live, for now, and that was enough. I turned and followed Alexander out, closing the door behind me. He was pacing the corridor, hands clenched at his sides, head bowed as if he were barely holding himself together. His hair hung loose across his forehead, sweat beading along his temples. When I came closer, he lifted his head, and the raw fury in his eyes made me stop short. This isn't a time to lose your temper, I said softly. His jaw clenched. You heard what he said. Yes, and I also saw the way you nearly killed him before he could say more. If that's how you plan to handle this, then you'll never know what game is being played here, he scoffed. Game? Is that what you think this is, Faye? Someone daring to claim my birthright? That's no game. It's an insult, and the one who spreads it deserves to die choking on his own blood. I folded my arms across my chest. And what then? You silence him, but the rumors spread anyway. You kill him, but Marcus, whatever his name is, still comes. Then what, Alexander? What will you do? The one who claims to be the rightful Alpha of Blood Crescent. That stopped him. His shoulders stiffened, his breath caught, and slowly he turned his head toward me. The weight of his stare was almost too much to bear. There is no Marcus, he said finally, his voice like ice. There can't be. Blood Crescent's Alpha has always been from the Blackwell line, always. There's no other claim. Not by blood, not by oath, not by fate. Just me. Then why does he call himself rightful? I asked, my voice low. Why not just say he wants to conquer this territory? That would make sense. Packs fight for territory all the time. But this is different. It sounds like a claim. It is a claim. For the first time since we left the cell, doubt flashed in his expression. Just for a heartbeat, but I saw it. He scoffed and shook his head, as if to banish the thought. It's impossible. The only way someone else could claim Blood Crescent by right is if they carried Blackwell blood. And I am the only heir. The last of my line. End of story. I studied him carefully, his rigid posture, the way his words came too quickly, too sharply. He was rattled, even if he wouldn't admit it, and that unsettled me more than anything. Maybe it's not the end of the story, I said quietly. Maybe it's just the beginning of one we don't yet know. His gaze snapped to mine. For a moment, I thought he might lash out again, but then he turned away, dragging both hands through his hair in frustration. I can't entertain this, he muttered, pacing once more. I won't. Whoever this Marcus is, whatever he thinks he's entitled to, it's nothing. Someone trying to sow doubt, to divide the pack, that's all. But even as he said it, I could feel the tension radiating from him, the crack in his armor. He wasn't as sure as he wanted me to believe. I sat on the stone bench by the wall, folding my hands in my lap, watching him like I always did when he tried too hard to mask what was clawing at him inside. Alexander, I said finally, breaking the silence, you can be furious all you want, but fury won't give us answers. We need to be smart, we need to listen, and right now, that prisoner is the only lead we have. Don't take that away. He didn't say anything. Promise me, Alexander, I said. Fine, I won't touch him. Excuse me, he stormed out, Alexander. The anger I had carried into the dungeon still pulsed faintly in my veins, though I had forced myself to leave the prisoner before my temper ruined everything. Rage solves nothing. Faye had been right about that. Rage only satisfies the beast inside me, not the alpha responsible for a whole pack. Now alone in the quiet of my room, I could finally peel back the rage and look at the truth with clearer eyes. The man in that cell had been stubborn, more so than most I had broken before. He coughed blood, spat it to the floor, but repeated the same thing over and over. Marcus was coming. Marcus, the rightful Alpha of Blood Crescent. I turned the phrase over in my mind, again and again, like a stone grinding against my teeth. It made no sense. There were many who wanted me dead, many who wanted my territory, my wolves, my company, my throne, but none who would dare to claim it by right. The Blackwell line had ruled Blood Crescent since its birth. By blood, by trial, by the oath of the moon itself, we carried the weight of the title. There was no loophole, no alternate history in which another bloodline could challenge us without war. For a man to say it was his by right meant one of two things. Either he was a fool, or he was speaking someone else's truth. I had been furious because I could not decide which possibility insulted me more. I leaned back against the chair. Calmness had returned, but deep down I could feel the storm. The prisoner had sworn he knew no more than the name. No last name, no pack, nothing. Only that word. Marcus, and the title he claimed. And yet, Faye had seen something I had nearly missed. She had been standing beside me in the cell, steady, watching every flicker of the prisoner's expression. She said he wasn't lying. He believed what he was saying. That more than anything, unsettled me. Wolves lied. Wolves deceived. But conviction was harder to fabricate. A sharp rap came at the door, breaking my thoughts. I ignored it at first, unwilling to have my concentration shattered by yet another trivial matter. But then came my Irene's voice. Alexander, it's me. I exhaled, rose from the chair, and unlatched the door. Irene slipped in, and behind her came Faye. I stepped back, letting them enter before I shut the door again. Irene studied me, her eyes narrowing slightly. "How are you holding up?" I gave her a thin smirk, the kind that wasn't really an answer. "What do you think?" She laughed softly, shaking her head. "I think you've always had a talent for overthinking everything. Maybe this is one of those times. Prisoners talk nonsense when they know they're beaten. Maybe this one just wanted to get under your skin." Her tone was casual, dismissive, but Faye cut in before I could reply. "No, you didn't see him," she said, her voice firm. "That man wasn't just trying to rattle us. He looked satisfied. He wanted us to know exactly what he said, like he knew it would leave a mark." Irene tilted her head, skeptical, but I remained silent for a moment. My sister's optimism was a shield she had always used, one that kept her from staring too long at the darker corners of our world. Faye had no such shield. She looked at the shadows until they revealed their shapes. Between the two, I had to choose which perspective sharpened me more. Finally, I spoke. Frustration doesn't even begin to cover what I feel right now. We've been attacked, wolves have died, others are still fighting to recover, and for what? By the time we had their men on the ground, all we found were mercenaries, not tied to any pack, no allegiances, no banner to trace. The words came out clipped. I wasn't complaining, I was stating facts. And the one man left alive, our prisoner, claims all he knows is that their sponsor calls himself Marcus, the rightful Alpha of Blood Crescent. Irene crossed her arms. "So no name, no pack, no address? Nothing?" Faye nodded slowly, answering for me. "Nothing. They only saw him when he chose to appear, and he was the one who picked the meeting places, a different location every time." Irene frowned. "No address, no pack. Then how did he give them instructions? There has to be something. A clue. If they've seen him, then they've noticed something. His build, his smell, his manner of dress, maybe even accessories. Wolves always leave traces of themselves, even when they don't mean to." Her words struck a chord, and I saw Faye's eyes sharpen with sudden thought. She turned to me quickly. "Alexander, do you still have the sketch Derek sent? The one with the ring?" For a moment I only stared at her, the pieces aligning in my head with unsettling precision. I reached for my phone and unlocked the screen. Handing it to her, I searched her face. "You think it might be the same person?" Faye didn't answer immediately. She studied the sketch on my screen for a long moment, her brows drawing together in that way they always did when her mind was piecing things into order. Finally, she exhaled. "It's just a hunch," she said at last. "But I see a pattern here." My eyes narrowed slightly. "Go on." She lifted her gaze to mine. "Derek had said something when he took in that guard. He said the man confessed that whoever bought them over, the one who orchestrated the whole attack, always moved the same way. He never gave them anything solid. No fixed location. Just appeared when he wanted, arranged a sudden meeting, handed down instructions and money, then vanished again before they could question him." The words sank into me. Always on his own terms, no threads to follow, no trace. Faye's voice lowered, thoughtful. "This ring, it may not be coincidence. The way he operates, the silence he leaves behind, it matches too closely. It could be the same man Derek's prisoner described." She rose from her seat, the decision clear in her posture before Irene even asked. "And where exactly are you going?" Irene said, suspicion showing in her tone. Faye was already at the door, my phone in her hand. "To see if I can get more answers." "Faye." I paused at the iron bars of the cell, staring at the man slumped against the corner. His chest rose and fell lowly, and the stench of wolfsbane was thick on him. Whoever had been in charge of dosing him hadn't just weakened him. They'd drowned him in poison. His skin was pale beneath the bruises, his lips cracked and dry. If the point had been to reduce him to something less than a wolf, they had succeeded. Not like he deserved any better. "Open the cell?" I said quietly. The two guards stiffened, their eyes darted to each other, then back to me. One of them spoke. "I'm sorry, Luna," he said. His voice was strained. "But Alpha Alexander gave orders that, do as she asked." The voice came from behind me. I turned, and there he was. Alexander. He leaned against the stone frame, arms crossed. My chest tightened. Of course he followed me. "Alexander," I said, my tone carrying more reproach than I planned to. "What are you doing here now?" He stepped forward, closing the distance until he stood at the threshold of the cell. "I know you," he murmured, his voice low enough only I would hear. "You wouldn't stay outside the bars, you'd go in. And since you're daring enough to put yourself within arm's reach of him, I decided to follow." I moved closer to him, lowering my voice so the guards wouldn't hear. "The last time you were here, you nearly beat him to death. I need him lucid, not broken. Can I trust you not to interfere?" Something flickered across his expression. Guilt, maybe, or restraint he was forcing into place. Then he raised his hands, palms outward in mock surrender. "You're in charge," he said. "I won't touch him, unless he's foolish enough to get violent." I studied him for a moment longer, searching for cracks in that promise. Then I nodded. Turning back, I gestured at the guards. "Bring him water," I ordered. Thomas scrambled to obey, disappearing down the hall. I stepped into the cell. The air shifted immediately. The closeness of it, the weight of the prisoner's gaze lifting to meet mine. He looked at me like he wasn't sure whether I was real or some hallucination conjured by his pain. I pulled the small wooden chair across from him, and I sat down, folding my hands in my lap, not breaking his gaze. He swallowed, his throat working dryly, his lips parted, then closed again. "You think this is some kind of trick," I said evenly. "But it isn't. You'll have water. You'll be able to breathe without fire in your veins, and then we'll talk." His brow furrowed, and there was still sign of defiance in his sunken eyes, but defiance was weak when paired with desperation. The guard returned quickly with a small tin cup of water. I took it, not letting anyone else hand it over. When I crouched and pressed it to the man's lips, he hesitated, long enough to make me think he'd refuse out of sheer spite, but then he drank, greedy gulps that left his chin wet. I pulled the cup back before he could drain it dry. "Enough," I said firmly. "I need you to talk first." He coughed, wheezing, but already his shoulders loosened a fraction. The wolfbane still dulled him, but at least now his eyes were clearer. He watched me like a man waiting for the knife he couldn't see. I showed him the picture on the phone. "Do you recognize this?" I asked. At first, he just stared at it, but after a moment he laughed. Not the laugh of someone broken, not the sound of a wolf still clinging to loyalty, but the laugh of someone who knew there was nothing left to lose. He leaned back against the cold stone wall, blood staining the corners of his mouth, and let the sound rattle through the cell like he was mocking both me and Alexander. "I see you've met him too," he said, "so you must know he's real. I didn't make him up." I glanced at Alexander, then back to the man. "So you've seen this ring before," I said, trying to get him to say more. "The ring," he said between coughs, voice raw. It was too obvious to go unnoticed. First thing we described him by, before we even learned his name. He chuckled again, bitter and knowing. "He was never hiding, not really. That ring, it's part of him, like he wants you to see it. He didn't care about being recognized. He only cared about carrying out his plans before you find out." I froze, letting the weight of his words sink in. He was right. Nobody desperate to stay in the shadows would flaunt something so bold, so distinct every time they showed themselves. That wasn't carelessness, it was intention, a signature. My stomach tightened as I realized what that meant. This Marcus wasn't trying to stay a ghost. He wanted to be remembered, wanted his mark burned into their minds long before his face ever was. I studied the prisoner, watched him cough out another streak of red, and knew he was done. The sharpness in his eyes had dulled. He had given me what he wanted to give, nothing more. "There's nothing else," he rasped, confirming it aloud. "That's all you get, Luna." I wanted to press, to force another opening, but I knew I'd lost the window. He had closed himself off completely. Anything more would be wasted breath. So I rose from the chair, sliding Alexander's phone back into my cloak. "Very well," I said quietly. "Enjoy what's left of your silence." I stepped out of the cell. "It's a dead end again," I admitted. "We got confirmation, yes. The ring, Marcus. But it doesn't give us who he is. Just a name, a face we don't know, and a symbol he's daring us to notice. That's all we've got." Alexander ran a hand through his hair. I glanced at him. "At least now we're certain it's the same man behind the border attack episode, the same man tying these threads together." But in my chest, the unease only grew. A name without a history, a symbol without a face was useless right now. Marcus, if that was even his real name, Faye. Alexander walked past me, into the cell. The prisoner's eyes darted up at him, and despite the man's attempt at composure, I saw the trace of instinctive fear. He flinched. Just slightly, but it was enough. For a heartbeat, I thought Alexander would lash out again, but he didn't. Instead, he stopped right in front of the man. The anger I'd seen earlier seemed to have cooled. Perhaps he'd realized what I already knew. Sometimes anger pushed walls higher, but calm could pry secrets loose. "If this Marcus is so careful, so mysterious," Alexander said, "to the point where you know nothing about him beyond a name, then tell me, how do you know he's coming to take Blood Crescent as Alpha?" The question hung in the air. That was a good one. But I could bet he wasn't going to get an answer. The man's lips curled, that infuriating smirk stretching across his battered face. He didn't answer. He just leaned back against the wall, as though the shackles and wolfsbane weighing him down were nothing, and let silence speak for him. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction, like he enjoyed watching Alexander try to wring sense from him. Finally, he rasped, "I have nothing else to say." The smirk lingered, and in it I saw the truth. He thought his silence was power. To my surprise, and definitely that of the prisoner, Alexander stood up and started walking out of the cell without reacting. He had almost stepped out when the man's voice followed, more measured now, as if he'd finally decided the truth. Or at least part of it. Wouldn't hurt him any worse than what had already been done. "He bragged one time," the said, his lips twisting. "We always did his dirty work. So when we hesitated for the first time, he couldn't take it. You see, some of us didn't want to touch Blood Crescent. We've heard the stories about you, about what happens to anyone foolish enough to cross into your territory." I felt Alexander stiffen beside me, though he kept his posture rigid and calm. "That's when Marcus got curious," the man went on, his tone almost casual. "He laughed at our fear, said it didn't matter what stories they'd heard because he was the true Alpha, said you were nothing but a placeholder, a man sitting on a throne that was never really his." My heart beat faster because I could see the it in Alexander's eyes. Even though he didn't move, I knew the insult had landed. The prisoner leaned back against the wall with a weary sigh, as though he'd dropped his last weapon. "That's how I knew. He told us himself, and by the way he said it, you'd almost believe him." His voice was hoarse when he finally spoke again, softer this time, like he wasn't addressing just Alexander but the air itself. "I know how this ends. No post," he said. "Once you're done with me, once I've given you all I'm worth, you'll kill me. That's how men like you work." He wet his cracked lips, his eyes flicking up as though gauging Alexander's expression before he dared continue. "But before that happens," he pressed, his tone carrying a raw edge now, "let me see my daughter. Just once. One last time." He gave a weak, broken laugh. "I know I'm in no position to bargain, no right to demand, but—" His chains rattled as he shifted forward ever so slightly, eyes narrowing with a strange challenge. "I just want to know if you'll prove yourself the merciless beast they say you are, or if there's still a shred of man beneath the Alpha everyone fears." It wasn't a plea. Not really. It was a test. He was waiting, daring Alexander to show the cruelty that people who didn't know him enough had carved into his name. I lay on my bed, staring up at the ceiling, but sleep wouldn't come. It wasn't that I wasn't tired. If anything, exhaustion weighed heavy in my bones. My body begged for rest, for the silence of dreams, but my mind wouldn't let me drift off. I thought of Alexander. I could almost feel his restlessness echoing through the walls, the way his thoughts must have been gnawing at him like starving wolves. Alexander was many things, but he was never good at handling the unknown. If he couldn't measure it, fight it, or tear it apart, it unsettled him. And frustration? He couldn't handle it a bit. Tonight he had both, the uncertainty of who this Marcus was and the helplessness of not being able to strike back. And I knew him well enough to understand that he wouldn't speak of it, not to anyone. He'd keep it inside, locked away, and let it burn him from within. That was who he was. I sighed and rolled onto my side, staring at the empty stretch of bed beside me. My chest ached at the thought of him sitting alone, or pacing in silence, letting the weight of unanswered questions crush him. He might have been Alpha to everyone else, but to me, he was a man carrying too much, and I couldn't stand the thought of him doing it alone. I wasn't going to let him. Not tonight. Swinging my legs off the bed, I slipped into my slippers and stood. The night air was cool against my skin as I opened the door. Without a second thought, I stepped out into the hallway. Alexander. When I opened the door, I was surprised to see Faye standing there. She stood there in her nightwear, her hair a little tousled, her eyes softer than they had been all day. For a second, I simply stared, wondering if there was a problem. "Can I come in?" she asked, her voice gentle. I stepped aside automatically, letting her in. "Do you want something?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She smiled at me, a small curve of her lips that sent warmth through my otherwise restless night. "I couldn't sleep," she said lightly, "and I needed company." She had come here to me, for company. It was a wonder she still wasn't afraid of me. I had thought after the night of the full moon, after seeing me like that, she would pull away even more, see me as something dangerous and unstable. Especially since I didn't give her any explanation. But here she was. "Faye." I sat down for a moment, still observing him. He hadn't said anything since I walked in, but I knew a lot was on his mind. Moments like this made him look so ordinary. That picture of him, one hand resting against the armrest, the other pressed against his temple, gaze unfocused, as though his thoughts had carried him far away, wasn't the Alexander people whispered about. It was the man underneath. The man people didn't get to see. The man I wasn't sure he let anyone see. I found myself staring too long, drawn to him like I always was when the cracks showed. There was a sharpness to him, always. An edge owned by power and survival. But in the quiet, in his stillness, he wasn't the terrifying Alpha. He was simply a man drowning in thoughts too heavy to let out. When his eyes finally shifted toward me, heat rushed into my cheeks. My gaze dropped quickly, pretending to adjust the strap of my nightwear, but the silence between us grew thick, alive with things neither of us had said. "Do you ever stop worrying?" I asked, my voice coming out steadier than I felt. I needed to hear something, anything, before the silence drowned me completely. His lips twitched, a ghost of something that wasn't quite a smile. "Not really. That's exhausting," I said. He let out a low breath. It sounded almost like a chuckle, though it was weighed down by weariness. "You get used to it." I tilted my head, refusing to let him brush it aside this time. "No, you bury yourself in it. There's a difference." That made him pause. His eyes lingered on me, sharper now, like he was trying to decide whether I was teasing him or peeling him open with my words. I didn't flinch. I wouldn't. Not when I knew this was me standing my ground in the only way I could. "You don't have to keep everything to yourself. It's okay to talk about things, how you feel. Keeps you from lashing out," I said, keeping my tone steady. His jaw flexed, the muscle ticking with restraint. He looked away, then back again, and the conflict in his eyes was almost painful to watch. "It's not that simple, Faye." "Why not?" I asked, even though I already knew the answer. He thought it was weakness. The question hung between us. He didn't answer right away, only leaned back slightly, exhaling as if my words had pressed too close to something he didn't want touched. "I'm fine," he said. "You're restless," I said. It wasn't a question. I could feel it radiating off him, humming in the space between us like tension before a storm. He tilted his head back, eyes on the ceiling, as if searching for an escape. "How would you know that?" I smirked. "You're not very good at hiding it." That made his gaze snap back to mine. I didn't think I had to. Something about that admission tugged deep at my chest. Alexander was always so deliberate, careful about what he showed, measured with every word, every movement. For him to say that, for him to let me glimpse the truth without his usual walls, it meant more than I could explain. "I know what's bothering you," I said gently, his mouth twisted into a smirk. "Do you?" "Yes," I whispered. "You don't understand what's happening, and you hate not having answers." His silence was telling enough. He stared straight ahead, jaw clenched, as though admitting it out loud would cost him something he couldn't afford to lose. "And you're angry," I pressed on, my voice quiet. "Not just at Marcus, at yourself, at the situation, at everything you can't control." Finally, he turned his head toward me, and the truth in his eyes made my breath catch. He didn't deny it. He didn't need to. "I thought after the full moon," he said out of the blue. His voice was so calm, almost as if he were confessing a sin, You'd look at me differently, that you'd see what I really am. I blinked, chest tightening. And what are you, Alexander? His lips pressed into a thin line before the words spilled out, jagged and raw. Dangerous, unstable. A man who can't promise the people he leads that he won't lose himself when it matters most. His voice dropped lower. I thought you'd be afraid. And maybe another version of me. The girl who hadn't seen him fight his own nature, the one who hadn't been trapped in the middle of his duality. Might have been. But I wasn't that girl. Before I could second-guess myself, I reached out and laid my hand over his. His skin was warm beneath my palm, his muscles tense, every inch of him rigid as though he wasn't sure whether to pull away. I'm not afraid of you, Alexander, I said firmly, tightening my grip when he didn't move. My heart was racing, but my voice held. Not then, not now. His breath hitched, barely, but I felt it, saw the flicker in his eyes when he glanced down at where my hand covered his. For a heartbeat, I thought he would pull away, retreat into the safety of his distance. But he didn't. He stayed perfectly still, as though my touch had rooted him in place. And I stood my ground. I didn't shrink back, didn't drop my hand even when his intensity threatened to overwhelm me. My fingers curled more firmly around his, and I lifted my chin slightly, meeting his gaze head-on. I mean it, I said softly. I know you don't want me this close, but I'm still here. His gaze locked on mine, and for the first time, there were no barriers. No Alpha, just a man who looked tired, conflicted, and almost painfully exposed. You shouldn't be here, he muttered, his voice rough. But I am. My throat tightened, but I held on anyway. And I'm not going anywhere. The silence thickened, but it no longer felt suffocating. It was alive, charged, every second sparking against my skin like fire waiting to catch. I could feel him beside me, the steady rise and fall of his chest, the tension humming through his body. I shifted closer, the mattress dipping beneath my weight. My shoulder brushed his arm, and the touch felt like stepping across a line I'd been circling for weeks. His jaw tightened, but still, he didn't move away. I see it, Alexander, I whispered, my hand sliding lightly up from his to rest against his arm. The way you carry everything alone, like the world will collapse if you let someone share the weight. He turned then, really turned, and the intensity in his gaze stole my breath. And you think you can carry my burden? His voice was low, rough, laced with disbelief and something else. Something that sounded dangerously close to hope. I don't need to carry your burden, I said, holding his gaze. I just want to stand with you. Something shifted in him then. His shoulders eased, the hardness in his eyes softened, and for the first time he didn't try to argue. My pulse hammered, so loud I was certain he could hear it. The space between us felt impossibly small, every breath we took dragging us closer to something neither of us could ignore. Faye, he said my name like a warning, like a plea. But I leaned in anyway, my resolve clear. Stop deciding for me what I should feel, what I can handle, I murmured. His chest rose sharply, and I saw it, the exact moment he broke. The wall he'd fought so hard to keep intact cracked wide open. His hand lifted, hesitant at first, then stronger, his fingers brushing against my jaw with a tenderness that unraveled me. I tilted into his palm, eyes fluttering shut at the warmth of his touch. When I opened them again, he was closer. So close I could feel his breath ghost across my lips. Neither of us moved for a suspended second. The world narrowed down to the space between us, to the pounding of my heart, to the heat that coiled in the air. I think I stopped breathing for a moment. And then he closed the distance. Faye. My heart stopped when his lips met mine. I heard him inhale sharply like he was struggling to breathe. At first it was barely a kiss, so light, so hesitant, as if he was afraid he'd break me by simply touching me. My breath caught in my throat, my heart stumbling in my chest. The world seemed to tilt on its axis, shrinking until there was nothing but him. He was kissing me like I was something fragile. But I didn't want fragile. I didn't want hesitation. I wanted him. All of him. When he would have pulled back, I didn't let him. My hand lifted, curling against the back of his neck, holding him to me. I pressed forward, answering his caution with certainty, telling him without words that I wasn't afraid, that I wasn't going anywhere, that I was his. That was when the kiss deepened. His lips grew warmer, firmer, and I felt the shift in him. Restraint warring with something hungrier. His hand slid from my jaw to the back of my head, fingers tangling in my hair, pulling me closer until there was no space left between us. A soft sound escaped me, unbidden, and it was enough to undo him. His body leaned into mine, his arm wrapping around my waist, anchoring me against him. Every part of me seemed to spark at once, alive under his touch. For a man everyone thought was nothing but steel, he kissed with fire. And yet, even in his fire, there was control. A tension in him that held back, a line he wouldn't cross. Even as his hand traced down my arm, tentative, almost reverent, as though asking for permission with every movement. I gave it to him. Tilting my face up, I whispered against his lips, "Don't hold back." He froze. Just for a breath. His forehead pressed against mine, his breath ragged, his hand tightening at my waist as though he was fighting something. "Faye," my name came out hoarse, broken. "You don't know what you're asking." "Yes, I do." I cupped his face, forcing him to look at me. His eyes were stormy, conflicted, shadows of the what he thought defined him. But I didn't care. I never had. "You think you'll hurt me," I said softly, "but you couldn't." His jaw clenched, his thumb brushing unconsciously along my cheek as though he was memorizing me. "There's darkness in me, Faye. You've seen only a hint of it." "Then let me see all of it," I whispered back, "because none of it will drive me away." The silence after that was heavy, thick with everything neither of us had said before this moment. His restraint, my defiance, the pull that had always been there, now too strong to ignore. And then he kissed me again. Not tentative this time, not cautious. This kiss burned. His lips claimed mine with a fierceness that stole my breath, and I answered with everything I had, my hands sliding against his chest, feeling the thrum of his heartbeat beneath my palms. He groaned against my mouth, low and unrestrained, and the sound sent a shiver down my spine. His hand moved, splaying across my back, drawing me closer until I thought I might dissolve into him completely. His forehead pressed to mine, his breath ragged and uneven, his body trembling with the effort of restraint. His thumb brushed over my cheek, lingering, tender in a way that made my chest ache. "If I don't stop now," he said hoarsely, "I won't be able to." I saw it in his eyes, the need to hold on to control a little longer. So instead of pulling him back, I whispered, "You don't have to." Something softened in his gaze, breaking through the storm. A sound escaped him, half a laugh, half a sigh, and he closed his eyes briefly as if steadying himself. "You undo me, Faye." When they opened again, he didn't kiss me. He gathered me into his arms instead, holding me against his chest like that closeness alone was enough to quiet the fire threatening to consume us both. And for once, it was. I melted into him, listening to the wild rhythm of his heart as it slowed beneath my ear. His chin rested lightly against my hair, his hand tracing slow circles against my back. The silence that followed wasn't suffocating anymore. It was warm, safe. I must have drifted off at some point, because the next thing I knew, morning light was pouring softly through the curtains. I stirred, still caught in that hazy in-between of sleep and waking, and it took me a moment to realize what was different. Warmth. His warmth. Alexander's arm was still around me. His chest was still at my back, steady, solid. I blinked fully awake then, my heart tripping at the discovery. He was already dressed, boots laced, shirt neat, clearly ready for the day. But he hadn't slipped out like he always did. He was still there, waiting. My lips parted in surprise, a smile tugging at the corners before I could stop it. I tilted my head to look at him well, and sure enough, his gaze was already on me. "Good morning, Luna," he said, voice low, threaded with some kind of amusement. Heat rushed into my cheeks. "Luna?" I repeated, sitting up a little, rubbing at my eyes. I must still be dreaming, because for the first time, you didn't disappear before I woke up. The corner of his mouth lifted, the faintest smirk that made my stomach flutter. "Duty didn't call you today?" I teased, arching a brow. His reply was maddeningly smooth. "I'm already carrying out my duty." His gaze didn't waver. "Right here beside you." My face flamed, and I couldn't help it. I laughed, a breathless sound, nudging him lightly with my shoulder to hide how much the words made me melt. "You're unbelievable." But when he laughed back, really laughed, it caught me off guard. The sound was unguarded, genuine, and it lit something inside me I hadn't realized I was waiting for. At that moment, he was just Alexander. He stood up, smoothing his shirt, the warmth of the moment lingering even as his expression shifted back into something more composed. He was back to being Alpha. There are people expected this morning. I have to go. Alexander. My office had grown thick with voices. Men arguing over routes, scouts, border placements. I let them speak, listening without interruption, until the knock came at the door. Enter, I said, my tone clipped enough to quiet the room. A guard stepped inside, holding an envelope between two careful fingers as though it burned. His head bowed. Alpha. This was dropped at the gate, addressed to you. I frowned, extending a hand. The seal was plain, nothing that marked origin. That alone was unusual. Excuse me, I said, and the voices died instantly. I broke the seal and unfolded the letter. The handwriting was sharp and clean. My eyes caught the first line, and for a moment I forgot to breathe. It read, I would not want to be called cruel for taking you by surprise. Consider this your head start, brother. I am coming to reclaim my birthright. No signature. My hand stilled on the page. Brother. The words struck harder than the thread itself. Cold threaded through my veins, pinning me in place. My mind dragged back to the prisoner's warning. He had spoken of a man who claimed Blood Crescent's throne as his own. Marcus. He had bragged, sneered about a rightful Alpha. And now, this. The chamber had gone quiet, all eyes probably waiting, but I didn't look up. My face gave nothing away, though my grip on the paper had whitened at the edges. Why, brother? Was it mockery or truth? My chest tightened with a question I hadn't wanted to ask in years. I forced a slow breath, smoothed the letter flat on the table as though it were nothing more than routine correspondence. Inside, the silence roared, my thoughts a storm circling one name. Marcus. The prisoner had spoken true. He existed, and whoever he really was, he was coming for me. But why call me that? Was he trying to be funny? My gaze flicked once to the men at the table. I let my voice fall into its usual controlled one. This meeting is adjourned. Continue your duties as assigned. Double the guard on the all perimeter. No one enters or leaves without clearance. Chairs scraped as they rose, none daring to question me. I folded the letter, slid it into my inner pocket, close to the place where my heartbeat hadn't yet settled. The word lingered like a brand against my ribs. Brother. And for the first time in years, I felt the ground beneath me shift. Faye. Alexander was standing in his office when I walked in, his shoulders squared, his hands clasped behind his back as he stared out the window. He didn't turn when I pushed the door open, but I could feel the tension radiating off him like heat from a fire. You sounded urgent on the phone, I said, stepping further inside. What's going on? For a moment he didn't answer. Then slowly he turned. Without a word, he held out a folded piece of parchment. His movements were calm, the kind of calm that made my stomach twist, because I knew that meant something was wrong. I took it carefully from his hand, my pulse picking up as I unfolded it. The words dripped arrogance, almost as if the writer had wanted them to sting long after the ink dried. My breath hitched as I read the words. My eyes flicked up to Alexander instinctively, searching his face for any hint of explanation, but he was as lost as I was, and it was obvious. Before I could ask, the door opened again and Cole walked in. He didn't look surprised to see me there with that expression on my face, and when his gaze landed on Alexander, it was almost too steady, like he already knew something I didn't. Who dropped this off? I asked quickly, my voice sharp. Did someone at least see the person? Alexander's jaw tightened, but his tone stayed level. A delivery man, he said. That's what the guard told me. I frowned, gripping the letter tighter. The words replayed in my mind, especially the brother part. My skin prickled uneasily. Alexander, I said slowly, carefully, is there a possibility you have a relative you didn't know about? Someone who might have a claim to Blood Crescent too? His head moved almost instantly. No, he said firmly, shaking it once as if to shut the thought down before it could grow. The only relative I have from my father's side is my aunt, and her children have no claim here. They're not Blackwell. They belong to another pack. But my father had no brothers, he cut in, his voice hardening. His only children were Irene and myself. That's it. I know my family tree, Faye, and right now I am the only heir. I swallowed, the certainty in his tone doing little to ease the cold curl of unease in my stomach. Something about the letter felt deliberate, personal. Cole had been silent this whole time, but when I glanced at him, his expression wasn't as rigid as Alexander's. He was watching him too closely, as though weighing something. Finally, his lips pressed together and he said quietly, "Are you sure about that?" Alexander's silence stretched so long I thought he hadn't heard Cole's question. But I saw it, the faint shift in his eyes, the way his jaw tightened like a wolf about to snap. For a moment I braced myself. He hated being questioned like that, especially about matters tied to his family or his claim to Blood Crescent. His pride was as sharp as a blade, and Cole's words, "Are you sure about that?" were the kind of blade meant to cut deep. I expected his voice to rise, cold and clipped, ready to shut down what he no doubt saw as an insult. I expected him to lash out with that furious authority of his and remind us both that if there was one thing he knew with certainty, it was his own bloodline. But then, he didn't. The anger came to his eyes first, but it was swallowed quickly by something else, something heavier. He froze, like the weight of a memory had just knocked the breath from him. His eyes flicked toward the floor, unfocused, as if what he saw wasn't the office in front of him, but something years away. I held still, watching him, waiting. Alexander rarely hesitated. And then I realized he wasn't denying it. He was remembering. Faye. The letter wouldn't leave me alone. Even after Alexander folded it neatly and tucked it away like it was nothing more than a routine message, I couldn't get the words out of my head. Brother. That one word had felt heavier than the rest of the page, pressing into my chest with a weight I couldn't shake off. Marcus. The name rolled like thunder in the silence of my thoughts. I had seen Alexander's face when he read it. He hid it well, but I knew him too much by now. That flicker of unease, the shadow of something he didn't want us to notice. He had dismissed my questions quickly, maybe too quickly, shutting down any possibility that his bloodline wasn't as straightforward as he claimed. But that letter was too precise, too deliberate. Whoever wrote it knew exactly how to wound him, how to strike at the foundation of who he was. That wasn't coincidence. Alexander had turned the conversation into orders, telling Cole to find out who dropped the letter, the way he always did when he wanted to bury feelings beneath command. He was good at that. But the questions lingered in me long after. If he wasn't ready to face them, someone had to. That was how I found myself standing at Irene's door later that evening, my knuckles hovering above the wood, hesitating. I knocked softly. "Come in," her voice called from inside. I slipped into her room, closing the door behind me. She was sitting by the window, a book in her hands, though from the way her eyes lifted to me instantly, I doubted she had been reading much. "Faye," she said, smiling faintly, "you look like you've seen a ghost." I didn't sit at first. My hands tightened at my sides, the folded weight of the letter still fresh in my memory. "Irene, I need to ask you something. Something important." Her smile faded at the tone in my voice. She set the book down carefully and gestured for me to come sit by her. "What is it?" I sat across from her. "This letter Alexander received today. It wasn't just a threat. It was personal. Whoever sent it called him brother, and not in some casual, mocking way. He branded the word as if it meant something." She raised an eyebrow and smirked at first. "Brother?" I nodded. Alexander dismissed it immediately, said it wasn't possible. But the way he reacted, I don't know. It felt too quick, like he didn't want to even consider the possibility. I thought maybe you'd know if there's truth buried in there somewhere. Anything that might explain this. For a moment, Irene said nothing. She just sat there, her expression blank, her hands laced tightly in her lap. Then she exhaled slowly, leaning back in her chair. "You shouldn't ask me things like this, Faye," she said softly. "You know how Alexander is. He doesn't want to dig up ghosts. He wants the ground to stay firm under his feet." "I know," I admitted, "but this isn't about what he wants. This is about what's coming for him and for the pack. That letter wasn't idle. Whoever wrote it, Marcus or whoever he is, he's not bluffing. We can't afford to ignore it just because Alexander doesn't want to look too closely." Her gaze lingered on me for a long while, weighing, and then, almost reluctantly, she said, "There was something once. Something I heard when I was younger. I'm not sure how serious it is." I leaned forward. "What was it?" She hesitated again, biting her lip as though even speaking it aloud might open old wounds. One night, our parents fought, loud enough that I could hear them down the hall. I was still a very much younger, but I remember the words because they were sharp enough to leave marks. My mother accused father of infidelity. I inhaled deeply, but I said nothing. She was crying, really crying, and she said something about a woman and a child. I thought she was being dramatic, throwing accusations in anger. I never told Alexander. Their relationship was already strained. Father was harder on him than he was on me, always demanding more, always criticizing. I didn't want to add more fire to it. My pulse kicked harder. You think it could be true? She lifted her shoulders helplessly. I don't know. I buried it, convinced myself it was nothing. But now, hearing what you've told me, seeing the look on your face, maybe it wasn't nothing after all, but only my father would know for sure, and he isn't here anymore. The room seemed to shrink around us. A cold dread prickled at the back of my neck. This wasn't just speculation anymore. It was the echo of a real possibility, one Irene had been carrying for years in silence. Alexander needs to know, I said firmly, even as her eyes flicked to mine, wide with alarm. No, she said quickly, leaning forward. You can't tell him this came from me. If he finds out I kept it from him all these years, Faye, you know how he is, he'll see it as betrayal. He'll never forgive me for staying silent. But he has to hear it, I pressed. Even if it's not true, even if it was just a fight between your parents, he has to know. Otherwise, he'll walk into this blind, and that's exactly what whoever this person is wants. Alexander needs to know where to begin, Irene. He can't do that if we pretend there's no chance at all. Her hands trembled as she twisted them in her lap. I saw the conflict written across her face, love for her brother warring with fear of his judgment. You don't understand, she whispered. I reached for her hand, steadying it with mine. This is about giving him a fighting chance. If this person is real, if he's coming, Alexander has to know everything. He can't defend against shadows he refuses to acknowledge. Her eyes shimmered, unshed tears bright against the lamplight. For a long moment, she didn't speak. Then finally, with a small nod, she whispered, Just don't let him know it came from me. Promise me that, Faye. I promise, I said without thinking. How else would I tell him I found out about this possibility? We sat in silence after that, the weight of the secret pressing down on both of us. Irene had given me the missing piece, but it wasn't a solution. It was a spark thrown into dry kindling, and I knew it would only be a matter of time before Alexander demanded answers I couldn't delay. I thought of his face earlier, the way his voice had hardened when I asked about other relatives, the way he had shut down the idea instantly, clinging to the certainty of his bloodline as if it were the last unshakable truth in his life. How would he look at me when I told him that certainty might be a lie? Faye. I left Irene's room with the heaviness of her words still bothering me. The door clicked shut behind me, and for a long moment I stood in the hallway. She had given me enough to know there was fire behind the smoke, just not enough to hand to Alexander as proof, and she had made me promise not to reveal it came from her. That left me in a tight spot. I thought of Alexander's face earlier that day. The cold certainty when he'd said his father had no other children, the conviction in his voice that he knew his entire family tree. He had clung to that firmly. What would happen if I told him what Irene said? He would demand where I got the information from. He would see betrayal in every hesitation, and if Irene's name slipped from my lips, it would drive a wedge between them that might never close again. I lingered outside his office door for a moment, gathering myself. I knew I couldn't let Alexander carry on blind. There had to be another way for him to get answers, one that didn't betray Irene but still gave him the push he needed. I knocked once before pushing the door open. He was at his desk, head bent, pen scratching across paper, always working, always carrying everything on those shoulders like he had no right to rest. Alexander, I said softly. He looked up at me blankly for a moment before his eyes softened just slightly. You should be sleeping. I ignored that. I needed to talk to you. That got his attention. He set the pen down, leaning back in his chair, watching me like he already suspected this wasn't going to be a light conversation. I walked closer, keeping my hands clasped to keep them from fidgeting. About the letter, about what it said. His jaw tightened almost imperceptibly, but he didn't interrupt, just waited. I drew a breath. I think you should talk to your mother. His brows drew together. My mother? Yes. My voice steadied, even though inside I felt like I was walking a tightrope. If there's even the slightest chance that the man who sent that letter is more than just a random pretender, then she would know. If anyone could tell us whether this is truth or manipulation, it would be her. He gave a short laugh. You think I should leave now, when my pack was just attacked days ago, when my people are already tense and watching for the next move, to travel all the way to my mother's house and ask her whether I might have a brother hiding in the shadows? That's what you're suggesting? I braced myself. Yes. His eyes narrowed, not in anger, but in that way he did when he was testing the weight of something. That's ridiculous, Faye. It's exactly the kind of distraction someone like this Marcus, or whatever he calls himself, would want. To rattle me, to make me second-guess myself, waste time chasing ghosts while he plots something real. If he wants my throne, he'll have to take it from under me. I won't hand it over by running off to dig through something that clearly doesn't make sense. I exhaled sharply, torn between admiration and exasperation. You're impossible. Sometimes I don't know whether to admire you for standing your ground like that, or knock some sense into you. The corner of his mouth twitched, and suddenly his tone shifted, playful in a way that caught me off guard. He leaned forward slightly, his voice low. I liked the sound of both. Before I could react, his hand slid around my waist, pulling me closer. The seriousness of the moment almost evaporated in that instant, replaced by the warmth of his body, the heat in his eyes. For a heartbeat, I nearly let myself sink into it, nearly. But then I caught myself, pressing my palm lightly against his chest, stopping him just enough. Don't distract me. He smirked, unrepentant. Who said I was trying to? I steadied my breathing, fighting the smile that threatened to betray me. Alexander, listen to me. I know you want to stand strong, to prove you can't be shaken by words on a page, but this isn't about looking weak or strong. It's about being prepared. If there's even a chance this man isn't bluffing, you need to know what you're up against. His expression sobered again. Talk to your mother, I urged. Not over the phone. You know as well as I do that this isn't something for a quick call. Go to her. Ask her directly. If there's nothing, then fine. We'll know, and you can focus on the fight in front of you. But if there's truth in it, you can't afford to be the last to know. Silence stretched between us. He studied me like he always did when I pressed him too far, when I refused to simply follow his lead. His pride and his caution warred behind his eyes. Finally, he let out a long breath. You're not going to drop this, are you? No, I said simply. A beat of silence. Then his thumb brushed lightly against my side. He shook his head, but there was no true anger in it, only reluctant acknowledgement. Fine, I'll go. I'll take a day off and speak with her. His gaze met mine, but not because I think there's truth to this, only because you won't let it go. I let out a slow breath of relief, a small smile tugging at my lips. That's all I'm asking. Gerald's body ached from sitting too long in one position. His wrists throbbed beneath the coarse rope that bound him to the chair, and every shallow breath was laced with dread. The blindfold pressed tightly across his eyes, cutting him off from the world around him. He had tried to steady himself, tried to reason with whoever these people were, but silence was the only response he had been given. And silence, in his experience, was far more dangerous than words. At first, he had thought this was a common robbery. People desperate for coin or supplies, thinking the former elder an easy target now that he had been stripped of rank and protection. His voice had wavered as he promised them everything he had. If it's ransom you want, I can tell you now, no one will pay for me, he had babbled. If it's robbery, I'll give you all I have. Please, just let me go. I'm no use to you. But no voice came to answer him. The stillness stretched like a blade over his neck, the weight of unseen eyes pushing him closer to despair. The silence was worse than blows. It made him imagine all the cruel possibilities that could be waiting for him. He panicked harder each time his pleas dissolved into nothing, until his throat grew raw and his chest heaved. Gerald had been spared once before. Alpha Alexander had sentenced him to exile instead of death. Stripped of his title, Stripped of his place among the elders, stripped even of the dignity of belonging to Blood Crescent, he had been left to rot in the shadow of his former power. A lesser man might have been grateful to still be breathing, but for Gerald, every breath tasted of humiliation. Still, it was better than death, better than the endless dark. Now, as the blindfold dug into his face and the ropes cut deeper into his skin, he began to wonder if that mercy had only delayed the inevitable. He had taken refuge in a small property he had acquired years ago, tucked away from the heart of Blood Crescent. It was little more than a token of foresight, a place he never thought he would actually need, and yet it had become his only shelter after Alexander cast him out. Even there, he had known he was not safe. The world beyond an Alpha's pack was a wilderness for every wolf. Every stranger could be a threat, every shadow a reminder of enemies who remembered his face. He hadn't even heard them coming. 2 wolves, swift and efficient, had broken into his home and dragged him from his meager safety. He had barely been given time to draw breath before the ropes burned against his skin and the world went black behind the blindfold. Since then, he had been left to sit in silence. Then, at last, something changed. The blindfold was tugged free, light flooding into his aching eyes. Gerald flinched, blinking rapidly, his sight adjusting to the dim room. The ropes were cut, and his stiff limbs cried out as blood returned to them. His first instinct was to bolt, to run without looking back, but fear rooted him to the chair. He had no idea where he was, no idea how many guarded the doors, no idea what punishment awaited if he tried. And then his gaze fixed on the man before him. The others, the wolves who had dragged him here, were shadows at the edges of the room. But this one stood out with terrifying clarity. He stood tall, his presence commanding without effort, his movements precise as he gestured for the others to leave. They obeyed without hesitation, slipping out of the room until only Gerald and the man remained. Gerald swallowed hard. His instincts screamed that this was no ordinary wolf, no common raider or thief. This man carried himself like someone accustomed to power, someone who did not need to shout or threaten to be obeyed. He radiated authority the way the moon radiated light. The man moved calmly, crossing the room to a low table. He picked up a bottle of wine and poured himself a drink, the sound of liquid hitting glass loud in the thick silence. He took his seat with an ease that made Gerald's skin crawl. This wasn't the posture of a man rushing toward business. It was the posture of a predator who had all the time in the world. Gerald's tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth. He wanted to speak, to demand answers, to plead again for his life, but terror stilled his voice. He could sense the danger in choosing the wrong word, the wrong tone. His fear only deepened when his eyes dropped, almost unwillingly, to the man's hand. The ring. It glinted faintly in the low light, but there was no mistaking the symbol carved into it, the 3-eyed wolf. Gerald's breath hitched. He knew that design. He had seen it once before. He had paid to have it forged. That ring was no imitation. This had to be the actual ring. The man raised the glass to his lips, savoring the drink before he set it down again. Only then did his eyes meet Gerald's. They were sharp, assessing, as though weighing every flinch, every breath. Gerald forced himself to remain still, though every nerve screamed to recoil. The silence stretched, unbearable. Then the man finally spoke, his voice smooth, almost cordial, but edged with a power that made Gerald's spine stiffen. "Hello, Elder Gerald." The words fell with so much weight. Whoever this man was, he knew Gerald. The man's lips curved into a faint smile, though it never touched his eyes. He leaned back slightly, fingers brushing the ring as though reminding Gerald of its presence, of what it meant. His voice dropped lower, deliberate, stripping away the courtesy of the first address. "Or should I say," he murmured, each word slow and deep, "just Gerald." Gerald trembled, the shaking of his hands so visible he clasped them together in a desperate attempt to hide it. His mouth was dry, his lips cracked, and when he spoke, his voice wavered like the thin edge of glass about to snap. "Please," he begged, his eyes wide and frantic. "Please, you must understand I am of no use to you. I'm just Gerald now, as you rightly said, just Gerald. No title, no place, no power. The Alpha stripped me of everything. I am no elder of Blood Crescent any longer. I am nothing. Spare me, let me go. I swear, you gain nothing from keeping me here." The man across from him, still seated comfortably, as though this were nothing more than a social visit, regarded him with an expression Gerald didn't understand. He let Gerald's words hang in the air, savoring the weight of the fear behind them. Then, suddenly, he laughed. The sound was low at first, almost a chuckle, but it grew until it filled the room. "Oh, Gerald," the man said at last, shaking his head slightly. "How little you know. How very wrong you are." Gerald blinked rapidly, confusion fighting with the terror in his chest. "Wrong," he echoed, his throat tight. "Yes," the man said smoothly, his voice carrying the confidence of someone who never needed to argue, only declare. "That arrogant boy Alexander may have stripped you of your title, humiliated you before your peers, and cast you out of the pack you served faithfully for decades. But tell me, did he strip away your memories? Did he erase your knowledge of every corner of Blood Crescent, every alliance, every betrayal, every hidden fortune? No." The man leaned forward slightly, the faint glint of the ring on his hand catching Gerald's attention again. His eyes locked on Gerald's face. "You, Gerald, are still useful. More useful than most. You know things even Alexander does not. You were an elder of Blood Crescent long before that boy was born, long before he ever dreamed of calling himself Alpha. You walked those halls when his father still ruled. You witnessed what the others have forgotten. And you—" the man's lips curved into a thin smile. "You know the secrets of the Blackwell fortune. Who could possibly be more useful to me than you?" Gerald's throat bobbed as he swallowed, his palms damp. He tried to form words, to protest, but the certainty in the man's tone froze him. He had been cast aside, yes, and in that exile he had clung to the belief that he was finished, that his story was over. Yet here was this stranger, pulling him back into a game he no longer wanted to play. Still, fear made him reckless. His voice cracked as he forced the question from his lips. "Who are you?" Gerald asked, shifting nervously in his seat. "If you say I am useful, then tell me to whom I speak. Who are you really?" The man's eyes glinted with satisfaction, as though he had been waiting for that question. Slowly, deliberately, he leaned back in his chair, folding one leg over the other in a display of ease. He raised his glass again, took a measured sip, and set it down with a soft clink. "My name," he said, his tone rolling with confidence, "is Marcus Grayson, but you may also call me Marcus Blackwell." Gerald's breath caught. His body stiffened, every muscle wound tight as though bracing for a blow. Marcus let the pause linger, savoring the way Gerald's eyes widened. "Yes," he continued, his lips curling into something between a smile and a sneer. "Marcus Blackwell, the rightful heir to the Blackwell legacy, the true Alpha of Blood Crescent." Gerald's head shook instinctively, the denial spilling from him before he could stop it. "No," he stammered. "No, that isn't possible. That cannot be possible. There is only one heir to the Blackwell legacy, only one rightful Alpha of Blood Crescent, and that is Alexander. Alpha Alexander. Everyone knows this." The line was secure. His words tumbled out faster now, as if speed might convince them to be true. His mind clawed for every certainty he had left. Marcus's laughter cut through his desperate words, mocking and cold. "Ah," he said, dragging the sound as though savoring it. "I see now. That boy has truly done a number on you, broken you down until even you, one of the few elders with eyes clear enough to see his weakness, accept the lie as truth." Gerald's lips parted, his breath faltering. Marcus leaned forward again, his gaze sharp. "I heard about you, Gerald. You were never one to hold your tongue when Alexander disappointed. You doubted him. You questioned his worth. You whispered among the others that he was unfit to lead, that he was too reckless, too unproven, too arrogant to wear the crown of Blood Crescent. You were one of the few wise enough to see him for the failure he truly is. And yet here you sit, trembling, spouting his name as if it really meant something. What happened to you, Gerald? When did you trade your wisdom for chains?" Gerald's heart hammered in his chest. The words sank deep, cruelly precise. Marcus had reached into the very core of his shame and dragged it into the light. Marcus leaned back. He lifted his glass slowly, almost lazily, letting the liquid swirl under the light before he took a sip. His gaze never left Gerald, sharp and steady, as though he were testing him. "Tell me, Gerald," Marcus said with a mocking calm. "Do you know Rebecca Grayson?" Gerald frowned, his brows knitting. He blinked, confusion written across his face, his lips parting as though to speak, but no words came. Marcus tilted his head, smirk tugging at his mouth as if he already knew the battle happening in Gerald's mind. Gerald's eyes widened. His voice came out in a hushed, broken whisper. "What are you saying?" Marcus's smirk deepened, cruel satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. "Yes! Rebecca is my mother." Gerald's heart thudded heavily in his chest. Rebecca. How could he have been so blind? Of course he remembered her. Everyone who had lived through those days remembered. Rebecca had been late Mr. Blackwell's first love, the woman who had once held his heart completely. It was no secret, not among the old guard. But when politics demanded sacrifice, when alliances were to be forged and power consolidated, Mr. Blackwell had been forced to set her aside and take Helen instead. Helen, who became Alexander's mother. Gerald remembered the hushed whispers, the resentment buried beneath Rebecca's smile. But never, never had he known that Rebecca and Mr. Blackwell had borne a child together. The room seemed to tilt for Gerald as the realization pressed down on him heavier than any chain. If Marcus was truly Rebecca's son, then he carried Blackwell blood in his veins, blood that made his claim legitimate. Gerald swallowed hard. "I never knew." Marcus leaned forward, resting his elbows casually on the table between them, his eyes glinting with dark amusement. "Of course you didn't. That was the point. My mother was cast aside for politics, hidden, forgotten, but I—" He lifted his hand, the ring with the three-eyed wolf catching the light. "I was never gone. I was simply waiting. All those years I watched Alexander sit on my inheritance like he owned it. Now I'm back to take what's rightfully mine." Gerald could barely breathe. His mind spun with the weight of the revelation. This could change everything. Gerald's hands twitched against his knees as he sat rigid in the chair, the weight of Marcus's presence pressing down on him. He dared not move too suddenly, dared not even shift his gaze away from the man who sat across from him, sipping his drink as though they were discussing ordinary business. Gerald's throat felt dry, his voice thin and hesitant when he finally asked, "W, what do you need me for?" Marcus leaned back, every inch of him poised with the confidence of someone who believed the world already belonged to him. His ring glinted in the dim light as he swirled his glass lazily. "What do I need you for?" Marcus repeated softly, as though savoring the words. Then his smirk deepened. "You, Gerald, are not as useless as you think. You were an elder of Blood Crescent once. That means you had influence, allies, respect, and I would bet good coin you still do. Titles can be stripped, but connections, loyalties, grievances, those linger long after." Gerald shifted, uneasy. He opened his mouth to protest, but Marcus raised a hand, silencing him. "There are plenty within the council who were never satisfied with Alexander's decision to cast you out. Plenty of regular members, too, who whispered behind closed doors that he was too harsh, that he acted like a boy drunk on power. They may not have spoken up in the open, but I know they think it. And resentment is fertile ground, Gerald. All I need is someone to till the soil." Gerald's lips pressed into a thin line. He wanted to say Marcus was wrong, that the pack had already moved on, that whatever bitter voices had existed had long since gone silent. But he stayed quiet, knowing better than to push him into anger. Marcus's gaze sharpened. "So your task is simple. I need you to gather support for me. Use your knowledge of the council, of the pack, of the fault lines Alexander's arrogance has created. Convince them that the throne is not as secure as they think, that their loyalty to Alexander is misplaced. I could use brute force to make them kneel, but this," he gestured with his glass, the liquid shimmering, "this is politics, and politics requires more than strength, it requires allies." He leaned forward now, his eyes dark, "And you, Gerald, will be the one to give me those allies." Gerald swallowed, his fingers curling tightly into the fabric of his trousers. "What if it's not as easy as you think?" he asked. Marcus's smile was slow, deliberate. "Then you would be useless to me, and I have no patience for useless things." The silence stretched. Gerald's heart pounded painfully against his ribs. He forced a weak nod, the only safe response he could give. Marcus sat back again, satisfied, and continued, "But I don't just want you for your influence. I want your counsel. You were an elder long before Alexander drew his first breath. You know the inner workings of Blood Crescent better than most alive today. I want your honesty, Gerald. With it, I will shape my strategy, and in return, his voice dropped lower, almost seductive in its promise. In return, I will not only restore you to your former glory, I will make you more. When Blood Crescent is mine, you will rise higher than ever before. Gerald's chest tightened. The promise glimmered like gold in front of him, but he knew better than to trust it. He forced his thoughts into order, his mind circling the bitter truth. As tempting as it sounded, Marcus's plan was riddled with cracks. For all the bravado in his voice, Marcus underestimated Alexander. That was the first mistake. Yes, Alexander was young. He could be harsh, proud, even merciless. But he was no fool. He had been forged in fire, raised to fight before he was even grown. Gerald remembered watching him as a teenager, standing on the front lines with warriors twice his age, already leading, already commanding loyalty by sheer force of will. He had never lost a battle, not one, and that kind of reputation was impossible to erase. Even those who disliked Alexander personally respected him as Alpha, and respect, Gerald knew, was harder to break than affection. Then there was politics. For all his arrogance, Alexander had inherited his father's gift for building alliances. Over the years, he had secured ties not only within the pack, but beyond its borders. Other packs, even human officials who turned a blind eye when necessary. He was entrenched, rooted in power. And Marcus? Marcus was a ghost, a name no one had heard, a shadow claiming blood he could not yet prove. It would take more than talks and old resentments to make the people follow him. Even those who grumbled against Alexander would not simply trade him for a stranger. Gerald saw the truth clearly. Marcus's chances were slim, very slim. But he also saw his own truth. If Marcus thought him useless, he would be dead. The only reason he still drew breath was because Marcus imagined some purpose in him. So Gerald's path narrowed to a single choice. Play along, appear useful, promise what Marcus wanted to hear, and pray for a chance to survive this storm. Marcus's voice cut into his spiraling thoughts. You're quiet, Gerald. Too quiet. Tell me. He leaned forward again, his eyes like knives. Are you telling me you cannot do it? That you cannot win me support in Blood Crescent? Gerald's stomach lurched. That was the trap. The corner pressed in around him. If he said yes, Marcus might decide he was a liability. If he said no, Marcus would brand him a coward. Either way, it could mean his death. Gerald forced himself to meet Marcus's gaze, though it made his skin crawl. He schooled his face into careful neutrality, neither defiant nor groveling. I am saying, he replied slowly, that Alexander is not a man easily displaced. He has earned respect even from those who dislike him. But if there is a path, if there are cracks in his armor, I would know where to find them. That knowledge could be used. If you truly are who you say you are, then perhaps the people only need to be reminded of what was kept from them. Perhaps they need the right voice to lead them toward truth. Marcus's smile widened. Better. That is better. Honesty, with a touch of courage. I knew I was right about you. Gerald managed a weak nod, though inside his thoughts screamed. He had no idea how he was going to balance this. To go after Alexander outright would be suicide. To defy Marcus openly would be suicide just as quickly. He was trapped between two wolves, both hungering for blood, and he was no more than prey in the middle. Marcus drained the last of his drink and stood, the movement slow and deliberate. Good, then we have an understanding. I will not ask again if you are capable. You will show me. Start reaching out to your old allies. Whisper in ears. Remind them of how Alexander failed in certain ways. Remind them of his arrogance. Build me a foundation, Gerald, and I will build you a throne. Gerald's throat tightened. He gave another shallow nod, the only thing he could do. Marcus stepped closer, his shadow falling over Gerald like a storm cloud. Fail me, he said softly, and you will wish Alexander had killed you when he had the chance. Faye. I was sitting in the lounge, trying to get through the afternoon in peace, when the door opened and Cole walked in. He greeted me with a small bow, Luna. I returned his greeting, Cole. He smiled brightly like he had some good news. I actually thought he might have one. But then he extended an envelope toward me. My brows drew together as I reached for it. What's this? I asked, even though I was already observing it myself. Cole didn't answer right away, but he didn't need to. The moment my eyes landed on the seal pressed into the wax, my smile faded. The crest of Silver Hollow stared back at me like a cruel reminder of everything I'd left behind. What the hell was this about? This wasn't a letter from family. They wouldn't be writing me letters. If they had anything to tell me, they would have simply called. No, this was official, something meant to carry weight. My stomach tightened as I broke the seal and unfolded the parchment inside. It was exactly what I suspected. An official invitation to a summit, addressed neatly. Alpha Alexander and Luna Faye of Blood Crescent. I almost laughed at the absurdity of it. Why on earth would Jason, of all people, think it was a good idea to extend such an invitation to me? Whoever had been in charge of drafting the letters must have been completely clueless, imagining that I would willingly set foot in Silver Hollow over some summit, let alone in honor of Jason and Sage. I kept my tongue still, though. Cole was watching me, reading me too easily. His eyes narrowed with curiosity, and then he said, "I take it you're not exactly eager for the reunion." I scoffed, trying to mask the irritation creeping through me. "It doesn't matter. I'm not going anyway." Cole arched a brow at me. He didn't argue, didn't press, just smirked like he knew something I didn't. "Good luck convincing your Alpha to go alone," he said simply, before turning and walking out, leaving me with the letter clutched in my hand. Would Alexander really have a problem with me not wanting to go? I didn't think so. He didn't know about me and Jason, of course, but he knew what Sage did, at least. I stared at the seal again, fingers tightening around the parchment. The humor I'd forced into my earlier reaction evaporated, replaced by a slow, burning annoyance. I opened the invitation once more, scanning the elegant wording, though I already knew what it said. This time, I couldn't laugh. I should have been happy, shouldn't I? An opportunity to go home, to walk the familiar lands of my childhood, to see my family again. But the truth was bitter. None of that joy came. All I could think about was the host, Jason. The first man I had ever allowed myself to love, the one I thought I'd spend my life beside, the one who broke me in a way I hadn't thought repairable, and Sage, my sister, my twin. That betrayal cut even deeper. It was one thing to lose a mate, another thing entirely to realize it was your own sister he chose over you. My lips tightened as I folded the invitation carefully, then dropped it onto the table beside me. I would give it to Alexander when he returned and let him decide if it was worth honoring. But as for me, my mind was already made up. I wasn't going. At least that was what I told myself. The longer I sat there, the more unsettled I became. The thought of seeing Jason again for the first time since leaving Silver Hollow sent a shiver down my spine. Not because I still cared for him. No, whatever I'd felt for him was long buried. My life with Alexander had erased any room for longing or regret. But disappointment lingered. Disappointment that resurfaced each time Jason's name crept into memory. Disappointment that clung whenever I thought of Sage. I had trained myself not to dwell on it, to bury those pieces of the past where they couldn't reach me. Yet with this single invitation, everything came alive again. I remembered the way Sage used to call, relentlessly at first, probably to say she was sorry, she missed me, things that I didn't want to hear. I had ignored her again and again until she finally stopped. Silence had been easier, cleaner. But now, a summit where she would be hosting beside Jason, there would be no avoiding her there. No ignoring her calls, no pretending she didn't exist. If I walked into that hall, I would have to face them both, and I wasn't sure what that would awaken in me. Would I be angry? Cold? Indifferent? I told myself I wouldn't care, that I had moved on, that nothing they did mattered anymore. And still, the thought of standing in front of them, breathing the same air, watching Sage at Jason's side, it was enough to stir the ache I hated admitting was still inside me. No, Alexander. I wasn't supposed to be here today, not according to my own schedule at least. Visits to my mother's were always carefully arranged. She liked them that way. I liked them that way. But today wasn't planned. I had been convinced, almost compelled to come over and talk with Helen. I knew Faye wasn't going to drop it, so, for the sake of her peace of mind, and mine, I decided to do it. My mother met me in the sitting room, surprised, her expression caught between delight and unease. "Alex," she said, brushing her hands over her dress as though she'd been caught off guard by royalty. "You're here? I was surprised to see your car through the window." My mother was a woman who prized order, who never liked surprises, and here I was, walking into her sanctuary without notice. Of course she'd wonder why. "I needed to see you," I said evenly, forcing composure into my tone. "Something came up, something I need to hear from you directly." That made her stiffen. She had always been perceptive. Too perceptive. The tiniest shifts in my words, in my face, could unsettle her, and today she was clearly unsettled. "Something came up," she echoed slowly. Her gaze moved over me as though searching for visible wounds. "Is it Faye? Is she all right?" "She's fine, Mom," I said quickly, cutting that possibility out of her mind before it rooted into panic. I sat down and she did same. She let out a faint breath of relief, pressing a hand against her chest, but the tension in her frame didn't ease. "Then what is it? You wouldn't come here like this unless it were serious. Please, talk to me, dear." "Or," she gestured toward the dining table with a forced smile, "let me make you something. You haven't eaten, have you? We'll talk over lunch. It will be easier if—" "No, Mom, I'm fine. Don't bother yourself about that," I said. Her brows lifted slightly. I continued, "I didn't come here for lunch. I just came for answers." Her lips parted as though she wanted to protest, but something in my eyes must have told her not to. She waited, rigid, her fingers twisting together nervously. I drew in a breath before starting the awkward conversation. "I need to know about Father's past." The words dropped heavy between us. She blinked rapidly, her face twitching as though she hadn't heard me right. "What about his past?" she asked carefully. There was no point circling around it. "Is it possible," I said, each word like a stone dragged out of me, "that he had another child, apart from me and Irene?" Her entire body froze. I saw it instantly. The shift in her eyes, the tightening of her mouth, the hint of something she didn't manage to mask quickly enough. Shock and recognition. My throat went dry. "Mother," I pressed, my tone harsher than before, filled with desperation. "Because God's helped me, I didn't want this to be true. I'm asking you plainly. If there is even the slightest chance that there's someone out there with Father's blood running through their veins, if you know about it, you cannot keep it from me. I am not a child." "Alexander?" Her voice broke on my name, soft and fragile. "You've always demanded honesty from me," I continued. "Now I'm demanding it from you, as your son and as Alpha. Too much depends on this for you to bury it. If there's nothing, say so. But if there's something, if there's truth to the rumors, I need to hear it from you, not from enemies." Her face crumpled, the strength she usually held herself with shaking. She turned away from me, as if she couldn't bear my stare, her shoulders trembling faintly. "Some things," she whispered, her voice hollow, "are better left buried." I stared at her, my heart pounding hard against my ribs. The knot in my chest pulled tighter, suffocating me. She didn't deny it. That was the first thing I noticed. She hadn't said no. She hadn't scoffed, hadn't dismissed the question as absurd. She said it was better left buried, which meant there was something to bury. A chill spread through me. "So there is something. You're not denying it," I said. She stood up and faced me, tears brimming in her eyes, and that was when the fragile control inside me began to splinter. Faye was right. I'd thought she was being cautious, maybe even overthinking. But no, she was right. My mother knew something, and I could no longer pretend otherwise. "Answer me, Mom," I demanded, the Alpha in me rising now, demanding obedience. "I deserve the truth. I am your son, and I am Alpha of Blood Crescent. My people depend on me to know what threatens us, what shadows from the past could rise against us. If Father left something behind, a mistake, a secret, I cannot lead blindly. Tell me what you know." Her lips quivered as she shook her head, as though trying to deny herself the ability to speak. I could see the war in her, the wife who had been betrayed, the mother who wanted to protect her son, the Luna who had lived with too many secrets for too long. I held her gaze. "Mother," I said softly, almost pleading now, "if you ever loved me, if you ever trusted me to be the man you and Father raised me to be, then trust me with this. Do not shield me from the truth. I can take it. What I cannot take is the unknown." For a long, endless moment, she said nothing. Only silence filled the room, broken by her shallow breaths and my pounding heart. And then, at last, she drew in a deep, shuddering breath, her eyes closing as if bracing herself against a storm. When she opened them again, her voice came up. "Yes." "Alexander?" "Yes." The words sank deep into me. I sat very still, staring at her, trying to process it. I had come here half certain I was chasing shadows, half hoping she would laugh at me for even asking. But she didn't laugh. She didn't deny it. She admitted it. I leaned back slowly, my chest tightening. "So it's true," I said quietly. "There's another child." My mother looked uneasy, her hands twisting together. "Alexander, why didn't you ever tell me?" My voice came out steadier than I felt at the moment. She sighed, her eyes heavy with guilt. "Because I thought it didn't matter. I didn't want you burdened with the consequences of your father's mistake." I looked at her, searching her face for even the smallest sign that she was hiding more. "You thought it didn't matter? What does that even mean?" She nodded faintly. I needed to. The weight was too much for me to dwell on, Alexander. Not just going back to her, but having a child with her. I couldn't keep living in the wound it left. And you were just a boy. I wanted you to grow without that shadow over your head. I sat forward, elbows on my knees, running a hand over my jaw. "So all these years, you carried it alone." "Yes," her voice was small, and I secretly wished it would all fade away. "But now that you're asking, I guess it never did." I let out a slow breath. I couldn't say I understood, but I couldn't say I didn't either. She had tried to protect me in her own way, even if it left me blind now. "I needed the truth," I said finally, "not protection from it. Now I'm faced with a battle I never prepared for." She froze. "What do you mean? What battle are you talking about?" I just shook my head. I wasn't in the mood to spell it out at the moment, and she was considerate enough not to push me. Her eyes closed briefly, and then she sighed. I raked a hand through my hair in frustration. The silence between us felt like a test, daring me to leave the question buried, but I couldn't. "How old would he be?" She exhaled slowly. There was hesitation in her eyes, the kind that said she wasn't certain of the details she held. "I was never given much," she admitted quietly. "Your father kept those details to himself, but from what little I pieced together, he would have already been a boy when you came along." Her words landed like a stone in my stomach. Already a boy. That meant older. He was older than me. I swallowed hard, but my throat still felt dry. The title I'd worn my entire life, the firstborn, the heir, the one to carry our father's name and weight, suddenly felt altered. There was someone else out there who had come first, even if the world never spoke of him. Legitimate or not, he existed. I didn't ask for more. I couldn't. Instead, I stood. My mother looked up at me, calm still, but I could see the faint sadness in her eyes. Maybe regret. Maybe relief that the truth was no longer hers alone to bear. "Thank you for telling me," I said. The words were cold, but it was all I could manage. I didn't accuse her further, but my disappointment was clear enough. She knew it. I could see it in the way her shoulders shifted, like the weight she carried only grew heavier. I turned before the silence could stretch too far. Her eyes followed me as I straightened, and before I could take a step, her hand reached for mine. Her grip was gentle, just enough to hold me still. "I am sorry, Alexander," she said softly. "I should have told you sooner. I should never have let it stay buried this long." I wanted to let my anger spill, to ask her how many other truths she had tucked away, how many other secrets of my father's she had quietly shouldered. But the words stayed in my throat. I was angry. I was disappointed. But if I let myself unravel here, I knew I'd say things I couldn't take back. So instead, I gave a single nod, a gesture, nothing more. Then I pulled my hand free as gently as she had taken it and turned for the door. Leaving felt like the only way to keep control of myself. I didn't even remember half the steps it took to get out of my mother's house. One moment her hand was in mine, her apology echoing in my ears, and the next I was already behind the wheel, the engine humming beneath me. The road stretched ahead, but my mind wasn't on it. My grip on the steering wheel was tight, almost painful, as if holding on harder would stop everything inside me from spilling over. So he existed. Someone out there, older than me, carrying the same blood, carrying my father's name in his veins, even if not in title. And my mother had known. Not everything, maybe, but enough. Yet she kept silent all these years. I tried to reason with myself, to make sense of it. She said it was hidden from her too. But the truth didn't settle. It crawled under my skin and stayed there. Because even when she found out for sure, she chose to carry it alone instead of telling me. I felt like an eeked. I hated how much it stung. All my life, I had believed I understood my place, who I was, the weight of my father's name, the duties that came with it. I had built my identity around it. And now, to think that I wasn't the first, that there had been someone before me, and now that person was coming for my inheritance. I let out a slow breath, eyes fixed on the stretch of road. Would people have seen me differently if they knew? Would they still look at me as the rightful heir, or would their minds be poisoned? Would they only see me as the second son, not the first, the one chosen only because the other was lost to them? My jaw clenched. I hated even entertaining the thought, but once planted, it refused to leave. And then there was Faye. She had been the one to nudge me toward this conversation, though she hadn't said much, just enough to stir my curiosity. She had been right, I realized now. She sensed what I refused to see, what I didn't want to see. I wondered how I was supposed to go back and tell her what I'd just heard. I didn't want to share the weight yet. Maybe I couldn't. The wheel turned beneath my hand as I slowed at a bend. I stared ahead, the silence pressing in, and finally admitted what I didn't want to. I wasn't just angry at my mother. I was angry at my father, too. Why does his memory have to be so painful? Faye. The sound of Alexander's fists slamming into the punching bag echoed through the training room, a steady rhythm of frustration and force. I stood by the entrance, just watching him, letting the moments pass without saying a word. His shoulders moved with each strike, muscles coiled tight, sweat dripping down his back. He wasn't just working out, he was trying to fight something he couldn't put into words. It had been a whole day since he returned from his mother's place, and not once had he said anything about what they discussed. I didn't need him to. Irene's words were still sharp in my memory, and I had a strong feeling of what the truth must have been. Maybe he was still processing it. Maybe he didn't want to share it yet. Either way, I decided not to press. He finally slowed, breath heavy, and leaned his forehead against the punching bag. His back rose and fell, but he didn't move. He didn't seem to notice I was standing there. It was unlike him to be so unaware, but it was probably because he was lost in thought. I took a step forward, then another, carefully, so carefully as though approaching something fragile. When I reached him, I slipped my arms around his waist from behind, pressing my cheek against his back. For a moment, his whole body went stiff under my touch, tense as if bracing for something. But then, slowly, he let out a breath and relaxed into my arms. Alexander. I had been so lost in the rhythm of my fists against the bag that I couldn't tell exactly how long she'd been standing there. But at some point, her scent broke through the noise, the unmistakable pull of her presence filling the room before she made a sound. I knew she was there, and I deliberately chose to ignore her presence. Not because I didn't want her, never that, but because she had this effect on me I couldn't fight. She brought out everything I was working so damn hard to suppress. The frustration, the doubts, the anger I was trying to drown in sweat. Faye made me feel. She always did. And right now, feeling was the last thing I needed. Still, I couldn't keep her out. Even without a word, even without moving closer, she was already under my skin. I thought maybe, just maybe, she'd walk away when she saw how focused I was, how intent I looked on tearing the bag apart. But of course, she didn't. I failed. Failed to shut her out. Failed to build the wall I told myself I needed. Because the moment her arms slipped around me, it was like she was telling me without words that she knew, that she could see through me no matter how hard I tried to hide. She pressed her head gently against my back, and for a moment, every muscle in me tensed, fighting the urge to give in. But I couldn't fight her. I never could. So I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding and let myself sink into her touch. I turned slowly, bracing myself. My lips tugged into something that was supposed to be a smile, but it felt more like a shield. I was ready for her to ask. Ready for the question I had been dreading since I returned from my mother's yesterday. What did she say? But instead, Faye's eyes held mine, a sly curve at her lips, and she smirked. "You look like you should be throwing punches at someone who can throw back," she said lightly, "not just a poor bag that doesn't stand a chance." The suspicion must have been written all over my face because I gave her a look before I could stop myself. "Oh, really?" I asked, the the corners of my mouth twitching despite everything. Before I could say anything else, she reached down and picked up the extra gloves lying by the bench. She slid her hands into them with a deliberate slowness, tightening the straps around her wrists. Then she looked up at me with that daring little spark in her eyes. "You need a proper challenge," she said. I laughed. It came out low, surprised, the kind of laugh that sneaks up when you don't see it coming, and it was ridiculous. Here I was, barely holding myself together, carrying the weight of truths that still felt like they could crush me. And she was standing there, grinning at me, gloves strapped, ready to fight me like this was the best idea in the world. And the worst part? I couldn't resist it. "Faye," I said slowly, shaking my head, "you can't be serious." She tilted her head. "Try me." The way she said it, half playful, half challenging, reminded me exactly why she always managed to pull me back from the edge. She wasn't trying to fix me with words. She wasn't pushing me to open up before I was ready. She was giving me a way to breathe, a way to release without drowning. I sighed, but I could already feel the smile tugging at my lips. "You realize," I said as I reached for my own gloves, "again, that I'm not going to go easy on you, right?" Her grin widened. "That's exactly the point." I shook my head again, muttering under my breath about how reckless she was. But even as I said it, I was already pulling the gloves on. By the time I turned back, she was standing in the middle of the room, fists raised, bouncing lightly on her feet like she was actually preparing for this. I couldn't help it. I laughed again. "You're out of your mind." "Maybe," she said, her eyes glittering with mischief. "But at least I'll keep you from breaking another punching bag." I moved into position opposite her, adjusting my stance. "Fine," I said with a mock seriousness, "but don't say I didn't warn you." The first time she threw a jab, I almost didn't block it because I was too distracted by the way she looked. So determined, so fierce, so damn beautiful, even with her hair falling slightly into her face. "Alexander." She came at me with another jab, sloppy in her form but surprisingly quick, and I had to block harder. My eyebrows shot up before I could stop them. "Not bad," I muttered, circling her. She grinned, breathless but proud. "I told you, I'm not just a pretty face." I smirked. Pretty face, reckless temper, no technique. Her eyes narrowed, and before I could finish my thought, she faked left and actually managed to land a light hit to my side. I froze for a split second. She froze too, clearly shocked she'd gotten through my guard. And then she laughed. It was the kind of laugh that filled the room and did things to me I had no defense against. I tried to scowl, but the sound of it tugged a reluctant smile out of me. "Lucky shot," I said. "Skill," she shot back, still laughing. I lunged at her, not with a punch, but with a sudden rush forward that had her squealing and trying to dodge. She wasn't fast enough. I caught her wrists, pinning them easily. "You call that skill?" I asked, leaning in, my breath brushing against her ear. Her chest rose and fell against mine, and the playful spark in her eyes shifted into something else, something hotter, deeper. The gloves hung useless now between us, and all I could think about was how close her lips were. She tilted her head, lips curving into the faintest challenge. "Maybe you should try me again." That was all it took. I dropped the gloves from her wrists, but I didn't step back. Instead, my hands slid to her waist, pulling her against me fully. Her laughter melted into a soft gasp as I claimed her lips, and whatever frustration, anger, or weight I had carried from my trip to my mother's, all of it burned away in the heat of her kiss. She kissed me back with the same fire she had been throwing punches with, fierce and unyielding, and for once I let myself forget everything else. Forget Marcus, forget politics, forget the pack. There was just her warmth, her taste, her body pressed against mine like she belonged nowhere else. When I finally broke the kiss, it wasn't because I wanted to. It was because I knew she needed air. She was smiling, flushed and radiant, and I swear she had never looked more dangerous to my sanity. "You're still not going easy on me," she whispered. I chuckled, tucking her hair behind her ear. "Trust me, I am." I was about to kiss her again when the door opened. "Alpha," a voice said, hesitant. I froze, every muscle in me snapping tight as reality came crashing back. Slowly, I turned my head to see one of my men standing awkwardly at the door, clearly wishing he had come at a better time. "Some people are waiting for you in the office," he explained quickly. "They said it's Important. I closed my eyes for a second, jaw tightening. I didn't even have to ask who they were. Council, warriors, politics, always something. Always someone waiting. When I opened my eyes again, Faye was biting her lip, fighting hard not to laugh. Her shoulders shook with the effort. I narrowed my eyes at her, muttering, "Don't." She only grinned wider. In that moment, sweaty, half-dressed, interrupted, I honestly questioned whether being Alpha was worth it. Faye. I had barely finished freshening up from my little spar with Alexander when a knock sounded on my door. I dried my hands quickly and went to open it. Irene stood there, leaning against the frame with her usual casualness. "Someone's here to see you," she said, stepping aside. Before I could even ask who, another figure appeared behind her. Helen. She was smiling so brightly it almost blinded me. I froze, caught completely off guard. The last person I expected to see today was her. Before I could find words, she pulled me into a hug. My arms automatically went around her, and despite my shock, I found myself smiling too. "What a pleasant surprise," I admitted once we pulled apart. "I thought I'd surprise you," Helen said, her eyes sparkling. She tugged me gently toward the couch, and I let her. We sat, and she turned toward me with that same warmth in her gaze. "How are you feeling, dear?" Her question made me hesitate. Almost without thinking, my fingers found the necklace at my neck, the one she'd given me. I never take it off. I tugged lightly at the chain, then smiled. "I'm okay." Still in one piece. But deep down, I knew she hadn't come all this way just to check on me. Helen didn't seem like the type of person who'd waste her moves. I tilted my head, studying her carefully. "Have you seen Alexander? He must still be in that meeting in his office." She shrugged. "No, I haven't seen him, and I'm not even sure he'd want to see me right now. He's probably holding grudges." The light way she said it made me pause. I couldn't tell if she was joking or if there was truth hidden in her words. Helen had a way of masking seriousness with a smile, and right now I couldn't read her. She reminded me of my mother. Irene cleared her throat softly, like she'd been waiting for the right moment. "I'll leave you both catch up," she said, and slipped out, closing the door behind her. Silence settled for a moment between Helen and me, heavy in a way that didn't match her earlier brightness. "Faye." Helen's hand lingered on mine for a moment before she sighed, the kind of sigh that carried the weight of something more than words. "Alexander hasn't taken any of my calls since he left my house yesterday," she said quietly. "So I thought I should come and face him directly, before it gets out of hand. He's always been like this, too sensitive, even as a child." I shifted in my seat, a little awkward. Her tone wasn't harsh, it was tender, almost regretful. But I still felt caught in a place that wasn't entirely mine. This was between her and Alexander, mother and son. I wasn't sure if I should say anything, but silence lingered, so I forced myself to answer. "I'm sure he'll come around," I said softly. "It's just disappointment. He could never hold a real grudge against you." Helen's lips curved into a small smile, but it didn't touch her eyes. "You sound certain." I returned a faint smile of my own, though inside I wasn't sure I believed what I'd just said. Alexander's temper wasn't like other people's. His silences weren't like other people's. When he shut down, it cut deeper than anger ever could. But I also knew the softer side of him, the boy under. Still, I caught something in her expression that told me this wasn't the whole reason she'd come. The air shifted, heavier, as though she'd been circling something she hadn't yet named. "When Alexander came to me yesterday," Helen said at last, "he asked his questions, got his answer, and then left. He didn't say anything more. He didn't explain why, but I could feel it, the urgency behind his words. I knew it wasn't idle curiosity." I held my breath, waiting. Her eyes lifted to mine, and there was no lightness left in them now, only worry. Irene explained everything to me, and from what I see, the storm I've always feared is already creeping in, and it's going to be worse than it looks. I leaned in slightly, my voice careful. "You're saying it's worse than we think." Her lips pressed together before she gave a small, grave nod. "Yes, worse than I ever let myself believe it could be." "What exactly do you mean by storm?" I asked because I needed her to spell it out. Helen exhaled softly, her gaze settling not on me but on some far memory. "For years I feared that the child would one day grow to stake a claim, not just for recognition but for a share of everything Alexander has fought for. You see, Alexander inherited not only the Blackwell Alpha title, but also the company, especially because he was older. The thought hit me like a bell. I had thought about it. Of course, anyone would picture that somehow in a situation like this. If someone was coming to claim his birthright, it would have to be more than the right to be alpha of the pack. But Alexander is the alpha, I said, maybe too quickly, still trying to convince myself. He's his father's acknowledged heir. Marcus, he wasn't. How could he possibly? Helen cut me off gently, because blood matters in ways politics cannot erase. In the company, the name Blackwell is as much currency as capital. Marcus has it too, and if he comes forward, he could drag Alexander into a public battle that tarnishes everything. Do you see? I did, more than I wanted to. And in the pack, I whispered. Her eyes softened, but the weight in them only deepened. In the pack, legacy is not simply about who leads now. It is about continuity, strength passed down, secured by heirs. And that, my dear, is where you come in. I just sat there, listening. She went on, steady as if she had rehearsed this. Alexander needs an heir. I froze for a moment. What did she just say? Not someday, not eventually, soon. If Marcus challenges him, it will not just be his position as alpha at stake. It will be everything. The company, the family name, the boardroom. If Alexander stands with a legitimate heir to the Blackwell line, Marcus's claim weakens even more. It becomes not only about Alexander, but about the future Alexander has already secured. Do you understand, Faye? I blinked, staring at her. 100 thoughts spun through me at once. The sharpest one was how heavy this all was, how far beyond love or marriage or even pack duty it went. This wasn't just about Alexander and me. This was about dynasties. Wars fought in courtrooms and on hunting grounds. My throat felt tight. You're saying you came here to ask me to give Alexander that heir? Her expression softened, but she maintained her point. I came here to tell you that my son, your mate, is standing at the edge of a battle we cannot fight for him. I raised him to carry burdens far heavier than any one man should, but this one, this storm, will test him more than most. And yes, Faye, I believe the one thing that could tip the balance in his favor is you. By giving him not just your loyalty, but your willingness to secure his legacy alongside him. Faye, I didn't know what startled me more, the weight of Helen's words or the sound of the door opening at that exact moment. You are the only one who can give him that advantage, Faye. My heart thudded hard against my ribs, and before I could even piece together what exactly she meant, the door clicked, swung open, and Alexander stepped inside. He looked worn, sweat darkening the collar of his shirt from the long meeting, his sleeves rolled halfway, his hair damp at the edges. He was the picture of someone carrying the weight of a whole kingdom on his shoulders. But the moment his eyes fell on us, and more specifically on his mother, the exhaustion burned off, replaced by tension. He had caught enough of Helen's words. I knew it the moment his gaze narrowed, hard, pinning both of us in place. What is going on here? He wasn't surprised to see his mother. He must have been told she was around already. His voice was rough with annoyance, though not directed entirely at me. He stood at the threshold like a storm ready to break, his chest rising and falling as if the very air in the room offended him. Helen didn't flinch. She didn't even look guilty. Her calm expression, so steady, so deliberate, only added gasoline to his fire. Alexander, she began, her tone carefully measured. But he cut her off, his voice louder this time. Don't play games with me, Mother. What did you just say to her? I wanted to shrink into the chair, to vanish, but it was impossible with both of them standing at opposite ends, their voices and history pressing in on me like invisible walls. My throat tightened as I opened my mouth, thinking maybe I could soften the blow, explain that I had no idea what this conversation was really about, or that Helen meant no harm. But before the words could leave my lips, Alexander's sharp gaze snapped to me. Faye, don't. His voice wasn't harsh in the way it was toward his mother, but it was clipped, final, like he couldn't bear to hear me try. Don't defend this. Not right now. I closed my mouth, feeling my cheeks heat, my palms prickling against the fabric of my dress. Helen, however, didn't back down. She rose from her seat, standing straighter than I'd ever seen her, the proud matriarch who had weathered storms long before either of us. You left my house yesterday with answers you demanded, Alexander, but no response to the questions you knew I had. I knew then that you wouldn't truly hear me, and now I'm here. She gestured toward me without breaking her gaze from him. Now I need you to hear this. Alexander's jaw flexed as he took a step closer, and the quiet, lethal control in his voice made me hold my breath. You had no right dragging her into this. She's already in this, Helen shot back, her tone firmer now. You may not want to admit it, but Faye is the only one standing at your side in all this chaos. She deserves to know what's at stake, and she deserves the chance to decide for herself what role she plays in it. Role. The word clung to my skin like ice. Of course I wanted to have children someday, but not like this. Not as some kind of strategy. Alexander's gaze flicked to me again, softer this time but no less heavy, and then back to his mother. You don't get to choose for her. You don't get to choose for me. Helen's sigh was weary, but she pressed on, her voice steady. This isn't about choice anymore, Alexander. It's about survival. Yours, your Pax, and the family name. With Marcus in the picture, everything your father built, everything the Blackwell legacy stands for. She shook her head, eyes sharp. It will all be dragged into dispute. Do you think he won't challenge you, or that those hungry for weakness won't rally behind him? You need to solidify your claim, and the only way to do that is through a rightful heir of your own. Alexander's hand balled into a fist at his side. His laugh was dry. So this is what it comes down to? His eyes burned into his mother. You talk about Faye like she's a chess piece you can move on your board. You think dangling the word heir will make me fall in line? That I'll forget everything you've kept from me, everything you hid, because now you're suddenly desperate to preserve the family's name? Helen's lips trembled faintly, but she held firm. I never hid Rebecca's child out of malice. I wanted to protect you. Everything I've ever done, Alexander, was to protect you and your sister. The air between them thickened with unspoken pain. I wanted to tell them both to stop, to breathe, but I knew neither would listen. Helen tried again, her voice urgent now. Alexander. No. He shook his head, his jaw set. You've crossed a line, Mother. You should never have brought this to Faye. Someone knocked at the door, and I hurriedly went to answer it. Whoever it was. I didn't care. I just needed someone to cut this confrontation short. It was Cole. Alpha Alexander, your attention is needed, he said after greeting. Thank goodness. I'd never been so happy to see Alexander leave a room. Before Helen could say anything else, he turned and walked toward the door. The door slammed behind him, leaving the echo rattling in my chest. The silence that followed was deafening. Helen sat back down slowly, her shoulders sagging as though the strength had been drained from her. For the first time, I saw not the commanding matriarch, but a mother who had spent her whole life trying and failing to keep her son safe. She exhaled shakily and looked at me. You see now why I came to you, Faye. He won't hear it from me. He never has. I stared at the closed door, Alexander's absence heavy in the air, my heart torn in two directions, toward the man I've become attached to, and toward the truth his mother had laid bare. I just stared at her. Faye, dinner was quiet. Alexander sat across from me, his plate barely touched, though his fork kept moving food around as if to keep his hands busy. I wasn't much better. I focused on my meal like it was the only thing in the room, as though chewing and swallowing would keep me from speaking the thoughts that pressed at my lips. Once upon a time, this kind of silence was our norm. Back when I was still adjusting to him, back when conversation was scarce and his walls were high. But not anymore, we had long passed that phase. Now silence meant something. Silence meant distance, and I knew he could see it. He adjusted in his chair, studying me. Are you all right? I forced myself to look up, my fork paused halfway to my mouth. I'm fine. Even I could hear the unnecessary sharpness in my response. His eyes narrowed slightly, not in suspicion, but in recognition. He knew I was lying. Of course he did. He always knew. He didn't push right, though. That was Alexander. Sometimes he liked to let silence draw the truth out. But tonight, I wasn't going to let it hang. I set my fork down a little harder than necessary and sighed. Screw it. I can't sit here pretending like everything's fine. I didn't like the way you spoke to your mother earlier. His brows arched in surprise. That was clearly not the complaint he had been expecting. What was wrong with the way I spoke to her? His tone was calm but edged, like he was already bracing himself for the argument. She was being overbearing as always, and not just with me this time. She dragged you into it. I lifted my gaze to meet his. Maybe her method wasn't the best. I'll give you that. But Alexander, she was doing what she thought was right for you. Just as any mother would. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. That's the problem. It doesn't matter what she thinks is right. She's my mother. I know how she works. If I don't stand my ground and shut her idea down, she'll keep applying pressure until she gets her way. That's what I grew up with. That's who she is. I wanted to argue, but part of me understood. I had seen glimpses of Helen's strength, her sharpness, the way she could push without seeming to. But still, I understand, I said slowly, but I still don't agree with how you handled it. His jaw tightened. I was defending you. My heart softened at that, but not enough to let it go. And I'm grateful for that, really, but I wasn't exactly in need of that kind of defending. Not against her. His eyes searched mine, like he was trying to decipher whether I meant that or whether I was falling under Helen's influence. His silence told me exactly what he was thinking. You hurt her feelings, Alexander, I added gently. He scoffed under his breath, shaking his head. Of course I did. That's her tactic. Make me feel guilty, get me to bend. You don't see it now, Faye, but that's how it works. Maybe. Or maybe she's just a mother who loves her son and feels shut out. My voice softened. She lost a piece of you yesterday when you walked away disappointed. And then today you slammed the door in her face. You think she doesn't feel that? You should apologize to her. His expression softened a little, a crack in the steel mask. He sighed and ran a hand down his face, exhaling sharply. Damn it, Faye. I folded my hands in my lap, waiting. Please, I added. He glanced at me, reluctant but yielding. Fine, I'll talk to her. I'll apologize. Relief should have washed over me, but it didn't. Not fully, because something inside me still ached. He must have seen it in my expression, the way my lips pressed into a line, the way I couldn't quite smile. You're still not happy. It wasn't a question. I shook my head slightly. I'm not sure how I feel. He frowned. About what exactly? I dropped my gaze to my plate, pushing food around without tasting it. How could I tell him? How could I explain that the sting I felt wasn't just about how he treated his mother, but about the way he had reacted to her words? Helen's suggestion had unsettled me, of course. I wasn't eager to follow her path, to give in to her pressure about giving Alexander an heir. But still, a part of me couldn't help the sting I'd felt at his reaction. The way he recoiled, like the idea itself was poison, like the thought of having a child with me was the worst thing in the world. Was it just his mother's interference that enraged him? Or was it the idea itself, that deep down he didn't see me as the one to carry that legacy with him? The questions churned silently, burning the back of my throat, but I couldn't bring myself to ask them. Not tonight. Maybe not ever. Instead, I forced a small smile and picked up my fork again. It's nothing. Just the tension from the whole situation earlier. That's all. He didn't look convinced, but he didn't push either. He simply watched me, as if he was trying to piece together a puzzle with missing pieces. I had been training with the warriors for nearly an hour this morning, sweat clinging to my skin, my arms aching with the satisfying burn of repetition. Kyle lunged toward me, wooden staff aimed high, and I twisted just enough to knock him off balance. A chorus of cheers and groans followed from the younger warriors gathered around. They'd gotten used to me sparring alongside them, but I could tell some still found it strange to see their Luna throwing herself into drills with this much stubbornness. I was just catching my breath when a shift in the air made me pause. That awareness I could never ignore prickled down my spine before I even turned. Alexander. I didn't have to look to know he was there. I could feel him. Still, when my eyes darted to the edge of the training ground, my stomach gave a small, traitorous twist. He stood there, arms crossed over his chest, a faint smirk tugging at his lips, watching me like I was the only one worth seeing. I swallowed and pretended I wasn't flustered. Kyle, I called, tossing him the staff. Take it from here. He blinked, surprised, but obeyed. My feet carried me straight toward Alexander. What's up? I asked, stopping just close enough to catch the heat radiating off him. He pulled something from the inside of his jacket and held it out between two fingers, waving it slightly like it was both an accusation and a joke. An envelope. "The hell is this?" he asked. I exhaled through my nose. "An invitation." "To Silver Hollow," he drawled, his eyes narrowing as if testing my reaction. "When were you planning on telling me?" I shrugged, trying for casual. "I was going to. I just forgot." "Forgot," he repeated, voice dripping with disbelief. I bit my lip, amused despite myself. He was suspicious. Of course he was suspicious. That was Alexander. And in fairness, he wasn't entirely wrong. "You think I hid it from you?" I asked, tilting my head. His silence said everything. I laughed under my breath. "Relax. There's nothing to hide. I wasn't planning on going, so why would I?" That earned me a sharper look, one eyebrow arched like I'd just spoken blasphemy. "You weren't planning on going? Why would I?" I shrugged again, feigning innocence. "It's your summit, not mine. You're the Alpha. You decide if you want to go." I wasn't about to start telling him my reasons. It'll be too awkward. He knew Sage had given herself to another, and that was the reason I was given to him instead. But what he didn't know was that the man Sage had given herself to, Jason, now the Alpha, was my mate. I never told him, and I didn't want to. He stared at me like I'd lost my mind. "Faye, this isn't optional. Silver Hollow is an ally pack. An invitation from their Alpha isn't just dinner and drinks. It's politics. You don't refuse." "I know," I said lightly. "That's why it's a good thing I'm not the Alpha." The muscle in his jaw ticked. "You're my Luna. You don't get to just opt out." "Sure I do." I flashed him a smile that didn't quite reach my eyes. Before he could press further, because I knew he would. He always did. I stepped back and gestured toward the training circle. "Now, if you'll excuse me, duty calls." I leaned up and brushed a quick kiss on his cheek, light, almost playful, before stepping past him. It was meant to soften him, to smooth over his suspicion, and give me enough space to slip back to training. But I should have known better. Before I could take 2 steps away, his hand closed firmly around my wrist, tugging me back with just enough strength to remind me who I was dealing with. I slammed right into his chest with a startled breath. The impact stole a second from me, leaving me pressed against him, his warmth soaking into me. My palms braced against his chest, and when I looked up, his eyes were already locked on mine. "Nice try," he murmured, voice low and edged with amusement. "But this conversation is not over. We'll talk when you're done here." For a beat, I just stood there, caught in that intensity, his smirk daring me to argue. My heart was racing, not from training, not from surprise, but from the raw certainty in his tone. He wasn't letting me off easy. Then, just as quickly, he loosened his hold, letting me step back. "Of course, Alpha Alexander," I said, hoping he caught the sarcasm. "Faye?" I sat curled on the far end of Alexander's leather couch, knees pulled up, dressed in nothing but a pair of worn shorts and a t-shirt. The fabric clung in some places, loose in others, the way clothes do when you've thrown them on without thinking. He hadn't commented on my appearance, but then, Alexander rarely did. For a long while, the only sound in the office was the faint ticking of the wall clock and the steady rhythm of his typing. His focus was absolute. Eyes locked on the laptop, hands moving with ease. He had this way of shutting out the world when he worked, like nothing else existed. I should have been used to it by now, but tonight it felt oddly familiar, almost nostalgic. It reminded me of high school, of sitting in the principal's office when I'd gotten myself into trouble defending Sage. The same uncomfortable quiet, the same awareness that the authority figure behind the desk held the power to decide what happened next. Back then, I'd fidget in my seat, trying to act nonchalant while my heart hammered in my chest. Tonight, the circumstances were different, but the feeling wasn't. I was waiting for Alexander, waiting for him to finally turn his attention to me. He did, eventually. With a quiet sigh, he snapped the laptop shut and stood. The subtle stretch of his shoulders, the way he rolled the tension from his neck. He'd been at it for hours, I could tell. His shirt clung to the lines of his body, sleeves pushed up to his forearms, as if he'd been too focused to bother rolling them back down. When he finally crossed the room and sat beside me, "Sorry," he said, voice softer now, like he meant it. "I had to get that work out of the way." I waved it off quickly. "It's fine." Then I drew in a breath. "All right, then. So, where were we?" he asked, even though I could bet he knew exactly where we were. Actually, we were talking about going to Silver Hollow, about the summit, I said. His eyes narrowed a little, but he stayed quiet, waiting for me to continue. I don't think I need a special reason to say I don't want to go, I said. I just don't want to. That should be enough. Alexander leaned back against the couch, studying me with that plain expression of his. The kind that made me feel as though I'd already lost the argument before it even began. You need a reason, he said finally, and not just any reason, a good one that holds weight. I pressed my lips together. Why? Because, he said, his tone patient. The invitation was addressed to both of us, you and me. And even if it hadn't been, even if it was only for me, I'd still expect you to come. You're my Luna, Faye. Your place is at my side, especially at something like this. I looked down at my bare knees, suddenly wishing I'd dressed differently. Maybe if I'd been in something sharp, something that screamed authority, I wouldn't feel so small under the weight of his words. It shouldn't be this difficult, I muttered. It is, he countered, because it's not just about what you want or don't want. It's about responsibility. It's about perception. I sighed and leaned back, staring at the ceiling. You make everything sound so serious, so heavy. Maybe I just don't want to sit through another summit, listening to men with too much power argue about whose border is whose. His jaw tightened. And maybe you're forgetting that Silver Hollow isn't just another pack. It's your home. The word landed like a strike. Home. You should be the one most eager to go, he continued. It's your people. How do you think it would look to them if you didn't bother to show up? What do you think Alpha Jason would think? At the mention of that name, something twisted inside me. My chest clenched, my throat went dry. Jason. I almost flinched, almost gave myself away. My lips moved before my brain could stop them. I don't care what Jason. I caught myself and corrected quickly. What Alpha Jason thinks. The correction sounded awkward in my ears, forced, too deliberate. I knew it, and for a split second, I thought Alexander caught it too. His gaze lingered on me, sharp and searching, and my heart kicked against my ribs. If he asked me why I slipped, if he pressed even a little, I didn't know how I'd answer. But then, to my relief, and maybe a little to my disappointment, he let it pass. Maybe you don't care, he said evenly. But I do, because it's not about what he thinks of you, Faye. It's about what Silver Hollow thinks of Blood Crescent. If you don't go, it weakens my position. It raises questions I don't need raised. Questions about unity, questions about loyalty. Do you understand that? I looked at him then, really looked at him. The alpha in him was speaking, the strategist, the protector, the man who carried the weight of more than just himself. And yet all I could feel was the dread clawing up my spine. Because I did understand, and understanding made me feel trapped. Yes, I said softly, I understand. But understanding didn't mean I agreed. Understanding didn't erase the knot of panic that tightened whenever Jason's name entered a conversation. Alexander leaned forward, elbows on his knees, watching me. Then you know you have to go, unless you've got a reason solid enough to excuse you, and I don't think you do. I wanted to argue. I wanted to tell him he was wrong, that there were reasons, real, tangible reasons. Why Silver Hollow wasn't a place I could just walk back into with a smile on my face. Reasons that had nothing to do with duty and everything to do with how I felt. But the words caught in my throat, because to explain, I'd have to give him details about Jason, about what we'd been, and worse, about how it ended. I'd have to peel back scars I'd rather keep hidden. I'd have to confess things that would make him see me differently. And I wasn't ready for that. So instead, I let out a sharp breath, rolled my eyes, and forced myself to sound casual. Fine, I'll go. Whatever. Silver Hollow. The hall was a storm of motion, and at its center stood Sage. Her voice carried above the clatter of furniture being moved and the shuffle of hurried footsteps. No, not that way. Turn the table just a little more. Yes, like that. And for the flowers, I want white on every corner, not red. Change them, quickly. She spun before the assistant could even nod, already catching sight of two young women lingering by the far door. And you two, come here. What are you doing? Have you finished with the guest rooms? Every detail has to be perfect, especially the one prepared for Alpha Alexander and my sister. No excuses. The sheets should be new, the curtains freshly pressed, the scent subtle but clean. Don't do too much with that one. I'll come check myself. Yes, Luna. The girls chorused before they hurried off with nervous bows, leaving Sage to survey the chaos she had created. Her sharp gaze flicked across the hall, measuring, correcting, demanding. Her hands never stilled. She gestured here, adjusted there, a Luna in command, but with an urgency that betrayed her calm exterior. Near one of the pillars, Laura leaned against the wall with her arms crossed, watching her friend with an expression caught between amusement and confusion. She didn't even bother to hide her grin as Sage barked another order about candle placements. Finally, Sage turned and found Laura's eyes fixed on her. "What?" Sage asked, narrowing her gaze. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Laura pushed herself off the pillar, a small laugh slipping out before she could stop it. "Because, Sage, you've lost your mind. Look at you. You're running around like this is a wedding or something like that. You need to breathe. Calm down." "A wedding?" Sage repeated, blinking as if Laura had just spoken blasphemy. "Laura, you would compare a wedding to something this important? Are you crazy? This isn't anything near a wedding." Her voice rose with disbelief. "This is the first time I am hosting something of this scale as Luna of Silver Hollow. Do you understand that? Everything has to go well. No, better than well. Perfect. And you think I'm doing too much?" "Yes." Laura folded her arms again, tilting her head. "Way too much. I mean, look at you." Sage stared at her, utterly scandalized. "Too much? I'm just getting started." She pointed toward the hall where men were still rolling out rugs and women were dusting corners no one would ever notice. "Do you think I can afford to let anything slip? Faye is coming home for the first time since she was mated and left, and she's bringing Alexander with her. Alpha Alexander. Do you think I want them walking in here looking around and thinking Silver Hollow is beneath them? Absolutely not." Laura arched an eyebrow. "So this is about Faye then?" Sage let out a sharp sigh and crossed her arms. "Of course it's about Faye. Who else? She should see how well I'm doing, how I've settled into my role, how the pack thrives with me as Luna. I want her to know I have everything together, that things here are not just good, they're flourishing. Even her mate, Alpha Alexander, should be impressed." Laura smirked. "And that matters because—" Sage rolled her eyes, muttering something under her breath before fixing Laura with a look. "Sometimes I wonder how we're even friends." Laura grinned wider. "Though I don't know him much, I've heard things about Alpha Alexander," Sage continued, ignoring the interruption. "That he has class, that he doesn't tolerate weakness or disorder. Do you think I'll give him a single reason to look down on Silver Hollow? Or Jason? Not a chance. I'll make sure when he and Faye step into this place, they see refinement, they see strength, they see that Silver Hollow is worthy of respect." Laura gave her a long look, then shook her head slowly. "You know, it's almost funny. All this effort, all this energy you're pouring into your one-sided competition with Faye." Sage stiffened. "It's not a competition." "Of course it isn't." Laura's sarcasm was gentle but obvious. "Still, you might consider diverting a little of this energy into something else, like making sure your dear Alpha Jason doesn't embarrass you and the entire pack throughout this occasion." The words were barely out of her mouth before Sage's expression darkened. The flush that rose in her cheeks wasn't from running around the hall, but from a rush of anger. Her head snapped toward Laura, eyes sharp. "What do you mean by that?" Laura raised her hands in mock surrender, but her smirk remained. "Only that you can control the flowers, the sheets, the food, and the candles all you want, Sage. But you can't control him. And if anyone is going to turn this perfect little show of yours into a disaster, it won't be the curtains being wrinkled. It'll be Jason himself." The air between them thickened instantly. Servants bustled on, oblivious to the quiet storm brewing at the center of the hall. Sage took a step closer, voice low. "Jason is our alpha, my mate, and he will not embarrass me." Laura tilted her head. "Won't he?" Sage's jaw tightened, but she forced herself not to rise further. She could already feel her heart pounding, her pulse quickening with the mixture of defensiveness and doubt Laura's words always managed to stir in her. Laura had a way of hitting too close to the truth sometimes, and Sage hated it. But Sage didn't let it show. She drew herself taller, smoothed her dress with grace, and forced a smile she didn't feel. "You'll see. she said simply. Everything will be perfect. So, just drop it. Laura studied her for a long moment, as though she could see past the polished surface Sage tried so hard to project. Laura folded her arms and held Sage's gaze, her voice dropping lower but losing none of its bite. No, Sage, I'm not letting this go this time. Someone has to tell you the truth, and if it has to be me, so be it. You can redecorate this hall until it looks like a royal palace, but it won't matter if Jason opens his mouth and ruins everything. Sage froze, her fingers stilling on the edge of the table she'd been adjusting. She turned slowly, her eyes narrowing into a glare meant to silence Laura, but Laura pressed on. You know what I'm talking about. He's a cheat, he's careless, and you. Laura jabbed a finger in Sage's direction. You keep covering for him because you're terrified people will call it karma, because deep down, you know what they'll say, that you stole him from Faye, and now you're paying the price. The words landed like a slap. For a heartbeat, Sage couldn't breathe. She tried to laugh, to dismiss it, but the sound caught in her throat. You don't know what you're saying. I know exactly what I'm saying, Laura shot back, stepping closer. You pretend everything's fine because you don't want anyone to see the cracks. But you see them, Sage, every day, and so do we all. Sage's hands curled into fists at her sides. Enough. But Laura ignored the warning in her tone. Do you really think he won't embarrass you in front of them? Alphas, Lunas, people who actually understand leadership. He can barely earn respect from a child, Sage. He doesn't inspire loyalty. He demands it with a show of power he can't back up. And when it all goes wrong, who cleans it up? Not him. The elders, his beta, anyone but Jason. Her words were relentless, like arrows loosed one after another, striking truths Sage had fought hard to bury. If it weren't for them holding this pack together, Silver Hollow would have already crumbled. Laura continued, and you know it. Sage turned away sharply, blinking hard, her throat tightening. She wouldn't cry, not in front of Laura. She straightened her shoulders, forcing steel back into her voice. This summit will be different. He'll hold himself together. He has to. Laura's laugh was dry, humorless. That's not hope talking, Sage. That's desperation. You're gambling on a man who doesn't even understand the weight of what he carries. He thinks leading is about chest thumping and intimidation, but when he speaks, he can't even command respect from his own people. There's only one thing he's good at, and we both know what that is. The silence that followed was heavy. Around them, servants kept working, but their voices were hushed, their steps quick, as if they sensed the storm brewing between the Luna and her friend. Sage finally turned back, her eyes blazing with a fire meant to mask the crack in her armor. He's my mate, my alpha, and I will not let you stand there and tear him down in front of me. Laura's gaze softened, but her voice didn't. I'm not tearing him down, Sage. I'm holding up the mirror you refuse to look into. Because when those alphas and their Lunas walk into this hall, perfection won't save you. Jason will have to, and we both know he's the weakest link in all of this. Sage's lips parted, but no words came out. She wanted to scream, to defend Jason, to insist Laura was wrong, but every word her friend had spoken was the truth she already knew, the truth she tried so hard to bury under flowers and polished floors and spotless linens. Because if she didn't bury it, if she let herself admit it fully, then she would have to face the reality she feared most, that she had betrayed her twin for a man who wasn't worth the ruin he brought. Sage's eyes hardened at Laura's words, though her hands still fussed with the edge of a tablecloth. She gave a small, dismissive shake of her head. I hope you realize the gravity of what you're doing, she said finally, her voice clipped. Speaking ill of the Alpha in such a way, it could be considered treason if not for the fact that we're friends. You're lucky it's me you're saying this to. Laura did not flinch. She leaned her weight onto one hip, arms folded, studying Sage with that steady gaze of hers, the kind that always seemed to cut through excuses. And because we're friends, I'm willing to risk my head to tell you the truth, she countered. If it were anyone else, I'd keep my mouth shut and let the pieces fall where they may. But you, Sage, you're my friend. I won't stand here and watch you run yourself ragged, pretending everything is fine when you and I both know the cracks are wide enough for everyone to see. Sage's lips pressed into a thin line. She busied herself again with smoothing fabric, arranging centerpieces, anything to avoid the sting of Laura's words. Laura stepped closer, lowering her tone even more. "And I'm not speaking just as your friend. I'm speaking as someone who belongs to this pack, who cares about the image of Silver Hollow. You know I'm right. You can call it treason if you want, but deep down you know everything I'm saying is true and that it should concern you more than it does me." Sage froze for a heartbeat, then forced a laugh that didn't reach her eyes. "Concern? You think I'm not concerned? You think I don't know what's at stake here? I think you're too busy trying to polish the walls to admit the foundation is already cracking," Laura replied bluntly. "If I were you, I'd stop worrying so much about how Faye and her mate will see the guest rooms and start worrying about whether Jason is going to open his mouth and humiliate you in front of every Alpha and Luna who walks through that door." That one hit home. Sage's chest tightened, though she lifted her chin, refusing to show it. Laura, sensing the silence, pressed on. "If I were you," she continued, softer, "I'd have a talk with him. At least he still listens to you sometimes. That's more than the rest of us can say." When Laura left, Sage stood in the middle of the hall with her arms folded, her lips pressed tight. Her friend's words echoed in her head, sharp and merciless, but she refused to let them cut too deep. Jason had his flaws. She wasn't blind. But so what? Every Alpha had flaws. Every Luna had burdens. What mattered was how they carried it, how they made sure the world saw strength instead of weakness, and she would make damn sure no one saw weakness in Silver Hollow. Still, the guilt was there, sitting low in her stomach like an old scar she could never quite ignore. Faye's face, the betrayal in her eyes when she learned the truth, those memories still haunted her. Sometimes at night, she wondered if people whispered about it when she wasn't in the room, if they thought of her as the twin who stole what wasn't hers. And deep down, she wondered what it would be like to see Faye face to face again. But guilt didn't erase pride. She had worked too hard to carve her place as Luna, too hard to let anyone, even Laura, make her feel small. If she had to polish this pack until it gleamed brighter than every ally's haul combined just to remind Faye, and herself, that she was the one standing here as Luna, then so be it. Let Faye walk through Silver Hollow and see what she had lost. Let her see the power, the title, the perfection. Sage would never admit it aloud, but part of her longed for that look in Faye's eyes again, the hollow one, the reminder that Sage had won. Of course, winning came with a cost. Jason wasn't the man she thought he'd be as Alpha. He was reckless, careless, too wrapped up in his ego. Laura wasn't wrong about that. And yes, it scared her sometimes, the thought of him embarrassing her in front of Alphas like Alexander. But even then, Sage's jaw set. If Jason faltered, she would find a way to cover it. If he stumbled, she would shine brighter. She wasn't about to let anyone, least of all her sister, walk away thinking she had chosen wrong. Because the truth was, no matter what Jason did, Sage could not afford to look like the loser in this story. Sage kept glancing at the clock. Her hands were clasped in her lap, nails pressing into her skin as she listened for the sound of footsteps in the hall. When the door finally creaked open, Jason strolled in like a man who owned not just the room, but the night itself. His hair was windswept, his shirt half unbuttoned, and he carried the smug, careless energy of someone who had been anywhere but where he was supposed to be. Sage's jaw tightened. "You're late," she said, her voice sharp. "Where have you been?" Jason stopped just inside the doorway, one brow lifting in mock surprise. "Late," he echoed, his tone heavy with sarcasm. "I wasn't aware I had a curfew." Sage stood, refusing to let him dismiss her with a joke. "You know that's not what I meant. It's nearly midnight, Jason. What kind of meeting keeps you out this long without your Luna even being informed?" He smirked, dropping his jacket carelessly over a chair. "Meetings you wouldn't understand." The words hit her. Her pride bristled instantly. "Don't you dare patronize me," she snapped. "I'm Luna of this pack, whether you like it or not. If there are matters important enough to keep you from your own bed this late, then I have a right to know." Jason chuckled under his breath, the sound low and dismissive. He moved toward the dresser, tugging at the cuff of his sleeve, as if her presence barely registered. "You're supposed to know?" he said, mocking her choice of words. "You think every time I leave the room I owe you a report? I'm the Alpha Sage. I have duties you clearly don't understand. The pack depends on me to handle things. Not everything is your concern." The arrogance in his tone made Sage's blood simmer. "Not my concern," she repeated, stepping closer. "I've spent the entire day making sure this pack doesn't embarrass itself when Alexander and Faye arrive tomorrow. I've commanded, organized, corrected, cleaned up after your warriors and your carelessness. Do you think that's not my duty? Do you think it's easy, holding this house together while you wander off to God's nowhere?" Jason stiffened, his smirk faltering for a fraction of a second before returning with sharper edges. "You think highly of yourself," he muttered, pulling his shirt over his head and tossing it onto the floor. "But don't mistake playing house with actual leadership. I don't answer to you, Sage. You answer to me." Her fists clenched at her sides. The words burned, not because she didn't know them already, but because he threw them at her like a chain, like a reminder of the way she had bound herself to him. "You're right," she said bitterly. "I don't expect you to answer to me. But you should at least respect me enough not to treat me like a fool." Jason ignored her, stripping off his trousers and leaving them where they fell before striding into the bathroom. The sound of running water filled the silence between them, a cruel punctuation to the argument he'd dismissed as unworthy of his time. Sage remained standing in the middle of the room, her breath coming faster than she wanted. Anger coiled in her chest, but beneath it, something colder twisted, the familiar ache of humiliation. The water shut off soon. Moments later, Jason returned, a towel slung around his hips. He didn't look at her as he crossed the room, didn't acknowledge the fury radiating off her as he put on his robe and collapsed onto the bed. Sage lay back stiffly, keeping her body as far from his as the mattress allowed. Her eyes stared at the ceiling, while her thoughts churned dark and bitter. Jason shifted beside her, already half asleep, as if the fight hadn't even happened, as if her anger and questions meant nothing. "Faye." I lay sprawled across my bed, staring at the ceiling for what felt like hours. Sleep wouldn't come, not with the weight pressing against my chest. No matter how many times I rolled over, pulled the blanket tighter, or forced my eyes shut, my thoughts circled back to the same place. Silver Hollow. And Jason. I hated the way his name still carried heat in my mind, like a brand I couldn't erase. But what I hated more was knowing I hadn't been honest with Alexander. He thought my resistance to going back was just stubbornness or irritation at being forced into politics. He didn't know the real reason. He didn't know that the Alpha who would be hosting us tomorrow wasn't just an ally, but my mate. The secret felt like a ticking clock. At some point, Alexander was going to find out. Whether from whispers, from the members of Silver Hollow, or from Jason himself, it was bound to surface. And when it did, what then? If he found out from someone else, without the full truth, without context, he'd think I'd hidden it deliberately. He'd think the worst, that I'd chosen to keep him in the dark for a special reason. And maybe I had hidden it, but not because I wanted to, not because I didn't trust him. It was because I didn't want to relive it. I didn't want to put words to the wound, and because the truth was embarrassing. But it didn't matter what I wanted anymore. If I was going to tell him, it had to be tonight, the night before everything unraveled. With a frustrated groan, I pushed myself off the bed. My legs felt heavy as I padded through the quiet corridors of the house, each step echoing my own doubts. By the time I reached Alexander's door, my heart was pounding like I'd run the length of the training grounds. I knocked once before I could change my mind. The door opened, and there he was. For a split second, the words I'd rehearsed died in my throat. His hair was damp, falling in dark strands across his forehead, the faint scent of soap and steam clinging to him. A towel hung carelessly around his shoulders, and though he'd thrown on a t-shirt and sweatpants, there was no disguising the warmth radiating off his skin. He had just had his bath. Just the sight of him like that was refreshing. I had to call myself to order in my head. Focus, Faye. You didn't come here to stare at him like a lost puppy. "Hi," I managed, slipping past him before I lost my nerve. He didn't stop me, just arched a brow as I crossed the room and sat down on the edge of his bed. The sheets dipped under my weight, the familiar scent of him already curling around me. unsettling in ways I didn't want to dwell on at the moment. Alexander closed the door and wandered toward the couch, dropping onto it with the kind of casual ease only he could manage. He leaned back, stretching an arm across the top as he looked at me. But instead of demanding why I was there, like I half expected him to, he started speaking as if this was any other night. "I hope you're ready for tomorrow," he said, voice steady, almost teasing. "Anything left that you need?" I forced a shrug, feigning nonchalance. "I'm set." It wasn't true. I didn't care about bags or clothes or whatever, so I wasn't set. He must have figured it out. "If there's anything last minute," he continued, "James can take you to town in the morning before we leave." I nodded, still pretending to play along. He was being thoughtful in his way, practical as always, and here I was about to tear open something he couldn't have seen coming. My fingers twisted in my lap. Then I softly said his name. "Alexander." He looked at me, the faintest tilt of his head, acknowledging the shift in my tone. "I wasn't honest," I blurted, my voice sharp in the quiet room. "When you asked me why I didn't want to go back to Silver Hollow, I wasn't honest with you." The air changed. I drew in a breath, steadying myself before I spoke. "You know how they told you that Sage gave herself to someone else, and because of that, I was given to you instead?" My voice felt quieter than I intended, but it filled the space between us anyway. "What they never told you is the rest of that story. The man Sage gave herself to, Jason, now the Alpha, he was my mate." I forced myself to meet Alexander's gaze. For the first time since I started talking, his full attention was on me. His eyes narrowed just slightly. There was the faintest hint across his expression. Surprise, subtle but unmistakable. I was right. He had no idea. I felt my chest tighten, but I pressed on before the weight of silence could choke me. "The very night you and I had our mating ceremony, that was supposed to be my night with Jason." The words left me in a rush, tumbling faster than I could control. But just moments before the ceremony, I found him in bed with Sage. Saying it out loud felt strange, like dragging an old wound into the light of day only to find it no longer bled. I had expected the familiar sting, the rush of betrayal that used to claw at me in the dark when no one was around to see. Instead, all I felt was a faint echo of embarrassment, as though recounting someone else's shame. I realized then that I had healed more than I thought. I didn't feel broken as the words left me. I didn't feel undone. If anything, the weight I had carried alone for so long seemed lighter now that I'd finally said it to him. Relief slipped in quietly, unexpected but real. Still, my pulse raced as I searched Alexander's face, desperate to read what he was thinking. His expression was calm, controlled as always, but I could see the edge of tension in his jaw and eyes as he processed my confession. "Faye!" Alexander didn't speak right away. The silence stretched between us, like he was weighing his response instead of rushing to fill the air. My nerves hummed as I waited, the pounding of my heart so loud it was almost ridiculous. I wasn't sure what I was expecting him to say. It wasn't like what I had told him required any kind of response in particular, but I just needed him to say something. Anything. I needed to know what he was thinking of me, of my truth. Then, without a word, he stood. I froze where I sat on the bed, watching as he crossed the short distance with that deliberate, unhurried gait that was all him. And when he stopped directly in front of me, close enough that the heat of his body pressed into the space I occupied, my breath hitched. His eyes locked with mine. That closeness, the way he didn't look away, didn't soften or pretend, it made my pulse stumble. Finally, his voice came, low. Jason was stupid. My lips parted slightly, my throat tightening at the bluntness of it. Alexander's gaze remained on me. Then he placed his fingers under my chin, making me look up into his eyes. And I'm grateful for his stupidity. I swallowed hard, my chest tightening because I could see it in his eyes. He meant it. Then he added softer, like it was just for me, because it gave me the better deal. His lips curved faintly in a smile, not a smirk, not arrogance, just raw honesty. It gave me you. I didn't think words could undo me the way his did. Not after everything, not after all the walls I'd built to protect myself from him, protect myself from this. But they did. The raw honesty in Alexander's eyes left me defenseless. He wasn't smirking, wasn't teasing. He meant it, and that, his truth, was the last straw. My heart hammered against my ribs as I whispered, "Then take me, Alexander, all of me." He sat down beside me, close enough that his warmth sank into my skin. His eyes held mine, dark and searching, a storm and a promise all at once. "Are you sure?" he asked, his voice low, rough, like gravel dragged over velvet. That single question burned straight through me, stripping away the last of my doubts. I didn't think, didn't second guess. I simply moved, climbing into his lap, straddling him, feeling the solid weight of him beneath me. His breath caught, surprise flickering across his face for the briefest moment before it vanished into something hungrier, deeper. I took his wrists in my hands and guided them to my waist, grounding us both. "Yes," I breathed. "I want all of you." His fingers curled into my waist, firm, steady, as if he was holding back the urge to crush me against him. His jaw tightened, his control fraying, and then he gave in. He kissed me. The first touch of his mouth was slow, testing. But that gentleness didn't last. Within seconds the kiss deepened, urgency flooding through us both, his lips demanding, mine answering with equal hunger. My hands tangled in his damp hair, pulling him closer. His grip at my waist tightened, dragging me flush against him until there was no space left between us. Heat roared through me, wild and unstoppable. Then, with effortless strength, he shifted. In one fluid motion, he turned us, laying me back against the bed. The mattress dipped under my weight as he hovered above me, his body braced, his heat caging me in. A gasp slipped out of me, but it was swallowed when he captured my wrists, pinning them above my head. His fingers laced through mine, anchoring me, claiming me. The dominance of the gesture sent a rush of fire straight through me. His gaze darkened as he leaned down, his lips crashing onto mine with fierce, undeniable need. Every kiss was fire, every breath stolen, every brush of his body against mine breaking me open more. I arched beneath him, pressing closer, desperate to feel all of him, to erase the last of the distance we'd kept for too long. His breath came ragged against my lips, as if I was pulling him apart piece by piece, and gods, I loved it. Loved seeing him undone. "Don't stop," I gasped against his mouth. He pulled back just enough to murmur, his voice rough with restraint, "I wasn't planning to." My fingers strained against his grip, desperate to touch him, but he kept my wrists pinned above me, his strength both infuriating and intoxicating. It was the control in it, the raw way he held me, as though he'd been waiting as long as I had to finally cross this line. "Alexander," I whispered, my voice a plea. He lifted his head just enough for our eyes to meet. The intensity there nearly undid me. "Do you have any idea," he said, voice rough, "what you do to me?" My breath caught. "Show me." Something in his gaze shifted. His mouth crashed back onto mine, fiercer this time, his weight pressing me deeper into the mattress. His hands finally released mine, but before I could move, they were on my hips, holding me firm as I arched up to him. The moment his hands roamed, sliding under the hem of my shirt, I felt the spark like lightning across my skin. Every brush of his fingers was fire, every press of his lips demanding. I tugged at his shirt in return, pulling him closer, needing to feel him without barriers between us. In that moment, nothing else mattered. Faye, when I woke, the world felt heavy with silence. At first, I wasn't sure what had stirred me. Then I felt it, the warmth, the weight, the steady beat of a heart pressed right against my skin. I looked down and saw it. Alexander's head rested on my chest, his arms sprawled over my waist like I was something he'd claimed in his sleep, and gods, maybe I was. His face, usually so sharp and controlled, looked almost boyish, softened by slumber. He was beautiful like this. Unguarded, mine in a way he'd never let himself be while awake. The memory of last night hit me hard. His mouth, his hands, the way he'd taken me like the world had narrowed to nothing but us. My skin still tingled from it, every ache and pulse reminding me of how thoroughly he'd consumed me. I smiled despite myself, heat creeping into my cheeks, but the giddy warmth didn't last. He stirred, shifting against me, his lashes flickering. His breath brushed against my skin as his head slid lower. My breath hitched. I couldn't stop myself. I bent and kissed him. Just a brush of lips, soft, quick, more for me than for him. But even half asleep, he answered, his mouth pressing back with the faintest pressure, enough to spark heat low in my belly. I pulled away before I lost control, easing myself from beneath his arm. Snagging the sheet, I wrapped it around myself in some laughable attempt at modesty. My skin still bore him. My body still throbbed with him. Modesty was long gone. Still, I couldn't shake the instinct to cover myself. I'd barely set my feet on the floor before his hand shot out, closing firmly around my wrist. The tug was slow but undeniable. I turned and found him awake. His eyes, still heavy with sleep, were on me. That faint smile curved his lips, lazy and knowing. His voice was low, dragging across me like velvet. "And where?" he murmured, tugging me back toward the bed. "Do you think you're going?" Heat flooded me. I could barely make eye contact. I was going to have a bath. For a moment I thought he'd let me go, but instead of releasing me, he pulled harder, dragging me toward him. The sheet slipped as I stumbled, landing back against the mattress with a startled gasp. His hand slid to my hip, steadying me, and then in one effortless motion he hauled me fully onto the bed. The sheet slipped from me completely as he pressed me into the mattress, and for a moment I forgot how to breathe. His weight was solid, anchoring me, caging me in, but instead of feeling trapped, I felt like my body had been made for this exact moment. His mouth devoured mine, all heat and hunger, as if the time we'd just spent wasn't enough, as if he needed me again, needed to remind me I was his. My hands scrambled over the hard planes of his back, desperate to touch, to feel the flecks of muscle beneath my palms. "You were going to run off," he muttered against my lips, his voice rough, accusing and aroused all at once. His thigh pressed between mine, and I gasped when the friction hit where I ached most. I wasn't. My protest dissolved into a whimper as he ground against me, slowly, dragging that pleasure out until I was arching beneath him. His hand slid down my side, palm grazing the swell of my hip before gripping it firmly. "You were," he countered, eyes burning into mine. "But I'm not done with you yet." "Alexander," my voice cracked, half plea, half warning. His mouth was fire against my skin, every kiss a temptation, every brush of his hands pulling me closer to the edge of surrender again. My body begged, traitorous and trembling, but somewhere beneath the haze of desire, a different ache lingered. Deep, raw, too new to ignore. He must have figured it out. Alexander stilled, his lips pressed against my throat, his breath warm and uneven. For a heartbeat, I thought he'd push through, ignore what I wasn't strong enough to say out loud. Instead, he drew back just enough to look at me. The hunger in his eyes was still there, blazing, but beneath it was something softer, understanding. "But," he murmured, his thumb brushed my cheekbone, tender, "you need a break." I swallowed hard, blinking up at him. He hadn't said the rest of the words outright, but I could tell he understood. Last night had been my first time. He wasn't going to push me past what my body was ready for, no matter how much he wanted me. Slowly, reluctantly, he rolled off me, giving me space, though his arm never fully left my waist. He lingered for one last kiss, then finally released me. "Come," he said, his voice gentler now, almost coaxing. "Shower with me." I nodded, my lips curving into a small smile I couldn't hold back. "Alexander." I was already dressed, everything in place. Still, I lingered in the office with Cole, going over the same ground we'd covered a dozen times before. "You don't need to worry, Alexander," Cole said. "I've handled things every other time you've been away. This won't be any different." I rubbed a hand over my jaw. He wasn't wrong. Cole had always proven himself capable, sharp in his decisions, steady in execution. But this time felt different, heavier somehow. "It's not that I don't trust you," I said finally. "You know I do. It's just, with Marcus stirring trouble the way he is, I can't shake the thought that my presence here might be more necessary than usual." Cole arched a brow. "And yet you're still leaving." "Because I have to," I admitted. "This trip isn't something I can put off, you know that. Faye and I both need to be in Silver Hollow. But with both of us gone, I don't like the idea of leaving the territory vulnerable." Cole leaned forward, resting his arms on the desk. "You think too little of the rest of us if you believe we can't hold things together for a few days. Kyle, the elders, myself, we've all got this. If anything comes up that we can't handle, you'll know immediately. But I'm telling you, we'll be fine." I studied him for a moment, then gave a small nod. He was right, of course. I'd left before and come back to find everything in order. Still, the unease coiled in my gut refused to completely loosen. Before I could answer, the door opened. It was Faye, looking all bright and ready. "Shall we?" Silver Hollow. Sage moved through the room with a poise that came naturally to her, her smile warm and practiced as she greeted each arriving guest. Tonight was important. Tonight marked the gathering of packs who had not stood under one roof together in years. Jason stood at her side, tall and commanding in his formal attire, his hand occasionally brushing hers as though to remind her that they faced this crowd together. His voice carried easily as he exchanged words with visiting alphas and their mates, but Sage noticed that his attention was never fully on the person he spoke to. His eyes flickered again and again toward the tall doors of the hall. Sage tried not to sigh too loudly. She knew exactly what was on his mind. Still, she waited until there was a lull between greetings before leaning slightly toward him. "Jason," she said softly, her smile never faltering as another group of people passed by with polite bows. "What is it? You've been restless all evening." Jason's lips curved in something that wasn't quite a smile, his shoulders lifting in a casual shrug that fooled no one. "Just wondering," he murmured, his tone edged with dry impatience. "If your sister and her alpha even plan on honoring the invitation. They should have been here by now. Blood Crescent isn't exactly at the edge of the world. Some of these other packs traveled twice the distance, and they arrived before sundown." Sage's lips twitched as she rolled her eyes. She had been wondering the same thing, though she would never give him the satisfaction of admitting it outright. "Jason, you know Faye," she replied, her voice carrying just enough irritation to make it clear she'd long resigned herself to her sister's antics. "She loves an entrance. She'll wait until the attention has settled, then sweep in so every eye is drawn to her. It's practically tradition at this point. She wants all the attention in a room." Jason's jaw flexed, though he attempted to mask it with a sip from his glass. Beneath the irritation, there was something else. Anxiety. He had told himself it was ridiculous to feel it. Time had passed. He had moved on, hadn't he? But the truth was unavoidable. Just the thought of seeing Faye again unsettled him. He remembered her laugh, sharp and bright, like a spark thrown onto kindling. He remembered her stubbornness, the way she refused to let anyone, least of all him, dictate the terms of her life. And he remembered the look in her eyes the day she left, fierce and unyielding, even as it tore something inside him wide open. Jason drew a slow breath, forcing his thoughts back to the present. He could not afford to dwell. Not tonight, not when he was alpha now, not when his pack and all the others here needed to see strength. But damn it all, the anticipation gnawed at him. And then there was Alpha Alexander. The name itself was enough to make Jason's mouth tighten. Alpha Alexander of Blood Crescent was the most obnoxious wolf Jason had ever had the displeasure of knowing. Arrogant, cold, insufferably smug. He carried himself as though the moon itself bowed to him, as though every other alpha in the room were nothing more than pawns orbiting his greatness. Jason loathed men like that. Men who believed reputation alone was enough to make them untouchable. The only reason Alexander had even received an invitation to this gathering was because Jason's council had insisted. They had argued that Blood Crescent was their strongest link, that Silver Hollow could not afford to alienate such a powerful ally. And Jason, though bristling at the thought, had eventually conceded. But privately, he had told himself the truth. The real reason he had not fought harder against the council's decision was simple. Faye. The idea of seeing her again had tipped the balance. It was foolish, he knew, selfish even. But when the memory of her face stirred in him, when he thought of what it would be like to stand in the same room with her again, his resistance had withered. He had told himself it would be nothing, a reunion, brief and unremarkable. Yet here he was, watching the doors as though the world depended on their opening. Sage saw it all. She knew her mate better than he realized sometimes. "Are you really going to keep staring like that?" Jason's mouth curved faintly in a smirk, though it didn't reach his eyes. "I'm not staring." "You are," Sage countered smoothly, though she kept her tone even, friendly enough to mask the sharpness of her perception. "You've greeted 3 alphas tonight without hearing a single word they said." Jason huffed, giving in just a little. "Maybe I'm simply impatient with all this polite chatter." "Or maybe," Sage said, her voice sharper now, "you're anxious about seeing her again." Jason's gaze snapped to hers, but Sage only arched a brow. She wasn't accusing him. She was simply stating what he already knew. "I'm not anxious," Jason replied, though the defensive note in his voice betrayed him. Across the hall, the murmurs of conversation rose and fell, the air filled with the energy of so many powerful wolves gathered under one roof. Yet despite the noise, Jason heard the echo of his own thoughts, the quiet, restless thrum of something he couldn't quite smother. He wondered what Faye would look like when she walked through those doors. Would her hair be the same as he remembered? Would her eyes still hold that spark, that infuriating mixture of defiance and allure that had once undone him so completely? Would she smile at him, or would she cut him with that razor-sharp indifference she wielded so well? The truth gnawed at him, bitter and undeniable. He had wanted to see her again, even if it meant enduring Alexander's presence. The hum of conversation was steady in the hall, half-laughed jokes and formal introductions. Glasses clinked as stewards moved discreetly between alphas and their escorts. Sage stood near Jason, smiling that well-trained smile, though her heart hadn't settled since the evening began. Jason himself looked stiff, commanding yet restless, a presence impossible to ignore even in a hall filled with leaders. Then headlights swept across the tall glass windows, cutting into the glow of the chandeliers. The moment seemed ordinary to most, but Sage felt Jason stiffen beside her, his head lifting like a wolf catching a scent on the wind. His body betrayed what his face refused to, curiosity sharpened by tension. A car pulled into the drive. Jason's gaze locked forward, posture deceptively casual as his eyes strained toward the doors. He hated how obvious it must look, hated even more that he couldn't stop himself. As the car door opened, he almost wished he hadn't strained himself so much. The first to step out was Alexander. The sight Jason couldn't stand. The very picture of a wolf who knew his strength and had no need to flaunt it. His every movement screamed confidence, that same infuriating calm Jason knew and disliked him for. Alexander shut the car door behind him, then stood there, surveying the hall with an ease that twisted Jason's insides. Jason's jaw flexed. Of course it would be him. He had expected this much. Still, a flicker of relief whispered through him, because Alexander was alone. Perhaps that meant Faye hadn't come. Perhaps she had refused outright, unwilling to return to Silver Hollow, unwilling to face him. The thought soothed him for a heartbeat, enough for his chest to ease. He wanted to see her, but he didn't really think he was ready to handle her presence. But then the second door opened, and Faye stepped out. The sight hit him like a blade slipped between ribs. She rounded the car in one graceful movement, her dress flowing as though the night air itself parted to make way for her. Her presence was a quiet storm, calm yet undeniable, and when she reached Alexander's side, their steps fell into rhythm as if choreographed, as if they belonged together. Jason's hand curled into a fist at his side, the only crack in the mask he wore. Sage saw it. She saw more than that. She felt the tremor run through her mate, sharp and silent, a storm restrained by pride. Her own chest tightened, guilt pressing hard against her ribs. She had known this moment would come, had dreaded it since the invitation was sent. And now, with Faye walking toward them, it was all she could do not to fold under the weight of her own mistakes. Faye's eyes were forward, her chin lifted, her steps balanced. She felt every gaze turn toward her and Alexander, the sound in the hall quiet down a bit. She had prepared for this, had steeled herself for the collision of past and present. She didn't look at Jason, didn't even allow herself the temptation. To look would mean to remember, and remembering would mean weakness. She had no intention of being weak, not anymore. The last time she had stood in this territory, her voice had been drowned out, her choices stripped away. She had walked out carrying nothing but silence and scars. Tonight she returned, not as the girl who had been broken, but as the woman who had rebuilt herself, stronger than before. And Alexander was at her side. His presence was steady, his arm close enough for her to brush against, and though her hand moved only briefly to touch his sleeve, it was enough. He caught the signal to her surprise. Without words, he adjusted his pace, grounding her. Alexander's gaze flicked once toward Jason. There was no gloating in his expression, no smirk or sneer, just calm. Jason held the stare. His pride would not allow him to look away, even as the air between them thickened with everything unspoken. Sage's smile faltered. the first crack in her mask of composure. She forced it back into place quickly, but the damage was done. Her chest ached with the sight of her sister walking in so composed. She wanted to rush forward, to close the gap, to undo the distance her choices had created. But Faye's poise reminded her of the truth. That bridge was not something she could mend easily. The hall itself seemed to lean into the tension. Conversations quieted, like they all already knew the history between those four, even though they didn't. Faye walked on. Her gaze was steady when her sister's eyes met hers across the hall. She had promised herself this moment would not undo her. She wouldn't let the past control her in presence of all those people. Inside, her heart did not race as it once might have. The anger she had once nursed toward Jason had cooled, hardened into something quieter. Indifference. And indifference, she had learned, was far sharper than hate. Jason, on the other hand, was anything but indifferent. His chest felt like a cage too tight to contain the storm inside. He told himself he had expected this, told himself her presence should just be some kind of closure. Yet the sight of her, her chin lifted, her eyes refusing him, clawed at something deep in him, in a way he didn't expect. How dare she walk in here like that, beside Alexander, as if the past had meant nothing, as if he had been nothing to her. He forced his breathing slow, forced his shoulders back, forced his expression to appear neutral, but his pride could not disguise the sharpness in his gaze as it clashed once more with Alexander's. The silence stretched until it became unbearable as they got closer. Then slowly, Alexander placed a hand at the small of Faye's back, guiding her further into the hall, his touch protective and claiming in a way that he knew she needed. "Are you okay?" Alexander asked in a hushed tone. Faye smiled. "I am now." Sage realized that her palms were damp. She rubbed them against her dress in a quick, hidden motion, then forced herself forward with a smile that strained at the edges. She was the hostess. She could not falter now. "Faye," Sage said, her voice gentle. The single name felt strange on her tongue, too small to carry the emotional distance between them. Faye's eyes flicked to hers at last, calm. There was no anger there, no bitterness, but there was no warmth either. "Sage." The word was polite, neutral, yet it struck harder than a blow. Sage's smile shook, though she tried to hold it steady. Jason stepped forward then, his voice smooth, though his throat felt dry. "Alpha Alexander. Faye, welcome to Silver Hollow." Alexander inclined his head slightly. "We appreciate the invitation." His voice was polite. Faye said nothing. Her silence was its own weapon, sharper than any insult she might have spoken. She didn't bow, didn't acknowledge Jason beyond the simple courtesy of standing there. Her composure was flawless. Jason felt the sting but forced his tone warmer, smoother. "I wasn't sure if you would come." His eyes lingered on her despite himself. Faye finally looked at him directly. Her gaze was clear, free of the storm that had once followed his name. "You extended an invitation," she said evenly. "It would have been discourteous not to answer it." The words were polite, but they held no softness, no trace of the woman who had once loved him. Jason's chest tightened, but he masked it with a faint smile. Sage stepped in quickly, desperate to bridge the widening gap. It's good to see you again, Faye, truly." Faye turned back to her sister, her expression calm, her eyes searching just for a moment. "Same here. It's been a long time." Sage swallowed. She wanted to reach for her, to touch her hand, to say more, but the wall in Faye's tone stopped her. Pride held her back, and guilt pinned her down. Alexander's hand shifted subtly at Faye's back, a reminder that she was not alone here, not exposed. His gaze swept briefly to Jason, who was still staring at Faye, sharp enough to deliver its warning without a single word. Jason caught it and simply cleared his throat, looking away. The silence pressed again until Sage forced another step forward, motioning toward the seats. "Please come in. You must be tired from the journey." Faye inclined her head once in acknowledgement, then allowed Alexander to guide her further inside. She did not glance back at Jason. Jason watched her go, every muscle taut beneath his composed exterior. He told himself it didn't matter anymore, that she was gone from his life, that Sage was his now. But right now, he questioned everything, including this stupid summit. The door shut behind Sage and Jason, sealing them away from the polite laughter and clinking cutlery of the dining hall below. The quiet that followed was thick, and it made Jason's shoulders tighten even before Sage opened her mouth. Sage spun to face him the moment the latch clicked. "Do you realize how embarrassing you were out there? What the hell did you think you were doing?" Jason blinked, halfway to unbuttoning the collar of his shirt. "What? Don't you what me?" she snapped, her eyes flashing. "You were staring at her, Jason, at Faye, like you'd never seen her before." Jason frowned, pretending to be confused, though the moment she said the name, his pulse gave a small, guilty jump. "You're imagining things again," he said flatly, tossing his jacket over the arm of a chair. "I wasn't staring at anyone in particular." "Oh, for moon's sake, stop it," Sage shot back, her voice rising. "Do you think I'm blind? You could barely keep your eyes off her. It was humiliating. Not just for me, but for you. For us." Jason exhaled through his nose, trying for calm, but the irritation under his skin pulsed sharper. He was tired and didn't have the strength to defend himself right now. "You're overreacting," he muttered. "I was just—" "Looking at her," Sage cut in, "constantly, while she sat there with her mate, Jason, beside her, and you still couldn't help yourself." Her voice trembled slightly on that last word, the anger underneath colored with something raw. Hurt, maybe, or jealousy. But Jason was not in the mood to deal with it. He ran a hand through his hair and sat down on the edge of the bed. "It's been a long day, Sage. I'm not doing this tonight." "Of course you're not," she hissed, following him. "Because it's easier to act like I'm crazy than admit you were drooling over my sister in front of all those people." He stiffened at the word sister, jaw tightening, drooling. He hadn't thought it showed. He'd tried to be discreet, to just look, to see how much she'd changed. Faye had walked into that hall like she owned it, graceful, calm, radiant in that understated way that made her impossible to ignore. He'd told himself it was simple curiosity, nostalgia maybe, but even he knew better. The way his chest had tightened, the flash of something dangerously close to regret, it wasn't something he could hide completely. Still, he wasn't about to hand Sage the satisfaction of being right. "I don't know what you think you saw," he said finally, standing to face her, "but I wasn't doing anything wrong. You just want to stress for no reason." Sage gave a sharp laugh that held no humor. "Gaslighting me now? You really think I didn't notice? You think I didn't see the way you looked at her when she walked in with him?" Her tone dripped with disdain on him, and Jason's brows furrowed. "Alexander," he said shortly. "You can say his name." "I don't care what his name is right now," Sage fired back. "He's your guest, Jason, and you disrespected him and me by acting like some lovesick pup the entire evening. You had your eyes all over Faye throughout dinner." Jason's patience finally cracked. "You're being ridiculous," he snapped. "I was polite, that's all. The rest of it is in your head." "In my head?" she repeated. "You barely heard a word anyone said unless it came from her direction. You couldn't even look me in the eye." Her words landed like stones, but Jason refused to let them show. He turned away, tugging at the buttons on his cuff. "I'm tired, Sage. I told you." Sage moved closer, her anger feeding on his calm. "You're not tired. You're guilty. You know exactly what you were doing." Jason sighed, long and sharp. "Believe whatever makes you sleep tonight." That only made it worse. Sage's hands clenched at her sides. "You really think you can dismiss me like that?" she demanded, voice trembling now. "You think I'll just keep pretending this doesn't bother me?" Jason turned back toward her, finally meeting her eyes. "What do you want me to say?" "I want you to admit it," she shouted. "Admit that you were staring at her, that you still want her." Jason's jaw worked silently for a moment. The truth sat heavy at the back of his throat, burning to get out, but he swallowed it down. There was no way to win here. "You're making something out of nothing." Sage's anger tipped over into something more aggressive. She shoved him hard against the chest. "Don't lie to me, Jason. You were being disrespectful, and everyone saw it, even Alexander." Jason caught her wrists before she could push him again, his voice low and sharp. "Watch it." But Sage only glared at him, breath quick, eyes glistening. "Do you have any idea how pathetic you looked? Staring at a woman who doesn't even care you exist anymore?" That one landed. Jason's grip on her wrists tightened just for a moment before he let her go and stepped back. "Enough. Not enough," she threw back. "You're still in love with her. Admit it." Jason's temper finally flared, and when he spoke, his voice was like a blade. You knew who she was to me before you ever came to my bed. Sage froze. You think it's strange I looked at her? He continued, voice harsh but quiet now. She was my mate, Sage. My mate. You knew that. So don't act surprised that seeing her again might stir something up. Sage's face went pale, the fire in her eyes faltering for the first time. You're saying you still love her? I'm saying stop pretending this is some betrayal, he bit out. You knew what you were stepping into. You made your choice. We both did. For a second, the only sound was her breathing, shallow, uneven. Then she slapped him. The crack of it echoed through the room. His head jerked slightly to the side from the force of it, but when his eyes found hers again, they were calm, cold. She stood there trembling, her hands still half raised, as if shocked at her own reaction. Jason didn't say a word. A muscle in his jaw flexed, but he didn't retaliate, didn't even raise his voice. Instead, a faint, mocking smirk curved his lips, and that infuriated Sage more than anything. You done? He asked quietly. Don't you dare mock me, she hissed. I'm not mocking you, he said, stepping past her toward the dresser. I'm trying not to say something I'll regret. Regret? She echoed. Like mating me instead of her? Jason stopped, his back to her. Don't twist my words. I don't need to, she spat. You do a fine job showing it. He turned then, slowly, meeting her glare with a measured calm that was somehow worse than anger. You think throwing tantrums will change what's already done? You wanted me, Sage. You fought for me. You got me. So stop acting like the jealous lover you worked so hard to become. Her breath caught, her voice breaking with disbelief. You're disgusting. He shrugged. Maybe, but you knew that too. Sage stared at him, trembling, not from fear but from rage she couldn't contain. The man standing before her wasn't the Jason she'd stolen from her sister, the charming, impulsive Alpha who'd once whispered promises into her hair. This man was colder, harder. Or maybe he'd always been this way, and she just refused to see it. Jason brushed past her toward the door that led to the balcony, muttering under his breath, I'm done with this. She turned after him, shouting, Don't you dare walk away from me. But he didn't stop. He opened the door and stepped out into the night air. Sage stood there, breathing hard, staring at the empty doorway. Anger still burned in her chest. She pressed a trembling hand to her mouth, the sting of tears threatening, but she swallowed them back. Sage stepped outside, the night air hitting her like a shock. She needed space. Anything to escape the suffocating weight of the confrontation she had just endured. The echoes of Jason's words, his calm dismissal, still rang in her ears, gnawing at her pride and stirring the anger that had been simmering beneath the surface for too long. Her feet carried her almost instinctively toward the training grounds, the familiar path toward the edge of the woods providing a small, grounding sense of direction. The shadows of the trees stretched long and dark under the stars, and she leaned against one of the taller trunks, drawing in a shaky breath. For a moment she tried to still herself, to pull her ragged thoughts together, but the effort was too much. Frustration, hurt, and the sting of betrayal mingled inside her chest, and despite herself, tears began to slip down her cheeks. She didn't try to catch them. She didn't want to. Letting them fall felt like the only way to release the pressure building inside her. The wind whispered through the branches, brushing against her skin, yet it brought no comfort. Sage closed her eyes, letting herself feel the full weight of the anger and disappointment she had bottled up for so long. Alone in the night, surrounded by the quiet of the woods, she finally allowed herself to break, even if just for a moment. Faye. I excused myself from the chatter of the other alphas, letting Alexander carry on with the conversation. He seemed perfectly at ease, as always, commanding attention without even trying. I, on the other hand, wasn't in the mood for small talk or for pretending to care about the polite niceties the Lunas were trading. Their smiles were sharp, their compliments thinner than air, and underneath all that, I could smell the silent competition they were constantly waging over trivial things. I had no interest in being caught in that, not tonight. I stepped outside, the familiar air of Silver Hollow brushing against my skin. I had thought about visiting the family house first, checking in on my parents, but something told me tomorrow morning would be better. Tonight, I just needed space, somewhere quiet, somewhere that belonged only to me. My legs moved almost on autopilot, leading me toward the training grounds. The path was familiar, each step stirring memories I hadn't realized I'd missed so much. This place, my sanctuary, my home inside the home, had always been where I felt most like myself. The earth under my shoes, the smell of soil mingling with the faint tang of the practice weapons, the way the air seemed to move with possibility, it was mine. I had fought, sweated, and sometimes even cried here, but it had all been on my terms. I wasn't expecting anyone, and yet my steps faltered when I spotted a figure sitting on one of the benches, her back to me. Sage, my heart tightened, and for a brief second I considered turning back, letting her have her solitude, but I couldn't. There was something in the way she sat hunched slightly that tugged at me and my curiosity, maybe even my concern. I slowed my pace and eventually found myself walking closer, silently hoping she wouldn't notice. Of course she did. The moment our eyes met, I saw it, a glint of moisture on her cheek, quickly wiped away. My chest tightened, a sharp, inexplicable sting rising inside me. Was she crying? The thought hit harder than I expected, and I felt a flush of something I didn't entirely understand. For all that had happened between us, her betrayal, the long-standing tension, the days of unspoken rivalry, I couldn't bear seeing her like that. It was as though something deep inside me rebelled against the idea of her suffering. Sage turned fully toward me then, masking whatever emotion had betrayed her earlier with a practiced ease. "Faye," she said, her tone casual, almost too casual. "What are you doing out here? Do you need something?" I smiled, letting it appear effortless, like I hadn't noticed the tear, like the brief pang of guilt hadn't squeezed my chest. "Just taking a walk," I replied lightly, letting my eyes scan the grounds before meeting hers again. "I never pictured you coming out here by yourself. I always thought this was more my thing. I remember you hating me for it sometimes." She let out a laugh, genuine and light, and for a moment the tension between us seemed to loosen. "Of course," she said, shaking her head. "You were always doing too much, disappearing into the training grounds for hours. Mother would have me go look for you, only to find you asleep on the mats after training. Who does that?" I chuckled, the memory surfacing like a warm spring after a long winter. I remembered the countless times I had thrown myself into drills, practicing long past exhaustion, only to be found crumpled in the corner, and Sage there, exasperated, fuming, yet unable to hide the fondness in her frustration. The thought made me laugh along with her, lighter this time, freer than I had in a while. We found ourselves sitting side by side on the bench, the silence between us comfortable rather than strained. The air was quiet, punctuated only by the rustling leaves and distant chirps of night creatures. I felt the familiar weight of belonging settle around me. "You've changed," Sage said after a while, breaking the silence. I shrugged, unsure how to respond. Had I really? The past had molded me in ways I barely recognized myself, yet here in this space, surrounded by everything that had always been mine, I felt pieces of the old me come back. "Maybe," I said softly, careful not to overstate it. Sage's gaze softened, and I noticed the vulnerability lingering in her eyes, the unspoken apology hovering somewhere between us. There was no grand confession, no dramatic words, just the quiet acknowledgement that whatever had been broken between us wasn't beyond repair. I exhaled, letting the tension slip from my shoulders, letting the days of resentment, of distance, ease away at least for tonight. "Do you remember the time we tried to race each other through the obstacle course here at night?" she asked suddenly, breaking the silence, a mischievous glint in her eyes. I laughed aloud, the sound echoing softly through the empty training grounds. "How could I forget? You fell halfway through and blamed it on my unfair advantages with longer legs." Sage's laughter joined mine, pure and unguarded, carrying away some of the heaviness that had clung to me all evening. "I was right to complain," she exclaimed, still giggling. "You did have longer legs back then." I shook my head, still smiling. "You just didn't want to lose. That's all." Her expression softened then, and she leaned back slightly, letting the bench hold her weight. "You always did things your own way, Faye. Even when it annoyed me to no end, I always admired that about you." "Faye," we'd been sitting for a while, long enough for my thoughts to drift from one place to another, when Sage finally spoke. Faye. Her voice was soft, uncertain. I turned my head to look at her. The moonlight caught the side of her face, highlighting the traces of tears she'd tried to wipe away earlier. She was staring at her hands, fingers twisted together like she was afraid they'd give away how nervous she was. "I need to say this," she began, and my chest tightened, instinctively preparing for words I wasn't sure I was ready to hear. "I'm sorry." Just 2 words, but they seemed to carry the weight of everything that had stood between us. "I was foolish," she continued, her voice trembling slightly, "and selfish. There hasn't been a day since you left that I haven't thought about how badly I hurt you. I tried not to. I tried to bury it, but it's always there, right here." She pressed a hand to her chest. "I knew I couldn't undo what I did, and my pride, my pride just wouldn't let me come to you. But I miss you, Faye. I miss us. I want my sister back." For a moment I just sat there, watching her, listening. The truth was, I had imagined this moment before, her saying those exact words. I'd imagined myself turning cold, walking away, telling her she didn't deserve forgiveness. But now that I was here, hearing her voice shake, seeing how small she looked under the moonlight, I didn't feel anger anymore. Just a deep, aching sadness for all the time we'd lost. "I hated you," I said finally. My voice came out quieter than I intended, but it was steady. For a long time I did. I told myself that what you did broke something in me that couldn't ever be fixed. And maybe for a while, that was true. Sage's lips parted slightly, like she wanted to say something, but I shook my head. "Let me finish." She nodded, eyes glistening again. "But after a while, I just stopped caring. Not because what you did didn't matter, but because holding on to it was exhausting. I stopped trying to make sense of it. You loved Jason, and I thought I did too, but what I really wanted was what he made me feel. Like I wasn't invisible, like I mattered to someone. That wasn't love, not the kind that lasts." The words felt strange coming out, honest in a way I hadn't allowed myself to be, even with Alexander. Sage blinked slowly, as if she was trying to process every word. "So you're saying you don't?" "No," I said quickly, cutting her off with a faint, humorless smile. "I don't love Jason. I haven't for a long time. Maybe that's the funny part. I thought losing him was what broke me, but it wasn't. It was the betrayal from you. You broke my heart, Sage, and I lost my sister that day." Her breath hitched, and I looked away, staring out at the empty training field stretching ahead. The moon cast long shadows across the ground, and for a second I could almost see our younger selves there, sparring, laughing, competing, back when life was simpler. "But I'm over Jason. I may have been forced into mating with Alexander," I continued quietly, "but I couldn't have asked for a better mate. He has his flaws, God's, plenty of them, but he's also the one who's made me believe in." I stopped. The word hung on the tip of my tongue, and it startled me how natural it felt to think it. I didn't even realize I was smiling until Sage tilted her head at me. "You love him, don't you?" she asked softly. I let out a breathy laugh. "That's absurd, right?" I muttered, though I could feel the warmth creeping up my neck. "It's not absurd," she teased gently, a small smile tugging at her lips. "It's just unexpected." I laughed too then, shaking my head. "I didn't plan on it, if that makes you feel any better." Sage chuckled, but then she grew quiet again, her gaze distant. "He's good for you," she said after a moment. "I can tell. You look softer, happier." "Maybe I am," I admitted, surprising myself with how true it felt. "He challenges me in ways I never expected. He drives me insane sometimes, but he also makes me feel safe and seen." "Then I'm glad," she whispered. We sat in silence again, but this time it felt different. Lighter somehow. Like the air between us had shifted from something thick and heavy to something calm and soft. "You know," I said after a moment, glancing sideways at her, "I'm okay with you and Jason now." Her head snapped toward me, eyes wide. "Really?" "I mean it," I said with a small smile. "You two, you work. Seeing you together today, hosting, managing everything, it just made sense. You bring out something in each other I never could with him." I wasn't sure why I said that, but it just felt like the right kind of thing to say. Sage stared at me for a long second before she almost laughed, shaking her head. "You're serious?" "As serious as I can be," I said, nudging her shoulder lightly. "He looked grounded tonight, and you looked like you had it all together." Another thing I wasn't sure why I had to say, but then again, it felt right. Sage let out a soft, almost disbelieving laugh. You're really something, you know that? Here I was preparing myself for a lifetime of awkward family gatherings and cold shoulders, and you're out here giving me your blessing. I smiled. You don't need my blessing, Sage. Just don't hurt him, and don't hurt yourself. You both deserve a fresh start. She turned to me, her expression softer now, and for the first time in a long time, she reached out and took my hand. I froze for half a second, then let her fingers tighten around mine. I don't deserve you, Faye. She murmured. Maybe not, I said with a small smirk, but I'm still your sister. That has to count for something. We laughed quietly, and the sound felt healing in a way I hadn't expected, like the days of bitterness had finally found a way to melt into something gentler. I miss this, Sage said after a while, just sitting with you, talking like we used to. Me too. Alexander. As Faye stepped back into the room, I was standing at the balcony, watching the faint glow of moonlight spill over the trees. I didn't need to turn around to know it was her. Her smell already did the job, and then the sound of her steps, light and familiar, always gave her away. She came up behind me and wrapped her arms around my waist, resting her head against my back. Her palms pressed gently against my stomach, her favorite place to be when she thought I was upset. Hey, she murmured, her voice soft against my shirt. I turned slowly to face her. Where were you? I asked, keeping my voice calm, though the words came out serious. I looked for you around the hall. You weren't there. She leaned into me, looking up with that small, disarming smile that usually melted every bit of annoyance I had. I went for a walk, she said lightly, tracing the line of my jaw with her fingers. Then I ran into Sage. We talked for a bit. I guess I lost track of time. My eyes narrowed slightly, not in anger, but in quiet disapproval. You shouldn't have left without telling me, I said, my tone low. She nodded immediately, contrite. I know, I'm sorry. Before I could say anything else, she rose onto her toes and kissed me, soft at first, almost apologetic. That's when I noticed she was barefoot, her toes curling slightly against the cold marble floor. Without her heels, she barely reached my chin. The warmth from her lips caught me off guard. My hands, which had meant to stay still at my sides, found her waist almost automatically. I pulled her closer, but not completely. Just enough to make her reach a little higher, to make her work for it. Her hands slipped up my neck and into my hair, fingertips brushing the back of my head. I could feel the quiet apology in her touch, the unspoken plea for me to stop being angry. I pulled back just slightly, letting my forehead rest against hers. You think you can disappear for an hour, then kiss me and make it better? I asked, my lips curving into a small, teasing smirk. Her breath hitched, and she smiled, eyes glinting with amusement. Is it working? I let out a low chuckle, brushing my thumb along her cheek. Not yet, you'll need to do more than that, I said, deliberately slow, enjoying the way her lips parted a little at my tone. She tilted her head, studying me. You're impossible, you know that? I've heard that before, I murmured, usually from you. She laughed quietly, and I felt the sound vibrate between us. That laugh, it always got to me. Her hands were still playing with my hair, soft and absent-minded. I caught one of her wrists gently and kissed the inside of it. Barefoot, lost track of time, wandering off to talk, I said against her skin. You're really testing me tonight, Luna. She smiled up at me, her cheeks flushed, and yet, here you are, still holding me. I looked down at her, smirking faintly. Oh, I'm holding you, all right, I said, tightening my grip slightly at her waist, but don't mistake that for forgiveness. Her lips curved as if she knew exactly what I meant. She rose again, brushing a soft kiss against my chin. Then what is it? A reminder, I said quietly, that next time you tell me before you disappear. She hummed, her smile growing as she pressed her head against my chest. Yes, Alpha. The way she said it, playful and gentle, made something inside me soften completely. I sighed, finally letting go of the small irritation that had been simmering. My fingers traced the curve of her back as I whispered, You drive me insane, you know that? I try, she murmured. I chuckled, resting my chin on top of her head. Yeah, I said softly, you're doing a damn good job of it. For a moment she said nothing, and we both just stared at each other. Then her smile faltered, barely noticeable at first, just a flicker, but then it vanished completely. Her pupils widened and the color drained from her face. "Faye?" I said, frowning. She didn't blink. Her eyes had fixed somewhere on my chest, like she was staring through me. She took a step back. "Faye," I said again, more firmly, taking a step toward her. Her lips parted, trembling slightly. Then she whispered, "Alexander." Her voice cracked, sharp and small. "You're bleeding." I blinked, startled. "What?" She took a shaky step forward, her hand flying to my shirt. Oh my God! Alexander, you're bleeding!" Before I could respond, she was already reaching for me, her fingers gripping the front of my shirt. She yanked at the fabric, panic breaking through her voice. "Where is it coming from? You're hurt." I caught her wrists. "Faye, what are you talking about?" She didn't stop. She tore free and pushed my hands aside, running her palms over my chest, my shoulders, my arms. Desperate, frantic movements. "There's so much blood. How are you still standing?" I glanced down. My shirt was clean. No blood, nothing. But she was trembling, breath coming in short, uneven bursts, her hands still moving frantically across me as though she could find the wound by touch alone. "Faye, stop!" "No, don't move," she said sharply, her voice shaking. "You're bleeding, I can see it. She pressed her hand to my side, her fingers splaying against my ribs. "It's here. It was right here. There was so much." Her voice cracked, and she looked up at me, her eyes wet. "It's on my hands." She held her palms up, trembling, empty, but she stared at them like they were coated in crimson. A strange cold ran through me. I grabbed her shoulders, forcing her to look at me. "Faye, look at me. There's no blood." She blinked rapidly, her breathing erratic. "But I saw it, Alexander. It was on you, dripping down your shirt. I felt it." "Faye," I said again, trying to steady my voice, though unease was starting to creep in. "There's nothing here. Look." I took her hands gently and pressed them flat against my chest. "Do you feel anything? Any cut, any blood?" She froze, her fingers pressed against me, her breathing slowing just slightly as her mind tried to catch up with what her eyes were telling her. "I don't understand," she whispered. "It was there a second ago. You were." Her voice faltered. She looked down again, confusion clouding her features. Her eyes darted over my shirt, over her hands, searching for a trace of what she'd seen. Nothing. I frowned, studying her face. "You're pale," I said quietly. "You're shaking. Just take a deep breath." "I saw it, Alexander." She looked back up at me, desperate now. "You were bleeding right in front of me. She swallowed, voice breaking. "I thought you were dying." The words hit something inside me. Her fear wasn't feigned. It was real. Ooh, real. I cupped her face, forcing her to meet my eyes. Hey, look at me. I'm fine. You hear me? I'm fine." She blinked hard as if trying to clear her vision. Her eyes flicked back to my shirt again, then to my face, her voice dropping to a whisper. "It's gone." I nodded slowly. "Yeah, it's gone." But, her brow furrowed. "It was there. I saw it as clearly as I see you now. The smell, the color, everything. It felt real." I studied her quietly for a long moment, my own pulse beginning to slow as the realization started to sink in. "Faye," I said slowly, "what exactly did you see?" She hesitated. It was blood, all over you. Like you'd been attacked. There was so much, I thought." She stopped, biting her lip hard as tears pooled in her eyes. And then, as terrifying as the thought was, it clicked. I exhaled slowly, my thumb brushing over her jaw. "Faye," I said carefully, "your gifts, I think they're surfacing." "Faye." I shook my head slowly, the weight of Alexander's words sinking in. For a moment, I wasn't even sure I'd heard him right. The air around us felt heavy, too still, too charged. My heart was pounding so loudly I could barely hear my own voice when I asked, "What are you saying, Alexander?" He was standing across from me, still half in shock himself. But I could tell he was trying to stay composed, trying not to let me see that this scared him too. He swallowed hard, his eyes flicking briefly toward me before settling on the floor. "I'm saying, if you're seeing something that isn't happening right now, then maybe, just maybe, you're not imagining it." His voice was careful. "Maybe you're seeing visions. Maybe that's your dominant gift." The world seemed to tilt. My breath caught halfway up my throat, and for a few seconds I couldn't move. His words echoed again and again in my head until they started to blur together, forming one terrifying truth. If that was true, then what I had seen wasn't a nightmare. It wasn't some trick of my mind. It was real, or at least it would be. I took a shaky step backward, my fingers trembling. No, I whispered, shaking my head again as if I could physically reject the thought. No, Alexander. If I was seeing visions, that means that. I stopped. The next words felt too heavy to say out loud. My throat tightened painfully as I looked up at him, the realization clawing its way up from the pit of my stomach. That means you're going to get hurt, I finished, my voice breaking. He stared at me for a long moment, and I could see the conflict flicker across his face, the part of him that wanted to believe me and the part that refused to. I could tell which side was winning. Before I could pull away, he reached out and took my arm gently, guiding me toward the couch. I was too shaken to resist. My body moved, but my mind was somewhere else entirely, still replaying the image that had burned itself into my memory. His blood, the fear. He made me sit down beside him, his hand still on my arm as if to keep me anchored. Hey, he said softly, trying to catch my gaze. Listen to me, Faye. Maybe I'm wrong, okay? It could be something else. You've been through a lot lately. Your fever, your energy still balancing itself. Maybe what you saw doesn't mean anything. Maybe your powers are just acting out in strange ways since the fever stopped. He said it so casually, like we were talking about hobbies. I stared at him, my mind spinning. Acting out? I repeated, almost laughing, though there was nothing funny about any of it. Alexander, I saw you. You were bleeding. You... He cut me off gently, his tone calm. I know what you think you saw. But Faye, I need you to breathe, all right? We don't know what it means yet, and panicking over something that might not even happen. Might not, I snapped before I could stop myself. You're seriously going to sit there and tell me that this is nothing? That I should just ignore it? He exhaled slowly, rubbing the bridge of his nose the way he always did when he was trying to stay patient. I'm telling you that we need to stay level-headed about this. You're scared, I get it, but we can't jump to conclusions based on something we don't understand yet. That made me want to scream. How could he be so calm? How could he speak so evenly when my entire world had just tilted on its axis? He could be annoying when he was in this mode, composed, controlled, infuriatingly steady, even when everything around him was burning. I didn't know whether to be grateful that he was trying to keep me grounded or furious that he seemed to be downplaying what just happened. Do you even hear yourself right now? I said, my voice shaking. You should be panicking, Alexander. You should be as terrified as I am, because if I'm really seeing the future, then that means... He looked up at me then, his expression soft. Then it means we'll deal with it, okay? He said quietly. Together. Something about the calm certainty in his tone made my anger falter. His eyes met mine. There was something there. Something that told me he had thought about it, that he just didn't want me to drown in the same fear he was probably feeling himself. But I wasn't convinced. I couldn't be. The image was too vivid, too real. I pulled away from him slightly, wrapping my arms around myself. No, I said under my breath. I'm not waiting around for this to pass. I can't. He frowned. What do you mean? I mean, I'm going to see my parents first thing in the morning, I said firmly. Before the summit even begins, they'll know what's happening to me, or at least know someone who does. I can't keep pretending this is nothing. Alexander, this is my ancestral home. Whatever's wrong with me, whatever's changing, it must have its root here. He watched me carefully, saying nothing. I can't keep this from them anymore, I continued, my voice softening. They deserve to know. And I need answers, because if what I saw was a vision, I trailed off. He sighed, leaning back on the couch. You think your parents can explain it? I think they can try, I said. And that's more than what we're doing right now. He didn't respond. Instead, he reached for my hand, and for a moment I almost let him take it. Almost. But then I pulled back, shaking my head. I couldn't be soothed. Not this time. The silence that followed was thick and uneasy. I stared into the flames from the fireplace, trying to steady my breathing, but the fear clawed at my chest no matter how hard I tried to suppress it. The image wouldn't leave me. What if it wasn't just a possibility? What if it was inevitable? Or could it actually mean nothing? Maybe you're right, I said finally, though my voice didn't sound like my own. Maybe it's nothing. But I can't take that chance. I won't wait for what I saw to happen before I start believing it's real. Alexander looked at me for a long moment, his jaw tightening just slightly. I could see it now, the flicker of worry he was trying so hard to hide, the faint tension around his eyes, the way his fingers drummed once against his knee before he caught himself. He wasn't as calm as he wanted me to think, but he still managed a small, reassuring smile. "Then we'll talk to your parents tomorrow," he said simply. I blinked at him. "You'll come with me?" "Of course." For a second, the knot in my chest loosened just a little, but as he reached over to brush a stray strand of hair from my face, I realized something that made the fear come rushing back. Maybe he wasn't calm because he didn't believe it would happen. Maybe he was calm because he'd already accepted it. He would face it if it came. Whatever it was, and that terrified me even more than what I saw. Alexander. I sat there for a long time after she drifted off, her head resting in my lap, the steady rise and fall of her breathing finally even again. Faye had fought sleep for so long, her mind still racing from what she'd seen, until exhaustion finally claimed her. I brushed a hand over her hair, watching the way the faint light from the bedside lamp caught the strands, tangled slightly from stress. I couldn't stop myself from really thinking about what she said she saw now that I was alone. If it had been a dream, it would have been easy to dismiss. Dreams were fickle, born out of fear, stress, exhaustion, but she wasn't asleep when it happened. She was wide awake, and the look on her face when she thought I was bleeding out before her, it wasn't fear of the unknown. It was the kind of fear you only felt when you saw something real. I exhaled slowly, resting a hand on her shoulder. I told her she was overthinking it, that her powers were still adjusting, that it probably didn't mean anything. But deep down, I wasn't so sure. If she truly saw something, if she was beginning to see the future, then that meant something was coming. Something meant to happen, something I wasn't ready for. Faye stirred slightly, shifting closer, her fingers curling around the fabric of my shirt even in her sleep. Her grip was small but tight, desperate in a way that made me wonder if she was having a nightmare. Even asleep, she was holding on. It took a while before her breathing steadied again, her hand relaxing. I eased her gently back onto the bed, arranging the pillow under her head and covering her with the duvet. I lingered for a moment, watching her face soften into peacefulness, the faint line of tension finally gone from between her brows. She looked so fragile like this, so painfully human, so completely unaware of how much of my sanity she now carried with her. I ran my thumb over her cheek once more, then quietly stood, reaching for my phone. There was no way I was sleeping now. I might as well call to know what's happening at home. The air outside the suite was cool, the corridor quiet. I stepped out to the balcony, closing the door gently behind me so I wouldn't wake her. Then I dialed Cole's number. He didn't pick up immediately, which was unusual. I waited, pacing a little, the unease creeping in the longer the line rang. Finally, his voice came through. "Alexander." "Cole," I said quietly, keeping my voice low. "How are things over there?" There was a pause. "Everything's fine here. Patrols are running as usual, no unusual movements near the borders. You're supposed to be resting." "I'll rest when I get back," I said dryly. I just needed to make sure the fortress didn't fall apart in my absence. He huffed a laugh. "We're managing Alpha. Though the new recruits look terrified every time I walk past, you really should stop picking soldiers who look like they belong in a library." Despite everything, a faint smile tugged at my mouth. "You're the one who trains them, Cole. Maybe you and Kyle should try being less terrifying." "Okay, so I'm the terrifying one here," he said. For a brief moment, the familiar exchange eased the tension inside me. But it didn't last long. My thoughts drifted back to Faye, to her pale face, her trembling voice, the look in her eyes earlier. I almost ended the call there, but something stopped me. "Cole," I said slowly, "if something were to happen to me..." The words slipped out before I could stop them. I wasn't sure what made me say it. Maybe it was the silence after midnight, maybe the ache that had been sitting too deep in my chest all evening. But once it was out, it was too late to take it back. There was a beat of silence on the line. Then Cole burst into laughter. "Wait! What?" He snorted, the sound loud enough to make me hold the phone a little farther from my ear. What are you talking about, Alexander? That's the funniest thing you've said all year." I didn't respond. He kept laughing, unbothered, genuinely amused. "No, really. You? The great Alpha Alexander Blackwell? Come on, what's the punchline? Still, I said nothing. That was when his laughter faltered. I could almost hear the shift in his tone, the confusion creeping in as the silence stretched. Hold on, he said, quieter now. You're serious? I exhaled slowly, resting my forearm against the railing of the balcony. If something were to happen to me, I said again, evenly this time, I want you to promise me you'll take care of Faye and Irene. Alexander, what the hell are you talking about? Are you down with some sickness? No, I'm fine, I replied, just saying, it doesn't have to be sickness, someone could come after me. He went silent again, and I could practically feel him trying to process it through the phone. Then, predictably, the disbelief came. You can't be serious. His tone sharpened with irritation now, like he couldn't decide whether to be offended or concerned. You're Alpha Alexander Blackwell. Do you even hear yourself right now? Who in their right mind would come after you in that way again? I huffed out a small sigh. You'd be surprised. Surprised? He repeated. No, I'd be disappointed. Because anyone who's that stupid deserves to die twice. You're talking like you're afraid, Alex. Since when do you sound like this? Since reality happens to everyone, Cole, I said quietly. Even to alphas. He groaned. You've been spending too much time alone. You start getting poetic when you overthink. I didn't argue. I just kept looking at the city lights stretching far below, small and fragile from where I stood. Cole wasn't done. No, seriously, you think someone's actually stupid enough to try killing you at this stage? You know what happens if they miss, right? They die. Their family dies, their legacy burns, their name gets erased. You've made that pretty clear over the years, so no one with half a brain would even try. The worst they can do is come after the pack to get your attention. I sighed and rolled my eyes, even though he couldn't see me. That's only motivation for them to make sure they don't fail this time. There was a sharp exhale on the other end, followed by a short laugh. You really believe that, don't you? I don't believe anything, I said. I just don't dismiss possibilities. Unbelievable, he muttered. You sound like a paranoid general before a coup. You sound like someone who's had too much to drink, I said. He chuckled. Maybe I have. Maybe I need to if I'm going to listen to this. You kill people, not the other way round. I don't know what's gotten into you in Silver Hollow. Now you sound like I'm a monster, I said. Not a monster, he said quickly. A beast. I raised an eyebrow. There's a difference? Oh, absolutely. His tone grew lighter, teasing again. A monster kills for sport. A beast kills because it's in his nature. And trust me, I know what's under that expensive suit and alpha composure of yours. You might walk like a diplomat, but underneath, you're pure chaos when you're cornered. I let out a quiet laugh, despite myself. He was trying to lighten the mood, and it was working. I could almost picture his smirk on the other end. That was Cole's way. When tension got heavy, he turned it into something else, some form of humor that almost felt like relief. You're terrible, man, I muttered, shaking my head. And you're dramatic, he shot back. If something were to happen to me... He mimicked my voice, low and mockingly solemn. Do you hear how that sounds? You're not some tragic hero in a war story. You're Alexander Blackwell. You don't fall. You take the whole damn building down with you. I laughed then, low but genuine, and it eased something in my chest. That's a terrible image. It's accurate, though, he said proudly. I leaned against the railing again. For a while, neither of us spoke. Then, unexpectedly, Cole's tone shifted, calm and serious. Jokes aside, he said softly, you should know you don't have to tell me to look after Luna Faye and Irene. That's not a promise you ever need to ask for. It's already my responsibility if you're not there. I glanced back into the room. Faye was still fast asleep. Cole. Listen, he cut in. You're my brother, Alexander. Maybe not by blood, but by everything that matters. You don't get to give me instructions on what I'd already die doing. They're family. End of story. I let out a long breath and said quietly, thank you. He grunted, as if uncomfortable with the gratitude. Yeah, well, don't make me do it anytime soon. That almost made me smile. I'll try not to. There was a pause again, and then he said, more firmly, but since we're talking about ridiculous promises, I want one too. Go on. If there's something, or someone, after your life, and you know it, don't hold back. I mean it, Alexander. Don't play noble. Don't act like you can handle it any other way. Just do what you're best at. Fight. You hear me? You unleash that beast you pretend doesn't exist, and you fight like hell to survive." I didn't say anything. "No," he interrupted, voice hard now, "because you and I both know no one can protect Faye and Irene like you can. So if you ever find yourself in that position, promise me you'll do what you have to. No hesitation, no restraint." The conviction in his voice settled deep. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. I'd always been the one giving orders, not taking them. But the weight behind Cole's words, it wasn't command, it was loyalty. It was the kind that came only once in a lifetime. Finally, I said quietly, "You have my word." "Good," he said, exhaling like he'd been holding his breath. "Because I don't want to have this kind of talk again. You're scaring me, man." "I wasn't trying to." "Well, you succeeded anyway." He let out a low chuckle. "Now can we both agree this was the most depressing conversation we've had in years?" "Agreed." "Good. Then do me a favor and go to bed before you start reciting your last rites." I laughed faintly. "Good night, Cole." Yeah. Try not to get yourself killed." "Faye." When my mother saw me standing at the doorway, she froze. For a second, she didn't move or speak, just stared like she wasn't sure if she was seeing right. Then her eyes softened, and I saw that tiny twitch in her lips before she finally breathed my name. "Faye?" I smiled faintly, feeling my throat tighten. "Hi, Mom." The moment I stepped forward, she met me halfway, pulling me into a hug so tight I could barely breathe. I sank into it anyway, burying my face against her shoulder. Her familiar scent, her warmth, everything about her felt like home. For a moment, all the things I'd been holding in just melted away. "I missed you so much, Mom," I murmured. She held me a little longer, her hand running over my hair like she was trying to make sure I was really there. "I missed you too, my child," she whispered back, her voice breaking ever so slightly. When she finally pulled away, her hands came up to frame my face, her eyes scanning me. Then she saw Sage appear in the doorway beside me. Her eyes widened. "Sage?" For a second, no one said anything. Then Sage smiled, small but genuine. "Hi, Mom." If my mother had been surprised before, now she looked completely undone. Her gaze flicked between the two of us, as though she needed confirmation that what she was seeing wasn't some sort of trick. And then she did what only she could do. She pulled both of us into her arms at once. "Oh, my girls," she breathed, her voice trembling. "Both of you together. Oh, thank the moon goddess." I felt Sage's arm wrap awkwardly around me from the side, and for a moment, the three of us just stayed there, huddled together like nothing else in the world mattered. It was strange how natural it still felt, being in her arms like that, as if all the distance, all the anger, all the time in between hadn't managed to erase this simple bond. My mother didn't ask questions. She didn't need to. The smiles on our faces must have told her everything she wanted to know, that we were trying, that maybe somehow we'd found our way back to each other. When she finally pulled away, she wiped at her cheeks and gave a small, breathless laugh. "You two are going to make me cry," she said, shaking her head as she turned and started down the hall. "Your father's going to be so happy. He's in his room. Wait until he hears his girls are here together." Sage leaned closer as we followed behind her, her voice dropping low. I never thought she could be this emotional. I always thought she was made of stone. That made me laugh under my breath. She still is. Don't be deceived. Having breakfast together for the first time in what felt like ages, I found myself sitting there, forcing down every bite like it was a chore. Everyone else seemed so happy. Mother couldn't stop smiling. Father kept cracking his little jokes that made Sage laugh, and Sage herself was talking a lot. It should have been perfect. But for me, every swallow felt heavy. I had no appetite, not with everything swirling around in my head. It was the first family breakfast we'd had in a while, and I wanted to enjoy it. Really, I did, but it didn't work. Alexander wanted to come with me. He'd even gotten dressed for it before that last-minute meeting came up. "It's just a quick thing," he'd said, though it hadn't sounded quick at all. Apparently, the Alphas were having some pre-summit meeting. I still didn't understand the logic of it. Why have a meeting before another meeting? Wasn't that the whole point of the summit? But then again, I'd stopped trying to make sense of how certain things worked. Still, I couldn't deny the sting of disappointment when he told me he couldn't come anymore. Part of me had wanted his presence there, not just for comfort, but maybe because I was scared of what I might discover once I started asking questions. But on the other hand, maybe it was for the best. Sage had come with me instead. It was perfect for what I wanted to talk about. Finally, I just set my fork down and said, "Do you guys remember how me and Sage used to wonder if we actually had gifts and why nothing ever showed up?" That got their attention instantly. My father paused mid-sip, Sage looked up from her plate, and even my mother stopped fussing over the teapot. Because, I hesitated, my throat dry. My gifts started manifesting gradually. Sage's face lit up. "Wait, really? That's good to hear." For a second, she looked genuinely excited, but then confusion started creeping in. I could see the smile faltering, twisting a little as she frowned. My parents exchanged the same look of disbelief. "Hold on," Sage said slowly. "What do you mean, gifts? How many are we talking about here?" I took a deep breath. When I was in Blood Crescent, I came down with this fever. It was bad, lasted for days. When I finally went for help, Helen Blackwell saw me and said the fever wasn't an illness. She said it was, my powers fighting for dominance inside me. 2 gifts. My mother's expression shifted immediately. It wasn't shock, it was something else, something that looked uncomfortably close to recognition. My father leaned forward slightly. "Are you sure about this, Faye?" he asked quietly. "I only know what I felt," I said, "and what Helen told me." Sage laughed softly, though it didn't sound like humor. "Well, if you've got 2 gifts, then I should at least have one, right? We're twins." The table went quiet. I looked at our mother just in time to see her set her cup down. "No," she said, her voice calm. "You don't, Sage." Sage blinked. "What do you mean I don't?" I could already feel the shift in the air, that fragile sense of peace from earlier slipping away. This was exactly what I'd feared, that this would turn into another wedge between us. Mother exhaled slowly, her eyes moving between the two of us. "When you girls were in my womb, somehow, Faye absorbed both gifts." I stared at my mother, stunned. That was exactly what Helen had said, word for word, but Helen's sight was a gift, a rare one. My mother wasn't gifted in that way, which meant whatever she was saying now wasn't a guess. It was something she already knew, something someone had told her directly. "Faye." I didn't even get the chance to ask how my mother knew about me absorbing the powers. Something felt strange immediately. The air changed. Not emotionally, physically. The atmosphere itself seemed to shift, thickening with a pressure that made my wolf stir beneath my skin. My mother's words still rang in my ears, but the hair on my arms was already rising for a different reason. Something was wrong, and I could feel it. I was struggling to breathe, almost like I was going to have a heart attack. "Faye, are you okay?" my father asked. My mom and Sage turned their full attention to me now. I'm not sure. I just feel cold," I managed to say. Before I could brush it off and tell them it was nothing to worry about, the sound came hard, a low, rolling boom that rattled the floor under our feet. It wasn't thunder. My father was already on his feet before any of us could speak, his chair toppling behind him. "Stay here," he ordered sharply, voice low but urgent. "What was that?" Sage asked, eyes wide. Before anyone could answer, a second explosion went off. Closer. The lights flickered, then the distinct scent of smoke drifted in through the open window. My father crossed the room in 2 strides, yanking the curtain aside. His expression turned to full panic mode. "They've breached the eastern perimeter," he growled, barely containing the snarl in his voice. "Silver Hollow is under attack." My heart stuttered. "What? By who? How?" "I'm not sure. Stay here, both of you, and take care of your mother," he said. "Dad, wait, where are you going?" I asked. He didn't answer. He was already moving, the crack and snap of bones filling the air as he shifted before reaching the door. His massive wolf form burst through it a second later, disappearing into the chaos outside. My mother turned to us, her calm completely gone now. "Faye, Sage, go. Find your mate, now." Alexander, the summit hall. He was there right now, along with Jason and every Alpha in the region. If the attack reached them, if this was a coordinated strike, he must be so worried, but I can't leave my mother's side now. Sage was already on her feet, defiance written all over her face. "I need to go see what's happening outside." "No," Mother snapped. "Stay inside, both of..." She didn't finish. The door exploded inward, literally, sending wood splinters flying across the room. A massive wolf lunged through the smoke, eyes glowing red with that unmistakable blood hunger. Sage screamed. My instincts kicked in before thought could. I moved fast, claws extending, my nova rising to the surface as I slammed into the intruder with a force that cracked the wall behind him. He was strong, far stronger than the rogues I'd fought before, but his scent gave him away before he could recover. Moonclaw. I recognized the symbol burned into his shoulder, too. A crescent slashed with claws. They'd actually done it. The Moonclaw pack had attacked Silver Hollow, and they'd chosen the perfect moment. While Alpha Jason was hosting every major alpha in one place, thinking his territory was secure. The wolf lunged again, snapping at my throat, but I twisted aside and slashed his flank open. Blood sprayed across the wall. He stumbled, snarled, then collapsed. I barely looked at him. "Sage, take Mom to safety," I shouted, turning toward my sister, who stood frozen near the table. "Go." "I'm not leaving you," she yelled back, voice trembling but stubborn as always. Now my voice came out deeper, almost inhuman. She hesitated, then finally pulled my mom, who was still in shock, toward the back of the house. I turned just in time to see fire coming to life outside the house. Silver Hollow was burning. I could hear the terrified cries of families caught off guard. My heart pounded so hard I could barely hear my own breathing. Alexander would have heard it too by now. The summit hall might have been in a more private area, but it was still part of Silver Hollow. There was no way he hadn't realized what was happening. The thought made my chest tighten. I shifted fully, fur bursting across my skin as my wolf took over. The ground trembled under my paws as I leapt through the shattered doorway into the open chaos. Alexander. The first explosion hit with such force that the ground shook. The entire hall vibrated. Crystal glasses toppled from the tables, and the heavy chandeliers above swayed violently. For a split second, there was stunned silence as every alpha in the room registered what had just happened. Then chaos erupted. Guards rushed in from every direction, shouting reports and orders. The sharp scent of smoke and burning metal hit my nose, and before anyone said it, I already knew. It wasn't an accident. We were under attack. Jason was on his feet immediately, his expression darkening as his beta came running through the door. "Alpha!" the man shouted. "We've been breached. The eastern barricade is down." Chairs scraped, men growled, commands flew. But my mind had already left the hall. Faye, she was still in town. With her family. "Where exactly did they hit?" I asked sharply, turning toward the door. The beta hesitated, his eyes flickering between me and Jason. "They're everywhere, sir. The first explosion started near the Central District, I think." The Central District. That was near Faye's family house. I didn't wait for him to finish. I was already moving. Jason caught my arm as I moved. "Where the hell are you going, Blackwell?" I met his eyes coldly. "To get my mate." "This is my territory," he snapped. "I'll have my men on it." What the hell was he talking about? "Then you'd better move faster," I cut in, yanking my arm free. "Because if that blast came from where we all think it did, your borders are the least of your problems right now. The entire city is burning. Can't you smell it?" His eyes flashed, that temper flaring like he wanted to attack me. "You don't give orders in Silver Hollow, Alexander. And you don't stop me from going out there and doing what you're too afraid to do. You can stay here and wait for your men. Alpha." I bit back. The battle had turned beautifully chaotic. Fire roared through Silver Hollow's main district, the smoke curling like black banners above rooftops. Screams, metal, and snapping jaws blended into a single glorious symphony of ruin. From the ridge, I watched the lines bend and break, the defenders scattered like ants trying to drag their queen to safety. It was going exactly as planned, until one of my men came tearing through the smoke, panting, eyes wild. "Commander!" he shouted over the noise. "You'll want to see this. There's a wolf." "No, the wolf." I frowned. "Speak sense." "She shifted right before my eyes," he said, breath ragged. "Close to the east quarter, near the riverside homes. I saw her. The Luna. Alpha Jason's Luna, I swear it." A dozen possible explanations spun through my mind, but the man's certainty rooted me in place. "You're sure? Shouldn't she be at the summit too?" "I'm positive," he gasped. "She was human at first, so I got a good look at her. She helped some civilians out of a burning house. Then when one of our men came for her, she shifted. I saw it myself, and she wore an amulet around her neck, carved with something like crescent markings. It's the mark of wolf royalty, I'm sure. I've seen it in the sketches. It must be her. My attention sharpened. Where? He pointed, and I turned toward the smoke rising from the far end of town. Even from here, I could sense the raw power pulsing from that direction. A wolf that fought like that wasn't a mere soldier. Her energy rippled through the air, pulling attention whether one wanted it or not. A Luna, maybe, or something rarer. I descended from the ridge, boots pounding the dirt. The moment I broke through the wall of fire and smoke, I saw her. The wolf stood in the middle of the chaos, her fur streaked with dirt, her body slick with blood, some hers, mostly not. Every movement was calculated, every kill was clean. The wolves she faced were supposed to be among my best, but she tore through them like parchment. She moved with the precision of an alpha's equal, and hanging against her chest, glinting even through ash and light, was a pendant, a thin crescent looped around a stone. It wasn't a symbol I knew, but it looked important. Regal, even. Something you'd find on an alpha's mate. The man beside me murmured, "Told you, Commander." No doubt about it. That's her. I watched her lunge, drive another of my wolves to the ground, then rear back with a snarl that could have shaken the gods. She was magnificent, feral grace, lethal precision, and no hesitation. And if this was truly Jason's Luna, then fate had just handed me a gift I'd be a fool to ignore. I lifted my hand, signaling the others. Surround her. The order rippled outward, passed from one fighter to the next, each taking up a position in the circle, forming around her. The smoke and debris masked our movements, and the noise of battle hid the crunch of boots against stone. Take her alive, I added. The Alpha Draco will want her breathing. From where I stood, I could still see her, turning, sensing the trap. She spun toward the movement behind her, teeth bared, fur bristling as she sized up the danger. She was quick to read the shift in energy, a wolf that had fought before, who knew what it meant to be hunted. She launched herself at the first of my men, who stepped too close, slamming him into a wall so hard the bricks cracked. Blood spattered the dirt. She pivoted before another could grab her, her snarl cutting through the air like thunder. "Careful," I barked. "Don't damage her." The wolf turned her head then, those eyes locking with mine, bright and burning, intelligent enough to make me wonder if she understood what I'd said. The resemblance was uncanny. I'd only seen Jason's Luna once at a gathering. Dark hair, striking face, proud posture. This wolf carried the same energy in every step, the same aura. Even the damn amulet around her neck matched her status. That was all the proof I needed. She broke through another half-formed line, forcing my soldiers to tighten the ring. She wasn't going down easy. A part of me respected that. I stepped forward as the noose tightened. "Enough," I said, my voice cold. The sound of it cut through the air, and though she didn't stop, she turned toward me again. Her body tensed, her ears twitched. "Tranquilize her," I ordered quietly. "She's worth more alive than dead." A hiss of darts followed. She twisted away from the first, dodged the second, but third struck true, sinking into her shoulder. Her body jerked, stumbled, tried to recover. She staggered forward, growling, lips peeled back in fury, but her legs betrayed her. "Sleep, Luna," I murmured, as she fought against the weight dragging her down. "You'll make a fine gift for the great Alpha of Moonclaw." She fell to the ground, muscles still twitching with resistance, even as the tranquilizer took hold. Her head lifted once, eyes finding me again through the haze, those eyes filled with confusion, fury, and unwilling surrender. I crouched beside her, my fingers brushing the pendant still hanging at her throat. I cut it, throwing it to the ground. "We'll need Jason to know the exact point his Luna fell." I smiled faintly. "Such an honor," I whispered, "to be the one who captures Silver Hollow's Luna. Alexander." I didn't wait for Jason to finish barking his next command. The hall was in complete disorder. Warriors pacing, alphas arguing over strategy, Jason trying to keep control while things were falling apart. But I couldn't stand there listening to him talk about protocols and containment formations, when the sound of explosions was already echoing from outside. Silver Hollow was burning, and Faye was out there. "Alexander, you'll stay here," Jason said, stepping into my path again as I made for the exit. His tone had that command edge, the kind that probably worked on everyone else. Not me. You're not to interfere until we know the extent of the... Know the extent? I cut him off, my voice sharper than he expected. The town is under attack, Jason. Your people are dying out there. Faye and her sister, your Luna, are in the middle of it. What the hell are you waiting to know? His jaw tightened. We can't rush into chaos without a plan. Then plan all you want, I snapped, brushing past him. I'm not standing here while she's out there. Alexander. The door slammed behind me before he could finish. I stepped into daylight, and for a second the sheer violence of it all hit me. The air stank of smoke and blood. Screams carried through the streets, mingled with growls and crashing debris. Houses were on fire, people running in all directions. I could see wolves clashing in the distance, their fur matted with dirt and blood, the sound of snapping bones echoing faintly even from where I stood. This wasn't just a skirmish, this was war. I tried calling Faye again, my hands shaking so hard the phone almost slipped from my grip. The line rang and rang, no answer. I tried again, still nothing. My heart pounded harder, my chest tight. I swore under my breath and shoved the phone into my pocket. There was only one thing left to try, something I'd never done before, something I wasn't even sure would work. They said when a bond between mates was strong enough, you could reach them. Not through words, not through sound, but through energy. A pulse of mind, spirit, something primal that lived deep in your wolf. I closed my eyes and reached for that connection. The one I'd felt flicker 100 times before when she was close, when our energy aligned. For a moment there was nothing, just the distant roar of chaos. Then, faintly, a pull. A warmth deep in my chest, alive and burning, like a heartbeat that wasn't mine. Faye, I could feel her. She was there, alive, but the connection trembled like static through smoke. I tried to push deeper, to send something back, her name, her scent, anything. But I wasn't sure she could hear me. I wasn't even sure I was doing it right. "Come on, Faye," I muttered. "Answer me." A loud crash tore through the air, snapping me out of it. One of the buildings nearby had collapsed under the heat of the fire. Wolves were already charging through the streets, some from Silver Hollow, some from the enemy pack. I couldn't drive. The road ahead was a mess of overturned cars and fire. The only way through was the forest path that curved around the hill into town. I took off running, stripping off my shirt as the shift started to ripple through me. Bones cracked, muscles stretched, and in the next second, the world sharpened. Every sound, every scream, every breath of wind became clear. My wolf Aiden tore through the trees, paws hitting the earth with force, claws tearing roots from the ground as I ran. The bush path was filled with smoke drifting in from the town, and even here, I could smell blood. 2 wolves leapt out from the shadows ahead. Moonclaw warriors, judging by the marks burned into their shoulders. They lunged at me before I could even slow down. The first one met my claws mid-air. I slammed him into the dirt and ripped him open in one swift move, not stopping to watch him fall. The second one came from behind, bigger, faster. But I spun and caught him by the throat. I didn't have time to waste. I ripped through him too, barely slowing as his body hit the ground. Alexander. The world blurred past me as I ran. My wolf tore through the forest path like a beast possessed, muscles burning, paws slamming against scorched earth. Every sense in me was tuned to one thing, her, Faye. Her scent was faint, scattered through the chaos and ash that filled the air, but it was there, sweet, wild, familiar. I followed it like a lifeline, weaving through the burning trees and the ruined edges of Silver Hollow. The air reeked of blood. Every few seconds, another explosion thundered somewhere behind me, shaking the ground and reminding me that I was running straight into hell. I didn't care. All I could think about was her voice, her laugh, the sound of her heartbeat when she slept beside me. I was desperate, and I felt her, faint, pulsing, flickering like a candle in the wind. It was enough to drive me insane. "Hold on, Faye," I growled through the link, hoping, praying. She could hear me. "Just hold on." The further I went, the more the chaos grew. Wolves were everywhere. Their snarls echoed through the streets, claws scraping against broken stone. I didn't stop to see who was winning or losing. Anyone who lunged at me didn't live long enough to regret it. I tore through them, my claws sinking into flesh, my jaws snapping bones, blood spraying hot against my fur. Every time one of them fell, I pushed harder, faster, following the fading thread of her scent. When I finally broke through the last line of fighting wolves, I saw it, the side of the territory where Faye's family lived. The house was still standing, but barely. One wall had collapsed inward, smoke curling from shattered windows. There were signs of a fight, scratches, blood trails, paw prints burned into the dirt, but no sign of Faye. My heart stopped. No, 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 no. I moved closer, sniffing the air, tracking every lingering trace of her energy. It was everywhere, chaotic and broken, as if she'd fought and moved fast. But then, it veered away, not toward the house, away from it. She wasn't here anymore. She must have left not too long ago. I followed the trail, claws digging into the ground, breath heavy with panic. My mind was screaming 1,000 things at once, images of her hurt, of her calling for me, of me not being there. The only consolation was the knowledge that she was a trained warrior. But even the best could be taken down. The scent led me deeper into the smoke, where the fires burned higher and the screams grew fewer. Then it stopped. Just like that. The scent, the energy, everything was gone. I skidded to a halt, my heart pounding so hard it hurt. I turned, searching wildly for any sign of her, prints, blood, something. My eyes caught something glinting faintly in the dirt a few feet away. I moved toward it slowly, dread tightening in my chest. When I saw what it was, my entire body went still. Faye's necklace, the one my mother had given her, the one that helped stabilize her energy when her gifts overwhelmed her. She never took it off, not for training, not for sleep, not for anything. It was smeared with dirt, one edge cracked, the chain broken clean through. No. I lowered my head and sniffed it. Her scent was all over it, mixed with the dirt and the faint blood. My chest constricted painfully. She must have dropped it during a fight, or someone had ripped it off her. The world around me burned, but I barely saw it anymore. All I saw was red. The broken necklace lay in the dirt like a taunt. My claws dug into the earth so hard it cracked beneath me. My chest was heaving, every muscle in my body trembling between fury and panic. The energy that tied us together, our bond, was slipping through my grasp like water through my claws. I reached for her again, forcing every ounce of strength into that connection, but it was useless. The thread had gone cold. She was far gone. The sound built in my chest, low, guttural, rising until it tore through me. I threw my head back and howled like never before. Sage. The howl ripped through the air, sharp, deep, and so violently raw that it seemed to tear the world in half. It echoed loudly. It wasn't just sound, it was a force. It slammed through the walls of our hiding place, rolling across Silver Hollow like thunder, vibrating through the floor and the bones beneath my skin. My breath hitched. The air itself trembled, heavy with dominance and rage so thick it felt alive. My wolf reacted before I could think. Ears flattening, muscles tensing, an instinctive bow of submission clawing at my spine. I had never heard anything like it before. Never. It wasn't Jason. I knew that much instantly. This was too dark. Mom. My voice shook despite me. What was that? She didn't answer right away. Her eyes were distant, her breathing shallow, as if the very sound had stolen the air from her lungs. Whatever that was, she knew it, and it wasn't good. When she finally spoke, her voice was quiet, but filled with a weight that made my stomach twist. "It's an Alpha's war cry," she whispered. The words sank in like ice. I couldn't hear screams anymore. I peeped through the cracks in the wall. Outside, everything had gone eerily still. The clash of battle, the growls, the screams, it all seemed to fade, replaced by a heavy, unnatural silence. Even the enemy wolves that had been tearing through the streets moments ago were pulling back, retreating fast. "Where is your sister? You should go find her," my mother said, suddenly shivering as if she had developed a cold on the spot. I would have asked what was happening to her, but it wasn't just her. I was feeling it too. The council hall was chaos, not the kind that came from outside, the kind born of anger, fear, and wounded pride. The alphas of the surrounding packs had gathered for what was meant to be a day of peace and strategy, but now their voices clashed like swords in the air. "This was a setup," one of them snarled, slamming his palm against the long table. "A damn trap! You lured us here, Jason, brought us all under one roof just to have us slaughtered like dogs." Jason's eyes flashed. "Mind your words, Roderick." Mind yours, another Alpha cut in. You called this summit, you promised neutrality, safety, order, and what do we get? An ambush in broad daylight, right in your own territory. Jason's patience was thinning by the second. His jaw ticked. If I wanted any of you dead, you wouldn't still be standing here throwing accusations. But his tone only seemed to stoke the fire. So which is it then? Roderick spat. You set us up, or you've lost control of your land so badly that even rogues can walk in and out as they please. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the room. The scent of tension and fury was thick enough to choke on. Jason's power flickered through the air like a low growl. Careful how you talk to me, he warned, voice vibrating with restrained authority. You're still standing in Silver Hollow. Watch your tone before I remind you what that means. The warning silenced a few. But not all. The Council of Alphas wasn't easily cowed, especially not by Jason. Before another word could be exchanged, the heavy doors burst open. Jason's beta stumbled inside, his outfit torn, blood staining his sleeve. His chest rose and fell rapidly as he tried to catch his breath. Alpha, he managed. It's over. The noise, the fires, the fighting stopped. Jason turned sharply. What? The attackers. They're pulling back, his beta said between breaths. Retreating. All of them. A beat of silence followed his words. The room full of Alphas exchanged confused glances. Retreating, Jason repeated slowly. Just like that? The beta nodded, wiping sweat and grime from his forehead. They're gone as suddenly as they came. That doesn't make sense, one of the older Alphas muttered. Rogues don't retreat, not when they've got this kind of momentum. Jason's frown deepened. Maybe it's a trick. That thought hung in the air heavy. No one wanted to say it aloud. Then, before anyone could ask further, another warrior staggered into the room. He was younger, bloodied and limping, his face smeared with soot. His breathing came in short, harsh bursts, and his eyes darted around the hall until they landed on Jason. Alpha, he gasped, dropping to one knee. They took her. Jason stiffened. Took who? The Luna, the man said, his voice hoarse. They took Luna Sage. Every head in the hall turned sharply toward him. The words hit like a blade through the center of the room. Jason's expression hardened. What did you say? The warrior swallowed, forcing the words out again. I heard them with my own ears. As they were pulling back, one of them shouted it. We have the Luna of Silver Hollow. They repeated it. They bragged about how pleased their leader would be with the present. Murmurs erupted instantly, questions, curses, disbelief. Chairs scraped, power flared. Jason's eyes flashed dangerously. That's impossible, he snapped. The man shook his head. I swear it, Alpha. They said it clear as day. Where? Jason demanded. Near the eastern border, close to the ridge. They were retreating fast, but they sounded certain. The Alphas exchanged dark, uneasy glances. Jason opened his mouth to issue an order when the doors swung open again, this time not in panic, but with sharp, purposeful movement. Sage stepped into the room, her face pale and streaked with ash. Her hair was tangled, her hands still trembling faintly from the shock of what had just happened. What Luna? She demanded, her voice echoing across the tense silence. What are you talking about? Every Alpha froze again. Jason blinked, disbelief flashing across his face. Sage? She looked around the room, eyes darting between the faces and Jason's grim expression. What's going on? Why are they saying someone took the Luna? I'm right here. Jason frowned deeply, confusion settling in. We thought. His words faltered. We were told they took you. Me? Sage repeated. That's absurd. I was with my mother the entire time. Faye told me to get her to safety, and we hid until the noise stopped. The air shifted as realization began to dawn. Jason straightened slowly, his chest tightening with a new kind of dread. If they didn't take you, he said carefully, then who did they take? Maybe they were just bluffing. Before anyone could answer, a low sound rolled from the far end of the corridor. Distant but unmistakable. Heavy footsteps echoed, quick, unrelenting, carrying a power that made the very air inside the hall thicken. The doors slammed open once more, this time so violently that one of them cracked against the wall. The sound alone silenced the entire room. Alexander stood in the doorway. Every conversation, every breath, every flicker of movement died the instant he appeared. His eyes burned gold, his shirt torn across one shoulder, streaked with dirt and blood. His aura filled the room before he even spoke. Raw, feral power, barely restrained. His chest rose and fell, his gaze sweeping across the hall until it locked on Jason. When he spoke, his voice was low, but it vibrated through the bones of everyone present. "Where is she?" The question wasn't a plea, it wasn't even a demand. It was a warning, like the final growl before a storm breaks loose. And in that single shattering moment, everyone in the hall realized the same thing. They didn't take the Luna of Silver Hollow. They took the Luna of Blood Crescent. Jason, standing at the head of the table, turned sharply, his expression hardening when he saw the figure storming in. Alexander didn't stop to speak again. He didn't wait for explanations. He went straight for Jason. The Silver Hollow guards stationed nearby moved instantly, forming a defensive line. Two of them lunged at Alexander to stop his advance, but they barely got close. The first guard's hand had just brushed Alexander's shoulder when a crack split the air. Alexander twisted, grabbing the man's wrist and snapping it backward in one fluid motion. The guard screamed, collapsing to the floor. The second one barely had time to register what happened before Alexander's fist collided with his face, sending him flying backward into the wooden table, with a crash that sent papers and broken glass scattering. Sage gasped from across the room, one hand flying to her mouth, her heart hammered painfully against her ribs. She didn't know what terrified her more, the chaos that had just ended, or the storm now standing before them. Every other alpha in the room instinctively stepped back. The air was heavy with dominance, power pressing down like gravity. Even Jason's men hesitated to intervene further. Alexander kept walking until he was in front of Jason. The room went silent, save for the faint drip of blood from the broken guard's nose and the ragged breaths of those still conscious. Jason stood his ground, though his jaw tightened as Alexander reached him. Without warning, Alexander grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and slammed him back against the table. The impact rattled the wooden frame, and Jason's wine glass tipped over, spilling across the documents. "Tell me what's going on here," Alexander growled, his voice low, vibrating with barely controlled fury. "Tell me what happened to Faye, or I swear to the moon, I'll snap your neck right here." Jason's guards stirred again, but one look from Alexander's burning crimson eyes froze them in place. Jason met his gaze coldly, though his composure was starting to slip. "You dare put your hands on me, Blackwell?" he hissed. Alexander's grip tightened. "You dare stand here pretending you don't know what's happening?" Jason's eyes narrowed. "I don't know what the hell you're talking about." Alexander's snarl deepened. "You hosted this summit. You brought every alpha into one place. And the moment you did, your walls were breached, your city burned, and, of all people, my mate vanished. You had better start talking." "What? Faye is missing?" Sage asked. The other alphas exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to interfere. Jason's expression twisted into something between anger and disbelief. "So that's what this is? You think I planned this?" "I think you knew something," Alexander shot back, "and you let it happen." Jason's eyes flashed dangerously. "You've lost your mind." "Then where is she?" Alexander's voice broke again, louder this time. "Where the hell is Faye?" Jason didn't answer. He didn't have one to give. The silence stretched between them, heavy and suffocating. Then, slowly, Jason smirked, a cold, humorless thing that didn't reach his eyes. "You know," he said, his tone dripping with disdain, "I've heard things about you, Blackwell, that underneath all that calm, civilized facade you parade around, you're nothing but a savage. I didn't believe it until now." That did it. Alexander's restraint snapped like a bowstring. The punch came fast, a blur of movement that ended with a sickening crack as Jason's head jerked to the side from the impact. The alphas flinched back. Jason stumbled but stayed standing, wiping the blood from his nose with the back of his hand, his eyes blazing now. "You son of a—" Alexander didn't let him finish. He lunged again, his hand already curling into another fist, but this time— "Alexander, stop!" Sage's voice cut through the chaos like a whip. She rushed between them without thinking, throwing herself in front of Jason just as Alexander's arm came down. Alexander froze mid-motion. His knuckles trembled inches from her shoulder. For a heartbeat, no one moved. The only sound was Alexander's heavy breathing and Sage's panicked heartbeat pounding in her chest. Alexander's eyes shifted to her, wild, glowing faintly gold and crimson at the edges. the wolf in him straining against his control. Seeing Sage there, Faye's twin sister stopped him cold. He took a sharp step back, running a hand over his face as if trying to push the rage down by force. "Damn it," he muttered, his voice cracking under the weight of anger and guilt. Sage swallowed hard, still shaken. "You can't just come in here and start throwing punches, Alexander. Don't tell me what I can't do," he snapped before catching himself. He looked at her again, softer this time, regret flickering in his eyes. She didn't even want to come back to Silver Hollow. "I told her it would be best to honor the damn invitation. I told her nothing would happen as long as I was here." His fists clenched until his knuckles went white. "And now she's gone." The room went silent again. Jason straightened slowly, still wiping the blood from his face with his handkerchief. His glare was murderous, but even he didn't move closer. The raw intensity radiating from Alexander's aura made it hard to breathe, even for an alpha. Patrick, Alpha of the North Ridge Pack, finally stepped forward, raising a hand cautiously. "Alexander," he said carefully, his voice steady despite the tension. "No one wants this to turn uglier than it already is. But you're making a serious accusation here. What makes you think Jason was behind this? How do you know these rogues were even connected to him?" Alexander turned his gaze on Patrick, the gold in his eyes glowing brighter. "They weren't rogues," Alexander growled. "Not even close." The air in the room seemed to still. "What do you mean?" Patrick asked quietly. Alexander took a step closer to the table, his voice low but hard as steel. "They had markings burned into their skin, a crescent moon slashed with claws." Jason's brow furrowed. "That's impossible." Alexander's gaze sharpened, his anger refocusing. "No, it's not. I saw it myself." Jason's face paled slightly, but Alexander kept going, his voice rising with every word. "They were from Moonclaw, Jason. Your so-called allies," Alexander said. A murmur of disbelief spread through the hall. The Alphas exchanged looks, some muttering under their breath. Jason shook his head slowly, almost to himself. "No, that can't be right. The Moonclaw have no reason to attack Silver Hollow. We've had a peace accord for years. Draco and I agreed to an alliance after the southern raids. If you didn't plan this, then you were either stupid enough to trust the wrong man," Alexander snapped, "or arrogant enough to watch an alliance crack without even realizing it." The silence that followed was suffocating. Jason stared at him. For a moment, no one dared to speak. Finally, Patrick exhaled softly. "If it's true." Jason's eyes flickered, his mind clearly racing. He took a slow step back, bracing a hand on the edge of the table. His composure shattered completely for the first time since the attack began. "Moonclaw," he muttered, almost to himself. "Draco." The color drained from his face as the realization sank in. "Wait, it's all making sense now," Sage said. Her words fell into the chaos of the hall like a dropped blade. "It wasn't Faye they wanted," she said suddenly, her voice thin but trembling with realization. "It was me. They mistook her for me." Every conversation stilled. The other Alphas exchanged uncertain glances, the noise draining from the room. Alexander froze where he stood. He was caught between disbelief and the cold calculation of someone trying to process something that was finally beginning to make sense. His jaw tightened, his chest heaving once, then again, as if the effort to breathe cost him. Sage's gaze darted to him briefly before she turned to Jason, panic breaking through her composure. "They weren't after Faye," she said again, firmer this time. "Draco's men, they must have thought she was me. We're twins, Jason. Same face, same build. It's an easy mistake." The weight of her words settled heavily over the room. Alexander ran a hand through his hair. "Great!" "Alexander," Alpha Patrick's voice cut through the room as he noticed Alexander looking like he was about to take off again. "You need to calm down." "Calm down?" Alexander asked, his voice hoarse from shouting. Patrick sighed. "I know, it's difficult," he said. "But storming into Moonclaw territory without a plan will only make things worse and put her in danger." Alexander scoffed. "You expect me to sit here while she's out there, alone with those? Draco thinks she's Jason's mate, so right now she's leverage. He won't hurt her." Patrick cut him off, calmly. "You're asking me to trust Draco's restraint?" Alexander said, his voice low. "The man's a lunatic. Have you met him?" Patrick took a slow step toward him, eyes steady. "Of course he's a handful, but he's not careless. He's calculating. If you go charging in right now, you'll give him exactly what he wants, a reason to hurt her. We need to be smarter than that." Alexander just stood there. Deep down, he knew Patrick was right. Jason, on the other hand, looked like someone had just pulled the floor out from under him. His eyes darted from Sage to Alexander, then back again, his expression tight with frustration and disbelief. Without another word, Sage reached out and gripped Jason's arm. "We need to talk," she said urgently. Then, without waiting for his permission, she pulled him toward the hallway. The moment the heavy doors shut behind them, the noise of the hall dulled to a faint echo. Jason turned on her almost immediately, his voice low. "What the hell are you talking about, Sage? You think this is my fault?" "I know it is," she shot back, her tone rising with emotion. "You've been warned about this, Jason. The elders told you to maintain the alliance with Moonclaw, to stop cutting off supplies, to stop provoking Draco. You ignored every single warning." Jason exhaled harshly, rubbing a hand over his face. "You're saying this as if I didn't have a reason, Sage. Draco's been crossing lines for months. I wasn't about to keep feeding his pack while he—" She cut him off, her voice trembling with frustration. "You think this is about pride? About proving you're not afraid of him? You abandoned your end of the alliance, Jason. You didn't just weaken your defenses. You gave Draco a reason to retaliate. And now—" Her voice broke for a second, her throat tightening. "Now Faye is paying the price for your recklessness." Jason's eyes darkened. "That's how you want to paint this. I see," he muttered. "It's the truth," she said flatly. There was a moment of silence, thick, uncomfortable. The sound of their breaths echoed faintly off the walls. Jason looked away first. His voice was quieter when he finally spoke. "You were one of the people who told me to cut ties, Sage. Don't forget that. You agreed with me. The alliance was weakening us." Sage's eyes flickered, guilt and anger warring in her expression. "I said that because I thought you'd handle it strategically, not by backing him into a corner." Jason scoffed. "Strategically? You wanted me to shake his hand and tell him I was no longer going to play by his rules?" "I wanted you to be smart," she snapped, then lowered her tone, her voice sharp. "Not impulsive. You think leadership is about proving strength, Jason, but it's about knowing when to use it and when to hold it back." Faye. When I opened my eyes, my head felt heavy, like someone had stuffed fog inside it. The air smelled strange. I wasn't in a dungeon, that much was clear. The bed beneath me was too soft and someone had thrown a thick robe over me. My wrists hurt. There were faint bruises there, though no chains. I tried sitting up, but a wave of dizziness hit me so hard I had to grip the edge of the mattress to steady myself. Something in my veins felt off, slow, heavy, drugged. My senses were dulled. My instincts screamed danger, but my body refused to obey. The door creaked open. A man stepped in. His presence filled the room. He looked at me with the kind of satisfaction that made my skin crawl. "Well, well," he said, his voice dripping amusement. He chuckled to himself, stepping closer. "I almost can't wait for him to come for you. Imagine the sight. Jason brought to his knees begging to have you back. That'll be something worth seeing." For a second, I was too stunned to speak. Jason? Of all people, why would he think Jason would be the one to come for me? And then it clicked. The way they dragged me off the field before I lost consciousness. They thought I was Sage. I didn't let it show. I kept my expression flat, though my pulse spiked hard. If they didn't know who I really was, that was the only advantage I had left. "What did you do to me?" I managed to ask, my voice low, raw from the dryness in my throat. He smiled, almost proud of himself. "Just a little something to tame you. I heard you were a wild one." His eyes swept over me, appraising, mocking. "My men said you gave them quite the fight. I must admit, I didn't expect the Luna of Silver Hollow to fight like that." I murmured to myself, "She doesn't. I do." Draco paused, his brow furrowing. "What was that?" "Nothing," I said quickly, forcing a weak, detached smile. He smirked, stepping closer until I could feel his breath near my ear. "You know, I've heard stories about your kind. Beautiful, fierce, impossible to control. But I have a feeling I could change that." His hand reached for my face, then slid downward. Slow, deliberate. Something inside me snapped. "Don't," I said sharply. My voice came out low but edged with warning. I met his gaze, and whatever he saw there made him hesitate. I straightened slightly, gripping the sheets beneath me for balance. I wouldn't do that again if I were you. For a brief moment, silence filled the room. Then he laughed, short and incredulous. You've got fire, even drugged and helpless. This is going to be fun. I didn't respond. I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of seeing fear or defiance he could use against me. I just stared past him, my thoughts running wild beneath the stillness. They had taken me because they thought I was her, which meant Sage was safe, for now. But they'd notice my absence fast. Alexander. My chest tightened at the thought. He would have noticed by now. He must be furious, terrified. I could almost see the look in his eyes when he found out. My parents, too. I took a slow breath, forcing myself to focus. Whatever they'd injected into me was starting to wear off, just enough for the dizziness to fade. I needed to stay sharp. Whatever this place was, whatever game Draco was playing, I couldn't stay here and wait for rescue. The tension in the hallway was sharp. Jason and Sage were still arguing, their voices raised and overlapping in a clash of anger, guilt, and exhaustion. Alexander approached them, his expression calm now. Jason was mid-sentence, gesturing in frustration. I can't believe you're standing there just... Alexander's voice cut in smoothly, low and steady. I've decided, he said, stopping a few feet away from them. His gaze was cold and focused, the kind of focus that came only when anger was buried too deep to show on the surface. I'm going after her. Jason turned toward him, eyes narrowing slightly. You're not thinking straight. We can't just... I'm not asking for permission, Alexander interrupted, his tone deceptively calm. I'm telling you what I'm going to do. For a brief moment, silence filled the corridor. Alexander exhaled. I have a plan. I'll leave at dawn when their defenses are at their weakest. No grand entrance, no backup. Jason looked at him, torn between logic and guilt. You plan to infiltrate Moonclaw territory alone? That's crazy. Not crazy, Alexander replied. Precision. The more wolves you take, the louder the noise. Draco will sense a full squad long before they reach his walls. I don't need an army. I need silence. Jason studied him for a moment, the weight of the decision pressing on his shoulders. He finally let out a long breath, the tension in his stance easing into resolve. Then I'm going with you. Sage blinked, startled. Jason, what? Jason didn't look at her. His eyes remained fixed on Alexander. She's in this because of me. They thought they were taking my Luna. That's on me. I won't let Alexander face that alone. Alexander didn't respond. He merely nodded once, as if accepting a fact that didn't surprise him. Sage stepped between them, her expression laced with disbelief. You're both insane, she said, her voice trembling. Do you even hear yourselves? After what just happened here, after the attack, you think it's wise for the Alpha of Silver Hollow to leave his territory? What if this is what they wanted all along, to lure you out? Jason met her gaze, the faintest edge of defiance flickering there. And what if sitting here doing nothing means losing her for good? Sage shook her head, stepping closer, her tone turning desperate. I want my sister rescued too, but send warriors. We have capable men, trained guards who can fight and track. You don't have to go yourself, Jason. Alexander's voice came from behind her. That's exactly why he can't send warriors. Sage turned sharply to face him, her eyes narrowing. Excuse me? Alexander moved closer. If he sends warriors, the Moonclaw scouts will spot them miles away. They'll tighten security. They'll move her, or worse, use her to bait us. I need a quiet backup, not a parade of soldiers drawing attention. I'd rather go alone. Jason nodded, his expression set. If I don't go, he'll go alone, and I'm not letting that happen. I'm going. Sage's mouth fell open in disbelief. Jason, that's reckless. You'll be leaving Silver Hollow unguarded after everything that's happened today. What if they come back? What if this is all part of their plan? Jason turned to her then, his tone softening. Then we trust the ones we leave behind to defend it. Sage, I can't stand by while she's out there, thinking we abandoned her. Sage swallowed hard, frustration clawing at her chest. She looked from Jason to Alexander, both of them resolute, neither willing to back down. The first time they chose to be on the same page, and it had to be like this. For a moment, she wanted to scream, to tell them both how insane this was, but she could see it in their faces. They had already made up their minds. Alexander finally turned to leave, heading down the corridor toward his suite. We move at dawn, he said. He disappeared around the corner, leaving Sage standing there with Jason in the heavy stillness of the hallway. Jason let out a slow breath, running a hand through his hair, the exhaustion in his eyes clear. "You should rest," he murmured, turning slightly to walk away. But Sage's hand shot out, gripping his arm. "Rest?" she repeated. "You're actually doing this?" Jason turned to face her fully, his expression calm. "I already told you I am." Sage's voice trembled, not from fear but from restrained anger. "You're letting him control you, Jason. You're the Alpha of Silver Hollow, not some common Blood Crescent soldier at his command. Why are you following his lead like you owe him something?" Jason's jaw tightened. "I'm not following his lead," Sage scoffed, stepping closer. "You could have sent warriors. You should have sent warriors. But instead, you're abandoning your post, your people, because he thinks it's a good idea?" Jason nodded. "He was going alone, Sage. I couldn't let that happen. This is Faye we're talking about. I need to do right by her." The sincerity in his voice cut through her anger, replacing it with something else, something heavier. She stared at him, trying to piece together the emotions twisting inside her. "So this is what?" she asked softly. "Some kind of redemption mission for you?" Jason hesitated, his gaze flickering briefly. "Or maybe it's just me trying to do the right thing for once." Sage looked away, crossing her arms as she fought to keep her expression steady. "Or maybe you're just trying to appear as her hero," she murmured bitterly. Jason's head snapped toward her, surprise flashing in his eyes, but before he could respond, she shook her head quickly. "Forget it," she said, her tone faltering. "That was unfair." She turned away, her throat tightening. Deep down, she knew her words weren't entirely born of logic. They were born of something far messier. She felt a sharp, shameful sting at the thought of Jason risking his life for her sister. Not her. And the guilt that followed was instant and suffocating. How could she even think that way when Faye was the one in danger? When Faye was the one who needed saving? Her chest tightened as she stared at the empty hallway Alexander had disappeared into moments ago. She knew she should be grateful. Grateful that someone was willing to go to such lengths for her sister. But all she could feel was the weight of her own selfish thought pressing like a stone against her heart. "Faye, that night I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I lay there on the mattress, staring at the ceiling through the dim light that filtered in from the corridor. The room was quiet except for the steady dripping of water from a leaky pipe somewhere nearby. Every drop echoed like a countdown. My head was heavy, my body sluggish, but my mind refused to shut down. I had spent hours thinking of ways out. None of them good, but anything was better than lying here waiting for whatever they planned next. The injection they'd given me earlier had left my limbs weak, my wolf, Nova, silent and buried deep. I could still feel her faintly, furious, clawing, desperate to fight, but she was too far beneath the haze for me to reach. Still, I wasn't totally helpless. Not yet. As soon as I managed to push myself up, dizziness swirled around me, the walls tilting for a moment before settling. My legs shook under me, but I didn't care. I needed to move. I had to find a way out before they came back with another plan apart from drugging me. The door was solid steel, just a small slit at the top where air passed through. My hands traced the edges, searching for weakness. Nothing. I exhaled shakily and leaned against it, my forehead pressing into the cold metal. Then an idea struck me. I couldn't overpower them, but maybe I could outsmart them. I backed away from the door, took a breath, and started banging on it as best as I could with the little energy I had left. I needed attention for my plan to work. "Hey!" I shouted. I was sure someone was close by watching over me. "You cowards! Let me out!" I hit the door again and again until my palms ached. I didn't stop. I needed them to come. After a while, I heard a laugh from the other side. "Looks like our guest is feeling stronger," a man sneered. "Want another dose, sweetheart?" He was mocking me. Perfect. I smirked even though he couldn't see me. "When I get out of here," I said slowly, "I'll make you regret ever touching me." The man chuckled. Big talk for someone who couldn't even stand a few hours ago. "Keep talking," I hissed. "It'll make it easier to recognize your voice when I rip your throat out." There was silence. Then I heard him walk away, boots echoing down the hall. For a heartbeat, I thought I'd failed, that he was going to ignore me. But then voices returned, 2 of them. "Be careful," one warned. She's not as weak as she looks. The other scoffed. She's barely alive. Relax. Keys rattled. My heart kicked up. I stumbled back toward the bed, forcing my breathing to slow, my limbs to go slack. I dropped to the floor beside the bed, pretending to have collapsed, one arm draped limply across my stomach. The door creaked open. "Well, would you look at that?" one of them said as he stepped inside. Didn't even make it to her bed this time. Alpha Draco said to keep her sedated. The other reminded him, lifting the syringe and a small bottle filled with some cloudy liquid. They approached me. I kept my eyes half closed, letting my body sag like a broken puppet. When they grabbed me under the arms and hauled me onto the bed, I didn't resist. The motion was slow, careless. They probably thought I was harmless for now, but I was watching. Then, slowly, I let the robe fall from one shoulder. It was subtle, calculated, the smallest slip, just enough to get the needed attention from slow idiots like these. The man with the syringe didn't notice at first. He was distracted as he rolled up his sleeve and prepared to inject me, but the other noticed. He leaned closer, his gaze dark and suggestive. "You know," he muttered, "Draco didn't say we couldn't have a little fun with her. I mean, as long as she's alive, Draco won't mind." The other one smirked slowly as he understood the suggestion. I didn't move, didn't speak. Inside, disgust burned like acid, but my silence worked. He set the syringe aside on the bedside table, laughing lowly. "I'll stand guard," his companion said, glancing at the door. "Don't take too long. I want my turn, too." "I'll try," the man near me said smugly. The door closed, my pulse quickened. I could hear the footsteps of the other fading into the hall. When the one in the room set the syringe down, he left the vial uncapped. His arrogance was a mistake I could taste. I acted slow because slow looked real. I let my head fall back, let my eyes flutter, let him lean in for the show. When his fingers brushed my shoulder, I snatched the syringe as fast as I could. The motion was ugly and efficient, but it was swift enough. Surprise registered on his face, almost a human reaction, and that hesitation was a razor. I drove the needle into the soft flesh at the base of his neck before his hand could close around mine, the motion more stab than injection, more instinct than thought. His mouth shaped a curse, his knees gave, and he crumpled. My hands shook as I pulled the syringe free. My heart was hammering so hard it hurt, but there was no time to stop. I knelt beside him, drew more of the liquid from the half-full vial that had fallen from his pocket, then turned toward the door. I moved despite my trembling limbs. When I reached the door, I gave it a soft knock. The guard outside chuckled. "Already done? Damn, you don't last long, do you?" He laughed as he opened the door, right into my waiting hand. I jabbed the syringe into his neck before he could even see my face. His laughter cut off with a strangled gasp. He swung around as if to strike, but the drug hit him fast. His body wavered, his eyelids drooping before he crumpled against the doorway. I had no illusions about what I'd done. The two men on the floor were a temporary solution, not a cure. The sedative still pooled in my veins, and exhaustion sat like a rock beneath my ribs. I knew there were more wolves outside, but I'd take my chances and see how far I could go. As I eased the door open and slipped into the corridor, the night swallowed me with its noise. I kept my body small against the stone, ears straining for footsteps, eyes seeking the path that would take me away from this place. Faye. The corridor felt endless. Every step I took echoed louder than I wanted, and every breath came like I was dragging air through broken glass. My legs trembled beneath me, the drug they'd injected still crawling like ice through my veins. I knew I didn't have much strength left, but I also knew that if I didn't get out of that wing before dawn, I might never get another chance. The pack house was quiet now. Somewhere beyond these walls, guards were probably patrolling, wolves with senses sharp enough to pick up the faintest scent. If one of them caught my trail in this weakened state, it was over. My only advantage was that dawn wasn't far off. The security lines would thin around that time, wolves growing complacent, rotations changing. I had to move before that window closed. I leaned against the wall, steadying my breathing. The hallways twisted like a maze as I tried to find the way out. Stone floors, dim lanterns flickering, doors sealed shut on either side. I didn't even know what part of the pack house I was in anymore. All I knew was that this wing was definitely guarded, maybe more heavily than the rest. Draco probably thought he was being cautious, keeping me close and surrounded by men loyal enough to him to obey any order. I kept low, listening. Somewhere ahead, two guards were talking, something about switching posts at first light. I pressed my back to the wall, heart thundering, and waited until their voices faded. My bare feet made almost no sound as I slipped past the corner, but it was still too loud in my ears. Every few steps I had to stop and catch my breath. My limbs felt like lead, but I couldn't let that stop me. I forced myself forward, dragging my body through the narrow hall until I reached the end where a door stood half open. Beyond it was another corridor, and faintly I could smell the outside air. Freedom was close. I pushed through the door and slipped into the next passage, keeping to the shadows. I could see the faint light of dawn brushing the far end of the hall, my exit. But just as I reached it, I heard a voice behind me. "Hey, who's there?" I froze. For a heartbeat, I hoped he'd imagined it. But then the sound of boots came running toward me. My pulse jumped. I turned, ready to bluff my way through or fight if I had to. But before I could think, a large hand grabbed my arm and yanked me backward. The guard's eyes widened in shock. How the hell did you get out?" I forced myself to stay calm, masking the fear that coiled in my stomach. "What do you think?" I rasped, trying to sound defiant but unbothered. He ignored my response and tightened his grip. "You're not supposed to be out of that room." He shouted something I couldn't make out. A few seconds later, footsteps thundered down the hall. More guards appeared. Then Draco himself. The moment I saw him, a chill ran through me. He looked livid, his sharp features twisted into a smirk. "Well, well," he said, his voice dripping with mock amusement. "I was wondering how long before you'd try something stupid like this." I clenched my fists at my sides, meeting his gaze despite the fear creeping in. Draco's smirk widened. Then, before I could react, his hand cracked across my face. The slap hit hard, hard enough to knock me off balance. Pain exploded across my cheek, and I stumbled, hitting the ground with a thud. For a moment, all I could hear was the ringing in my ears. My vision blurred. "Did you really think no one would notice you were gone?" Draco crouched beside me, his tone calm now, almost conversational, which somehow made it worse. "The moment you stepped out of that room, I was alerted. I just wanted to see how far you'd get. Consider this a little experiment." I glared up at him through the haze of pain. "You get off on this, don't you?" I muttered. He smiled faintly. "Oh, I do, but not as much as I'll enjoy what comes next." A cold weight settled in my chest as I saw the expression on his face, pure malice mixed with twisted delight. "For defying me," Draco said, standing tall again, "I think you deserve a lesson in humility. My men have been eager for a reward. I suppose it's only fair I let them enjoy you. After all, it's not every day they get to play with a Luna." My breath caught. I felt my stomach twist in revulsion. He wouldn't. "Oh, don't look at me like that," he continued, voice low and cruel. "I won't touch you myself. I prefer to watch." The guards around him exchanged glances, some of them grinning, others looking uneasy. My skin crawled. I wanted to tear him apart, to make him regret every word, but my body betrayed me. My legs wouldn't obey. My arms felt heavy and useless. Still, I met his gaze. "You're pathetic," I whispered. Draco tilted his head, studying me like a cat watching a mouse try to run. "Maybe," he said, "but you're powerless. That's what matters." He gestured toward his men. "Take her. She's all yours. Just make sure she's alive when you're done. I still need her." Two of them stepped forward, and I tensed instinctively. My pulse raced so fast it hurt. I tried to fight, tried to move, but my strength was gone. All I could do was push myself up slightly, glaring at him. Deep down, I knew I couldn't win this fight. Not now, not like this. I swallowed the pain, the anger, the humiliation burning through me. I was surrounded by the sound of wolves closing in. I was trapped again. Alexander. I stood at the edge of Moonclaw territory, the night heavy with tension. Jason stood beside me, silent, his jaw tight. Patrick was behind us. He had insisted on coming when he realized he couldn't stop me from going in without backup. I drew in a slow breath, forcing my voice to stay even. "Jason," I said quietly, my eyes fixed on the faint glow of the Moonclaw pack house in the distance. "When we get in, your focus is Faye. No matter what happens, you get her out of there and away from this place. That's your only priority." Jason turned to me, confusion flickering across his face. You're trusting me with that? I'm not trusting you, I said, my tone clipped. I'm trusting that you know better than to fail her again. The truth was, he wasn't wrong to be surprised. Normally, I wouldn't let anyone else touch what was mine, much less protect her when I'm right there. But tonight wasn't about pride. It was about control, or rather, the lack of it. I could feel Adrian clawing under my skin, restless and wild. Since Faye was taken, that voice inside me hadn't gone quiet for a second. He wanted blood, and I knew once I shifted, there wouldn't be much of me left to pull him back. I also knew Jason was eager to redeem himself. He would protect Faye with his life. Jason shifted uncomfortably, breaking the silence. Fine. Patrick gave me a look, half warning, half understanding. He'd seen me like this before. He knew what would happen once I lost the last thread of restraint holding Adrian back. We moved through the woods quietly, shadows among shadows. The wind carried faint sounds from the pack house, voices, laughter, the scrape of boots on gravel. My muscles tensed. Something in the air felt wrong. Then I saw her. Faye stood in the middle of the compound, surrounded by Draco and his wolves. She was trembling, but her chin was high, stubborn, defiant even in weakness. Draco's voice carried across the clearing. I couldn't make out his words, but I saw his hand swing. The crack of his palm against her face echoed through the night like a gunshot. Something in me snapped. Before I realized it, my body was moving. I didn't think. I didn't need to. Adrian surged forward with a fury that burned through every nerve in my body. The shift tore through me like fire, bones snapping, skin shredding, muscles realigning. I jumped. By the time I landed, claws dug deep into the throat of one of Draco's men. Blood sprayed across the ground as I ripped him apart. Jason's wolf appeared beside me, lunging into the fray. The compound erupted into chaos. Shouts, growls, screams of panic. Soldiers scrambled, but they were no match for fury unleashed. Draco stumbled backward, shock etched on his face. He hadn't expected this. He thought he had power. He thought he had control. But now he was prey, and he knew it. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Faye collapse to her knees, clutching at what was left of her robe, trying to shield herself from the madness. For one brief moment, Adrian's gaze met hers. The fury inside me stilled, just slightly. Her eyes were wide, filled with both fear and relief. She whispered something I couldn't hear. I saw Jason approach her. Then my attention snapped back to Draco. He was already turning, trying to run. I lunged, tearing through the ground between us in a blur. The world narrowed to the sound of my heartbeat and Draco's retreating breath. The taste of blood still coated my tongue, and Adrian was no longer asking for control. He was in full control. I was dimly aware of Patrick shouting something behind me, maybe telling me to stop, to remember the plan. But the plan was gone now. All that remained was instinct, rage, and the scent of my enemy. Draco had called me out when he took my mate, even if it was a mistake. He wanted a war. Now he had one. And I wasn't leaving Moonclaw territory until his blood stained the soil. Draco disappeared from Alexander's view as more soldiers poured into the clearing, cutting him off. Snarls and the clash of teeth and claws filled the air. Patrick, realizing the chaos was growing uncontrollable, veered away. He had seen that look in Alexander's wolf's eyes before, the kind that meant there was no reasoning left in him, no restraint, only bloodlust. If he stayed too close, he'd get himself killed. Besides, he had a business to handle, the real reason he was here. So he broke off from the fight, circling around the pack house in search of Draco. If he could find the Alpha before Alexander did, maybe he could prevent this night from turning into a full-blown... The corridors were quiet as Patrick moved, listening for any sign of movement. Then he heard it, the low growl of a wolf, close, too close. He turned just in time to see a massive shape lunging toward him. Patrick ducked, barely avoiding the impact as claws scraped across the wall behind him. He rolled forward, shifted mid-motion, and came up in his wolf form, meeting Draco head-on. Draco attacked again, teeth bared and eyes blazing with fury. Patrick blocked, snapping back in warning, but Draco didn't relent. They clashed violently, two powerful alphas locked in a storm of snarls and blood. When Draco finally leapt back, panting, his form shimmered, bones cracking as he shifted into his human self. His expression twisted into something between rage and disbelief. "Patrick," he spat. "You?" Patrick shifted back as well, breathing heavily, eyes narrowed. Yeah, me, he said. Draco's jaw tightened. You've picked the wrong side, old friend. You think you can stand against me? Patrick looked unimpressed. You really don't get it, do you? Draco glared at him, his body tense, ready to pounce again. You came here with them. You're part of this ambush. Patrick raised a brow. If I wanted to kill you, Draco, you'd already be bleeding out right now. Deep down, Draco knew that was true, but it still didn't explain what he was doing here with Jason. His growl deepened, low and guttural. Don't play games with me, Patrick. You think I won't rip your throat out? Try, Patrick shot back flatly. But before you do, you might want to hear what I have to say. For a moment, Draco hesitated. The air between them vibrated with tension. The sounds of chaos still echoed faintly from outside. The roars of wolves, the cries of men, the unmistakable sound of death spreading through the Moonclaw packhouse. Patrick's tone shifted, calm and measured. I didn't come here to fight you, Draco. I came because you don't even realize the mistake you made, and someone needed to have your back. You provoked the wrong Alpha. Draco scoffed, stepping closer, his eyes cold. You mean Jason? Patrick let out a dry laugh. Jason? He shook his head slowly. You think that was Jason's mate you took? Draco frowned, thrown off for a moment. What are you talking about? Patrick took a slow step forward. That girl your men dragged in, she's not Sage, she's her twin sister. You should have done your homework. Draco blinked, his expression hardening with confusion. Twin? Patrick nodded once. Her name is Faye. She's the Luna of Blood Crescent. The realization hit Draco like a punch to the gut. You're lying. Am I? Patrick replied. You didn't even bother to confirm who you were taking. You thought it was the Luna of Silver Hollow, but you grabbed Faye instead, and the Alpha of Blood Crescent just stormed your territory. Draco stared at him, his breathing heavy. The weight of the words began to sink in. Alexander Blackwell, he muttered, as if testing the name aloud. Patrick smirked faintly. That's the one. Draco cursed under his breath. Damn it. His eyes darted toward the corridor leading to the courtyard, where faint light flickered through the windows. He could still hear the battle raging. So that's who's coming after me. Patrick folded his arms. You provoked him, Draco. You took his mate. You think he's going to stop at a warning? This is going to be messy. Draco laughed. So what? He's just one wolf. He's outnumbered already. Maybe, but he might have a trick up his sleeve. Slow. No one is dumb enough to storm a pack house without a plan, Patrick said. Draco's confusion lasted only a moment before his pride surged to the surface again. He straightened, his expression twisting into a dark grin. This is perfect. Patrick's eyes narrowed. Perfect? Draco turned toward the distant sound of fighting, the smirk never leaving his face. You don't understand. I wanted a war, now I've got a better one. And when I'm done, every pack on this continent will know my name. Patrick's tone sharpened. You're delusional. Draco ignored him, his voice growing more confident with each word. He thinks he can scare me by coming here? I'll kill Alexander Blackwell, but not before I break him. I'll capture him, put him in chains, and make a spectacle of him. Let every Alpha watch as I crush the so-called legend under my boots. You think it's that simple, don't you? Patrick scoffed. You have no idea what's coming for you. Draco turned sharply, eyes flashing. I've fought worse. Patrick shook his head slowly, a dark amusement flickering across his face. No, you haven't. Let's hope he doesn't get close enough. The silence stretched for a heartbeat, filled only by the distant echoes of growls outside. Then Patrick took a step closer, his voice dropping lower. Draco sneered. And you expect me to believe you're warning me out of the goodness of your heart? You could have warned me earlier. Patrick's lips curved into a smirk. There was no time, he said simply, but I'm on your side. Then he smiled wider, almost lazily, as if enjoying the irony of his own words. Believe it or not, you don't hate Alexander more than I do.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Wolf Blood House. Today I'm bringing you another wonderful story. He was my Alpha until I found him in my sister's bed.
Faye. I pushed Jason away, even though my arms felt like they were made of lead. My whole body trembled, my breathing uneven, and my vision was still dull. I couldn't just leave Alexander there, not when he was outnumbered, not when I had no idea what the hell was really happening. Faye, you can't even stand properly, Jason snapped, his tone sharp with frustration. You're not helping anyone like this. We need to go, now. No. My voice came out hoarse but steady enough to make him pause. I'm not leaving him. Jason's jaw clenched. You think staying here is going to change anything? Patrick's with him. You're not the only one who cares whether he lives or dies. I narrowed my eyes at him. I don't trust Patrick. He exhaled hard, running a hand through his hair. You don't trust anyone anymore, Faye. Because people lie, I shot back. Because people pretend to be loyal until it matters most. And then they turn on you. I don't know what's going on out there, but Alexander's fighting a pack by himself. That's not something I'm walking away from. Jason stared at me like I'd completely lost my mind. You're half dead, Faye. You can barely stay on your feet, and you want to run back into a battlefield? Why? Because of him? His tone cut deep. Yes, because of him, I yelled, the sound cracking. He's out there, surrounded, and you're telling me to just walk away like it's nothing? Jason's expression softened, but only slightly. You don't make sense, you know that? You'd rather die for someone who's perfectly fine and always ready to run headfirst into chaos like it's a damn game, always driven by rage and his stupid pride. I froze. You really think that's who he is? Jason folded his arms, his face hard again. Tell me I'm wrong. I wanted to. I really wanted to. But words didn't come at first. Just a bitter laugh that didn't sound like mine. You think Alexander's reckless? I asked quietly. You think he runs into chaos because he enjoys it? Jason didn't answer, and that silence was enough to keep me going. He's not reckless, Jason. Not unless he's triggered. And when he is, it's not because he wants to fight. It's because he feels things too deeply. Because he's angry, or hurt, or desperate. And it's not rage that drives him. It's passion. Something you'd never understand. Jason frowned, but there was no argument this time. Just that silence again, the kind that says someone knows they've lost a point but won't admit it. He looked away, his jaw tightening. Jason drew a sharp breath. Look at you defending him. You must really love him. That's none of your business, I said. I get it. You still hate me, and I deserve it, he muttered after a moment. And you think you're the only one who's ever cared about someone. Anyway, Alexander isn't alone, Faye. I made sure of that. That got my attention. I frowned, trying to make sense of his words. What do you mean? Jason turned back to me, his eyes serious now. You really think I'd foolishly walk into a place like this without backup? I took precautions, even though your perfect mate kicked against it, he said, irritated. There are Silver Hollow soldiers in the territory right now. They're not just backups. They're here to show Draco the consequences of attacking Silver Hollow. The air seemed to thicken around me. I wasn't sure if that made things better or worse. You shouldn't have done that, I said quietly. Jason scoffed. I shouldn't have? You think we should just keep letting people like Draco come for us and do nothing? This is going to turn into a There are innocent people here, I whispered. He didn't deny it. I have to go back. I tried to move past him, to go back toward where the fighting was, but my legs gave out halfway. Jason caught me before I hit the ground. You're not going anywhere, Alexander is fine, he said firmly. You don't know that, I said. He didn't answer. I could hear distant growls far ahead, and each sound twisted my chest tighter. The wolves were still fighting, and every instinct in me screamed that Alexander was out there, bleeding, furious, and alone. The thought of the vision I had settled in my head. I pushed at Jason's chest, weakly this time. I need to go to him. He sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose like he was trying to hold on to his patience. You're impossible, you know that? And we wouldn't be in this situation in the first place if not for whatever you did to ruin the alliance with Moonclaw, I shot back. You know that? I don't have time for this, he muttered. Before I could react, his arms slid around me, and in one swift motion he lifted me off the ground. Jason, what are you doing? Put me down! I struggled, weakly hitting at his shoulder, but it did nothing. He hoisted me higher until I was slung over him. You're too damn stubborn for your own good, he said, his tone hard now. If you won't come willingly, I'll make sure you get out of here alive whether you like it or not. Jason, I said, pounding his back, you can't just... I can and I will. Draco stared at Patrick for a long moment, his chest heaving from the earlier clash. Patrick's words hung in the air. Draco narrowed his eyes. "You talk like a man with a plan," he said slowly, suspicion threading his voice. Patrick tilted his head, the corner of his lips twitching into a grin that didn't reach his eyes. "You could say that." He reached into the inside pocket of his coat and drew something out, a dagger, slim and wickedly curved, its blade catching the pale light. The metal gleamed faintly, but there was something off about it. The closer Draco looked, the more the sheen seemed unnatural. "What's that?" Draco asked, his tone wary. Patrick turned the dagger over in his hand like it was something precious. "Forged with pure silver," he said quietly, "and tainted with wolfsbane. The tiniest scratch could slow down even an alpha. A deep stab." He met Draco's eyes. "That would be enough to stop his heart before his body can heal." Draco's smirk returned, wider this time. "You've been busy, you two-faced bastard." Patrick shrugged, sliding the dagger back into its sheath. "I came prepared." "What? You think I simply came to warn you? That's ridiculous. Alexander Blackwell may be a beast, but he bleeds like the rest of us. The trick is getting close enough to make him bleed." "And how do you plan to manage that?" Draco asked. Patrick stepped forward. "You'll lure him into the woods. He'll follow, he won't be able to resist. You've seen the way he fights. He's not one to retreat or think twice when his prey runs." Draco arched a brow. "You think I'm going to play bait? You wanted to make a spectacle of him, didn't you? Think of this as the opening act. You draw him out, keep him focused on you. I'll be waiting in the shadows for the right moment." Draco was silent for a beat. "I'm in." Patrick's gaze hardened, his voice dipping into a cold murmur. "Alexander Blackwell dies today." For a moment, neither man spoke. The distant roars outside grew louder, the battle between the invading and defending wolves raging closer. Through the high window, the sky had begun to pale. Dawn was breaking. Draco turned toward the sound and peered outside. His expression shifted as he caught sight of the fighting below. Strange wolves were tearing through his men. "Seems like Alexander brought back up after all," Draco muttered, his jaw tightening. "Silver Hollow wolves." Patrick joined him at the window, his eyes narrowing. "He planned this well." Draco laughed softly. "It won't matter when he's dead." Patrick's smirk was thin and humorless. "Then we'd better move. If those wolves breach the compound, it'll be too late to set the trap." "Fine," Draco said. Patrick smiled to himself. "Come on, Blackwell," he murmured under his breath. "Let's finish what should have ended years ago." Then he stepped into the mist and vanished. Draco broke away from the clearing. His breath ragged as he ran into the woods. He had made sure Alexander saw him. He knew he would follow. It was the only card he had left to play. He didn't have to look back to know it was working. Behind him, the snapping of branches grew louder, heavy paws pounding the ground, the low guttural snarl of the Blood Crescent Alpha in full pursuit. Alexander's massive wolf cut through the forest. Draco's chest heaved as he reached a ridge and slowed. His fur bristled, fangs bared. He had led his predator straight into his den. Hidden behind the thick trunk of an ancient tree, Patrick crouched in silence, his eyes cold, the dagger in his hand. One strike from it was enough to burn through a wolf's veins, to silence his healing, to make even an alpha bleed out slow and sure. He'd watched the chase unfold exactly as he expected. Alexander's fury made him predictable, driven by instinct, not strategy. He was powerful, yes, but power without control was a death sentence. Patrick smirked faintly, his grip tightening around the dagger. He had been waiting for this. The ground trembled as Alexander's wolf emerged, his growl echoing through the trees. Draco turned sharply, fangs dripping, his yellow eyes glowing with defiance. For a moment, the forest seemed to hold its breath. Then the wolves collided. The impact shook the earth beneath them. Alexander's jaws clamped around Draco's shoulder, tearing through flesh and fur. Draco howled in pain and swung back with his claws, raking deep across Alexander's flank. But the Blood Crescent Alpha didn't flinch. His strength was monstrous. They rolled across the forest floor, snapping, biting, crushing. Every movement was raw and primal, fueled by rivalry and vengeance. Draco lunged for his throat, but Alexander shifted his weight, slamming him into the ground. The crack of bones echoed through the trees. Blood sprayed across the leaves as Draco tried to twist away, but Alexander was faster. He clamped down on his neck, pressing until Draco's growl turned into a choked whimper. Patrick watched from his hiding spot. Draco was losing, and fast. Alexander lifted his head, towering over Draco's broken form. His crimson eyes glowed brighter, his chest heaving. Victory was close, he could taste it. That was when Patrick moved. He stepped out from behind the tree, his boots silent against the earth. Alexander turned sharply, nostrils flaring as his gaze fell on him. Recognition flickered across his eyes. His growl softened, confused. Patrick. He was supposed to be on his side. Patrick's voice cut through the night, calm and steady. "You're stronger than I thought, Alexander." The wolf snarled low but didn't attack. Patrick took another step forward. "I told Draco he was a fool for provoking you. You're not the kind of alpha you trap in your den. You're the kind you bury 6 feet under it." Alexander tilted his head slightly, his instincts screaming that something was off, but he was fighting to stay in control. Patrick smiled faintly. "I'm on your side." And in that single breath of hesitation, Patrick struck. The dagger emerged, and in a second it was buried deep into Alexander's side, sliding between his ribs and into flesh. The wolf let out a deep groan, a sound so fierce the trees seemed to tremble. His body convulsed as the poison laced into his veins, burning through his system like wildfire. Patrick stepped back, his breathing steady, his face lit by the faint gleam of satisfaction. Alexander staggered, struggling to turn, his eyes locked on Patrick. His growl was weaker now. "You." His voice cracked between human and beast, but Patrick only lifted the dagger, glinting with Alexander's blood. "You won't survive this one," Patrick said coolly. "That dagger's made of silver and coated with wolfsbane. You won't heal, not before your heart stops. Even an alpha can't cheat death." Behind him, Draco groaned, trying to lift himself from the ground. Patrick turned and helped him to his feet. Draco's wolf form shimmered, his body shifting painfully back into his human one. He was covered in blood, his breathing uneven, but his eyes gleamed with cruel amusement. "Is it done?" Draco rasped. Patrick nodded, wiping the blade on his sleeve. "He's finished. Let's go." Draco smirked weakly. "You see, even the mighty Blood Crescent Alpha can fall. Maybe I'll make a throne out of his bones when I'm done with Jason." Patrick didn't reply. He turned to leave, supporting Draco's weight as they started through the trees. But behind them, a low growl rumbled through the forest again. Deeper, angrier. They both froze. Alexander, still on the ground, blood streaming from his wound, was staring at them. His eyes burned. His breath came in ragged gasps, but he wasn't down yet. With the last strength left in him, he pushed himself up. His claws dug into the dirt, his body trembling. The poison was working fast, but the beast inside him refused to die quietly. He snarled once, low and guttural, and then launched himself forward. Patrick barely managed to jump aside as Alexander crashed into Draco. The impact threw them both to the ground again. Draco screamed, his ribs snapping under the weight of the blow. Alexander tore into him, claws ripping through flesh, fangs sinking deep into his throat. Draco's howl was cut short. The sound turned into a gurgle, then silence. When Patrick turned back, all that was left was Alexander, standing over Draco's mangled corpse, blood dripping from his jaws. His chest heaved, his fur stained with crimson. Patrick's eyes widened as Alexander looked up at him. He could imagine the wolf smirking, because even dying, Alexander had won. Patrick stumbled back, retreating into the trees. He wasn't foolish enough to test fate twice. The forest went still again. Alexander's form trembled as he shifted back to human, collapsing to one knee. The poison had spread through his veins now, the wound in his side glowing faintly where the silver burned his skin. Sweat poured down his face. He pressed a shaking hand to the wound, watching the blood pulse between his fingers. Normally, his body would have already started to knit itself back together, but this time, nothing happened. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to breathe through the pain. He wasn't going to die here. Not like this. Not in the dirt like a rogue. He turned toward Draco's body, then reached down and grabbed him by the hair. The head came free with one final twist of strength. Alexander staggered, swaying on his feet, but held the head tight in his hand. He began the long walk back through the trees, every step leaving a trail of blood. The sounds of battle still echoed faintly in the distance. Snarls, howls, steel clashing. He followed the noise, dragging Draco's severed head behind him. When he finally broke through the tree line, the clearing came into view again. Silver Hollow and Moonclaw wolves locked in brutal combat. Bodies littered the ground. Alexander stopped at the edge of the chaos, his breathing shallow, but somewhere deep inside he held himself together. He closed his eyes and summoned it one last time. The power surged through him, burning what little strength he had left. His spine arched and his chest expanded as he tilted his head to the sky and howled. The sound tore through the day like thunder. It wasn't just a howl, it was a command, an Alpha's decree. Every wolf froze, Silver Hollow, Moonclaw. The battlefield went still, the sound reverberating through every tree, every drop of blood in their veins. And then, as the echo faded, Alexander threw Draco's head forward. It rolled across the dirt, stopping at the feet of the nearest Moonclaw soldier. The sight of it, their Alpha's lifeless eyes staring up at them, sent a ripple through their ranks. There was silence. Then, one by one, the Moonclaw wolves lowered themselves to the ground, heads bowed, tails tucked in submission. Their Alpha was dead. His killer now ruled them, as it had always been. Alexander stood there, chest heaving, his skin glistening with sweat and blood. His eyes flicked toward the Silver Hollow wolves still panting from the fight. They exchanged uneasy glances. The battle was over, whether they liked it or not. They had no right to keep fighting. Moonclaw was under a new Alpha now, an Alpha who was an ally. One by one, reluctantly, the Silver Hollow wolves stepped back. Silver Hollow, Alexander. The gates of Silver Hollow came into view through the haze clouding my vision. My legs felt heavier with every step, as though the earth itself was trying to pull me down. Still, I kept moving. I'd made it this far. I wasn't going to collapse before I reached the house. The sentinels at the gate stiffened as soon as they saw me. One of them dropped the spear he was holding. "Alpha Alexander!" he shouted, his voice breaking through the stillness. Both of them ran toward me, panic flashing across their faces. They must have noticed I wasn't well. "I'm fine," I said before they could reach me, lifting a hand. My voice came out rough, scraped raw from the fight, but I forced strength into it. "Thank you." They froze mid-step, uncertain. I could see the way their eyes darted over me, searching for visible wounds, but I gave them nothing. No weakness, no stumble. Just the illusion of control. Pride can be a dangerous thing, but right now it was the only thing keeping me upright. The compound spread out before me. I'd imagined this moment. Returning, seeing Faye safe again. But not like this. I forced my shoulders straight and kept walking, ignoring the chill that ran through my hand when I flexed it. Then I saw her. Faye. She was standing near the training yard, pacing. She was in better condition now. Her head snapped up the moment I stepped into view, and for a heartbeat neither of us moved. Then her expression changed. Relief, disbelief, then joy. "Alexander," she called my name. The sound of it nearly brought me to my knees. She ran toward me, her steps quick and desperate. When she reached me, she didn't hesitate. She threw her arms around me, holding on as if she'd never let go again. For a second, I forgot the pain. I forgot the poison. I forgot everything except her. Then a sharp jolt tore through my side, forcing a grimace I barely managed to hide. She didn't see it. Thank the gods she didn't. I wrapped my arms around her and held her tight, breathing in her scent. "I'm here," I whispered, my voice breaking a little. "It's all right." She leaned back, looking up at me, tears still glistening in her eyes. "You're hurt," she said, her hands brushing over my chest, searching. "Alexander." "I'm fine," I cut in quickly, forcing a smile that didn't reach my eyes. "Just tired." How could I look her in the eyes and tell her I was dying? She looked like she wanted to believe me. For a moment, she almost did. But her father was standing a few feet away, watching. His gaze was sharp. He wasn't fooled by my act. He probably saw the way I was standing a little too still, the faint tremor in my hand, the grayness under my skin that even the coat couldn't hide. "Alexander," he said calmly, "you need to see the healer." Faye turned immediately, nodding. "He's right. Come on, you shouldn't be standing right now." I said I'm fine. I tried again, but my voice faltered slightly. A flash of dizziness blurred my vision for a second, and I had to steady myself. Faye's hand tightened around my arm. Her eyes searched mine, fear flickering there now. "Please," she whispered. "Just don't argue this time." I looked at her for a long moment. I could have kept insisting, could have brushed it off, told her I'd do that later. But the truth was, I didn't have the strength to fight her on this. Finally, I exhaled, nodding once. All right, I said quietly. I'll see the healer. Her relief was immediate, the tension in her shoulders softening as she guided me toward the house, and her father followed. I tried to match her pace, to make it look effortless, but every step was forced. After Faye left the room, I unbuttoned my shirt slowly, each movement dragging like it cost more than I had left to give. The fabric clung to my skin, damp with sweat, and when it finally fell away, I saw the way Faye's father's expression changed. The wound wasn't healing. It was worse than before. The edges dark and irritated, spreading outward in thin black lines that curled along my ribs. My skin looked gray beneath the light, like something was eating its way through me from the inside. He drew in a quiet, shaky breath. How long has it looked like this? Not long after the stab, I said. The bleeding reduced, but the pain didn't. It burns deeper now. His eyes darkened with worry. That's not normal, Alexander. I know. I exhaled, resting my hand against the table to steady myself. Before he could reply, the door opened behind us. The healer stepped in, carrying a small satchel of herbs and glass vials. She stopped short when she saw the wound, her professional calm faltering for a heartbeat before she masked it. What kind of weapon did this? She asked, already setting her tools down. A dagger, I said quietly, forged from silver and laced with wolfsbane. She froze, her hands stilling mid-motion. Then, slowly, she looked at me, really looked, and shook her head. Silver and wolfsbane together, she murmured. You shouldn't even be standing right now. Sit. I gave a humorless smile. That makes two of us. I took a seat. She crouched closer, inspecting the edges of the wound without touching it. The black veins pulsed faintly, the skin around them raw and fevered. I saw her swallow hard. The silver prevents healing, she said, her tone more to herself than to me. And the wolfsbane, it spreads through the bloodstream until... Faye's father clenched his fists beside me. You can stop it, can't you? The healer's eyes softened, but her voice remained steady. I can try to slow it, but I can't reverse it. The combination is fatal, Alpha Alexander. There's no antidote known to any pack, not one that's worked. Her words landed like stones, heavy and cold. She opened a vial, pouring a liquid into a cup, then mixed in crushed leaves that released a sharp, minty scent. This will help numb the pain and clear your breathing for a few hours, she explained gently, handing it to me. It'll make it easier to move, but it won't heal you. The poison has already done the damage. I took the cup and drank. The bitterness hit hard, a taste that felt like ash and iron, but I forced it down. When I lowered the cup, her gaze lingered on me with something close to pity. You might make it through the night if your body keeps fighting, she said quietly, but by morning... She trailed off, then shook her head. By morning, your body will give out. I'm sorry. The silence that followed was suffocating. Faye's father looked away, grief flickering in his eyes. I could feel the weight of it pressing down on both of us. The truth neither of us wanted to acknowledge. And then, just as the healer turned to rinse the cup, the door creaked softly open. Faye stood there. Her face was pale, her eyes wide, and from the look on her face, I knew she had heard every word. Alexander. Faye, I managed to say before she cut in. You were just going to die quietly, weren't you? She asked. She still stood frozen in the doorway, eyes wide and tears already blurring her vision. She looked from me to her father, then to the healer, who instinctively lowered her head and stepped back. Faye, I started again, my voice breaking before I could find the right words. She took a slow step forward, her voice barely more than a whisper. You said you were fine. The crack in her tone gutted me. And this is what you meant? Her voice wavered on the last word, trembling like it was the only thing holding her together. I saw the tears spill before I could say anything. Faye, please. I took a step toward her, but she shook her head sharply, backing away. The look she gave me, hurt, disbelief, betrayal, cut deeper than any blade could. Her lips parted like she wanted to speak again, but no sound came. Then she turned, her breath catching, and ran before I could reach her. Faye, I called, but the effort sent pain slicing through my chest. I staggered forward, gripping the edge of the table for balance. Before I could push past the pain and go after her, a firm hand caught my arm. Let her be, her father said quietly, his tone heavy with understanding. She needs to process this. I hesitated, breathing hard, torn between guilt and the instinct to follow. But his eyes, steady and sorrowful, held me still. Slowly I let out a shaky breath and sank back into the chair, my strength fading. The room fell silent except for the pounding of my heart, and I just sat there, staring at the door she'd fled through, the sound of her broken voice echoing in my head. I ran until I could hardly breathe, until the trees blurred past me and the ground beneath my feet felt like it was falling away. I didn't know where I was going, only that I couldn't stay there. I couldn't stand the sound of their voices, the pity in their eyes, the weight of that one unbearable truth ringing in my head. He won't see the next morning. The words wouldn't stop repeating. Over and over, they struck like blades in my chest, slicing through every fragile thread of hope in me. My body ached, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. The air tore through my throat as I stumbled deeper into the woods, branches scraping against my arms. Still, I kept running. When my legs finally gave out, I dropped to my knees in the dirt. My palms hit the ground hard, the sting barely registering through the flood of pain that had already taken over me. I was probably shaking, my breaths ragged and uneven. Why? The word fell out before I realized I'd spoken. My voice cracked, small and broken, swallowed by the stillness of the forest. I pressed my hands harder into the earth, as if I could find some sort of strength buried beneath it. "Why would you do this?" I whispered. My throat felt raw. I hoped the goddess could hear me. The silence pressed in around me, too heavy. My anger began to rise, hot, desperate, wild. "You gave him to me, didn't you?" I shouted, my voice echoing through the trees. "You gave him to me, and now you're taking him away just like that?" Tears burned my eyes, spilling over as my chest heaved. "Why now?" My voice cracked again, the words trembling out between gasps. I pushed myself up from the ground, unsteady on my feet. My vision was blurred with tears, but I looked up at the sky anyway, as if I could see her, the goddess who seemed to enjoy breaking me over and over again. "You're cruel," I screamed. The sound tore through me, raw and shaking. "You're so cruel." The woods echoed my voice back at me, hollow and distant. Birds scattered from the trees, but I didn't care. I screamed again, louder until my throat burned. What did I ever do to deserve this? My words came out strangled. "Haven't I done everything you asked? Haven't I been through enough?" The fury inside me swelled until it broke. I threw my head back and screamed long and hard until my voice gave out completely. The sound carried through the forest like something wild and wounded, shattering the stillness around me. When it ended, the silence that followed felt unbearable. I dropped to the ground, my knees hitting the dirt again. My hands shook as I pressed them to my face, but the tears wouldn't stop. They came harder, faster, sobs that tore through me until I couldn't breathe. "You can't take him from me," I whispered into my hands. "Please, not him. Not now." The forest didn't answer. The goddess didn't answer. Of course she didn't. I looked up through the trees, blinking through tears, the fading sunlight spilling through the leaves. My voice trembled as I spoke again. "Maybe you should take me too," I said quietly, "because I can't live without him. I don't want to." The words broke something in me the moment they left my lips. I wrapped my arms around myself, trying to hold in the ache, but it only grew. My body trembled as sob after sob ripped out of me until I was gasping for air. The wind moved through the trees above me, gentle, indifferent, carrying away my words as if they meant nothing. And there, in the heart of the forest, I broke, crying, begging for mercy that would never come. I fell forward, curling into the dirt, my body shaking as the grief poured out of me until there was nothing left but the sound of my own quiet, broken breathing. "Take me too," I whispered again, and I meant it. Sage sat in the sitting room with her parents, her hands folded tightly in her lap. The silence in the room was suffocating, heavy enough to press against her chest. The words her father had just spoken still echoed in her head. Alexander had been stabbed by a silver dagger tainted with poison, and according to the healer, he wouldn't make it to morning. She stared at her father, unable to believe what she'd just heard. "He's dying?" she whispered, her voice cracking despite her effort to stay composed. Her father nodded slowly, his expression drawn with exhaustion and grief. "The poison has already spread too far," he said quietly. The healer's doing what she can, but it won't change the outcome. Sage blinked rapidly, trying to process it. She wasn't particularly close to Alexander. Truth be told, she wasn't sure they had even shared a full conversation before today. Their only interaction had been the day Faye was taken. Still, the news struck something deep in her chest. Maybe it wasn't grief for Alexander himself, but for Faye, her sister. Faye loved Alexander so much that it had been impossible not to notice. The way she looked at him, the way her whole demeanor softened whenever he was around, it was obvious even to Sage. And now, he was dying. Sage glanced at her mother, who sat rigid beside her, hands clasped tightly over her knees, eyes glassy with disbelief. Her father had gone quiet again, staring. Jason broke the silence. "We should make him call Blood Crescent," he said, leaning forward in his chair. "If he dies here without his pack's knowledge, they'll think we lured him here to kill him. We'll be at war before nightfall tomorrow." Sage's father didn't even argue. He just nodded warily. "You're right," he said, rubbing his temples. "I'll see to it." Sage frowned. "That's all? You're just going to?" Her voice caught, frustration bubbling beneath the sorrow. "You're just going to wait for him to die?" Her father looked up, pained. "You think I haven't thought of every possibility? Every healer within 100 miles? Then find one farther," she snapped. "There has to be someone who can." "Sage," her mother said softly, her tone pleading, "enough." But Sage wasn't ready to let it go. She turned back to her father. "We can't just give up on him, for Faye's sake." Her father exhaled heavily, eyes clouded with a mix of helplessness and reason. "You think I haven't considered it? I spoke with the healer myself." He leaned back in his chair. "Silver alone is lethal enough. It stops a wolf from healing, you know it. But this dagger was also coated with wolfsbane. That combination was deliberate, designed to kill. Whoever struck him knew exactly what they were doing." The room fell silent again. Sage stared down at her hands, her mind racing. Whoever did this hadn't just wanted Alexander wounded, they'd wanted him erased. Then, suddenly, Jason's expression shifted. His brow furrowed slightly, as if something had just clicked into place. Sage caught it immediately. "What?" she asked sharply. "What is it?" Jason didn't answer at first. His gaze was distant, troubled, and for a moment he seemed lost in thought. Sage's heart began to pound a bit. "Jason," she pressed, her voice edged with accusation. "You know something, don't you?" Jason blinked and turned to her, startled. "What? No, of course not." "Don't lie to me," Sage snapped. "What is it?" Jason's jaw tightened. "Sage, don't start," he said. Sage scoffed. "Don't start. My sister's mate is dying in that room, and you're standing here acting like you don't know anything. You've hated Alexander for as long as I've known you. Maybe you." Jason's eyes flashed. "Are you seriously accusing me of that?" "Maybe I am," she shot back. "You agreed to go with him to rescue Faye without even being asked. That wasn't like you. You've never lifted a finger for another Alpha before unless it benefited you. So tell me, Jason, what changed this time?" Jason's hands clenched at his sides. For a long moment, the two of them just stared at each other, tension crackling like electricity in the air. When he finally spoke, his voice was quieter, steadier, but there was an unmistakable edge beneath it. "I won't deny that I disliked Alexander," he said. "Most Alphas don't like each other. We're too proud, too territorial. We tolerate each other because we have to. That's the way it's always been." He paused, his tone softening just slightly. "But disliking someone isn't the same as wanting them dead, Sage. I wouldn't do that." Her glare wavered, but she didn't speak. Jason took a slow breath. "But," he said after a moment, and the word hung heavy in the air, "I did see the dagger." Sage frowned. "You saw what?" "The silver dagger," Jason replied, his eyes darkening. "Patrick had it." The room froze. "Patrick?" Sage's father repeated slowly, disbelief flickering in his tone. Jason nodded. "Yes. I saw it before we went into Moonclaw territory. I didn't think much of it at the time. I assumed it was meant for Draco. I mean, Draco was our common enemy. Why would I have thought?" He trailed off, unable to finish. Sage's stomach turned cold. Patrick. Alpha Patrick. Alexander's supposed ally. Her mother's hand flew to her mouth, her face pale. "But that can't be right," she whispered. Sage's father shook his head, though his expression said otherwise. "That doesn't mean he stabbed him," he muttered, as if trying to convince himself. "Maybe it fell off during the battle and someone else." It was Patrick, a voice cut in from the doorway. Everyone turned. They didn't notice him before. He looked pale, his usual commanding presence dulled by exhaustion. Beneath the shirt he wore, faint traces of sweat glistened on his temples. "Alexander," Sage's mother gasped, rising to her feet. You should be lying down." "I've done enough lying down," he interrupted, his tone calm. His voice carried the weight of someone who had already accepted his fate. Jason looked lost, guilt and disbelief flickering in his expression. Sage's father ran a hand down his face, trying to make sense of it all. "Wait, you mean Alpha Patrick?" he muttered. "But why? He was with you. Your allies." Alexander gave a faint, dry smile. "So I thought," he said softly. "He waited for me to lower my guard. I didn't see it coming." He coughed a little, and he winced from the effect. Jason and Sage were still reeling from the revelation. Among all the alphas who had come for the summit, Patrick had been the closest to Alexander. For how long had he pretended? "Patrick is a snake," Jason said. There was silence for a moment before he added, "I need to check on Faye." He coughed again. "And you're right, I also need to make a call to Blood Crescent. Faye." I tried going back into the house, but along the way, I found myself sitting at the training ground instead. I knew I should be inside with him right now, but I was a coward. I didn't know if I could face him without crying. I wasn't sure how long I'd been sitting there. The forest behind me was quiet. The only sound was the wind weaving through the trees, the faint rustle of leaves brushing against each other. My tears had dried on my cheeks, leaving behind the salty sting of exhaustion. I'd screamed until my throat felt raw, until I had nothing left to give but silence. I didn't even flinch when I heard footsteps behind me. Slow, uneven ones. My heart didn't believe it could be him. My head refused to hope. But when I turned, I saw him standing there. Alexander looked paler, if that was even possible, almost translucent under the moonlight, the color drained from his face. He was trying to stand tall, but even from where I sat, I could see the tremor in his stance, the faint wince he tried to hide whenever he took a breath. "Remember the first day we met? It was right here. You just couldn't stop staring," he said, trying so hard to keep a smirk on his face. I just stared at him. I couldn't believe he was standing there, talking like that, talking like everything was fine. How could he sound so calm? How could he stand there pretending that his world, and mine, wasn't about to fall apart? "Don't look at me like that," he said with a small, weary smile as he made his way closer. "I'm not a ghost. Not yet, at least." "Alexander?" I started, but my voice cracked halfway through his name. He lowered himself beside me slowly with a quiet groan and finally sat down on the cold earth. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then, softly, he murmured, "I'm not going to spend my last hours brooding and feeling sorry for myself. That's not me, Faye. You know that." I turned sharply toward him, my chest burning. "How can you even say that?" He smiled faintly, not meeting my eyes. "Because it's true." His voice was steady, almost casual, but that calmness broke me even more. He wasn't trying to be brave, he was simply at peace. I swallowed hard, blinking back the tears that threatened to rise again. "How did you find me?" His lips curved slightly. "You forget who you're talking to. I could smell you from a mile away if I tried." That almost made me laugh. I let out a shaky breath and gave a dry smile. "Right, of course you could." We sat there for a while in silence. I didn't know what to say, and maybe he didn't either. The air felt heavy, thick with things we both wanted to say but didn't dare. Finally, he broke the silence. "I'm not worried about dying," he said softly. "Just about what happens after. To you, to Irene, and to Moon Crescent." My chest tightened. "What about your mother?" I asked, my voice low. "Helen?" He gave a faint, almost wistful laugh. "Helen will be fine. She always is." That made me laugh too, though it came out half choked, half broken. The tears I thought were gone returned without warning, sliding down my cheeks uncontrollably as I tried to wipe them away. "Don't cry," he whispered, reaching out to brush the tears from my face. His fingers trembled against my skin. "I hate it when you cry." I wanted to tell him that I couldn't help it, that he didn't get to ask me not to cry while calmly talking about dying. But the words caught in my throat, and all I could do was watch him. Memorize the shape of his smile, the quiet warmth in his eyes, the way his hand lingered at my cheek, as if trying to reassure us both that this moment was real. After a while, we just lay back on the ground together, staring up at the pale blue sky. I rested my head against his chest, listening to the steady, slowing rhythm of his heartbeat. It was faint, but still there, proof that he was alive, that for now he was still here. He coughed suddenly, and his whole body tensed beneath me. Alexander? I sat up quickly, my heart leaping into my throat. He winced, pressing a hand to his side. Just a bit of pain. I shook my head, tears brimming again. Don't, I whispered. Don't try to act like this is nothing. Ignoring me, he tried to adjust himself, but I caught his shoulders and guided him down gently until his head rested on my lap. You're not moving another inch, I said, forcing a small, shaky smile. It's my turn to watch over you now. He looked up at me with that same faint grin, the one that had once melted me and now shattered me instead. Is that so? Yes, I said softly. Instead of answering, he reached for my hand. His skin was cold. He brought my fingers to his lips and kissed them lightly, the gesture so tender. For a moment I forgot to cry. I just sat there, my hand in his, the forest silent around us. The anger and despair that had consumed me earlier began to dull, replaced by something quieter, deeper, a terrible calm that came with acceptance. Then as the silence stretched, I found myself whispering, Alexander, the one who stabbed you, is he still alive? His body tensed just slightly. Did you see his face? I pressed. Can you describe him? He hesitated, and that hesitation was enough for me to know he didn't want to tell me. Faye, he said quietly. No. I looked down at him. No. No, I'm not giving you a name, he said, because I know exactly what you're thinking. Please, don't. He was worried I was going to attempt revenge. I tilted my head, my voice calm. If you don't want to tell me, that's fine, I said slowly. But I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'll have Blood Crescent declare war on the entire Moonclaw. We'll storm the territory, and this time, Alexander, not even an insect will be left alive. His lips curved faintly upward, a ghost of amusement flickering in his eyes. My warrior queen, he murmured. The way he said it made my chest ache. I wasn't sure if I wanted to laugh or cry again. Then suddenly he said, There'll be no need for that. I frowned. What do you mean? He smiled faintly. You can't declare war on Moonclaw when their new Alpha is lying right here in your arms. That would be ridiculous. I blinked, trying to process his words. What? I killed Alpha Draco, he said simply, as if he were talking about something casual. So he's gone, I whispered. He nodded slowly. He's gone. I just stared down at him, at the man who had always seemed invincible, and realized that he was slipping away right in front of me. He let out another weak cough, his hand tightening around mine. Besides, he murmured, it wasn't one of Moonclaw who stabbed me. My brows furrowed. What do you mean? His gaze drifted upward, the moonlight reflecting faintly in his eyes. It was Patrick, he said. He betrayed me. I should have seen it coming. Patrick. The name hit me like a punch to the chest. He'd fought beside Alexander. He'd stood with him, pretending to be an ally. My throat tightened as I tried to make sense of it. How long had he smiled in Alexander's face, plotting this? I didn't realize I'd gone still until Alexander's voice broke through my thoughts again. I'm tired, he whispered. I'd like to sleep now. My heart clenched. I wanted to tell him no, that he couldn't, that if he slept now, I wasn't sure he'd ever wake again. But I couldn't speak. My voice wouldn't come. So I just nodded. He smiled faintly, tired, peaceful, and closed his eyes. Faye sat on the ground, her hand resting lightly against Alexander's chest. His breathing had grown shallow, each inhale weaker than the last. She could barely feel the rise and fall beneath her palm anymore, and his heartbeat had slowed to a faint, irregular rhythm that terrified her. But Faye didn't move. She just sat there, staring into nothing, her mind numb from grief and disbelief. The world around her had gone strangely quiet, as though even the wind and the trees were holding their breath, waiting for the inevitable. Somewhere behind her, footsteps approached. Sage had come looking for her. She had known Faye would be here. The training ground was the one place her sister always turned to when her world started to fall apart. Alexander was probably with her too. Sage stopped short when she saw them. For a second, she thought her eyes were deceiving her. Then she blinked, looked again, and froze. Faye, she whispered, her heart pounding hard, her voice trembling. Your hand is. Faye didn't react at first. The words barely registered. But when Sage spoke again, louder this time, Faye blinked out of her daze and looked down. Her breath caught. The hand that had been resting on Alexander's chest was glowing softly, a pale silvery light spreading from her fingertips to her wrist. It pulsed faintly, almost in rhythm with the weak thump of his heart. The light grew brighter, stronger, like it was drawing directly from the moon. Faye's eyes widened in disbelief. What's happening?" she whispered. Sage couldn't move. She stood rooted to the spot, her mouth parted in shock. The glow intensified until it surrounded both of them, bathing Alexander's still body in a soft radiance. Faye could feel something beneath her palm, some strange warmth, deep and alive, thrumming through her veins. It wasn't pain, it wasn't fear. It had power. And then, just as suddenly as it began, the light vanished. The air between them crackled with invisible energy, and before Faye could make sense of what had happened, she felt a violent jolt beneath her palm. Alexander's body arched upward. "Alexander!" she gasped. He began to cough violently, his chest heaving as his body jerked with each breath. Faye panicked, holding on to him, calling his name, her voice breaking as tears blurred her vision. His coughs grew harsher, more painful, and then he lurched forward, vomiting with such force it seemed like his body was rejecting something inside him. Sage, shaken from her shock, turned and sprinted back toward the house. "Somebody! Help! The healer! Get the healer!" Faye stayed by Alexander's side, trying to hold him upright as his body convulsed. She had no idea what was happening, only that she couldn't let go. His skin was hot to the touch, sweat beading along his forehead. He gasped between coughs, his eyes still closed, his breathing ragged and uneven. When Sage returned, she wasn't alone. The healer came running with Faye's parents close behind, their faces pale with fear. The moment they reached the training ground, everyone froze at the sight before them. Alexander slumped against Faye, pale and trembling, with traces of blood and dark bile staining the ground. "What happened?" the healer demanded, kneeling beside them. Faye opened her mouth to answer, but the words tangled in her throat. I don't know," she tried to explain, but everything came out in broken fragments. The healer didn't wait. She pulled back Alexander's shirt, expecting to see the wound worse than before, but what she saw made her stop cold. The gash, once irritated and dark, looked cleaner. The edges had begun to knit together, the skin faintly pink instead of gray and black. It wasn't healed completely, but it was no longer spreading. The silver burns were fading. The healer blinked rapidly, her expression turning from disbelief to awe. "That's not possible," she murmured. Faye's mother stepped closer, her hand over her mouth. "What do you mean?" "The poison," the healer said, almost in a whisper. "It should have killed him. But this," she pointed to the wound. "This looks like it's healing." Faye's father looked down at the mess on the ground. Among the vomit were streaks of something metallic and strange, dark, oily clots that shimmered faintly in the light. The healer's face went pale. "He's vomited the poison," she said. "He expelled it from his system. That shouldn't be possible, not with this nature of poison." Faye stared numbly at her own hands. Her fingers still tingled faintly, the remnants of that warmth lingering under her skin. What had she done? What was that? She turned her palms over slowly, as if searching for answers written there. Her father regained his composure first. "Get him inside," he ordered. "Now." Two of the warriors nearby rushed forward, carefully lifting Alexander's limp body. Faye stood back, dazed, watching as they carried him toward the house. She didn't move until Sage touched her arm gently. "Faye," her sister whispered, still wide-eyed. What was that?" Faye didn't answer. She couldn't. She just stared at her hands again, flexing her fingers as though the motion might help her understand. The glow was gone now, but the memory of it burned bright in her mind. The light, the heat, the pulse that had felt so alive. She knew she carried gifts she didn't fully understand, power that had stirred beneath her for a while now but never fully manifested in any defined form. Yet this was something else entirely. It hadn't felt deliberate or controlled. It had burst out of her like a storm, breaking through. Even healing gifts, she'd been told, came subtly, through herbs, energy, touch, or time, not through blinding light that seemed to draw power from the moon itself. Faye swallowed hard, then rushed toward the house too. Behind her, Sage still stood frozen. For the first time, she looked at her twin as if she were staring at a stranger. The room was silent except for the soft sound of Alexander's breathing. He lay motionless on the bed, his face calm, almost peaceful. An hour ago, that same face had been pale and lifeless. Now his chest rose and fell, his skin warm again. Faye sat beside him, hands clasped tightly on her knees. Her palms still tingled faintly. Every few seconds she would glance at them, half expecting to see that strange light again. The healer, Edna, stood at the foot of the bed, her face a mask of disbelief. She had tended to hundreds of wounds in her lifetime, seen death in every shade, but never had she seen it reverse so completely, so fast. Finally she exhaled, shaking her head. "I've never seen anything like this," she murmured. Faye glanced at Edna but said nothing. Her father's hand rested heavily on her shoulder. Edna turned toward everyone and said, "He'll live, but he needs peace. All of you, out. He must rest." They obeyed without argument. But when Faye started to rise, Edna lifted a hand. "Not you, child. Stay." When the door closed behind the others, the room felt smaller, tighter. The weight of what had happened pressed down on both of them. Edna came closer, her eyes calm. "Faye, tell me the truth. Tell me exactly what happened out there," she said. Her voice was calm, but there was something behind it, something almost cautious. Faye swallowed hard. I don't know," she whispered. "He was just lying there. I could feel his breath slipping away. I put my hand on his chest to comfort him. I just wanted him to breathe again." She hesitated. Then my hand started to glow. I didn't even notice until Sage said something from behind us. It was warm, but not like fire. It was deeper, heavier. Then he started shaking, and... She broke off, her voice cracking. Edna said nothing for a while. She sat slowly on the edge of the bed and took one of Faye's hands in hers. The woman's touch was gentle. "Have you experienced it before?" Faye shook her head. "No." "Child," she said softly, "do you understand what you did?" Faye shook her head again. I healed him, didn't I?" Edna's gaze remained fixed on her for a moment, then glanced at Alexander. "No," she said quietly. "You didn't just heal him. It's more like you brought him back. There's a difference." Faye blinked, her heart skipping a beat. "What?" "What you did wasn't regular healing. It was restoration. You called him back from where no wolf should ever return," Edna said. Faye stared at her, her mouth parting in disbelief. "That's not possible." Edna gave a soft, humorless laugh. "I would have said the same thing an hour ago, but I've lived long enough to know that the goddess sometimes touches her children in ways we can't understand, and I just witnessed it. What happened tonight frightened me." Faye's throat tightened. "Frightened you?" The old woman nodded. "Because power like that never comes freely. There's always a cost." Faye's breath caught. "A cost? But..." Edna nodded again. "The world doesn't allow life to return without taking something in exchange. It could be strength, memory, or something far worse. I can't tell you what it will take, or if it would take anything at all this time, but Faye..." She reached forward, her voice trembling just slightly. "Don't ever use that power carelessly. If the goddess has given you the ability to touch death and bring life back, then she has also given you the burden of consequence." Faye looked down at her palms. Her voice was small when she spoke. "I didn't know how it happened. I didn't even do anything to trigger it," she said. "It felt like I was just a vessel." Edna's eyes softened. "That's because you were, and you don't have control over it yet. You must master it." They sat in silence for a moment. The air was heavy with the scent of herbs and candle wax. Alexander shifted slightly in his sleep, a quiet sound escaping his lips. Faye's eyes shifted to him immediately. "He's breathing fine now," she whispered. "That's all that matters." Edna nodded slowly, though her expression was still clouded. "Yes, of course," she said softly. "But remember my words, Faye. This power, whatever it is, doesn't come from any known healing. You reached into the void tonight. Be grateful that the void didn't reach back, and be careful." She rose to her feet, brushed a hand over Faye's hair, and said quietly, "Go get some rest, child. I'll watch over him." "I want to stay by his side. I want to be here when he wakes up," Faye said. Edna smiled and nodded. "That's fine. I don't mind watching over you both." Blood Crescent. Cole leaned against the edge of the desk, arms crossed, eyes fixed on nothing in particular, when the office door swung open. Irene walked in, worry written all over her face. "Cole, Have you heard from Alexander or Faye since yesterday? She asked, her tone tight. I've been calling both of them and getting nothing. It's not like either of them to go silent this long. Cole straightened a little, masking the unease that flickered through him. He was worried himself, but he couldn't afford to feed Irene's worry. No, he said evenly. I haven't been able to reach them either. Irene frowned, pacing a little. Maybe they've just been busy. You know how those summits can get, long meetings, endless discussions. Maybe their phones died and they forgot to charge them or something. Cole lifted a brow, giving her a look that said seriously. Realizing how ridiculous that sounded, Irene huffed. Fine, do you have a better explanation? Cole sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. No, but I'll reach out to some of our contacts in Silver Hollow, he said. Maybe they can help remind Alexander and the Luna to charge their phones. Irene's eyes narrowed. You're so annoying, she muttered, almost throwing her phone at him before rolling her eyes and leaving the room. The moment the door closed, Cole's casual mask vanished. The smile disappeared. His jaw tightened as he pulled out his phone and scrolled to a number he hadn't used in months. He dialed quickly. The line rang twice before a gruff voice answered. Cole, it's been a while, the man said. Yeah, Cole replied curtly. Sorry to bother you, but I can't reach Alpha Alexander or Luna Faye. They were in Silver Hollow for the summit. Have you heard anything from that end? There was a pause on the other side, then the man said, I wouldn't know if the summit held or not. Things got bad here. Cole frowned. What do you mean bad? You didn't hear? The man sounded genuinely surprised. Silver Hollow was attacked in broad daylight. Moonclaw wolves. They hit hard. A lot of lives were lost, properties destroyed. Thankfully, they didn't get to the pack house. If your Alpha was in the summit hall, he should be safe. I have to go. My child's in the clinic. Before Cole could ask more, the line went dead. He stood frozen for a moment, the words echoing in his head. Silver Hollow was attacked. His pulse quickened. How could he have known? It was a clash between two werewolf packs. Something like that would never make it to public news. Those kinds of things stayed buried. Cole's hands tightened around the phone. He needed to send men to Silver Hollow immediately, to make sure they were all right. Silver Hollow. When I woke up, the first thing I felt was the weight of silence. No pain, no darkness, just stillness. For a moment I didn't move. My eyes drifted across the room. Then the memories came back, one after another. The summit, the ambush, Patrick, the blade, face right before everything went black. My chest tightened. I sat up slowly, every muscle stiff but strangely alive. My hand moved to my stomach instinctively, to where the blade had cut through me at the side. Bad enough that even the healer had said I wouldn't make it through the night. But when I lifted my shirt, all I saw was skin. Bruised, faintly discolored, but whole. No gash, no trace of a silver burn, nothing. For a second, I wondered if this was the afterlife. Maybe this was what it looked like. Quiet, calm, and unbearably real. I ran my fingers over the spot again. It was smooth and warm. Maybe I wasn't alive at all. Maybe this was some cruel illusion, a dream that the goddess granted to ease me into the void. The door creaked softly and I looked up. Faye. She walked in, balancing a tray in her hands. The smell of food filled the room. Her hair was tied loosely and there were dark circles under her eyes, but the moment she saw me sitting up, her face lit up like dawn breaking after a long storm. Faye, I said her name before I even realized it. It felt strange on my tongue. Not because I hadn't said it before, but because I didn't expect to say it again. She froze for half a heartbeat, then hurried forward, setting the tray down on the bedside table so quickly the spoon rattled against the bowl. Then, before I could say another word, she threw herself into my arms. Her warmth hit me first. Solid, trembling, real. I caught her automatically, one arm looping around her back, the other brushing over her hair. She didn't say anything for a while, and I didn't either. I just held her, breathing her in, trying to understand what kind of miracle this was. When she finally pulled away, her eyes were wet, glistening like she'd been crying. But it wasn't sadness I saw. It was relief so raw it almost hurt to look at. Is this, I hesitated, trying to find the words, is this supposed to be some kind of heaven or what? She blinked, and for a second there was silence. Then she laughed. It was a soft, shaky sound, half amusement, half disbelief. "Do you think heaven looks like this?" she asked, smiling through her tears. Instead of answering, I lifted my shirt again, staring at the faint bruise on my stomach. "Then explain this." Her laughter faded. Slowly, almost reverently, she reached out and touched the spot where the blade had pierced me. Her fingers were warm against my skin, her touch feather-light, like she was afraid she'd undo whatever miracle had happened. For a moment she didn't speak. Her gaze lingered on the place her hand rested, her expression caught somewhere between awe and confusion. "It's a miracle," she said finally, her voice barely audible. I thought I lost you, Alexander." Her voice cracked on my name, and before I could respond, she leaned forward and wrapped her arms around me again. "Don't ever do that to me again," she murmured against my chest, her tone breaking somewhere between anger and relief. I rested my chin lightly against her head, unsure how to respond. My mind was still scattered, my thoughts struggling to keep up with reality. I could remember fading, the cold creeping in, my heartbeat slowing, the world slipping away. I was sure I had died, and yet here I was, breathing, thinking, touching her. Waking up to life felt foreign, like I was wearing borrowed time. There had to be some kind of explanation. She eventually pulled away, wiping her eyes quickly, forcing a smile that didn't quite reach them. "Do you want to freshen up first or eat first?" she asked, her tone trying to sound casual. I glanced at the tray she'd brought, the steaming bowl, the mug beside it. My stomach growled faintly, but still I shook my head. "I think I'll brush my teeth and have a proper bath first," I said. "My entire body needs that more than food right now." There was a knock at the door just as I swung my legs off the bed, the sound sharp enough to break the soft quiet of the room. Faye turned toward it, but before she could answer, the door opened. Jason stepped inside. For a heartbeat, I just stared at him. The proud Alpha of Silver Hollow, the man who'd always carried himself with that quiet arrogance. But the man standing before me now didn't look like that Jason. His posture was different. His usual smirk was gone. He looked humbled. For the first time since I'd known him, Jason didn't carry the air of unspoken competition, that restless need to prove something whenever we were in the same space. Instead, there was something else in his eyes, regret, maybe, or gratitude. "Alpha Alexander," he greeted quietly, almost awkwardly. "It's good to see you awake." I blinked. I wasn't sure I'd heard him right. He looked uncomfortable, shifting slightly like the words themselves didn't fit right on his tongue. His gaze flicked toward Faye briefly, then back to me. "Alpha Jason," I replied finally, my tone cautious. He nodded, his jaw tightening before he said, "It's good to have you back, truly." For a moment I didn't know what to say. Those were words I'd never expected to hear from him. Not with that tone, not from a man who'd once looked at me like a rival more than anything. "Thank you," I said simply, because it was the only thing that felt right. Jason hesitated, then exhaled deeply, rubbing the back of his neck. "I wouldn't have forgiven myself if you'd actually died," he admitted. "It would have been my fault in a way. I was the one who invited you here. You came to my land as a guest, and this happened." His voice wasn't steady. There was guilt in it, real guilt. I studied him quietly, unsure if I wanted to accept that sentiment or not, but something in his tone made me believe he meant it. Faye stood beside me, silent, her eyes flicking between us. The air felt strange and awkward. Then, all at once, something in my mind clicked. "Damn," I muttered. "I didn't contact home." Faye looked at me, startled. "What?" "Blood Crescent," I said quickly, running a hand through my hair. "They'll be worried sick. Cole must be losing his mind by now. He's probably already planning to send a search team." Faye's face fell slightly, and she shook her head. "I didn't call either. I lost my phone during the attack," she said softly. "I haven't even thought about it until now." I sighed. "Then they've heard nothing from either of us." Jason nodded quietly, as if understanding the urgency. "I can get you a phone," he said quickly. Then, without hesitation, he reached into his pocket and handed me his own. "Use mine," he said. I took it, a bit surprised by how willingly he offered it. "Thank you," I said again, meaning it this time. He nodded once. "You'll need to put their minds at ease." North Ridge. Patrick relaxed in his chair, a slow, satisfied smirk curving his lips as the morning sunlight streamed through the blinds of his office. He wasn't sorry for what he'd done, not even close. In fact, he'd been waiting for this feeling for years. For once, his thoughts were quiet, his conscience at peace. Alexander Blackwell, Alpha of Blood Crescent, the last of his evil bloodline, was gone. At last, he'd made sure of it himself. The memory of that moment came alive briefly in his mind. The look of disbelief on Alexander's face when the blade sank into his side, the way his strength faltered, the shock in his eyes as realization dawned that it was Patrick who had betrayed him. It should have been done a long time ago, and now it had. He rose from his seat and moved to the window overlooking his territory. North Ridge lay spread out before him, quiet and disciplined, as it should be. The people below bowed their heads as he passed, loyal. Soon Blood Crescent would kneel too. Without Alexander, the pack would crumble. There was no one left with enough authority or power to stop him. His beta, Conrad, entered the office quietly, holding a tablet. "Alpha," he greeted, but Patrick didn't turn. He could sense the hesitation in his second's voice before the man spoke again. "Are you certain Alexander is dead?" Patrick's smirk widened. "You doubt me, Conrad?" "No, Alpha," Conrad said quickly. "It's just that, for someone of his status, shouldn't there have been news by now? I mean, he wasn't just an Alpha. He was Alexander Blackwell, the CEO of Crescent Dynamics. His death would be everywhere, on every channel, every headline." Patrick finally turned, amusement flickering in his cold eyes. "And you think they'd broadcast it so fast, considering how he died?" he asked, his tone laced with mockery. "You think the family would tell the world that their heir was stabbed with a silver dagger laced with wolfsbane and died?" Conrad frowned slightly, but said nothing. Patrick walked slowly toward him. "You've been in this world long enough to know how it works. The humans can't ever know. They won't report a death they can't explain. His family, his pack." He paused, a dark chuckle rumbling from his chest. "They're probably scrambling right now, trying to come up with a story that sounds believable. Plane crash, maybe, or an unfortunate accident. They can't just tell the public that their precious Alexander was killed in a supernatural fight." Conrad nodded slowly, realization dawning. "So, they're delaying the announcement." "Exactly," Patrick said, settling back into his chair. "They're taking time to fabricate something presentable before it hits the news. But make no mistake, he's gone. No one survives a stab like that. Silver alone would have burned through his veins, but wolfsbane?" He shook his head, the smirk returning. "That poison eats through the body from the inside out. Even the moon goddess herself couldn't save him." Conrad hesitated, his brow furrowing. "But," Patrick cut him off with a sharp look. "Don't start," he warned. "That man was a relic of his bloodline, arrogant, thought he was untouchable, born into privilege and worshipped by fools, but he wasn't immortal. He bled like any other wolf, and he's dead by now." Conrad bowed his head in silent acknowledgement, though the unease didn't leave his expression. Patrick ignored it. He reached for a crystal decanter on his desk and poured himself a drink. "Do you know what this means, Conrad?" he asked, his tone almost light. "For years, Blood Crescent has stood above every other pack, wealth, influence, alliances, all because of that man and his precious ancestors. They played God over the rest of us, but now—" He raised his glass in mock salute. "Now that he's dead, their so-called dynasty is over." Conrad's gaze flicked up, curious. "You plan to move against Blood Crescent?" "Of course," Patrick said simply. "But not yet. We'll give them time to mourn. I'm not cruel. When the time is right, we'll strike." He took a slow sip of his drink, savoring it. "We'll take everything from them, their lands, their alliances, their power. By the time we're done, Blood Crescent will be nothing more than a memory." Conrad shifted uneasily, sensing the depth of his Alpha's satisfaction. "You've waited a long time for this." Patrick's gaze darkened. "You have no idea," he said quietly. There was more to his hatred than ambition. Years ago, long before Alexander inherited the title of Alpha, Patrick's own father had bowed before Blood Crescent's rule to beg for aid during a war. But Alexander's father had turned him down because, according to him, it was not his battle to fight. Patrick could remember the look of helplessness on his father's face till this day. The humiliation had burned itself into Patrick's memory, the way Alexander's late father had treated North Ridge as lesser for years, only handing out crumbs of supplies when he felt like it. Patrick had sworn that one day he'd end that bloodline, and now he had. It wasn't just victory, it was justice. He turned back toward the window, staring out at the vast expanse of forest that separated his land from Blood Crescent's. Somewhere beyond those trees lay the ruins of his enemy's pride. Soon, those lands would be his. "Prepare the warriors," he said finally. "Quietly. I don't want anyone outside the council knowing our plans yet. When the time comes, we'll march on Blood Crescent, and there will be no survivors. He'll wipe them out and take their lands." Conrad bowed his head. "Yes, Alpha." Patrick didn't respond. His eyes were distant, his mind already on the conquest ahead. For years he'd been patient, careful, waiting for the right moment to strike. Now it was here. He thought of Alexander's face again, how shock had turned to fear. The memory gave him a dark sense of peace. Let the world wait for the news, he thought. Let them mourn their golden boy. By the time they realized what had happened, Blood Crescent would already belong to him. "Funny," Patrick said. "They say dreams come true with faith. Turns out, all they need is a dagger and a little push." Silver Hollow. Faye, I stood in front of Sage's door for almost a full minute before I knocked. There wasn't any real reason to hesitate. It was my sister, after all. But something about the moment felt heavier than it should have been. Maybe because it would be the last night I spent here before leaving for Blood Crescent. Maybe because Sage and I hadn't really talked since everything. Her voice came softly from inside. "Come in." The door creaked a little when I pushed it open. Sage was sitting cross-legged on her bed, her hair down for once, the moonlight from the window spilling across her face. She looked peaceful, almost too peaceful, like she'd already made peace with something I hadn't. "Faye," she said, a bit surprised. "Is everything okay? How is Alexander?" "He's all right. Everything's fine. I came to tell you," I said, standing awkwardly near the door, "that Alexander and I will be leaving for Blood Crescent tomorrow." For a moment there was silence, just the faint sound of crickets outside. Sage didn't say anything right away. She looked at me for a while, her expression blank. Then, in a tone so casual it almost startled me, she said, "So you really do have gifts, huh?" It wasn't an accusation, but it wasn't quite curiosity either. Something sat beneath her voice, something old and cautious. I nodded and moved closer, perching at the edge of her bed. "Yeah," I said quietly, "I guess I do." Sage tilted her head slightly, studying me. "So," she went on, "you can heal or bring someone back to life. What's the other gift?" I hesitated, drawing in a small breath. "I had a vision," I said. "The night we arrived here. I saw Alexander. He was bleeding. It felt so real, and then it actually happened." I forced a small laugh. "So I'm guessing the other one is sight, or something close to it." Sage nodded slowly, almost absently, as if she'd already known but wanted to hear it from me. For a while, neither of us spoke. The air between us was thick, not with tension, but with everything unsaid over the years. Finally, I felt the need to say something, anything to bridge the silence. "Sage," I began, my voice soft, "I hope you know that I didn't choose any of this. The whole thing about absorbing both powers while we were in the womb." I shook my head, trying to make sense of something that never had any logic. It sounds ridiculous. It makes no sense, but I just found myself in it. I didn't ask for this. Sage looked down for a moment, her expression thoughtful. When she spoke again, her tone surprised me, calm, even understanding. "Honestly, Faye," she said, "I don't envy you on this one." I blinked. "You don't?" She gave a soft laugh and shook her head. "No, I've come to realize that I was missing something important all these years. I spent so much time being jealous, so much time thinking you were just lucky, special, favored by the goddess or by everyone around you. But that was ignorance, pure ignorance." Her words caught me off guard. I didn't know what to say. She went on, her eyes lifting to meet mine. "You weren't handed anything, Faye. You've never been given special treatment. In fact, when I think about it now, your life has been one challenge after another. For every good thing that came your way, there was always a price attached." I felt my throat tighten. She wasn't wrong. "When you became the Delta of Silver Hollow," she continued, "I remember being angry. I thought it should have been me. But I never stopped to think about what it took to get there. The sleepless nights, the endless training, the pain of war. You spent more hours on the training grounds than you did at home. I would have given up halfway through. The universe knew what each of us could handle." She smiled faintly. And if these gifts were given to you, it's probably because the goddess herself knew I would have broken under their weight, or worse, abused them. A small, shaky breath left my lips. Sage, she lifted a hand gently, as if to stop me. It's okay. I mean it. I understand now. There was a long pause. I studied her face, half expecting to find bitterness hiding somewhere beneath her calmness. But there was none, just quiet acceptance. Then, softly, she added, "Now you can save lives with your gifts. You already saved Alexander's, but at what cost?" The question hit me like a chill. My eyes darted to hers in surprise. "How did you?" She gave a little shrug. "I heard Edna talking to Mother last night. She said for every life you save, there's a price attached." I swallowed hard. The memory of Edna's warning echoed in my head, the way she'd looked at me with that mixture of awe and fear, the way her voice trembled when she said the balance must always be restored, that the power to call life back from death was never meant to exist freely. Sage reached for my hand. Her fingers were warm and steady. "You're strong, Faye," she said. "Stronger than you think. Whatever the cost is, I trust you can weather it." Her words should have comforted me, but they didn't. They felt heavy, like a promise I didn't know if I could keep. Because deep down, I could already feel something wrong inside me, something off. My wolf had been quiet ever since that night, too quiet. I hadn't told anyone, not even Edna, but the silence scared me more than anything. I squeezed Sage's hand gently, forcing a small smile. "Thank you," I whispered. She smiled back, a real one this time, the kind that made her eyes soften. "You know," she said after a moment, "you could invite me to visit Blood Crescent sometime." "I was actually going to say that," I replied, laughing. "You should come visit. It's not as gloomy as people make it sound." She raised an eyebrow, teasing. "I just hope I don't get kidnapped while I'm there too." That made me laugh, really laugh. "You'd probably scare off whoever tried." Sage laughed too, shaking her head. For a moment, everything felt normal again, like we were just two sisters joking around in the quiet of our room, not two pieces of some strange prophecy or divine mix-up. After the laughter faded, silence filled the room again, but it was a different kind of silence this time, peaceful, settled. I stood up, brushing invisible dust from my clothes. "I should go get some rest," I said softly. "We're leaving early." She nodded, her expression warm. "Be careful, Faye, and tell Alexander I said congratulations on still being alive." I chuckled, heading toward the door. "I'll tell him." But before I stepped out, I turned back. Sage was watching me, her eyes soft but serious. "Faye," she said quietly. "Yes?" "If things ever get too heavy," she said, "you can always come home." My chest ached a little at that. I smiled. "I know." "Faye," I stood before the mirror, fully dressed for the trip, my hands smoothing the front of my jacket though there wasn't a wrinkle in sight. All I could feel was the heavy stillness inside me. For hours I'd ignored it, the quiet, the strange emptiness. But now, staring at my reflection, I couldn't. I looked the same on the outside, but I didn't feel the same. "Nova," I whispered, closing my eyes, focusing. I reached inward the way I always did, searching for that spark, the warmth that always responded, the familiar rush of shared energy that reminded me I was never alone. Her voice. Nothing. Nothing. Just silence. I tried again, harder this time, steadying my breathing, pushing past the noise of my thoughts. "Nova, come on, please." Still nothing. My pulse quickened. I pressed a hand to my chest as though I could summon her by sheer force of will, but there was no stir, no whisper, not even the faintest echo of her presence. It was like reaching into a place that used to be filled with life and finding only emptiness. My throat tightened. Was this the price? The thought hit again before I could stop it. Edna's words returned to me, haunting and cold. She made sure I understood that for every life I give, something must be taken. Was my wolf the price I had to pay for bringing Alexander back? Or was this something else, something physical, something temporary? Maybe it was the drugs Draco's men used when they captured me. Maybe the effects were lingering longer than they should. Maybe Nova was just healing. But deep down, a part of me already knew better. I took a slow breath, trying to steady myself, but it didn't help. I felt hollow, unanchored, like a part of me had been cut away. My gaze drifted to the mirror again. I looked strong enough, composed enough, but my reflection didn't feel like me. It was weird. And then, just as I was about to turn away, I saw his reflection appear behind mine. Alexander. He stepped into the room quietly. He was already dressed for the trip, his dark jacket fitting perfectly, his expression soft as his eyes met mine in the mirror. For a moment he didn't say anything. He just looked at me, studying my face the way he always did when he knew something was off but didn't want to push too hard. Then his hands came around my waist from behind, his touch gentle and grounding. "Are you okay?" he asked quietly, his voice a low murmur near my ear. I hesitated for a heartbeat too long before forcing a small smile. I didn't need him feeling guilty about something I wasn't even sure of yet. "I'm fine," I lied, meeting his gaze through the mirror. "Just ready to go home." His expression softened further, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Home," he repeated. I liked the sound of that. I turned slightly in his arms to face him, trying to hold on to that smile, even as the weight in my chest lingered. He brushed a stray strand of hair from my face and searched my eyes, maybe sensing the exhaustion behind them. "Then let's take you home," he said finally. Something warm stirred in my chest at the way he said it. Simple, steady, sure. Maybe it didn't matter right now whether Nova was silent or gone. Maybe all that mattered was that he was alive, standing right here. I nodded. "Let's go." He smiled faintly, leaned down and pressed a soft kiss to my forehead. "As you wish, my lady," he murmured against my skin. It made me laugh a little. Then he laced his fingers with mine and led me toward the door. We walked down the hall in comfortable silence, his thumb brushing over my knuckles now and then, and for a brief moment, I let myself believe everything would be fine. Outside, the air was cool, the morning bright and still. The car was already waiting by the front steps. Alexander opened the passenger door for me, his hand steady at my back. I climbed in, the leather cold against my palms as I settled into the seat. Alexander. The car was silent for a while after we got in. The only sound was the faint click of the seatbelt as Faye fastened it and settled against the seat. She turned her face toward the window. There was something distant in her eyes, a quiet kind of worry she was trying to hide, but it clung to her like a shadow she couldn't shake off. I gripped the steering wheel, but didn't start the car right away. I just looked at her. The more I watched, the more that feeling in my chest grew, the one that said there was something she wasn't saying. I could sense it. The stillness in her, the silence beneath her usual calm, wasn't just exhaustion. It was something else entirely. Finally, I spoke. "It was you, wasn't it?" She blinked, slowly turning to face me. Her expression didn't change much. She was always good at masking her emotions, but the slight shift in her eyes told me I was right. I took a quiet breath. "It wasn't the medicine," I said, my voice low. "The healer told me herself it was only meant to ease the pain, make dying less unbearable. She said it couldn't reverse anything. There's no cure for a poisoned silver wound, Faye. You and I both know that." Her gaze softened, but she said nothing. I looked away for a moment, staring out the windshield at the sunlight shimmering over the driveway. "I remember everything," I said quietly. "The moment I stopped breathing, the way the world faded, the pain that just disappeared, then nothing, absolute nothingness. And when I woke up, I let out a faint breath I didn't know I was holding and looked at her again. I shouldn't have been able to. The truth of it was still unsettling. The feeling of being gone, truly gone, had a weight I couldn't explain. It wasn't sleep, it wasn't unconsciousness, it was absence. And yet here I was, alive, sitting next to the woman who had defied death itself. Inside, I kept turning it over, the impossible reality of it. I'd read about things like this before. Rare accounts hidden deep within the old Crescent archives. They called them the Forbidden Restorations. Stories of wolves who reached beyond the veil to pull another back. Most of those accounts ended the same way, with loss. Some lost their powers, some their minds, some even their lives. Because death always demanded balance. But if those stories were true, then someone had paid a price. And if it wasn't me, then it had to be her. I turned to her again. "What did you give up, Faye?" I asked softly. "Look at me, tell me the truth." Her shoulders stiffened, her eyes falling away from mine. "Nothing," she said finally. "At least, nothing I know of." Her voice was quiet, careful. "Maybe I'll just have to wait and see." I studied her face, searching for cracks in her calm, but she gave me none. Still, I could feel doubt beneath her words. I wanted to press, to make her tell me more, but something in her expression stopped me. It wasn't fear, it was exhaustion, the kind that comes from carrying too much for too long. "Faye," I began, but she leaned forward and kissed me before the words could come out. It was soft, a touch of warmth that caught me completely off guard. My thoughts stopped, my questions vanished, and for a moment, everything was still. When she pulled back, there was a small, almost mischievous smile tugging at her lips. "No more negativity," she murmured. "Maybe there's no exchange. Maybe not everything we've been taught is true." Her words were light, but I knew she didn't believe them. She just didn't want me to worry. I brushed my thumb across her cheek, holding her gaze for a heartbeat longer. "You really think I'll believe that?" I asked gently. She smiled again. "You're supposed to," she said. I could have kept pushing, and part of me wanted to, but there was a strange peace in the car I didn't want to break, the kind of fragile quiet that feels like if you move too quickly, it'll shatter. So I just let it be. I turned back to the steering wheel and started the car, Blood Crescent. Gerald sat in the corner of the bar, dressed in a plain jacket and a wide-brimmed hat pulled low over his face. The disguise wasn't elaborate, but it was enough to keep him from being easily recognized. He swirled the drink in his hand absently, eyes flicking toward the door every few seconds. A few minutes later, another man walked in. Gerald recognized him immediately and waved him over. Elder Nelson hesitated at first, scanning the room before making his way to the table. When he finally reached Gerald, his brows drew together in mild surprise. "I almost didn't recognize you," he said, eyeing the hat. "That was the idea," Gerald replied with a faint smile, motioning for him to sit. Nelson pulled out a chair and sat down, though his expression remained cautious. "So what's this about? You sounded urgent." Gerald leaned back slightly. "We'll have to wait for someone else first." Nelson frowned. "Someone else?" "Kyle," Gerald said. Nelson raised an eyebrow. "The Delta?" Gerald nodded. Nelson sighed and shook his head. "Gerald, if this is one of your schemes again, you're wasting your time. I'm not interested in whatever mess you're trying to stir." "Easy," Gerald said, lifting a hand in a calming gesture. "Just hear me out first." Before Nelson could respond, the door opened again. Kyle stepped in, his tall frame and sharp expression drawing a few glances from nearby tables. He didn't look pleased to be there. He stopped beside the table, arms crossed. "Why did you summon me, Gerald?" "Sit down, Kyle," Gerald said evenly. Reluctantly, Kyle pulled out a chair and sat, his posture rigid. Gerald signaled to the waiter, who approached, but Kyle's patience snapped. "With all due respect," Kyle said, his voice low but edged with irritation, "go straight to the point. I'm only here because I once respected you as an elder of Blood Crescent, and because you said this had something to do with the attack from that Marcus guy, not for a drink." Gerald nodded, lowering his voice. "You're right. I didn't call you here to waste your time. I know I might not be a respectable elder anymore, not after Alpha Alexander stripped me of my title, but I'm still the same man who's always cared for the pack. I may have taken some wrong steps trying to prove it, but my intentions were never malicious." Kyle glanced at Nelson, then back at Gerald, and said nothing. Gerald leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table as he continued, his tone lowering slightly. "I'm glad you're already familiar with his name. You should also know that Marcus isn't just some wolf sending rogues after Blood Crescent wolves." Kyle's expression didn't change. "I already know that," he replied flatly. "Marcus is after Blood Crescent because, whoever he is, somewhere in his sick head, he believes he's qualified to rule the pack as Alpha." Gerald smirked faintly. "I can see you already have an idea about that too," he said. "But what I can bet you don't know is that Marcus isn't sick in the head at all. He really is qualified. He's also a Blackwell by birth. Illegitimate, yes, but still a Blackwell. Alexander's father had him with his first mate before Alexander was born. Technically, Marcus would have been the rightful heir." Nelson's eyes widened in shock. "What?" he breathed, leaning back. Kyle, however, didn't look impressed. He stared at Gerald for a long moment before asking, "And how exactly did you come to know this?" Gerald's lips curved into a knowing smile. "I met him," he said simply. "Face to face, Marcus isn't coming to destroy Blood Crescent. He's coming for his birthright, with or without the pack's support. but he'd rather have that support because he isn't planning to tear the pack down. Tell me, who would he lead if he destroyed everyone in it? Nelson opened his mouth to respond, but Kyle laughed, a short, humorless sound. You know what's funny? He said, leaning back in his chair. Some people just never learn. I can't believe you're still here, Gerald, trying to plot against the Alpha again. And this time, you thought it was a good idea to bring me into it. Gerald's tone grew urgent. I brought you into this because as Delta, you have the power to make a difference. You've seen and fought countless wars for this pack. You understand what's at stake. You know the value of peace. Would you rather watch Blood Crescent perish fighting against someone who actually has a rightful claim, just because of your loyalty to Alexander, Marcus? Kyle cut him off sharply. Whoever Marcus is, even if he really is a Blackwell and the firstborn, he can go claim his inheritance at the company. That's between him and his family. But when it comes to the position of Alpha, Blood Crescent knows no other Alpha apart from Alexander. His last name isn't the only thing that made him Alpha. He earned it. He leaned forward, his voice steely. So if Marcus thinks he's qualified, he's welcome to challenge Alexander directly. But if he expects loyalty to just shift to his side, some faceless coward who hides behind rogues and ambushes the pack during a full moon, then yes, Marcus is really sick in the head. And you can tell him this, Gerald. Blood Crescent isn't afraid to fight, especially when it's for what we believe in. Nelson hesitated before speaking. If what Gerald is saying is true, Kyle, maybe you should at least listen. Nobody's saying betray the Alpha. We're talking about what's right, about who the rightful heir is. It's all for the good of the pack, Gerald nodded. Exactly. So tell me, Kyle, who do you serve? Alexander or Blood Crescent? Kyle's eyes hardened. I serve Blood Crescent, he said firmly, and I fight beside Alexander, as the Alpha. He pushed his chair back and stood to leave, but Gerald's voice followed him. Don't start something you'll regret, Kyle. Don't choose a war you can't finish. When Blood Crescent suffers for its blind loyalty, you'll remember you had a chance to be part of peace, but chose violence instead. Kyle smirked. Oh, Gerald. If following that coward is the peace you speak of, then I'll gladly choose war. And you don't have to worry about finishing it. I don't intend to. I'll only lay down my weapon if Alexander surrenders. Kyle adjusted his jacket and walked away. Nelson looked uneasy, watching Kyle leave. Gerald, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Alpha of Blood Crescent has always been a Blackwell. And even if this Marcus is the late Alpha's son, he's not recognized by the pack. He's illegitimate. That alone disqualifies him. Gerald tilted his head. Says who? The fact that every Alpha before him was legitimate doesn't mean an illegitimate son can't rule. It's just that such a situation never came up before. There's always a first time, Nelson. The elder frowned, unsure. After a pause, he asked quietly, Aren't you worried Kyle will go straight to Alexander about this? I am. Gerald smiled faintly. That's what I'm counting on, he said. I want the word to spread. The more people talk, the better. Alexander can't banish the entire pack once the truth starts circulating. And don't worry about your safety, Marcus. His eyes glinted. He's more than capable of taking care of anyone who stands by his side. Faye? I was already in my nightwear, unpacking when I heard a knock on the door. Before I could even answer, the door creaked open, and a familiar head peeked in. Faye? I didn't have time to respond before Irene slipped inside and practically sprinted toward me. She threw her arms around me in one of her dramatic hugs, her words tumbling out so fast I could barely catch them. I missed you so much. You have no idea how boring it's been without you here. I couldn't help but laugh. I was only gone for a few days, Irene. You're acting like I disappeared for months. She gasped, pulling back with exaggerated disbelief. Only a few days? Try the longest few days of my life. I rolled my eyes but smiled anyway. She dropped onto the bed, crossing her legs like she owned the place, while I continued unpacking. So, she said, watching me, how was the trip back? It was fine, I replied, glancing over my shoulder at her. Long, but fine. I'm just glad to be home. She nodded thoughtfully, then leaned back on her hands. And my brother? Where's he? I haven't seen him. I smiled faintly. In a meeting, Kyle and Cole came by not long ago. Irene groaned. Of course he is. The man just got back and he's already buried in pack business. Typical Alexander. I laughed softly. You say that like it surprises you, yet it doesn't. It doesn't, she said, pouting a little. It's just exhausting watching him live like that. Does he ever breathe? Apparently not, I murmured. Then more seriously, I added, though to be fair, this one might actually need his attention. Cole looked different when he came in, serious. Cole always looks serious. Not like this, I said. She rolled her eyes dramatically. Those two are basically the same person. Everything's an emergency to them. I smiled at that because she wasn't entirely wrong. I turned back to my luggage while she got up to help, fussing over my folded clothes and muttering about how I packed too neatly. Anyway, Irene said after a minute, I'm glad you're back just in time. I was starting to panic a little. Panic? I asked, frowning. Why? She grinned mischievously. Because you're coming with me to an event this weekend. No, I said instantly, shaking my head before she could even finish. You didn't even ask what kind of event it is. Irene said, I don't care what kind of event it is, I said, already feeling tired just imagining it. I'm not going anywhere outside this pack house for at least a week. I'm exhausted. She clasped her hands together dramatically. Faye, come on. I already told my friends I was coming with my brother's mate, the Luna of Blood Crescent. You can't ruin that for me now. I turned and stared at her, half amused, half horrified. You're trying emotional blackmail now? She blinked innocently. Is it working? I sighed. I'm not making any promises, Irene. I'll think about it if I rest well enough and get in a better mood before then. Deal, she chirped. And if it helps, I can be your personal assistant for now. I'll handle everything while you rest. I couldn't help but laugh at that as I brushed past her and walked into the closet, shaking my head. Truthfully, the mention of any event made something tighten in my chest. I still wasn't over what happened at Silver Hollow. The chaos, the fear, the blood. So now every time someone mentioned a gathering, my mind would definitely go back to everything. Alexander. Cole and Kyle sat across from me. Kyle was speaking. He looked uneasy, like he'd been replaying the same mistake in his head for hours before walking into my office. I'm mad at myself for even answering his call, he began, and for agreeing to meet him. I should have known better. I'll accept whatever punishment you decide, Alpha. I didn't say anything, just kept my eyes on him. Kyle was loyal, sometimes to the point of being rigid, and I could tell the guilt already weighed heavier on him than any reprimand I could give. Before I could speak, Cole slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair. That bastard, he snapped. Gerald had the guts to crawl back out and spread that nonsense again? You should have executed him the first time he committed treason, Alpha. We both said it. His voice carried the weight of frustration. Still, I stayed silent for a moment longer, letting the tension breathe. Cole was right in a way. I should have ended Gerald when I had the chance, but I hadn't, and part of me still believed there was strategy in that choice. Finally, I spoke. I have no problem with you, Kyle, going to hear Gerald out, I said evenly. If it had anything to do with the security of the pack, you had to go and hear him out. That was the right call. Kyle's shoulders relaxed slightly, but I wasn't done. The part I do have a problem with, I continued, my tone sharpening just a little, is that you didn't inform anyone about it. You went alone, without a word to me or Cole. That's not how we operate. Kyle looked down, guilt flashing across his face. You're right, Alpha. I should have... It's fine, I cut in, leaning back in my chair. What's done is done. Now we know what we're dealing with. I paused, looking between the two of them. Gerald's playing messenger for a fool who thinks bloodline is enough to challenge a pack that's been built on strength and loyalty. It was time to accept the reality of this whole Marcus madness and face it once and for all. Faye. It was training day, and for the first time since I could remember, I didn't feel like I belonged on the field. The air was cool, the ground still damp from the morning drizzle, and the scent of earth and sweat filled the air, the usual rhythm of Blood Crescent's warriors at work. But I wasn't in rhythm with them. Not today. I stood there, dressed in training gear, my hair tied back, trying to look composed, and maybe I did. But inside I felt hollow. Because for the first time in my life, I couldn't feel Nova F, that familiar feeling of energy, the wild, steady pulse beneath my skin, the instinct that guided every movement. It was all gone. I was just me, human. I took a deep breath, watching the warriors spar and shift across the field. Their growls and the thud of bodies hitting the ground should have stirred something in me, the way it always did. But now it only reminded me of what I'd lost. Luna. A voice called from behind me. I turned, already knowing who it was. Kyle. He was smiling, that confident, slightly smug grin that had become a sort of signature. "Are you ready for our rematch?" he asked, his tone teasing but respectful. I almost smiled. Almost. It had become our thing. He was the Delta of Blood Crescent. Proud, relentless, always eager to prove himself. And well, before all this, I was the Delta of Silver Hollow, known for never backing down from a fight. The first time I challenged him was half a joke, but it turned into an ongoing rivalry, one that everyone in the pack loved to watch. But today, I wasn't sure I could pull it off. Kyle tilted his head, his grin widening when I didn't answer right away. "Or is this the day you finally admit defeat? You realized I'm unbeatable, didn't you?" His tone was playful, and despite everything, I laughed. Genuinely. It felt strange to laugh when my chest was so tight, but I couldn't help it. Kyle had that effect. "You wish," I said finally, crossing my arms. "That sounds like a challenge." I sighed, glancing toward the warriors again, who had stopped to sneak glances our way. They knew what was coming. They always did. The Luna versus the Delta was practically a spectacle by now. "All right," I said after a pause. "Let's give them a show." Kyle grinned like a kid who'd just been promised candy. He stepped back, motioning toward the sparring circle. "After you, Luna." I rolled my eyes but stepped forward anyway. The moment I did, my heart started to race, not from excitement, from fear. My instincts screamed that something was wrong, that I wasn't ready, that I was walking into a fight half blind. But I ignored it. I had to. We faced each other, and for a moment, everything felt almost normal. The way Kyle shifted his weight, the smirk that flickered across his face. I'd seen it 100 times. The crowd began to murmur, forming a circle around us. Then it began. Kyle lunged first, testing my reaction. I blocked easily, muscle memory taking over. The next few exchanges were sharp, quick, and clean. Familiar. But it didn't take long for me to realize something was wrong. I was slower. Not much, but enough for him to notice. My body felt heavier, my senses duller. Every move that used to come effortlessly now required effort, focus, precision. My reflexes were off, and the disconnect between my mind and body grew sharper with every strike. Kyle's movements were smooth, powerful, his wolf guiding his strength. Mine was missing, leaving me with only my human instincts to rely on. And then it happened. He feinted left, then pivoted fast, faster than I could follow. Normally, I would have sensed the shift. Nova would have warned me, but this time, I didn't. His arm swept out, catching me clean across the chest. The hit wasn't brutal, but it was enough. I stumbled back, my feet slipping in the dirt. The impact knocked the air from my lungs, and for a split second, everything blurred. The murmurs around us fell silent. Kyle froze, his expression shifting instantly from confident to horrified. "Luna." I tried to steady myself, shaking my head. "I'm fine," I managed, even though my voice didn't sound like mine. He stepped closer, hand outstretched as if to help, but something in me snapped. Not in anger, but in instinct. My balance faltered again, and I caught his wrist before he could touch me. His eyes widened, both surprised and cautious. The crowd was watching, confused by my reaction, but I barely noticed them. My head was ringing. My heart pounded so loud it drowned everything else out. That hollow silence inside me, where Nova's voice used to be, felt deafening. Kyle's lips parted, concern written all over his face. "Faye, what's wrong?" I let go of his wrist slowly, forcing a breath. "Nothing," I said quietly. "Just lost my footing." But it wasn't true, and I think he knew it. He studied me for a long moment before nodding slightly, his expression careful. "Maybe we should stop here." I hated that. I hated the pity in his tone, the way everyone was still watching, whispering. The Luna, once fierce, once fast, now struggling to stand her ground. I forced a smile that didn't reach my eyes. "Don't tell me you're backing out just because I stumbled." He gave me a look, that mix of respect and frustration he always had when he didn't want to argue with me. "I'm saying we can continue later. You look tired." Tired. That word again. I wanted to tell him it wasn't fatigue. It was emptiness. It was the loss of the part of me that made me whole. But I couldn't say that. Not to Kyle, not to anyone. so I just nodded and stepped back. Fine, we'll call it a draw. He hesitated, then nodded in return. The tension eased slightly, and the warriors began to disperse, murmuring among themselves. I could feel their eyes on me, curious, sympathetic, maybe even worried. As Kyle turned to dismiss the group, I stayed still, staring down at my hands. They looked the same, my body felt the same, but I wasn't the same. Kyle walked past me, muttering something to the warriors, then paused. "You sure you're okay?" he asked softly. I nodded without looking up. "I'm fine." It was a lie I was getting too good at telling.
Thanks for watching. The novel isn't finished yet. It's still being written. Want the next chapter faster? Drop a comment and let me know. I'll keep the updates coming and share other fun stories while you wait.